The story opens with a panoramic view of a bustling port at night, the city lights twinkling across the water in the distance. Docks and shipping containers fill the foreground, the scene hinting at a world of shadows and illicit activities. From a high vantage point, a figure is seen, small and indistinct, moving through the shadows of the port. The camera focuses on Park Kang-tae, a man in a suit, sitting amidst the debris, his clothes stained with blood. He clutches his side, his face etched with pain and exhaustion. He mutters to himself, his words barely audible. The name Bok Gang-tae appears in a text box, confirming the identity of the injured man. Kang-tae grimaces, a pained expression twisting his features. He spits out a curse, "Damn it, it hurts like sh*TF*CK. Two other men appear, their faces grim. One of them speaks, offering a grim comfort, "I'll let you smoke at least one." One of the men produces a silver lighter, intricately carved with a dragon design. He flicks the lighter, the flame igniting, casting a warm glow against the dark background. And Kang-tae lights his cigarette, a small act of defiance in the face of his pain and suffering. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, lay bleeding on the cold, unforgiving ground. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beating on his brow. Above him, a figure loomed, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Make sure to get him in a single hit. Send him off peacefully," the man instructed, a cigar clenched between his teeth. His subordinate, a stern-faced man, nodded curtly. "Yes, sir." The subordinate swiftly and silently ended Kang-tae's life. As Kang-tae's life ebbed away, a single word escaped his lips, "I'm sorry." Even in death, Kang-tae's mind raced. He muttered, "I know, F***Kers. You're only doing it because they made you." His final thoughts lingered on the life he'd lived, a life full of fury and despair. But even as he passed, a single regret remained. "I guess I still have regrets. Boxing. It was all I had in my life." His memories flashed before his eyes, physique, power, popularity, he lacked nothing. Back in high school, he was dubbed the rising star of the boxing industry. Then, a sudden shift. A flashback to a brutal confrontation, a baseball bat swinging down towards him. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, reflects on his past. The thrill of fighting, the hot-bloodedness of youth, had drawn him into every conflict. But those same reckless actions ultimately led to his demise. A bloody injury is shown on his leg, a grim reminder of his violent past. His bloodied hand, a symbol of his violent end, is shown. The injuries sustained during his gang life resulted in a permanent end to his boxing career. A verdict he now regrets. He realizes there were other paths he could have taken, other ways to pursue his boxing dream. A discarded cigarette lies on a dark surface. Kang-tae's thoughts turn to the futility of regret. Despite his death, Kang-tae's fierce gaze and bloody face show his unwavering determination. He is shown in a moment of intense focus. Even in death, a flicker of hope remains. He clings to the possibility of a second chance. A desperate wish to return to the ring. His eyes, filled with longing, convey his unyielding desire. The scene opens with Callie, a young man, lying unconscious. A voice, laced with disdain, scoffs, "It's embarrassing to be an apprentice boxer like you." Another voice, sharp and urgent, cuts through the silence. Callie, **Theod. Don't tell me he's dead?" The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as a third voice calls out, "Hey! Wait up!" Callie stirs, a faint whisper escaping his lips, "My name is..." He struggles to his feet, as three figures flee into the distance, their shouts echoing, "Wait for me!" The scene shifts to reveal Callie lying on the ground, wounded and bleeding. His arm, adorned with a leather bracelet, lies limp beside him. His face, marred by cuts and blood, is a mask of pain and confusion. A close-up on Callie's eye reveals a flicker of something unnatural. He gasps, a strangled cry escaping his lips as he struggles to comprehend his surroundings. Callie sits up, his hands outstretched, a dawning realization spreading across his face. "What? I was dying after getting stabbed, wasn't I?" Park Kang-tae, or Callie as he is now known, awoke with a gasp. His body was battered and bruised, his ragged clothing clinging to his wounds. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to recall how he'd arrived in this desolate place. Confusion clouded his mind as he looked at his injured limbs. The question hung heavy in the air: who was he, and where was he? A few days later, Callie found himself in a grim arena. Before him stood a large group of men, their faces etched with apprehension. A stern-looking, older man with gray hair and a cane addressed them, his voice carrying the weight of finality. The losers of the upcoming matches would be sent to the mines. He continued, explaining that victory meant remaining in the arena to continue training. The stakes were high, their lives depended on it. Instructor Nixer, the man with the cane, then announced the pairings for the upcoming pugilist matches. His voice was sharp, leaving no room for doubt. This was a fight for survival. Torres would face Maroth, Undat would fight Verzin, and Kijo would battle Damien. Finally, the last pairing was announced, Johnny against Caesar. The final pairing was revealed, Salif versus Callie. A grim determination settled over Callie's face as he looked at his opponent. Nixer clarified that the pairs just announced would fight each other immediately. A group of hardened men, their faces etched with grim determination, stood in a dimly lit room. Their ragged clothing and weary expressions hinted at a life of hardship. Among them, a nervous tension crackled, palpable in the air. Meanwhile, a young man with vibrant blonde hair, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, observed the scene from a distance. He muttered to himself, his thoughts revealing a cynical understanding of the situation. They had paired the best students with the worst, a cruel twist of fate. The scene shifted to a dark, damp mine shaft. A narration box revealed the harsh reality of the environment. Even in the 21st century, mines were death traps, claiming lives through disease and accidents. One of the miners, his face streaked with grime and worry, voiced his apprehension. His fear was justified as he witnessed a fellow miner collapse, his body succumbing to the harsh conditions. The blond young man watched the scene unfold, his expression hardening with grim determination. A close-up of a bloodied hand, the stark image emphasizing the brutal reality of the mines. The blond young man's internal monologue revealed his resolve. He had to avoid the mines at all costs. His thoughts then turned to a name, a single word that seemed to hold both hope and fear, Callie. The blond young man, his face a mixture of apprehension and determination, was approached by a man with graying hair and a stern expression. The older man, issuing a curt command, instructed the young man to follow him, as he had errands for him. The older man, his features sharp and weathered, exuded an air of authority. He was clearly someone of importance, his presence commanding respect. Back in the dimly lit room, the group of men grumbled about the blond young man receiving special treatment, their resentment palpable. One of them, his voice laced with contempt, called him a bastard for his inability to keep up with basic training. The final panel shows a tranquil landscape, a stark contrast to the harsh realities of the mines and the simmering resentment within the group of men. The scene ends with a sense of foreboding. An older man with graying hair and a weathered face sat beside a younger, blond man on a rocky outcrop. He informed the younger man that he had been included in the discharge list for their master. The younger man, surprisingly calm, simply replied, "Is that so?" The older man observed the younger man, noting his calmness. He then stated that the younger man was not suited for boxing due to his small frame, and that he would die immediately if sent to the mines. The younger man considered this assessment, then mused to himself that this body might last a year. The older man explained that the master intended for him to become a different type of slave. The younger man interrupted, firmly stating, "No. I'll participate in the match." The older man's expression shifted to one of surprise and concern. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He seemed taken aback by the younger man's unexpected resolve. The younger man, defiant, declared, "You would have cried by now." Instructor. With newfound determination, the younger man declared his unwavering goal: "I will become a boxer." His eyes burned with fierce intensity, reflecting his unwavering resolve. The older man, seemingly amused, let out a chuckle. An unseen individual addressed Park Kante, offering him a choice: "If you insist, I won't pressure you. If you change your mind, let me know." Kante, now in a new body, found himself questioning his identity. Am I really Callie? He dismissed the notion, stating firmly, "Of course not." Kante revealed his true identity and past: "I am Bak Gangte, who used to live on Earth just a few days ago. A gangster." He reflected on his new life, a second chance, a new life. "I got a second chance as a boy named Callie. A surge of excitement filled him at the prospect, a chance to box again. However, a harsh reality set in: but this body, its physique and stamina are really lacking. He tested his strength, noticing its weakness. Is he really a boy? The growth phase is late, and the punches are too weak. A flashback revealed a painful truth, and it seemed like Callie had been bullied for a long time. The reason for his weakness became clear: it must be because of this weak physique. Someone called out to Callie. Callie looked up to see a group of muscular men approaching him. They appeared to be seasoned fighters. One of the men lunged at Callie, aiming a powerful punch. Callie reacted instantly, dodging the blow with surprising agility and countering with a swift strike of his own. The other men watched, surprised by Callie's unexpected skill. One of them scoffed, expressing his dislike for Callie and questioning why their instructor had brought him there in the first place. Another accused Callie of showing off because his father was a champion. The first man, enraged, retorted that Callie's father was dead, and that Callie was a weakling. Callie smirked, pointing out that the man was still standing, implying he could easily defeat him. Callie reflected on the pathetic nature of his previous self, the one who had given up on his boxing dreams. He vowed to prove himself within a week, promising to make the man regret his words. A gruff voice cuts through the air: questioning the events that led to the protagonist's current predicament, right after you get dragged to the mines? He is met with a furious outburst. The man before him, a hulking figure, roars, Theod, his rage palpable as he prepares to strike. The scene shifts, focusing on the protagonist's determined expression as he braces himself for the impending blow. A surge of inner strength empowers him. He thinks, the punch of a big physique, with this body of mine. The impact is imminent, the world seems to slow around him. A question forms in his mind, how do I? A series of powerful fists, glowing with an otherworldly energy, appear before him. He mutters, huh? The focus shifts to a single fist, imbued with the same potent energy. He observes, the punch. The scene slows dramatically as the protagonist is caught in the path of the descending fist. He observes, slow. And a surge of energy erupts from his body as he is struck. A surge of energy crackled in the air, a blinding flash of light splitting the darkness. As a young man with blonde hair and intense eyes braced himself, a whirlwind of motion surrounding him. His eyes widened, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He had narrowly avoided a devastating blow. A moment later, a larger, more muscular man with short, dark hair appeared, his arms crossed, a look of disbelief on his face. What was that? That brat. The muscular man lunged forward, his fist a blur of motion aimed at the blonde-haired youth. But the young man's eyes remained fixed on his opponent, a calm determination etched on his face. It's not a mistake. The muscular man's power surged, a dark aura enveloping him. As he unleashed a powerful punch. I can see it clearly. The trajectory of the punch was clear, a deadly strike aimed at the blonde-haired youth's head. He braced for impact. Park Kang-tae, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, unleashed a flurry of blows against his opponent. His fists, wrapped in worn leather, connected with bone-jarring impacts. Each strike a testament to the raw power he still possessed, despite years spent away from the ring. The speed of his attacks was blurring, a whirlwind of motion. A relentless barrage that left his opponent reeling. His eyes, blazing with a fierce determination, were fixed on the vulnerable spot he had identified. He recognized it instantly, the spot without a guard. This was his chance. Kante's fist shot forward, a blur of motion aimed directly at the exposed area. His opponent, a hulking figure, tried to react. But he was too slow. The impact was devastating. The force of the blow sent the larger man sprawling backward, his body crumpling under the sheer power of Kante's strike. A testament to the years of suppressed talent finally unleashed. The fight, however, was far from over. From the sidelines, two onlookers watched in stunned silence. Their mouths hung open, eyes wide with disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. One of them, a man with short, dark hair, stared intently at Kang-tae, a mixture of shock and dawning recognition in his gaze. A blonde-haired man, Park Kang-tae, coughed violently, his face contorted in pain. He registered a punch that barely landed, his surprise palpable. A muscular man with short brown hair and dark eyes stood before him, his fist clenched, ready to strike again. Kang-tae's eyes widened in disbelief as another blow connected, sending him reeling. Kang-tae lay defeated on the ground, his body battered and bruised. Three men, including his attacker, watched him from a distance, one of them urging them to leave. One of the men turned away, his expression unreadable. He seemed to sense something, a subtle shift in the air. As Kang-tae's spirit, a faint, ethereal form, began to leave his body. A faint smile played on his lips as his soul departed, leaving behind only his physical remains. A maniacal laugh erupted from Park Kang-tae, his face contorted in a grotesque grin. As a sudden realization dawned on him, why hadn't he noticed this before? A just as important factor in boxing is physique. He clenched his fist, a newfound understanding illuminating his eyes. Dynamic vision and reaction ability. The ability to see every grain of sand falling and follow its movement is dynamic vision. A shower of sand cascaded from his hand, each grain distinct and traceable. And the reaction ability that can dodge every punch. Kang-tae's eyes blazed with newfound determination as he imagined himself dodging blows with impossible speed. A fierce intensity radiating from his clenched fists. He slumped against a tree, a grim realization settling upon him, right. Like I'll be sent to the mines. Park Kang-tae, his knuckles white, clenched his fist. A fierce determination burned in his eyes as he silently vowed, I'll win. The ghost of a smile touched his lips as he looked towards the horizon. He would not let his past define him, he would survive. I'll survive, he declared, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. 20 years prior, a rebellion ignited, spearheaded by armed boxers. A powerful figure, a muscular man with long blonde hair, a gladiator helmet, and a bloodied torso, stood triumphant amidst the chaos of battle, his sword raised high. The rebellion proved so formidable that even seasoned soldiers struggled to quell it. The kingdom, barely managing to suppress the revolt, abolished the slave boxer policy as a direct consequence. On his throne, the king watched as the chains of oppression shattered, symbolizing the end of an era. A close-up reveals a blonde boxer, his face grim, his fists clenched, ready for combat. The image focuses on the powerful physique of a boxer, his muscular torso and legs clad in simple attire, hinting at the brutal nature of this new form of combat. This marked the birth of a new style of fighting, a brutal, visceral display of power where opponents were destroyed solely by fists. Two boxers clash in a brutal exchange, their blows echoing through the arena. The audience, captivated by the raw power on display, revels in the primal spectacle. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, reflects on his past life. He had gathered information about the world's boxers, a pugilist game that mirrors his abandoned dream. Despite his current physical state, Kang-tae is determined to pursue his dream. He participates in a morning group run, a grueling test of endurance. Kang-tae runs alongside other participants, his face set in grim determination. The run is challenging, pushing him to his limits. But he pushes onward, despite the pain and exhaustion. He accepts the possibility of failure, bracing himself for the consequences. Exhausted and struggling, Kang-tae collapses during the run. A concerned voice calls out to him, urging him to rest. Despite the pain, Kang-tae insists he is okay, his determination unwavering. He coughs, but his resolve remains firm. Kang-tae's inner voice declares his unwavering commitment to the run, no matter the cost. He will persevere. He pushes himself further, his muscles straining. He knows that without building his physical strength, he cannot achieve his boxing dream. Park Kang-tae, his body slick with sweat, collapsed to the ground, his breath ragged. "It's done," he muttered, a grim smile twisting his lips. He shook his head, muttering to himself, "Damn it, even after alcohol and cigarettes, I ran better than this." A grizzled older man, his face etched with years of hardship, observed Kang-tae from a distance. He leaned on a wooden staff, his gaze sharp and assessing. He thought, he always remained at the end, but now he's at mid-range. If he had such tenacity, I would have never put him in the release list in the first place. The older man's brow furrowed in thought. What changed? The older man's face was partially obscured by shadow, his expression unreadable. He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, two other men watched Kang-tae from afar, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and concern. One of them exclaimed, "That bastard, how does he have the strength to run after getting beat up? Did he get hit in the head wrong?" Another man, equally surprised, asked, "What do you mean by that? Callie was beaten?" He added, "I instructor Nixer." The scene shifted to show Kang-tae lying on the ground, several figures running away in the distance. He was clearly injured. One of the men confirmed, "Yes, it was worse than the usual beating. He was bleeding from the head, so we thought that he died." The older man pondered, did the near-death experience motivate him? "I'll have to observe him longer." A man with short, graying hair and a scar on his cheek stroked his chin thoughtfully. His gaze was distant, lost in contemplation. He murmured, "Is that so? Callie." A voice boomed across the training grounds, "For now, you both run 50 more laps." Two young men, sweat glistening on their bodies, began their grueling run. One carried a massive log on his shoulders, his muscles straining with the effort. The other, slightly behind, ran with determined steps. The man carrying the log stumbled, his face contorted in pain and exertion. His breath came in ragged gasps. Meanwhile, a blond young man with intense eyes watched the scene, his expression grim. He muttered to himself, "Everyone is doing their best to avoid the mines." The blond young man, Callie, launched a powerful strike against a heavy training barrel, shattering it with a single blow. His fist connected with the barrel, sending splinters flying. He grunted with the force of the impact. Callie unleashed another devastating blow, this time against a large, sturdy training dummy, sending it flying. Despite his impressive strength, Callie's expression remained serious. He muttered, "But this is not enough." A flashback shows Callie's fist connecting with an opponent, a fierce determination in his eyes. He is clearly pushing himself to his limits. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a world where boxing is a pugilist game. He assesses his opponent, muttering to himself that his current body is too strong to be damaged easily. His gaze falls upon the opponent's chin, a vulnerable point. He realizes that his only option is to target the chin to shake the skull. A strategy forms in his mind, hit and dodge. Focusing his attack on the chin. Sweat beads on Kang-tae's brow as he clenches his fists, his determination evident. He is intensely focused. His trainer, a stern-looking man, observes him. Kang-tae explains that he is training, but the trainer scoffs, stating that his methods are not in line with their school's teachings. Kang-tae questions whether he must adhere strictly to the school's methods. The trainer calls him an impudent brat. The trainer emphasizes their long history as boxers, asserting that deviating from their established techniques will lead to failure. A narration box explains that the boxing style in this world is similar to slugger boxing, a style that emphasizes powerful blows using body weight. Kante reflects that while he originally used the slugger style, it won't work with his current, unusually strong body. His trainer advises him to continue training with logs to build muscular strength. Park Kante, his face contorted in a grimace, interrupted the conversation. A sudden, sharp intake of breath escaped him. Questioning the method Kante used. The speaker, a man with short, graying hair and a stern expression, wondered aloud if Kante had learned that technique from his father, Kavrin. Kante, a young man with short, blonde hair, sweat beading on his brow, simply nodded in response. The gray-haired man continued, stating that the technique was also a style taught at their school. He added that if it was the style of a champion, there must be something to learn from it. Kante, still visibly strained, remained silent. As the older man pondered aloud, he mused that Kavrin, while a champion, was not a creative fighter. A ghostly image of Kavrin appeared behind Kante, highlighting the contrast between father and son. The older man reflected that regardless, something had definitely changed after that day. He declared that new winds were blowing. The scene shifts to Kante, now displaying a fierce determination as he powerfully throws a punch, watched by two other men. Park Kante, his body frail and worn, lay on the ground, his breath shallow. He muttered to himself, lamenting his physical weakness. His stomach rumbled, a gnawing hunger overwhelming him. He confessed his intense craving for sweets. His eyes darted around, searching for sustenance. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, reflecting the desperation in his gaze. Then, his eyes landed on something that sparked a flicker of hope, an apple tree laden with ripe fruit. With a sudden burst of energy, Kante plucked an apple from the tree. A wave of revitalization washed over him as he finished the apple. His moment of peace was shattered by a voice. A noble woman appeared, her expression a mixture of surprise and disapproval as she questioned his actions. Kante, startled, could only stammer a response as he realized who she was. The noble woman, arms crossed, observed him with a critical eye, her disapproval evident. A voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the air. "Stop the excuses. Come down with an apple, I wish to partake as well." A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple, worn clothing, quickly approached a young woman with vibrant red hair, offering her an apple. She took the apple and bit into it with a delicate but firm bite. The woman's expression turned serious. "It's not ripe, anyway. Aren't you the slave of the training school? Don't tell me that you didn't know that this is the garden of the Baron?" The young man looked down, his shoulders slumping. He mumbled an apology, fear evident in his posture. "You'll get whipped if you get caught." I'm sorry." He continued, his voice barely a whisper, "I can't enter the match with an injured body." The red-haired woman's lips curled into a smirk. "You don't even know who I am." With a dramatic flourish, she revealed her identity. "My name is Azalea Aegist." Her expression shifted, becoming colder and more authoritative. "My father, Baron Godolph Aegist, is your master. Now, tell me your name, slave." The young man, his face etched with fear and resignation, finally answered. "It's Callie." A woman with vibrant red hair addressed a young man, her tone a mix of indulgence and warning. "Callie, good. I'll turn a blind eye today for giving me that apple." Callie's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. But the woman's words took a sharp turn. "But I will personally whip you the next time you're caught." She then urged him to leave before someone else saw them. He mumbled his thanks, relief evident in his posture. As he hurried away, a wave of fear washed over him. He whispered, "I was scared to death." The woman watched him go, a subtle expression playing on her lips. Callie continued his frantic escape, his every step fueled by a desperate need to put distance between himself and the woman. Observing him from afar, the woman mused, "He looks too fragile to be a boxing slave." The woman's gaze softened as she looked down at the half-eaten apple in her hand. A single thought crossed her mind, Callie. A whisper of a name, barely audible, drifted on the wind, Callie, ha. 2 leaves, detached from their branches, spiraled gently to the ground. Park Kante, a former boxer who traded his dreams for gang life, now finds himself in a world where pugilism takes the form of brutal games. His body, lean and scarred, moved with a practiced grace as he unleashed a flurry of blows. Each strike precise and powerful, a testament to years of honed skill. The impact of his fists sent shockwaves through his opponents, leaving them reeling. A gruff voice cut through the air, "Callie has changed." The scene shifted to a muscular man, sweat glistening on his brow, effortlessly hefting a massive log. He was clearly impressed by Kante's unconventional training methods. His words confirmed the observation, he's attracting everyone's attention with never-seen training methods. A flashback revealed a past encounter. The muscular man recalled a moment of vulnerability, a past defeat. I let him hit me that day. The present returned with a renewed sense of urgency. The muscular man, now facing a grueling challenge, muttered to himself, if I end up losing, I'll end up at the mines. It's all over. Shattering the ground with the impact. A woman approached, her voice laced with concern. Hey, you sure that the instructors won't be here? He responded with a grim determination, yeah. They all left because the master summoned them. He's wrong with a bit of tricks. I'll have to discipline him. The scene opens with a blank panel, save for a speech bubble containing a frustrated thought, that shitty mug of his. A muscular man, his face contorted in anger, lunges forward. A blonde-haired opponent, his back to the viewer, prepares to meet the attack, muttering to himself, I'll plunge it into the ground. The blonde-haired man counters with a swift blow. His foot connects with the ground, sending a shockwave outwards. The impact is shown in a close-up of the blonde-haired man's fist, tightly clenched. The scene shifts back to the muscular man, who is clearly reeling from the blow. The blonde-haired man follows up with another strike, landing a powerful punch to the muscular man's jaw, leaving him dazed and defeated. Gasping for air, the young, blonde-haired man apologized profusely for his accidental collision. He hadn't realized someone was so close. He anxiously inquired if the other man, a large, muscular figure, was all right. Receiving a gruff but reassuring reply that he was fine. That's good, the larger man added. The blonde man's eyes widened in alarm. He warned the larger man not to get hurt before their match. Sweat beaded on the larger man's brow as he visibly flinched at the warning. The blonde man smiled, urging the larger man to continue his training. The larger man, however, scoffed, calling the blonde man a fool and recalling his experience with countless similar individuals from his past organization. A flashback sequence showed the larger man, now in a sharp suit, standing over the bloodied bodies of his defeated opponents. The blonde man's expression hardened as he revealed that he had personally destroyed everyone who had tried to gain an advantage over him. The scene shifts back to the training grounds, where the larger man continues his strenuous exercise, the blonde man watching from a distance. Park Kang-tae, a man haunted by his abandoned boxing dream, now finds himself relentlessly pushing his physical limits. He carries a massive log, his muscles straining under the weight. His grueling training is not merely physical, it's a testament to his unwavering resolve. As he continues his exercise, a thought crosses his mind, this wasn't a coincidence. The sweat stings his eyes, but his gaze remains fixed, resolute. He is driven by a purpose far greater than mere physical exertion. Another figure appears, a man named Salif, his face etched with concern as he observes Kang-tae's intense training. Salif's worry is palpable. He approaches Kang-tae, concern evident in his posture. Salif's concern is voiced. He remarks on Kang-tae's poor appearance, prompting a reaction from Kang-tae. Kang-tae's response is sharp, a mixture of defiance and weariness. Salif's words clearly strike a nerve. However, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggests a deeper unease. His confidence is not absolute. Salif's final words hint at a change in Kali, suggesting a shift in their dynamic. The once easy target is now unpredictable. The chapter opens with a close-up of Park Kang-tae, his face etched with grim determination. Dirt smudges his skin, a testament to recent battles, but his eyes burn with a fierce, unwavering resolve. His expression speaks volumes, a silent vow, a promise to himself that this time will be different. The narration box emphasizes this, stating that his look conveys a clear message, I won't be like before. A steely resolve oozes from his gaze. A stark contrast to the apprehension on the face of another man, who warns Kang-tae, you shouldn't let your guard down. The second man's worry is palpable, even Torres, a known formidable opponent, is wary of Kang-tae, now known as Kali. Kang-tae, however, merely offers a subtle, self-assured smile. His companion dismisses the concerns, stating, even so, Kali is Kali, ain't he? Don't worry about it and send that idiot to the mines, Salif. Soliev laughs heartily, agreeing wholeheartedly, of course. The scene shifts to Godolph's estate. A group of individuals are gathered around a large table, engaged in a serious discussion. The atmosphere is tense. Godolph, a man with a distinguished beard and an air of authority, sat across a large table from a more muscular, stoic figure. Things seem to be going well, Godolph remarked, reviewing documents. The stoic man nodded curtly. Godolph continued, yes, the training grounds are full of killing intent. Godolph then shifted the conversation, his brow furrowing slightly. He asked, this guy, Torres, isn't he the rising star you've mentioned before? The stoic man, identified as Nixer, responded, his gaze hardening. He described Torres's abilities, his power and balance of reflexes are appropriate, his personality is belligerent, with excellent techniques. He also has good eyes, so as long as his shortcomings can be mended, he could be a champion candidate. Nixer added, a hint of appraisal in his tone. Godolph nodded thoughtfully. I'll be looking forward to that. Ah, Nixer, I need you to do something for me. Nixer responded immediately, what is it? Godolph explained, as you know, the fame of our training school is on the decline. And with the lack of funding for the school, half of the slaves had to be sent to the mines. So I'm thinking of inviting the townsfolk as an audience and accept admission fees, since it's been a while since they've seen boxing matches. I'm sure that they'll like it. Godolph turned to Nixer, posing a question. Can you show a match worthy of attracting an audience? A thought bubble appeared above Nixer's head, a master of mind, but so incompetent. The narrator's voice cuts in, blaming Baron Godolph Aegist for the current state of affairs due to his greed. The scene shifts to a large, imposing building, identified as the training school managed by Baron Godolph Aegist for the past 15 years. A group of muscular boxers, their bodies bearing the marks of countless battles, stand proudly. These are the legacy of previous generations, who kept the training school afloat for the first 5 years. But the following decade under Baron Aegist's management resulted in the deaths of numerous boxers due to overwork and excessive matches. The narration explains that Aegist's lands are barren and have little agriculture, highlighting the economic hardship of the region. The Aegist family relied on the income from the training grounds to survive, but even that has become increasingly difficult to maintain. The narrator reveals that the current financial struggles are a direct consequence of Baron Aegist forcing young boxers into the kingdom's boxing competition 2 years prior. Instructor Nixer, a blond man with a determined expression, vows to ensure victory in the upcoming competition, while a bloody scene unfolds in the background. The panel shows a close-up of a bloody, injured arm, suggesting a brutal fight has taken place. The scene shifts to a close-up of Baron Godolph Aegist's face, his expression serious and contemplative. The narration simply states only if. A man with a neatly trimmed blonde beard and a lavish red coat mused, there could have been a good chance to revive the training school. His daughter, her voice soft yet firm, expressed her desire to witness the upcoming match. Father, I also wish to see that match. Azalea, a young woman with vibrant red hair, sat at a table, a playful smirk on her face. She inquired, another spot open for me? The father, however, seemed hesitant. He reminded her, didn't you say that it's too uncivil? For you? Azalea responded with a nonchalant shrug, I thought that it's okay once in a while. Two men, observing the conversation, voiced their concerns. One of them cautioned, it could be too graphic for you, my lady. Azalea, however, seemed amused by their concern. She quipped, by graphic you mean fun, right? Azalea leaned forward, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Her father chuckled, insisting, you must be dying to see it. Azalea countered, I have no interest in seeing a fight between sweaty men. But she admitted, but I want to confirm it. A young man with short, blonde hair stood with his back to the viewer, his fists clenched. He wore a tattered shirt and simple shorts. The setting appeared to be a forest path, the light filtering through the trees. A voice, seemingly external, pondered, how the child will fight. The scene transitioned to a title card, day of the match. An aerial view revealed a large open-air arena, seemingly built into a natural amphitheater. Spectators filled the tiered seating surrounding a central boxing ring. Two figures in dark clothing approached the arena from the lower level. The two continued their approach, their footsteps barely disturbing the quiet of the surrounding landscape. Close up on the blond young man's feet as he walked, the sound effects suggesting a light, almost hesitant tread. He finally reached the arena entrance, his expression grim as he wrapped his hands in bandages. He muttered, finally. The young man entered the arena, his silhouette framed by the archway. He walked towards the ring, his back still to the viewer. He turned, his face now visible, a determined expression replacing the previous hesitation. The final panel showed a title card, It's Time. A heavily bandaged arm, its owner unseen, reached towards a blinding light. The bandages were worn and stained, hinting at a recent and brutal injury. The arm belonged to Park Kante, a former gang member whose life had ended violently. He was rising, his body straining with effort. A roar escaped his lips as he pushed himself up, the crowd's cheers echoing in his ears. He was alive, in a world where boxing was a spectacle, a pugilist game. Park Kante, his face grim, stood victorious in the arena. His opponent lay defeated on the ground. He had won the match, his fist raised in triumph. The referee signaled the end of the fight, the crowd erupting in a frenzy of cheers. From the stands, Kante looked up at the judging panel, a mix of anticipation and determination in his eyes. He had proven himself in the arena, but his journey was far from over. Two men watched him from the VIP section. One, a man with a full beard and ornate clothing, spoke, his voice carrying a sense of authority. He instructed his companion to train Kante well, promising to make him a champion. Park Kante, a man whose life took an unexpected turn, is shown. His face is etched with a grim determination, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. The remnants of his past life as a gang member are visible in his attire, yet his expression speaks of a new resolve. He speaks, his voice low and intense, mentioning Soliath and something else, the rest of the sentence left hanging in the air. His gaze is fixed on something unseen, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The scene shifts, showing a pair of hands wrapped in boxing bandages, belonging to a powerfully built man. Below, a younger man with blonde hair and intense eyes stares upward, his expression a mixture of defiance and determination. The younger man, his name is Callie, is revealed to be the focus. His bare chest is visible, showcasing a lean but muscular physique. The background suggests he is in a public arena, a crowd visible in the distance. A woman with vibrant red hair and a hand fan observes Callie from a distance. She comments on his small stature compared to his large muscles, questioning his suitability as a boxer. Another person, a man with gray hair, adds that physique is a crucial element in determining the outcome of a boxing match. The gray-haired man continues, emphasizing the importance of physique in determining power in boxing. However, he acknowledges that exceptions always exist. The scene shifts to a boxing arena, where Callie stands ready to face his opponents, a powerful man and a large muscular man. Park Kang-tae, or Callie as he is known in this world of pugilist games, stood poised, his lean, muscular frame tensed. His blonde hair, sweat dampened, framed a determined face. The rough-spun wrappings on his hands and forearms hinted at the brutal nature of the contests to come. His simple sandals and worn leg wraps offered little protection against the blows he was about to endure. The arena, a dusty expanse, was filled with the sounds of grunts and shouts from other matches in progress. A hulking figure, Soliath, loomed over Callie. "Hey, Callie. Why not surrender now? If you fight, you won't last." Callie's jaw tightened. "If you were as skilled as your mouth, you would have been a champion by now, Soliath." The fight began. Callie moved with surprising speed and agility, but Soliath's size and strength proved a significant obstacle. He dodged and weaved, but finding an opening proved difficult. He realized the futility of his attempts. "I expected this, but there's nowhere to land a hit. The worst is the difference of physique." Soliath's massive form loomed over him. Callie knew that even a direct hit would likely do little damage. "Even if I hit that body with this fist, nothing would happen. I need to aim for the chin." He knew what he had to do, but two things were needed for that to happen: a precise opening, and the strength to exploit it. The image of his clenched fist, wrapped in worn bandages, filled his mind. With a sudden burst of speed, Callie moved in, his fist connecting with Soliath's jaw in a decisive blow. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a desperate situation. His life had ended violently, leaving behind only the bitter regret of abandoning his boxing dream. Now, in a world where pugilism takes the form of competitive games, he was given a second chance. A chance to finally pursue his unfulfilled ambition. The word first blazed across the page, a stark declaration of his new beginning. He stood before a formidable opponent, a hulking figure whose sheer size threatened to overwhelm him. Kang-tae braced himself, his heart pounding in his chest, readying himself for the brutal exchange that was about to unfold. The intensity of the moment was palpable, a clash of wills and skill was imminent. His opponent, a mountain of a man, loomed over him, a sneer playing on his lips. The contrast in their sizes was stark, but Kang-tae's eyes burned with determination. A fire fueled by years of regret and a newfound opportunity. The larger man's strategy was clear: to overpower Kang-tae with brute force. The match began with a flurry of blows. Kang-tae, despite his smaller stature, moved with surprising agility, dodging the heavier blows. But his opponent's strength was undeniable. Each strike landed with bone-jarring force, leaving Kang-tae reeling. From the sidelines, the crowd watched with a mixture of excitement and disdain. "Stop running away and face him," one spectator shouted, his voice echoing through the arena. Another added, "Boo. What are you doing? What a scaredy cat. Escaping every hit like a damned rat." Park Kang-tae, his blonde hair plastered to his sweat-slicked forehead, gasped for breath. Most of his strength was gone. His opponent, a hulking figure with a powerful physique, watched him with a mixture of disbelief and annoyance. But how could Kang-tae look so fine? The large man roared in frustration, "Just why?" Kang-tae, despite his exhaustion, clenched his fists, a defiant glint in his eyes. His opponent's frustration was palpable. Since he kept making ineffective punches, a series of weak blows landed harmlessly against Kang-tae's defenses. And secondly, when his arms were lowered from the guard being let down, Kang-tae's counterattack caught him completely off guard. A sharp blow landed, leaving the larger man reeling. Kang-tae, despite his dwindling strength, pressed his advantage, launching a flurry of blows. "Ha!" Park Kang-tae, his blonde hair plastered to his sweat-slicked skin, braced himself against a brutal blow. His opponent's fist connected, sending a jolt of pain through his body. the impact echoing through his ribs. A searing pain shot through his chest as he felt the force of the strike. A wave of nausea washing over him. His vision blurred, and a strangled gasp escaped his lips as he struggled to breathe. He stumbled back, collapsing onto the dusty ground. Pain lanced through his body with each ragged breath. His body racked with agony. Above him, the jeering faces of the crowd were a blur of hateful glee as they urged his opponent on. Yes. Crush him. Kante's opponent paused, a question forming in his mind. This much is not considered cheating here? His gaze fell upon Kante's unloved fingers, a detail that seemed to trigger a sudden realization. The opponent, a man with a stern expression, began a countdown, fingers that are free from gloves. 10, 9, 8, 7. A thought flashed through his mind. I failed to calculate it. As he began to push himself up, ignoring the agony. The countdown continued. 6, 5. Get up. 4, 3. Park Kante, despite his broken ribs, dismissed his injuries with a shrug. He was used to pain. It was nothing compared to what he had endured before. A mere trifle in the face of his unwavering determination. A concerned voice called out, Callie? The young boxer, Callie, clenched his fists, his face obscured by his own determination. Kante, his eyes blazing with a fierce intensity, muttered, I have. A burning rage within him, fueled by his past regrets and his renewed pursuit of his boxing dream. The dark energy pulsed around him. His opponent, a hulking figure, responded with a menacing threat, I'll make you regret that. Callie winced, clutching his ribs. The pain was intense. His ribs were broken, restricting his movements. But he refused to yield. Despite the pain, he braced himself for the next attack. Park Kante, his face contorted in a grimace, found himself in a dire situation. His eyes, wide with exertion, reflected the harsh reality of his predicament. He thought, the worst situation I could be in. Despite the grim circumstances, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. He silently resolved, but it is what it is, this won't stop me. He braced himself, readying for the inevitable impact. A powerful blow landed, sending a shockwave through his body. A guttural roar escaped his lips as he absorbed the force of the attack. His opponent, a powerfully built man with short brown hair, visibly strained under the effort of his punch. Sweat beaded on his brow as he grunted with exertion. The burly opponent, his face set in grim determination, urged himself on, shouting, dive in. He lunged forward, aiming a devastating blow. Kante barely dodged, the force of the blow sending a tremor through the ground. Countering with a swift, precise strike that connected with his opponent's jaw. Park Kante, his face contorted in exertion, clenched his fists. Beads of sweat glistened on his brow as he gasped for air. He muttered to himself, dismissing his recent success as a mere fluke. But a surge of renewed determination ignited within him. His eyes, blazing with newfound intensity, reflected a fierce resolve. His opponent, a hulking figure shrouded in shadow, lunged forward, his own fist crackling with dark energy. A palpable tension filled the air as the two prepared to collide. Kante met the attack head-on, his own fist glowing with a fierce, inner light. The raw power within him, long dormant, was finally unleashed. It's in me, he roared, the words a testament to his rediscovered potential. The impact was earth-shattering. A shockwave rippled outwards as Kante's fist connected with his opponent's face, sending the man sprawling backwards. The force of the blow was undeniable. Kante followed up with a relentless barrage of blows, each strike more powerful than the last. A whirlwind of fists that left his opponent reeling and defenseless. The fight was far from over, but the tide had turned. Kante's opponent, defeated and broken, stumbled back, his foot sinking into the soft earth. His body trembled with exhaustion and defeat. A cruel smile of another unseen figure watching from the shadows. A close-up on a muscular neck, sweat glistening on the skin. The man's breath hitched in his throat. A warning issued by a gruff voice, don't get cocky for landing one hit. The warning continued, the words hanging heavy in the air, on me. And with a swift, brutal counterattack, the larger man was sent sprawling to the ground, dust erupting around him. He lay defeated, his body still trembling from the impact. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers watched with a mixture of apprehension and excitement, their hushed whispers filling the air. The referee began the countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The fallen boxer remained motionless. The referee declared the winner. A hand, calloused and strong, gripped a weathered wooden staff topped with a tattered, crimson flag. Confusion clouded the owner's features as he muttered, huh? What happened? Park Kante, his blonde hair plastered to his sweat-slicked skin, stood panting in the center of a makeshift arena. His chest heaved, his body bruised and battered, but a flicker of defiance burned in his eyes. A triumphant grin spreading across his face as he declared, I won. His breath hitched in his throat, a wave of relief washing over him as he whispered, "I survived." A grim determination hardening his gaze. "My second life." With a powerful surge of adrenaline, Kangtae raised his bruised fist in the air, a silent vow echoing in his heart. "A promise to never let this second chance go to waste. I won't let it go to waste." 1 week passed. The arrival of slave traders resulted in half the apprentices being sent to the mines. A group of apprentices, bound and loaded onto carts, were being transported. Among them, a young man with blonde hair watched from the sidelines, accompanied by a burly, gray-haired man with a stern expression. He was the only lower-ranked apprentice not selected for the mines. Only about 10 apprentices remained in the training grounds, leaving the school eerily quiet. At the ageist estate, the gray-haired man told the blonde-haired youth that his chains would be removed upon his return to the school. The young man internally acknowledged that this was the ageist estate. Park Kangtae, a young man with a determined yet weary expression, stood in a grand hall. His blonde hair was slightly disheveled, and his body bore the marks of recent exertion. He stated it was his first time there. An older man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, Kangtae, despite his injuries, reported that he was doing well. He then hesitantly asked why a certain lady had requested his presence. The older man, seemingly an instructor, explained that the woman had become interested in Kangtae after witnessing his recent match. The scene shifted to a lavish room, identified as Azalea's. A woman with vibrant red hair and a haughty demeanor sat at a table, sipping tea. She greeted Kangtae with a dismissive "Hi, slave boy." Kangtae, inwardly panicked, silently pleaded to avoid suspicion as Azalea remarked that they were meeting again. The instructor, whose name was revealed to be GANGSTER, entered the room, his presence immediately commanding attention. He ordered Kangtae to bow before Azalea. Kangtae, though clearly apprehensive, complied with GANGSTER's order, his silent obedience speaking volumes. Azalea, still seated, instructed Kangtae to sit down. He did so, his posture stiff with unease. Kangtae questioned why he had been summoned, prompting Azalea to comment on his impatience while offering him some fruit. A young man with blonde hair, his body partially wrapped in bandages, sat across from a striking woman with vibrant red hair. He munched on an apple, seemingly unfazed by her intense gaze. She, in turn, regarded him with a curious, almost predatory smile, her hands clasped neatly in her lap. The red-haired woman spoke, her voice calm yet sharp. She explained that she had summoned him for a reason. Continuing her explanation, the woman emphasized that as a slave, he had no right to refuse her request. The blond young man, seemingly unperturbed, simply replied with a quiet yes, his expression giving little away. The scene shifted. A different woman, with pink hair, appeared, addressing the blond young man. She praised his performance in a recent match, highlighting his surprising victory despite his seemingly frail physique. The red-haired woman interjected, emphasizing the decisive nature of his victory, a single, powerful blow. The blond young man's expression turned thoughtful. He questioned whether his previous victory was truly due to luck and chance, as his father had suggested. He reflected on the match, acknowledging the opponent's skill and speed while also noting a stroke of luck that had saved him from a more serious injury. He concluded that while some luck was involved, his victory was ultimately a testament to his skill and training. The red-haired woman watched him intently, a hint of something unreadable in her eyes. A young man with blonde hair listened intently as a voice explained a fighting technique. A direct hit to the chin from below would cause the head to shake violently, rendering the opponent immobile for a short time. The instructor continued, emphasizing that sufficient force was necessary for the technique to be effective. The image showed a muscular man's torso, his body wrapped in bandages. The blonde-haired youth, Callie, was then questioned by a woman with vibrant red hair. She asked if he had successfully used the technique. Callie simply nodded, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The red-haired woman, impressed, offered words of encouragement. She expressed her anticipation for his future success and urged him to continue winning and become a boxer. She added that becoming a champion might lead to unexpected freedom. Later, Callie and a large, muscular man with gray hair walked away from a large building. The scene implied that they were leaving a training facility. Callie examined his wrists, revealing torn bandages. He seemed to be in some pain. On the ground nearby lay a pair of broken shackles, suggesting that Callie had recently freed himself from restraints. The final panel showed a training area with numerous wooden dummies, indicating an upcoming afternoon training session. Park Kangtae, his face etched with grim determination, strained against an unseen force. Sweat beaded on his brow as he pushed himself to his limits, the word freedom echoing in his mind. A silent promise forming in his heart. His goal, clear and unwavering, burned within him. He would attain freedom. With renewed vigor, Kangtae hoisted a massive log onto his shoulders, his muscles bulging with the effort. A gruff voice cut through the air, "You will be strong, Torres." Torres, a 14-year-old boy with a determined gaze, was introduced. His thoughts drifted to the past. A voice explained, I would have never bothered to bring you here if not for your potential. Despite being a farming slave, you have a good physique and fighting spirit. So continue onwards. A new resolve hardened Conte's expression. He would become a champion. For freedom. His internal monologue revealed his disdain for those who lived without purpose, unlike Callie. But he had managed to win against Soli and survive. Sitting on a log, Conte contemplated the mysterious nature of the world. A gang member, his face unseen, sits on a log, his legs clad in simple sandals. He muses aloud, his voice laced with a hint of disdain, isn't Callie annoying nowadays? Another gang member, unseen, speaks, his tone grim and unforgiving. The words hang heavy in the air, we need to discipline him. Salif got sent to the mines because of that cheating piece of sh*t. Callie, a muscular young man with a determined expression, stands defiantly before a group of shadowy figures. His fists are clenched, his body tense with barely contained anger. He is ready for a confrontation. A young man with short, green hair, Torres, approaches Callie, his face alight with a mischievous grin. He proposes a plan, Torres, we're gonna go beat him up together. How about it? The green-haired man, now identified as Kijo, alias Mantis, grins menacingly, his eyes gleaming with predatory intent. His expression is one of pure, unadulterated malice. Another muscular man, his face etched with weariness, observes the scene with a bored expression. He sighs, his voice dripping with sarcasm, really? How boring. The weary man continues, his tone softening slightly. He explains his lack of interest, if he's intent on changing, I have no reason to bully him. I was only annoyed by his lack of will. A blond young man, his body lean but wiry, practices his boxing stance in a desolate training area. The scene is stark and austere, reflecting his solitary training. He continues his training, his movements precise and focused. His determination is palpable, a stark contrast to the earlier scenes of gang violence. The blond young man, Callie, speaks, a hint of pride in his voice, my ribs are finally together. I gained more muscles from exercising too. Park Conte, known as Callie in this new world, found himself back in a boxing training ground. A voice, unseen but clearly directed at him, announced his return. Callie stood, his muscled torso bare, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. He had been expecting this moment. He mused about the timing of their appearance. A group of men, equally bare-chested, stood behind a sneering figure with vibrant green hair. The green-haired man taunted Callie, questioning if his previous victory was mere luck. Callie remained silent, his back to the group, his shoulders tense. The tension was palpable. A quiet thought crossed his mind, getting injured would complicate matters. The green-haired man, radiating an almost feral energy, spoke again, promising to ensure Callie's safety, urging him not to be afraid. Callie, however, remained unconvinced, a silent warning echoing in his mind, any injury would hinder his progress. Callie's eyes narrowed, a steely glint replacing his earlier uncertainty. A cold determination settled over his features. The green-haired man, sensing the shift in Callie's demeanor, tensed, his fists clenched, ready for a fight. The confrontation escalated into a flurry of motion, a swift exchange of blows began. Park Conte, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His opponent, a powerfully built man, lunges forward with a vicious strike. But Conte, with surprising agility, dodges the blow. He moves with a speed and precision honed from years of boxing training, despite his time away from the ring. Countering with a swift uppercut that sends his opponent reeling backward. The impact of the blow reverberates through the arena. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscures the scene. Conte's victory is swift and decisive. He stands over his fallen opponent, a grim determination etched on his face. He thought that I won by luck. Conte's eyes narrow, a flicker of anger igniting within him. He is clearly not satisfied with his opponent's assessment of his victory. He scoffs, his voice laced with disdain. You guys are the definition of letting down one's guard. Park Conte, a former boxer whose life ended prematurely in a gang-related incident, found himself in a strange, ethereal space. His arm extended upwards, glowing faintly against the dark backdrop, a testament to his immense reach. The image shifted, focusing on his powerful physique. A testament to years of rigorous training. The narration box described the pressure emanating from his extended arm as akin to facing someone wielding a spear. In a pugilistic match, Conte faced his opponent. The narration boxes highlighted the advantages of his long jabs and punches, effectively preventing his opponent from closing the distance. However, the opponent, Mantis, possessed a wide, slow swing that hindered his ability to fully utilize his reach. Conte, with his superior reach, easily countered Mantis's attack, effectively turning him into a punching bag. Despite his victory, Conte felt a sense of urgency. He couldn't allow himself to rest on his laurels. Park Conte, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, glared at his opponents. His eyes, blazing with fierce determination, reflected the harsh light of the arena. A vein pulsed in his temple, a testament to the strain of the fight. He unleashed a flurry of blows, a whirlwind of fists connecting with his adversaries. The impact sent shockwaves through their bodies, leaving them reeling. Two more opponents charged, their faces twisted in anger, intent on overwhelming him with brute force. Kante, despite the onslaught, remained resolute. His eyes widened slightly as he registered the sudden increase in the number of opponents. 3 at once, he thought, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Kante moved with surprising speed and agility, dodging and weaving through the attacks. He countered with a powerful blow, sending one of his opponents sprawling. One of the remaining opponents, visibly shaken, muttered about Kante getting cocky. The other opponent, however, remained focused, ready to exploit any opening. The opponent's words stung, but Kante ignored them, focusing on the fight. He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, a testament to the ferocity of the blows he was enduring. Kante scoffed at the opponent's claim that he was making up his skills with numbers. His expression hardened, his eyes burning with defiance. His opponent, enraged by Kante's dismissal, roared at him to shut up. The tension in the arena thickened, palpable and suffocating. Kante, ignoring the verbal assault, launched a powerful counterattack, his fist connecting with his opponent's jaw with a resounding crack. The opponent stumbled back, dazed. A muscular man with dark hair delivers a swift kick to the abdomen of a smaller, blonde-haired opponent. The force of the blow sends the blonde man sprawling. The dark-haired man scoffs, "These guys can keep their pride only by ignoring and harassing others." The blonde man lies on the ground, his face contorted in pain and frustration. Dust and grit cling to his skin. A flashback sequence begins. A man in a sharp suit stands confidently before a group of similarly dressed men. Below them, a smaller, green-haired man is shown in a more disheveled state. The thought, thinking back, floats in a thought bubble above the scene. The flashback continues, showing the suited man powerfully kicking an opponent. The narration box states, "I was the same as them." He reflects on his past actions, a sense of regret washing over him. The word "I can't" appears in a thought bubble. The flashback shifts to a close-up of the suited man's strained face and muscular physique. He is clearly exhausted. The scene changes back to the present. A green-haired man is surrounded by other shirtless men. A voice speaks, "If you were going to lynch him, you should have done so from the start, instead of using it as a last resort after losing one-on-one." The green-haired man, now identified as Torres, looks intensely at his accuser. Another voice asks, "Torres? Why are you siding with Callie?" A muscular man, his face etched with annoyance, addressed his opponent. He stated that he never sided with anyone, only expressing his irritation at the other's continued arrogance despite a near defeat at the hands of Callie. His opponent vehemently denied this, claiming he had merely let his guard down for a moment. The muscular man suggested a one-on-one rematch, offering to act as the referee. The challenger, his face contorted in a grimace of determination, dared Callie to attack. Callie's eyes glowed menacingly, a dark aura emanating from him. The challenger's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he witnessed Callie's transformation. He let out a cry of alarm. As the fight began, a blur of motion. One boxer sneered at his opponent, commenting on the slowness of his punch. He continued, suggesting that it would be even more unusual to be hit by such a slow punch. With surprising speed, the blonde boxer countered, landing a swift blow to his opponent's abdomen, the impact causing a visible shockwave. Enraged, the other boxer shouted at him to be quiet. The blonde boxer, however, remained defiant, his expression hardening. He declared that all he could see in his opponent were flaws. In a blur of motion, the blonde boxer unleashed another attack. A powerful strike that sent his opponent reeling. The impact of the blow sent the other boxer sprawling to the ground. Park Kante, or Callie as he is now known, collapsed to the ground, his body racked with pain. A guttural curse escaped his lips, F***ck. He lay defeated amongst his adversaries. One of them observing, impressed by Callie's unexpected resilience. "He's like an experienced boxer." Another man, seemingly more knowledgeable, added his assessment, "He must have had the potential since his father is a champion." The man who had previously spoken approached Callie, his expression unreadable. "What? You have business with me?" Callie, surprised by this unexpected interaction, questioned him, "I thought you hated me?" His opponent's expression hardened. "Why did you help me?" The man remained stoic, offering no explanation. I have no reason to explain myself." He then brusquely dismissed Callie. "Get out of my sight." After this encounter, no one dared to challenge Callie directly. 3 young men, their bodies taut with muscle, stood silently acknowledging the arrival of Callie, a new apprentice boxer. One of the apprentice boxers lay on the ground, defeated. Callie, his blonde hair catching the light, looked down at him. A narration box appeared, stating, "Nothing to worry about. Please proceed with the match per tradition." An older man, his face etched with worry, exclaimed to someone out of frame, "Master, don't tell me." He looked distressed as he gestured towards a closed door. The camera focused on a man with blonde hair and a beard, his expression one of grim determination. The older man continued, "I advised against the match this time around. We only have apprentice boxers." The blonde man responded sharply, "Can you tolerate it?" He continued, "Dolment also only has half-assed boxers. We could win." A man with short, graying hair and a worried expression contemplates two options, muttering to himself that there are two ways to proceed. He continues his internal debate, weighing the choice between pitting their best fighter against an opponent or sending in a less capable fighter as a sacrificial pawn to buy time for the next match. A stern-faced superior interrupts, issuing a direct order, "Select 3 of the best fighters immediately." The superior, a man with a full, blonde beard and regal attire, presses the gray-haired man, demanding to know when he will finally act, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. The gray-haired man's eyes narrow, his frustration evident as he points out the dire consequences if their top fighters, such as Torres, are no longer combat-ready. He grimly states that if this happens, the entire operation will fail. The gray-haired man, now standing in a dimly lit hallway, declares that he only has 4 days to prepare. He resolves to focus on preparing their ace fighters for the upcoming matches. The man's determination is palpable as he reiterates his commitment to preparing the ace fighters, ending the scene with the title card of the manga. The names Torres, Kijo, and Callie were mentioned, hinting at the main characters of the story. Torres, a muscular man with short, dark hair, stood beside Kijo, a taller man with spiky green hair, and Callie, a young man with blonde hair. Their expressions were serious, hinting at the challenge ahead. The 3 boxers, Torres, Kijo, and Callie, stood close together, their bodies tense. A stern-looking instructor announced that they had been selected to compete against the Dolmen School, as they were deemed the best among their peers. Kijo questioned their chances of winning, expressing doubt about their ability to succeed against such a formidable opponent. The instructor, however, firmly stated that it was an order, they were to select 3 of the best fighters, leaving no room for argument. A close-up on the instructor's face revealed a hint of concern, his expression suggested that he knew their chances were slim. He then bluntly informed the 3 boxers that their chances of winning were slim. Kijo, visibly worried, asked the critical question, what would happen if they lost? Park Hang-tae, his face etched with a mixture of fear and desperation, stood with his back turned, his ragged clothing hanging loosely on his muscular frame. A sheen of sweat glistened on his brow, betraying his inner turmoil. A stern-faced man with graying hair and a scar across his cheek addressed Hang-tae. "I'm sure the master will keep you alive, you are properties, after all," he stated, his tone devoid of warmth. But he added a cautionary note, "But the opponent could make you handicapped." A young man with blonde hair spoke up, his voice carrying a hint of defiance. "You called us because there's a chance of winning," he stated. The gray-haired man responded, his gaze fixed on Hang-tae. "Yes. Torres, you will fight repeatedly against the instructors." He continued, explaining the plan, "We will have you go through real combat experiences." Hang-tae's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed in determination. A newfound resolve settled upon his features. The gray-haired man, seemingly pleased, addressed another young man with blonde hair. "Mantis, no. Kijo, I will personally train you." Turning back to Hang-tae, he offered a final piece of advice, "You need to work on your mindset." A muscular, gray-haired man addressed a young, blonde man, his words a parting instruction, "Lastly, Callie. Let me know if you need anything." The older man continued, explaining his choice of Callie for the upcoming match. He stated that it was solely due to Callie's recent improvement, emphasizing that there was no special strategy involved. Callie, deep in thought, stroked his chin, his expression one of pensive consideration. The scene shifted to a boxing arena. A swift, brutal punch connected, sending a spray of blood into the air. The impact was immediate and devastating. A voice urged, "Don't hesitate." The scene showed 2 boxers facing off, with several onlookers observing the match. A voice offered tactical advice, "The opponents are official boxers, but they're still humans. If they face an opponent that won't fall, they'll feel helplessness." The boxer, his face grim, clenched his fists, preparing for the next round. Final words of encouragement rang out, "Even if your legs are shaking and you feel like falling, act as if you are winning." Park Hang-tae, his face bruised and bloodied, glared defiantly. A single trickle of blood ran down his knuckles, clenched tight in boxing wraps. His eyes, though, burned with an unwavering intensity. Before him, a shadowy figure materialized, radiating an aura of dark energy. This ominous presence, vaguely humanoid, seemed to crackle with power, its eyes glowed menacingly. The scene abruptly shifted. Hang-tae's determined expression filled the panel as a narration box appeared. "We'll continue after a break." The scene changed to a bleak courtyard, enclosed by a high wall topped with barbed wire. A young man with blonde hair, dressed simply, stood opposite Kante. A subtle shift in his expression hinted at a dawning realization. The blonde youth spoke, his voice laced with disbelief. "Callie, what kind of training is that?" He continued, his tone sharp. "Are you crazy? You want me to throw this?" The blonde youth, identified as the Valkyrian handyman servant, held a small rock aloft, his expression one of incredulity. A young man with blonde hair, clad in simple, worn clothing, stood defiantly before another, his fists clenched. The second man, darker-haired and more hesitant, held a rock in his hand. "Are you going to do it or not?" the blonde man challenged, his voice sharp. The darker-haired man, his face a mask of apprehension, finally relented. "Ah, okay. I'll do it," he mumbled, a tremor in his voice. He hurled the rock with all his might. A blur of motion leaving a trail in its wake. But the blonde man moved with impossible speed, his footwork a blur as he effortlessly dodged the projectile. The blonde man's expression hardened. He muttered to himself, "No matter how much muscle I gain, it won't do anything in 4 days." He focused, his eyes blazing with determination. His thoughts turning to footwork, weaving, and evasion. A whirlwind of motion as he moved with surprising agility. Park Kante, his face grim, clenched his fists, his knuckles white. He was determined to make the most of his reflexes, his only weapon in this new world. His only weapon in his arsenal. He dodged a swift blow, a rock whizzing past his head, narrowly missing its mark. And countered with a lightning-fast punch, connecting with his opponent's jaw. "Good," he muttered, assessing the impact. The young man with blonde hair, his breath ragged, declared, "That's enough for today." Later, Kante reflected on his training. He needed to improve his dynamic visual acuity. A commotion erupted in the boxing school dorms. A voice roared, "Damn it! I'll kill them all." Others shouted, "Hey! Someone stop Velcaro. We're angry too." Kante, his eyes wide with alarm, whispered, "What is?" Park Kante, his face contorted in a grimace of barely suppressed rage, clutched a crude knife. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he ground his teeth, his hatred for the Dolman gang palpable. "I won't forgive those Dolman bastards," he vowed, the words a low growl. His companion, another young man with blonde hair, watched him with a mixture of concern and apprehension. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice laced with uncertainty. Kante, his eyes blazing with fury, didn't answer immediately. His mind raced, replaying the events that led to this moment. The blonde young man sighed, observing the intensity of Kante's anger. "It looks like a serious situation right now." He continued, a sudden realization dawning on him. The boxers of Dolman just came by. 3 imposing figures, clearly professional pugilists, filled the next panel. Their physiques spoke of years of rigorous training and brutal combat. One had a striking shock of white hair, another a thick, reddish beard. The narration box explained their actions. They launched a one-sided assault under the pretext of real combat experience. The scene shifted to show the aftermath of the attack. Despite the brutal nature of the assault, the damage was surprisingly minimal. "But because they only gave us minor bruises." The narration box continued, explaining the frustrating outcome. "The instructors can't send in any official complaints." The blonde young man's face was a mask of frustrated fury. His voice, tight with barely controlled rage, echoed Kante's sentiments. "Dolman! Those F***curs!" Park Kante, his face obscured by shadow, clenched his fists, a surge of rage coursing through him. He vowed, "I'll kill them all." A powerful figure emerged from the shadows, his face etched with fury. This was a man of imposing stature, his gray hair contrasting sharply with his tan skin and muscular build. He wore a simple vest and trousers, his expression one of simmering rage. He stood over a group of smaller, seemingly weaker men, one of whom held a knife, ready for a confrontation. The powerful man's face contorted further in a grimace of disgust and fury. He unleashed a torrent of abuse at one of the men, spitting out the words, "You dumb piece of sh*t." With a swift, brutal movement, the powerful man launched a devastating blow. The impact sending the smaller man sprawling to the ground. He bellowed, "If you lost, that's all it is." The powerful man pounded his chest, a display of raw power and barely contained fury. One of the smaller men, his face a mask of defiance, asked, "Are you angry?" The narrator observes that the boxers competing are merely apprentices. Despite their inexperience, years of communal living and harsh training forged a strong bond among them. A bond evident in the determined expression of one young boxer with blonde hair. This shared experience transcended the simple competition. The text explains that they developed a strong bond. The narrative shifts, explaining that the match evolved beyond a mere spectacle for the townsfolk. It was no longer just a local event or a battle of pride for Godolph alone. The scene changes to show two powerful figures, a stern-looking man with a beard and another man in fine clothing holding a wineglass, observing the match. A shadowy figure with gray hair and intense eyes appears, adding to the growing tension. The focus shifts to a group of muscular men, including the blonde-haired boxer from earlier, suggesting a rivalry between boxing schools. The final panel reveals that the match has escalated into a battle of pride between two rival schools. For days after his death, Park Kante finds himself in the Aegis Territory Stadium. The stadium is a simple, outdoor arena, surrounded by a crowd of spectators eagerly awaiting the pugilist games. Among the crowd, a man observes, commenting that half the town seems to be present. Meanwhile, three young men, including Park Kante, are offered herbal tea to relax and energize them before their upcoming matches. An official instructs the fighters to raise two fingers if they believe they will lose, emphasizing that losing pride is preferable to losing limbs. The order of the matches is announced: Kijo, Torres, and finally, Kali. As Kijo prepares for his match, a wave of nervousness washes over him. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a gladiatorial arena. His opponent, a blonde young man, stands ready. Kante, his body bearing the scars of a life lived on the edge, questions his fate, muttering, "I'm the first one to go?" A gruff, older man, his face etched with experience, offers a curt farewell, "Good luck." The blonde man, his eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and determination, prepares to face Kante. The blonde man, whose name is Kiju, issues a warning to Kante: "Don't let them approach you, got it?" Kante, confused and frustrated, retorts, "Dimwit. Are you dumb? How do I hit them if they're not near?" Kiju, clearly exasperated, snaps back, "Dumb asterisk asterisk, listen to me." Kiju reveals a surprising fact: Kante's opponent is an Aegis training school apprentice boxer. The crowd roars, chanting "Win! Keju! Aegis! Aegis!" Kante, witnessing the size and skill of his opponent, is taken aback. He thinks, so tall, is he really a trainee? Kante, despite his apprehension, steps into the arena, determined to fight. He mutters, "Grr, damn it." The chapter opens with a close-up of a powerfully built man, his face etched with the marks of countless battles. A caption proclaims him the reigning victor of 14 matches from the Dolmen Training School. The scene shifts, introducing Boxer Baith, a figure radiating an almost supernatural energy. He strides into the arena, a whirlwind of motion. His powerful legs carrying him with effortless grace. Readying himself for the fight ahead. Baith faces his opponent, a younger man with noticeably longer limbs. He scoffs, stating that long limbs are not an automatic advantage. The younger boxer's eyes widen in fear as Baith moves to strike. The impact is swift and decisive, the younger fighter is frozen in place. Baith lets out a triumphant laugh. From a high-angle shot, we see a group of judges observing the match. One of them comments that Baith is tall but still just a kid. Baron Godolphe just questions someone, his words hanging in the air, "Isn't that right?" Joshiv Dolment, the Baron, sat regally on his throne, a smirk playing on his lips. He exuded an air of confident expectation. Addressing Baron Dolment directly, another voice responded, "It hasn't started yet, Baron Dolment." Baron Dolment's expression shifted. His frustration was evident as he muttered to someone named Nixer, "Damn it, Nixer. I told him to send the best of the best." The command was given, "Start." Two figures clashed in a flurry of motion. A brutal exchange of blows leaving one fighter momentarily stunned. The impact of a powerful punch sending a shockwave through the arena. One of the fighters cried out in pain, "Hyphy." The crowd reacted with disgust and derision. One spectator scoffed, "And you call yourself a man? I didn't pay to see this shit." Another yelled, "Screw off." Despite the jeers, the fighter pushed himself to continue, his determination unwavering. Park Kante, his body taut with barely contained rage, stood amidst a swirling dust cloud. His opponent, a figure shrouded in shadow, taunted him, "T, why don't they give it a go then? Who can't fight with just words?" The taunts ceased abruptly as Kante's opponent launched a swift attack. "How long are you going to run?" A powerful fist shot out, aimed directly at the opponent's head. Connecting with a resounding impact. The opponent staggered back, his eyes wide with surprise. Kante pressed his advantage, his movements a blur of calculated strikes. He moved with the grace of a seasoned fighter, despite his past as a gang member. His opponent, clearly outmatched, tried to defend himself, but Kante's skill was superior. A brutal counterattack sending him reeling. A flurry of blows leaving him vulnerable. And finally, a crushing blow to the stomach left him gasping for air. Kante watched his fallen opponent with a cold satisfaction. He fell for such an easy feint. So weak. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a brutal pugilist match. His opponent, a powerfully built man, unleashes a swift kick, sending Kante sprawling. From the sidelines, three men watch with grim expressions. One of them shouts, "Kijo!" Kante's opponent, victorious, raises his arms in triumph. Kante lies defeated on the ground. From the crowd, a voice rings out, "And you call that boxing? Hurry up and get up." Another man, enraged, yells, "Go throw yourself off a ditch at this point." Kante, battered and bruised, lies defeated, a desperate thought crossing his mind, "No way. How am I supposed to win this?" His despair deepens as he considers giving up. The numbers 10, 9, 8 appear, counting down. The countdown continues, and Kante contemplates, "What if I just give up?" The scene shifts to a grand hall where several figures, including a large, angry man with a beard, observe the match. Kante's opponent watches him with a grim expression. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. He stands opposite a formidable opponent, a seasoned fighter with a muscular build and hardened expression. A question mark hangs in the air, reflecting Kante's uncertainty. A silent contemplation of the stakes. The weight of his potential failure presses down on him, the thought of losing without landing a single blow fills him with dread. He knew this match held significant consequences. The fear of expulsion from the arena, a place where he's trying to revive his boxing dream, grips him. His eyes widen, reflecting his inner turmoil. The pressure is immense. But his opponent, seemingly unfazed, observes him with a hint of amusement. A voice cuts through the silence, a casual assessment of Kante's fighting spirit. A question that stings Kante's pride. The opponent's smirk is a clear provocation. Kante's fists clench, his resolve hardening. A defiant retort explodes from him, a declaration of his identity and his refusal to be underestimated. He is a boxer, too. But a moment of self-control follows. He reminds himself to follow his instructor's strategy, a calculated approach to the fight. He calls out a name, a tactical command. A sudden interruption. A new character, a man with gray hair and a stern expression, approaches Kante. He's heard about Kante's recent loss. Confirming the news and revealing his knowledge of the fight. The gray-haired man's words carry a weight of unspoken judgment. His uncertainty is palpable. The gray-haired man offers an assessment, suggesting the fight was winnable. The scene ends on a note of reflection and potential. A seasoned coach, his face etched with the wisdom of countless battles, addressed his pupil. He pointed a finger, emphasizing his words, "Since you have advantageous features as a boxer. Large stature and long limbs." The young boxer, his brow furrowed in concentration, listened intently. The coach continued, his tone shifting to a critical assessment, "You seem to be unable to utilize your assets. You most likely lost your calm and rushed in." A series of rapid images flashed before his eyes, showing his opponent's swift movements and his own reactive, desperate attempts to defend. The coach's voice cut through the memory, "And let Callie get near you." The coach's words painted a vivid picture of the previous fight, a close-up of the two boxers locked in a fierce exchange, the younger one visibly strained and overwhelmed. The coach, observing from a distance, tapped his temple thoughtfully. He warned, his voice low and serious, "If you let that happen in this match too, you have no chances of winning." The young boxer, taking a deep breath, focused on the coach's next instruction, "Remain calm at all times." The scene shifted to the young boxer's perspective, his face grim with determination. He clenched his fists, a silent promise forming in his mind. The coach's voice echoed in his thoughts, "Don't get scared." He repeated the mantra to himself, steeling his resolve, "Don't let them approach you." The young boxer, now brimming with newfound confidence, moved with a calculated grace. The final piece of advice from his coach resonated within him, "Ambush the opponent attacking you." A close-up revealed a man's face, a cruel smile stretching across his lips. His eyes gleamed with a predatory light, anticipation radiating from him. A blur of motion as he unleashed a powerful punch. The force of the blow creating a shockwave that rippled outwards, sending his opponent flying backwards. A sickening thud as he crashed to the ground. Blood gushing from his nose and mouth as he lay defeated. Three other men watched, their expressions a mixture of awe and concern. One of them shouted, "Kijo!" Kijo, the man who had delivered the devastating blow, muttered to himself, "My fist." His eyes widened in surprise, a look of dawning realization washing over his face. He seemed both exhausted and exhilarated. Park Kante, sweat beading on his brow, gritted his teeth. His body screamed in protest, but his eyes burned with a fierce determination. He would not give up, he would prove that his fist still held power. A fierce, almost feral grin spreading across his face as he channeled the last of his strength into one final, desperate punch. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal attack. Blood sprayed from his nose as he gasped for air. Clutching his injured shoulder, his vision blurring. He muttered, his voice barely a whisper, about his fist. as a young man with short, dark hair watched him with wide, fearful eyes. Dust swirled around them, the aftermath of the violent clash. The word fist echoing in the air, a testament to Kante's lingering regret. A manic grin spread across the young man's face. Sweat beaded on his brow, but his eyes gleamed with a strange, unsettling excitement. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a desperate situation. His life, once filled with the thrill of the ring, now hung precariously in the balance. A blur of motion as he desperately tried to evade his attackers. The speed of his movements was almost supernatural. But the blows landed nonetheless. A grunt escaped his lips as he braced himself for the impact. A blinding flash of light erupted from the point of contact. The force of the attack was immense. Kante's gang, witnessing the brutal attack, watched with a mixture of fear and morbid fascination. Their faces reflected a range of emotions. As a narration box explained the transformation Kante was undergoing, all the unnecessary strengths are gone from the muscle so his punches are flexible. His fighting style was evolving. A narration box continued, highlighting the increased threat level. The attacks are much more threatening compared to his fight before. His opponents were clearly taken aback. As the narration box concluded, just like. The implication was clear, Kante was becoming something more than human. A glowing green mantis emerged from Kante's body, its form radiating power. This was a manifestation of his newfound abilities. A powerful blow landed, sending his opponent reeling. Kante's transformation was complete, and he was ready to fight. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. He faces his opponent, a nimble fighter whose speed surprises him. A real mantis, Kante thinks, acknowledging the opponent's agility. He was prepared for a tough fight, but the opponent's speed is proving to be a significant challenge. The opponent's attacks are too quick, too precise for Kante to easily counter. Kante's face is grim, his muscles tense as he braces for the next blow. Defense proves difficult. Kante realizes he needs a new strategy. I just have to hit harder after being hit. He decides, gritting his teeth. Kante throws a powerful counterpunch, his fist a blur of motion. The force behind the blow is evident in the way the air itself seems to crackle with energy. The opponent, caught off guard, stumbles back. Kante presses his advantage, unleashing a flurry of blows. A relentless barrage that forces the opponent to the ground. Kante's raw power is overwhelming. The opponent, however, is not defeated. A sinister grin spreads across his face as a strange energy begins to emanate from him. A green aura surrounds him, hinting at a hidden power. Kante's eyes widen in surprise as he realizes the fight is far from over. The opponent unleashes a powerful counterattack, a blinding flash of green energy hurtling towards Kante. Kante is caught off guard by the sudden surge of power, and is sent flying backwards, crashing to the ground. The chapter ends with Kante's defeat. Park Kante, his body lean and wiry despite the dirt caking his skin, landed a swift blow. His opponent, a hulking brute, crumpled to the ground, blood trickling from a freshly broken nose. He gasped, sweat plastering his dark hair to his forehead. A triumphant grin stretched across his face, though exhaustion etched itself into his features. Kante caught sight of two figures watching from the shadows, a younger man with blonde hair and a larger, older man with gray hair and a scar across his eyebrow. The older man's gaze was intense, unwavering. The older man's expression was one of quiet assessment, a hint of something akin to respect in his eyes. Kante, his breath ragged, could barely speak. Blood still dripped from his mouth. A shaky whisper escaped his lips, I won. Tears streamed down his face as he raised a triumphant fist, a raw, visceral joy erupting from him. From a distance, the scene of the match was observed by a crowd gathered in a makeshift arena. A voice, filled with a mixture of concern and amusement, echoed through the air, "Oh dear. What to do?" Baron Dolmont, a jovial figure with a full beard and a goblet of wine in hand, beamed with unrestrained glee. His apprentice had emerged victorious from the pugilist match. He exclaimed, his voice booming with pride, that his apprentice had won. The Baron's laughter echoed through the room, a hearty and unrestrained sound that filled the space. As he celebrated with his companions. Amidst the revelry, someone reminded him that there were still 2 more matches to go. Meanwhile, a man with a concerned expression, possibly a member of Dolman's entourage, issued a quiet instruction to someone named Valkyrian, to send a message to Nixer. A young woman with fiery red hair and piercing green eyes watched the scene unfold from the sidelines. Her expression was cold and devoid of empathy. She didn't care if the fighters died, all that mattered was victory. Her callous words hung in the air. Baron Dolmont, his jovial demeanor replaced by a calculating coldness, revealed the stakes: those who lost would be sent to the mines. This harsh decree was overheard by 2 other men, one of whom looked visibly distressed by the news. One of the men confirmed that everyone had heard the Baron's statement, emphasizing that while the Baron had declared losers would be sent to the mines, he was currently intoxicated. The other man, seemingly resigned to the situation, stated that he would try to reason with the Baron later, warning that things could become dangerous. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His opponent, a powerfully built man, dismisses him with a dismissive, "No need for that." Undeterred, Kang-tae's eyes burn with determination as he silently vows, "I'll win." Kang-tae's opponent, whose name is revealed to be Torres, towers over him, his imposing physique a stark contrast to Kang-tae's smaller frame. Torres' gaze is intense, his eyes glowing with an inner fire. He observes Kang-tae, muttering, "What a fighting spirit." Despite his resolve, a flicker of apprehension crosses Kang-tae's face. He thinks to himself, but that man named Manga. Kang-tae's fear is justified as a new, imposing figure appears. This is Manga, whose skills are described as incomparable to Baith. A close-up on Kang-tae's face shows his growing fear and anxiety. Manga steps forward, addressing Kang-tae with a warning, "Let me warn you, I am different from Baith." Manga's expression is grim, his eyes cold and calculating. He adds, "If you don't want to get hurt, give up now." Kang-tae, however, remains defiant, his fighting spirit undeterred. He snarls back, "Shut up and come at me, geezer." Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His body, a whirlwind of motion, launched a devastating uppercut. The force of the blow sending his opponent reeling backwards. His opponent crashed to the ground, the impact echoing through the arena, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. The crowd watched, a mixture of shock and awe etched on their faces. Kang-tae, breathing heavily, felt a surge of adrenaline. He had done it. He was boxing again. But his triumph was short-lived. A swift counterattack left him vulnerable. A brutal blow connecting with his jaw. He staggered, his vision blurring. And then, he collapsed, the fight abruptly ending. Park Kang-tae, his body a canvas of scars and sweat, unleashed a brutal, swift blow against his opponent. The force of the impact sent a shockwave rippling through the air. The sheer power of the strike sending his adversary sprawling to the ground. Blood splattered across the dusty arena floor. Kang-tae followed up with a crushing stomp, the earth trembling beneath his powerful foot. Kang-tae's opponent, dazed but not defeated, retaliated with a furious punch, his knuckles cracking against the air. Kang-tae countered with a devastating blow of his own, a perfectly timed strike that met his opponent's attack head-on. The impact exploding in a blinding flash of light and energy. The force of the collision sent both fighters reeling. Kang-tae, however, managed to maintain his footing, his eyes burning with fierce determination. A final, decisive blow landed, sending his opponent crashing to the ground in defeat. The crowd erupted in cheers, their joyous shouts echoing through the arena as Kang-tae stood victorious, his dream of boxing finally realized in this pugilist world. A voice cuts through the celebration, "How about it?" A bloodied grin stretched across Park Kang-tae's face. His opponent, a formidable figure with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, loomed over him. "Come to your senses yet," the blonde man taunted. Kang-tae, despite the pain evident in his battered body, clenched his fists. Even with his strength waning, he refused to show weakness. The blonde man's voice echoed in his ears, "Even if you feel like collapsing, you need to act like you're winning." The blonde man continued, his words sharp and precise, "It's like facing an active soldier." The blonde man's confident demeanor faltered slightly. He muttered, "I'll take back what I said." With surprising speed, Kang-tae launched a powerful counterattack. A blur of motion as his fist connected with the blonde man's jaw. Kang-tae's eyes narrowed in focus as he prepared for the next blow. He muttered, "Humph. This slow swing won't." The impact of his strike sent a shockwave through the blonde man's body. A devastating blow that left the blonde man reeling. The blonde man collapsed to the ground, a crimson stain spreading across the dusty earth. Blood dripped from his mouth. Kang-tae, panting heavily, registered the referee's call. Using elbows is a foul. The victory was bittersweet. Park Kang-tae, his body a canvas of cuts and bruises, glared defiantly. His bare chest, a testament to his physical prowess, heaved with ragged breaths. Blood trickled from a wound on his hand, staining his makeshift bandages. His opponent, a burly man with fiery red hair, dismissed Kang-tae's injuries with a dismissive wave. "Just a common accident during matches," he stated, his tone suggesting a lack of concern. He continued, offering a condescending pat on Kang-tae's shoulder, "Think of it as a learning experience." Kang-tae's jaw clenched. He ran a hand through his sweat-soaked hair, his eyes burning with a mixture of frustration and determination. A surge of anger coursed through him, fueling a burning resolve within his soul. "So that's how you're going to play." The chapter opens with a muscular man, his back to the viewer, his shoulders and arms taut with barely contained tension. His gaze is fixed on something unseen, a grim determination etched onto his face. A close-up reveals a hand, heavily bandaged and stained with blood. The number 18 floats in a thought bubble above it. Two figures lie sprawled on the ground, one atop the other. Both are shirtless, their bodies bruised and bloodied. One is clearly dead, the other barely alive. The dying man's thoughts surface. 18 boxers fell from my fists. Even if I couldn't become a ranked boxer, I pride myself as a veteran boxer. But this brat. A younger, more agile boxer unleashes a blindingly fast punch. A mere apprentice boxer, yet his blow is powerful enough to send a shockwave through the air. The impact sends the older boxer flying backwards, defeated. Park Kante, his face bloodied but his eyes burning with fierce determination, stood defiant amidst a flurry of dust and debris. His opponent, a burly figure with blonde hair and a beard, lay stunned on the ground. The crowd watched in disbelief as Kante remained unyielding. A voice, filled with astonishment, echoed through the arena. Why isn't he going down? The blonde-haired boxer, his mouth bleeding, struggled to comprehend Kante's resilience. The spectators roared their approval, their excitement escalating with each blow. Ha ha ha. They're like wild boars. Get him. Keep punching. One spectator, impressed by Kante's brutal yet effective fighting style, muttered, he's barbaric but astonishingly powerful. Another spectator, awestruck by Kante's raw strength, whispered, he's on a different level. Kante unleashed a devastating blow, connecting with his opponent's jaw with a resounding crack. The impact sent the blonde-haired boxer flying backwards. With a final, powerful strike, Kante ended the match, leaving his opponent defeated and dazed. A spray of blood erupted as Park Kante, a former boxer-turned-gang member, met his violent end. His body contorted in a final, agonizing scream. But in a twist of fate, he awoke in a world where his boxing dreams could be realized. A pugilist arena loomed before him, the scene of his second chance. Park Kante, now going by the alias Torres, stood over his defeated opponent. A man's voice boomed from the sidelines, good job, Torres. It was an excellent match, meeting the expectations of the audience. Torres, exhausted but victorious, sank onto a nearby stool, his breathing ragged. Sweat dripped from his brow as he struggled to catch his breath. A stark reminder of the brutal intensity of the match. Another boxer, a young man with blonde hair, watched him from a distance, a mixture of admiration and something else in his eyes. The blonde boxer's gaze lingered on Torres, a silent question hanging in the air. A muscular, dark-haired man, his body bearing the marks of past battles, slumped against the ground, his breath ragged. Beside him stood a younger, blonde man, his expression a mixture of concern and determination. The older man's voice, though barely a whisper, carried a weight of expectation, the honor of all victory. Is in your hands? The blonde man's jaw tightened, a fierce glint in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. He was ready. His voice, though low, held an unshakable resolve, I'll finish this off. The blonde young man, his body lean but powerful, stood ready. Dust swirled around his feet as he prepared himself for the final match. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena, now. The final boxers of the competition. Boxer from Dolmont with a record of 11 victories. The crowd roared as the announcer continued, and the young boxer of ages. Burrito. Burrito, the blonde young man, stood poised in the ring. He was small compared to his opponent, but his eyes burned with fierce determination. From the stands, a voice echoed, filled with disbelief, boo. What are you thinking? He looks smaller than my child. A man, his face etched with worry, watched intently. The words, win, Cali, hung in the air, a silent plea. He covered his mouth in shock as he took in the scene before him, a young woman with vibrant red hair, bound and seemingly distressed, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. A single question mark floated above her head, mirroring her unspoken query. The man's concern deepened as he addressed the bound woman, Valkyrin, you know him? Valkyrin, her expression grim, explained, it was training to avoid rocks being thrown at him. A gruff voice boomed from the shadows, ha! How puny! The scene shifted to reveal a powerful-looking man, his words laced with arrogance, I must admit I've let my guard down, but that brat looks too easy to beat. Another man chuckled, of course. You'd need at least one victory to save face. Ha ha ha. Valkyrin smirked, a glint in her eyes. She uttered a single word, Cali. The scene transitioned to a boxing arena. A young, blonde boxer stood opposite a larger, more muscular opponent, poised for battle. The blonde boxer, Cali, prepared to unleash his power. Park Kante, a former boxer-turned-gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His opponent, a powerfully built man with graying hair and a scarred face, stands before him, his stance radiating aggression. Sorry, but I can't let you off easily, the opponent growls, his words a prelude to the impending fight. The fight begins with a blur of motion. Kante, surprisingly agile, launches a swift attack. A flurry of punches that sends shockwaves through the air. Kante's attack connects, landing a solid blow against his opponent's jaw. The impact is clearly felt, but the opponent remains standing. His eyes widening in surprise as he realizes Kante's speed. "He's faster than I thought," he exclaims. The fight continues, a whirlwind of blows exchanged between the two combatants. Kante maintains his aggressive stance, but his opponent's experience is evident. He is forced to maintain a cautious distance. Recognizing the danger of close combat. This distance is dangerous, he thinks to himself. Kante presses his attack, his movements quick and precise. His opponent, however, is able to anticipate and block many of his strikes. Frustrated by his opponent's defensive prowess. "This bastard is blocking my movements," he thinks, his frustration growing. Kante notices a pattern in his opponent's defense, realizing a strategic weakness. He sees an opening and anticipates his opponent's next move. "He's planning on finishing me off in the corner," he realizes. Park Kante, a young man with blonde hair, braced himself, his knuckles white as he muttered to himself, "I have to avoid that at all costs." His opponent, a powerfully built man with silver hair, easily deflected Kante's blow. Dismissively, he declared, "Too weak." A group of onlookers shouted their disapproval, urging the silver-haired man to fight fairly. "Fight properly. The opponent is just a kid," they yelled. Another spectator scoffed, "11 victories my ass. Where's the punch?" The silver-haired man, unimpressed, simply grunted, Kante, despite his injuries, challenged him with a smirk, "I thought that you won't let me off easily?" He taunted his opponent, "Why don't you try punching for once?" The silver-haired man's eyes narrowed. He scoffed, "TSK. Using the audience. I don't know what you're trying to do. But it's only expediting your defeat." With a ferocious expression, the silver-haired man launched a powerful counterattack. Park Kante's eyes blazed with an intense, almost supernatural light. A surge of energy crackled within him, radiating outward from his pupils. He coiled his body, muscles tense, before unleashing a devastating punch. A blinding flash of golden energy erupting from his fist. Connecting with his opponent with bone-jarring force. The impact sent shockwaves through the air. Kante followed up with a swift kick, his movements a blur of motion. The force of the blow sending his opponent reeling back, leaving him stunned and disoriented. The onlookers watched in shocked silence. Their mouths hung open, eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed the raw power displayed by Kante. Even his opponent, a seasoned pugilist, was left speechless, his expression a mixture of awe and fear. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, questioning Kante's true capabilities. One spectator voiced their astonishment, "Is he really an apprentice?" A furious man, his face contorted in anger, bellowed at someone named Verito, calling him an *Theod. He slammed his fist on a wooden surface, his rage escalating as he lamented his inability to even land a punch against a feeble child. A mere scrawny apprentice boxer. A woman with fiery red hair and piercing green eyes chuckled, observing the scene. She mused that he wasn't just any ordinary apprentice boxer. She urged him to prove himself, to show everyone that he was more than just a typical boxer. And then, she uttered a single name, Kali. A powerful blow landed, the force rippling through the air. The impact was clearly felt by the opponent. As the blonde boxer, Park Kante, observed his adversary's fighting style. He always starts with a jab from the right. The opponent, a seasoned fighter with gray hair, countered with a swift strike. A brutal blow aimed at Kante's face. The force of the impact was immense. Kante, however, anticipated the move. He dodged with practiced ease, countering with a right uppercut. A precise strike that landed squarely on his opponent's jaw. Kante's opponent, winded, questioned his strategy. He felt he was taking too many hits. His opponent's observation was correct, but his strategy was flawed. He couldn't win without landing a hit. Kante realized that his opponent's defensive strategy was merely buying time. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. He questions the timing of his current situation, his thoughts echoing the regret of a dream left behind. Needing time to observe his opponent's movements and analyze their patterns. The scene shows a tense standoff between Kante and his opponent, a muscular man with graying hair, as they circle each other. Kante focuses on his opponent's footwork, noting the subtle shifts in weight that prepare for the next move. Analyzing the shoulders, chest, and waist. That move to prepare for the upcoming punch. Allowing him to deduce the pattern for a counterattack. The intensity of the match is palpable. Kante's opponent unleashes a powerful punch. But Kante, despite his doubts about his physical resilience, braces himself for the impact. The scene shifts to a flashback, showing a younger Kante training intensely on a punching bag. His determination is evident, but a worry crosses his face as he questions if his body can endure the rigors of professional boxing. Park Kang-tae, his blonde hair a stark contrast to his hardened gaze, felt a surge of power. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, reflecting the intensity of his focus. He muttered to himself, convinced that his past experience and newfound visual acuity would be enough to overcome this challenge. A fierce energy crackling around him as he braced himself for the oncoming attack. His opponent, a muscular man with graying hair, launched a powerful punch. But Kang-tae, with surprising speed and agility, dodged the blow, his footwork precise and deadly. A wave of realization washed over him, it was possible. Kang-tae countered with a lightning-fast strike, his fist a blur of motion. The force of his blow sending shockwaves through the air. His opponent staggered back. A spray of blood erupting from his nose as he recoiled from the impact. Kang-tae pressed his advantage, landing another devastating blow that sent his opponent reeling. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Kang-tae's movements were a whirlwind of power and precision, each strike perfectly timed and executed. The final blow leaving his opponent completely incapacitated. The onlookers gasped, their shock palpable. He had hit twice. One of the spectators, a man with short brown hair, stared in disbelief. His thoughts echoed the sentiment of the crowd, it was true. The realization dawned on the onlookers, the blonde boxer was meticulously studying his opponent's movements, anticipating his next attack. With a swift, calculated move, the blonde boxer unleashed a devastating blow, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. The impact echoing through the arena as dust and debris flew into the air. Groaning in pain, the defeated boxer struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. What happened? He gasped, his face bloodied and bruised. The victor, his breath ragged, cautioned his opponent. Don't get up. His own hand trembling from the exertion. He admitted to himself, my hand couldn't take on his weight. A spectral image of bones flickered within his hand, a visual representation of his limited strength. He muttered, at most, I can use my right hand once. With a guttural roar, the defeated boxer launched a desperate counterattack. But the blonde boxer's superior skill and precision proved too much. His final blow landed with earth-shattering force. Park Kang-tae, his face bloodied and his breathing ragged, wiped blood from his nose. He was clearly exhausted, the strain of the fight etched onto his battered body. Across from him stood his opponent, a younger man with blonde hair, his fists clenched, ready for the next attack. The younger boxer's stance was aggressive, a stark contrast to Kang-tae's weary posture. Kang-tae, despite his injuries, glared at his opponent. You rat, he snarled, I'll crush you. Kang-tae's thoughts turned inward. No matter how fast his opponent was, he would find a way to win. With a burst of unexpected speed, Kang-tae launched a powerful counterattack, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. The blonde boxer, caught off guard, cried out in pain as Kang-tae's fist connected. Dust filled the air as the impact reverberated through the arena. The blonde boxer's face was contorted in agony. Kang-tae, seizing the opportunity, delivered a final, devastating blow. It's all over once they can't see, he thought, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. From a distance, a woman with vibrant red hair watched the fight, her expression a mixture of concern and disdain. It's his fault for letting it happen, she muttered. Beside her sat a man in a fine blue coat, his expression smug and uncaring. It's normal for sand to get on hands when they fall, he remarked, his tone dismissive. Park Kang-tae, his face etched with frustration, slumped against a wall. He muttered to himself, unable to adapt to this new style of boxing. A blur of motion indicated a swift attack was underway. A powerful blow landed squarely on Kang-tae's face, sending him reeling. He was sent flying backwards, crashing to the ground with a thud. His opponent, a man with silver hair and a fierce expression, sneered, like *tch. Kang-tae, winded and defeated, struggled to his knees. He groaned in pain as he tried to stand. The silver-haired man stood over him, ready to continue the fight. The silver-haired man declared, it's over. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer-turned-gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist game, his past life flashing before his eyes as he runs towards his opponent. His face is grim, sweat dripping down his brow as he focuses on the upcoming fight. The weight of his past regrets fuels his determination. He clenches his fists, his knuckles white, a silent promise to himself echoing in the tense atmosphere. Calm down, he mutters, trying to control his racing heart. Suddenly, a surge of energy envelopes him, transforming him into a blazing blue figure of pure power. The transformation is complete, his analysis of his opponent is already done. He stands ready, a warrior reborn. A golden aura surrounds him, highlighting his powerful physique. He is ready to fight. His opponent, a powerful, ethereal blue figure, charges forward. Kang-tae meets the attack head-on, his movements a blur of motion. With a swift jab from the right, he counters his opponent's attack. A blinding flash of light erupted as Park Kang-tae, the former boxer-turned-gang member, unleashed a devastating blow. The force of his punch connecting with his opponent's face with bone-jarring impact. A sound of impact echoing through the arena as the opponent reeled from the force. Blood spurting from his nose and mouth as he staggered back, his vision blurring. A brutal blow leaving him disoriented and vulnerable. Kang-tae's opponent, a burly figure with blonde hair, roared in defiance, his body trembling with rage. But Kang-tae's relentless assault continued, a flurry of blows raining down on him. Each strike precise and powerful, leaving the blonde man defeated and bleeding on the ground. Kang-tae stood victorious, his chest heaving, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. From the sidelines, a young woman with vibrant red hair watched in stunned silence, her eyes wide with disbelief. A young woman with vibrant red hair mused silently, her thoughts trailing off into the distance. She had journeyed far. And now, a look of dawning comprehension and slight alarm crossed her features. Meanwhile, a young blonde man, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, gasped for air. His words, a raw expression of his feelings, hung heavy in the air. To feel this. The intensity of his emotion was palpable. A gruff voice boomed, cutting through the silence. You brats! A large hand descended, roughly placing itself on the blonde young man's head. He winced, his eyes widening in a mixture of pain and surprise. As the voice continued, a mixture of disbelief and amusement coloring its tone, to think you'd all win. Following the matches, Baron Dolman fled the territory in a hasty retreat. Adolphe, in a gesture of generosity, rewarded the victorious team with a lavish barbecue feast. The young blonde man, along with his teammates, devoured the feast with gusto, their earlier exhaustion forgotten in the face of such bounty. The season of harvest had arrived. A vast field of golden crops stretched out under a clear autumn sky. A lone scarecrow stood watch in the distance. Crates overflowing with freshly harvested sweet potatoes were being moved. The crates were roughly handled, causing one of the workers to exclaim in frustration, "Damn it! Do they think we're farmers?" Another worker, a powerfully built man with blonde hair, approached the complaining man. He calmly said, "Don't complain that much." The blonde man continued, his tone thoughtful, "This, in a way, is muscle training." He smiled, a confident glint in his eyes, as he surveyed his surroundings. A young man, his face etched with frustration, stared at a crate overflowing with sweet potatoes. He exclaimed, incredulously, that they couldn't possibly think they were farmers. His ragged clothing and weary posture spoke volumes about the grueling nature of his current task. A curt rebuke silenced his complaints. He was told not to complain so much. 2 months after a significant boxing match against an opponent named Dolman, the scene shifted to reveal two men working alongside each other, amidst crates of sweet potatoes. The blonde man, his body visibly more muscular, declared that this strenuous labor was, in a way, muscle training. Over time, Callie's physique underwent a significant transformation. He now carried a crate of what appeared to be coal, his expression one of grim determination. Park Kang-tae, a young man with a lean, muscular build, accepted some potatoes from a farmer. He thanked the man, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. As another farmer inquired if he planned to attend the Duke Wistry's Harvest Festival. Kang-tae's companion, a slightly stockier young man with short, green hair, responded that they were only apprentices and couldn't leave until after another year. Kang-tae expressed his disappointment, revealing that he had hoped to see his friends' boxing matches again. As they walked away, Kang-tae's companion continued the conversation, explaining that the highlight of the Harvest Festival was the boxing matches, and that their master was one of Duke Wistry's vassals. A scene depicting two boxers, Dolman and Aegist, competing under the Duke's sponsorship, was shown to Kang-tae. He was informed that Dolman was currently in the lead. Kang-tae's companion reminded him that he had been seriously injured in a past boxing match. A pensive look crossed Kang-tae's face as he recalled the incident. And the scene shifted to Aegist's estate, where a worried Aegist was shown in his guest receiving room. A young man, his face obscured, pleaded with his master, "Please, just another year, master." His master, an older man with blonde hair and a distinguished air, responded, "I was prepared for the match last year, but luck also followed." A letter came from the Duke. The master, now alone, mused, "He must have heard of our victory last time." A troubled expression crossed his face as he continued his internal monologue. "As much as I want to give you more time, Duke Wistry wishes to see those 3 apprentices." He picked up a letter, a wax seal gleaming on the envelope. The young man, observing the letter, thought, Duke Wistry is one of the largest 5 dukes of the kingdom. There's no way to decline. He then informed his master, "We'll leave the day after tomorrow. Make sure to get ready." The master, pointing a finger, declared, "From now on, those 3 are official boxers." A fiery symbol appeared, and the master commanded, "Brand them." Park Kang-tae, a former gang member, sits dejectedly on a barrel. His body is shrouded in shadow, his face obscured, reflecting his despair after a life cut short. The faint glow of a burning torch, etched with a stylized A, hints at a new beginning. A brand, a stylized A, is visible on his shoulder. It's a mark of something new, a path he's yet to fully understand. Kante, now with blonde hair and a determined expression, is shown chained. Despite his confinement, a flicker of hope ignites within him. The thought of boxing again, of pursuing his abandoned dream, sustains him. But if I can still box, he thinks. A tranquil landscape unfolds, a stark contrast to Kante's previous environment. The scene suggests a journey, a transition to a new chapter in his life. A carriage, escorted by guards, travels along a country road. Kante is among them, his presence hinting at a change in his status. Someone congratulates Kante on becoming an official boxer. His expression is one of quiet surprise, perhaps disbelief. The close-up on Kante's neck reveals the lock on his collar, a reminder of his past life and the unexpected turn his future has taken. A woman with vibrant red hair, seated in the carriage, speaks to Kante. She informs him that his new position grants him the honor of walking alongside a noble. That, you get the honor to walk right beside a noble, she says, a hint of amusement in her tone. Park Kante, a man with a past as a gang member and a yearning for his abandoned boxing dream, now finds himself chained and under the watchful gaze of a striking woman with crimson hair. Her expression is one of amusement, perhaps even a hint of condescension, as she observes him. Kante and another similarly chained young man share a look of apprehension as they approach a large, ornate door. The second man's wide eyes betray his nervousness. Kante, however, seems more contemplative, a question mark floating above his head. The crimson-haired woman, from her position behind the door, addresses Kante. She notes his transformation, implying a change in his circumstances, and instructs him to showcase his progress at an upcoming festival. The other chained man, captivated by the woman's beauty, openly admires her, commenting on her striking appearance. Kante, though also impressed, focuses on a more objective assessment of her beauty, noting her crimson hair and luscious lips from afar. A series of images flash before Kante's eyes, showcasing the woman's beauty from various angles. He silently acknowledges her undeniable attractiveness. The other chained man, still awestruck, expresses his surprise to his companion, questioning the situation. His companion, however, reveals a secret: their master has a particular interest in Kante. The other man's face darkens as he reveals this unsettling truth, a stark contrast to his previous jovial demeanor. A sense of unease settles over the scene. Suddenly, the other man experiences a breakthrough, exclaiming his sudden understanding of the situation. A carriage, drawn by 6 white horses, rolled along a dark mountain path. 2 guards flanked the carriage on either side, their armor glinting faintly in the dim light. Inside, 3 prisoners, chained together, grumbled. One, with spiky green hair, complained about the rough journey. "Damn it, why are we using the mountain path? I'm getting bit all over." Another prisoner, with blonde hair, voiced a more serious concern. "Who knew that the bridge fell due to rain? What if we meet bandits?" A third, unseen prisoner, responded, "It's faster in the mountains. Azalea, you go to sleep first." Azalea, a young woman with vibrant red hair, yawned widely, clearly exhausted. A man with blonde hair and a beard, dressed in fine clothes, watched her from the carriage entrance. He then addressed the driver, "We'll depart first thing in the morning." The blonde man and the driver, now outside the carriage, discussed their situation. The blonde man explained, "The bandits are at a rampage because it's harvest season. It'd be best to leave as soon as possible. And I'm paying your wages to fight the bandits." Suddenly, the sounds of approaching bandits echoed through the trees. The blonde man's face was etched with worry. Park Kante, his eyes blazing with an unnatural red glow, felt a sudden, chilling presence. He was chained alongside 2 other slaves, their faces etched with fear. Something moved in the nearby shrubs, causing one of them to cry out in alarm. Kante urged them to flee. But their escape was interrupted by a furious baron, who angrily rebuked Kante for daring to disturb him. The baron, enraged, unleashed a swift attack, striking down Kante with brutal efficiency. As the baron prepared to deliver a killing blow, a flurry of projectiles suddenly appeared, aimed at the baron. A sudden and unexpected ambush. The arrows flew towards the baron and his guards, causing chaos and panic. One of the baron's guards shouted orders to protect him, as the ambush intensified. Kante, seizing the opportunity, urged his fellow slaves to escape. As they fled, Kante noticed something extraordinary: the arrows inexplicably stopped mid-flight. A wave of shadowy figures, armed with swords and axes, emerged from the darkness, their movements swift and silent. One bandit, his face contorted in a cruel grin, led the charge, his eyes burning with malicious intent. The bandits closed in, their weapons glinting menacingly under the dim light. The soldiers braced themselves for the inevitable clash. "There's too many of them," one soldier exclaimed, his voice laced with desperation. Another soldier, his voice filled with grim determination, proposed a desperate plan: if you unlock the shackles, we'll fight together. His comrades, equally desperate, echoed his sentiment: us too. A hand, adorned with a ring, held a set of keys. The weight of the situation settled upon the holder. A quiet instruction was given: only fight the ones that get near. The heavy shackles, symbols of restraint, fell to the ground with a clang. The rain continued to fall. A clear directive was issued: our priority is to protect the Baron and the lady. Suddenly, a cloaked figure appeared, their voice cutting through the chaos: found you. Park Kangtae, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and determination, braced himself as a shadowy figure hurtled towards him, a glint of steel flashing in the dim light. Kangtae met the attack head-on, his fist a blur of motion as he unleashed a devastating blow. The force of the impact sending a shockwave rippling through the air. The hooded figure staggered back, a pained groan escaping their lips as they crashed to the ground. Kangtae, panting slightly, urged his companions to move. With a powerful surge of energy, Kangtae sent another opponent sprawling, leaving two others, chained together, to watch in stunned silence as he effortlessly dispatched their comrade. One of the chained men, a smirk playing on his lips, commented on Kangtae's ferocity. His partner, equally amazed, agreed that Kangtae's actions were far from normal. Kangtae, his mind focused, resolved to find Godolph and Azalea. He launched himself forward, a whirlwind of motion, leaving the two chained men behind. Guards surrounded a nobleman, preventing his escape. He pleaded with them to let him go, but they insisted he leave immediately. A young man, his face etched with worry, watched from a distance. Relief washed over him as he realized that Godolph was safe. But his relief was short-lived. The nobleman's desperate cry pierced the air: Azalea was still inside the carriage. He cursed under his breath: someone was already approaching. The young man raced towards the carriage, a lone figure against the darkening forest. A swordsman emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. The swordsman roared a command to stop. His face, partially obscured by an eye patch, twisted into a cruel grin. The swordsman lunged forward, his attack a blur of motion. The young man barely managed to avoid the blow, the force of the attack sending him sprawling. He watched in disbelief as the swordsman's incredible strength was displayed. Park Kangtae, his blonde hair a mess, tumbled violently to the ground, the impact jarring him. His body slammed against the earth, a cloud of dust erupting around him. A sharp intake of breath escaping his lips as he struggled to regain his bearings. Across from him, a woman with vibrant red hair stared in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. A sinister figure loomed over her, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The scene blurred as a sense of disorientation washed over Kangtae. The world seemed to spin, the sounds of the fight fading into a dull roar. His vision narrowed, focusing on a single, intense point, a wide, terrified eye, belonging to the red-haired woman. Fear, raw and palpable, radiated from her gaze. A high-pitched scream pierced the air. A large, imposing figure with a weathered face and an eye patch emerged from a carriage, cradling an unconscious woman with vibrant red hair in his arms. Her head bowed low, her face obscured. He called out a name: Azalea. Park Kangtae's eyes widened, a surge of intense emotion flooding his features. He reacted instantly, drawing a sword in a blur of motion. A carriage, pulled by two horses, stood nearby in the darkening woods. A nobleman in a rich red coat is held captive by two guards in dark armor. A blonde-haired young man watches from the shadows, his face etched with concern. The nobleman's voice rings out, a desperate plea: Azalea. What are you waiting for? Go rescue her. The young man, Azalea, explodes into motion, his blonde hair a blur as he sprints towards the scene. His determination is palpable, he shouts, I'll be back. He dashes through the forest, his movements swift and silent. Arriving at a dark, moonlit riverbank. The cloaked figure, seemingly unfazed, urges him on: go now. Elsewhere, a young woman with vibrant red hair lies unconscious on the ground. A large, imposing man looks down at her, his words cruel: you seem like a slave. A close-up on a man with a scarred face and a menacing grin, his one visible eye gleaming with malice. He holds a gleaming sword. The man with the sword extends it towards Azalea, his voice a low growl: why don't you join us? Azalea, his face contorted in anger, retorts, while pointing his sword. Azalea clenches his fists, his resolve hardening. He states firmly, and if I do follow you, I'll just end up a bandit. A man with a weathered face and an eye patch, wielding a long sword, declared that the conversation was over. He observed the opponent's movement, recognizing it as highly trained. His eyes widened in surprise as he questioned if his opponent was a gladiator. The blond young man, seemingly surprised, was informed that his opponent had 42 victories. The gladiator launched a swift attack. But the young man, anticipating the attack, dodged with practiced ease. He noted that direct confrontation was unwise, given the opponent's swordsmanship. The gladiator, however, was ready for a different approach. He unleashed a powerful strike, sending the young man flying backward. A man with a scarred face and an eye patch stared in disbelief. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beaded on his brow. He muttered to himself, incredulous at what he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant red hair lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious. A blonde-haired man hovered over her, his expression a mixture of concern and exhaustion. He whispered, a sigh escaping his lips. The blonde man, struggling to keep his balance, clutched the unconscious woman close. They tumbled down a steep incline, the force of the fall sending a shockwave through the air. The impact sent a cloud of dust and debris flying. As they crashed to the bottom, a figure, silhouetted against the night sky, stood atop a nearby peak, watching the scene unfold from afar. A powerful surge of energy erupted from below, sending a shockwave across the water's surface. Darkness. A hushed whisper broke the silence. "My lady," someone cried out, their voice laced with worry. Relief washed over them as they confirmed, "Good, she's still breathing." A woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes groaned, a pained expression etched across her features. She stumbled, her body shuddering, as she collapsed against a damp, rocky surface. A young man with short, blonde hair, his torso bare, approached her with a mischievous grin. "You are right," the blonde man continued, his smile unwavering. He instructed the red-haired woman, "Make sure you remember that eye patch man that hit me." The blonde man reflected internally, pleased with his actions. To think that he could use the camouflage technique he learned back at the military. The red-haired woman, however, was growing increasingly anxious. "Light a fire or something." The red-haired woman's concern deepened. "We can't. All the trees are too wet to be lit on fire. And we could get detected." The red-haired woman shivered, her frustration evident. "Humph, how useless." The blonde man looked around, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Park Kangtae, his body glistening with sweat, stood before a young woman, her face obscured. The air crackled with tension, her wet clothes clinging to her, rapidly lowering her body temperature. Kangtae, concerned for her well-being, advised her to change out of her wet clothes to avoid catching a cold. He suggested that removing them would warm her up. The woman, misunderstanding his intentions, reacted with outrage, accusing him of impudence. Kangtae quickly clarified that his concern was solely for her health, he didn't want her to freeze to death. Turning his back to her to show his respect and avoid further misunderstanding. His actions, however, only served to make the situation more awkward. Kangtae emphasized his need to protect her, stating that he would be killed if anything happened to her. He warned her not to turn back, threatening to stab her with his blade if she did. The woman, still shaken, nervously agreed. Park Kangtae, his body glistening with sweat, let out a frustrated sigh. He felt the crushing weight of his unfulfilled dreams, the regret of his past life as a gang member, pressing down on him. Sigh. "I'm gonna go insane," he muttered to himself. A tattered, blood-stained garment lay discarded on the cold, damp ground. A voice, laced with concern, asked, "Is it better now?" A young woman with vibrant red hair shivered violently, her body racked with cold. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably. Kangtae, equally chilled to the bone, responded with a grim determination. "Lies. I'm freezing to death too." His arms wrapped tightly around his chest, attempting to generate some warmth. He glanced at the woman, his gaze hardening. I bet her lips turned blue by now, he thought, a grim calculation forming in his mind. The woman, her face pale and strained, huddled closer to him. Kangtae, noticing her distress, stated, "There's two solutions." He explained his options, his voice low and serious. "Either you use your body to raise the body temperatures, or we keep our bodies close." The woman looked at him, fear and uncertainty warring in her eyes. She was clearly hesitant. Kangtae, sensing her reluctance, leaned closer, his expression resolute. The scene ends with him looking determined. A young woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes sat huddled on the cold, damp ground, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Her expression was one of apprehension, a stark contrast to the muscular, blonde-haired man who was walking away from her, his back turned. He was shirtless, his physique hinting at a life of physical exertion. The woman's face filled the panel, her green eyes wide and filled with a mixture of fear and determination. A single thought bubble above her head contained a simple plea, "Please excuse me." She whispered an apology, her voice barely audible above the sounds of the cavern. The man, startled by her sudden movement, stopped and turned, his eyes widening in surprise as he asked, What are you?" He explained, his voice low and serious, "Like I said before, we have to keep close." Continuing his explanation, he added, "I heard that soldiers during winter marches do this to keep warm." The woman's face showed a mixture of reluctance and concern. She responded, her voice laced with worry, "I know you dislike it, but I'll die if anything happens to you." Despite her apprehension, she leaned against him, seeking warmth and comfort in the cold, dark cave. A silent understanding passed between them. Assessing the area's safety, the young man asked the woman if she could walk. She retorted with a question of her own, asking if he would carry her instead. He observed that she was still angry, a low grumbling sound emanating from her. Her anger simmered, a blush rising on her cheeks as she glared at him. She explained, exasperated, that they hadn't eaten anything since the previous night. The woman's frustration was evident as she looked at the young man, her expression a mixture of annoyance and hunger. They continued walking, the young man's gaze drifting towards a nearby river. He remembered her mentioning a blade earlier, and a plan formed in his mind. He swiftly caught and cleaned the fish, offering a piece to the still grumbling woman. She hesitantly took the offered fish, her eyes widening in surprise as she tasted it. Following a stream upwards, a group hoped to reconvene. As they walked, a blonde man and a red-haired woman discussed the possibility of encountering bandits along the way, ultimately deciding to leave it to chance. The red-haired woman scoffed at the blonde man's nonchalant attitude. He responded that he always tries his best, leaving the rest to luck. Observing him, the woman reflected on his character, concluding that while he may lack education, he is a comforting presence. A close-up on the blonde man's worn clothing further emphasized his humble background, while the red-haired woman quietly pondered his enigmatic nature. The red-haired woman's quiet musing was interrupted by the blonde man's question about whether she had said something. A single speech bubble dominates the otherwise blank panel, a stark warning: pay attention to where you're walking. The scene opens with a woman in medieval-style armor lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious or dead. A speech bubble above her reveals a man's callous plan to sell her for profit. A man with a scarred face and an eye patch sits, his expression grim. He vows revenge, promising to end anyone who crosses his path again. The camera focuses on the fallen woman, highlighting the severity of her condition. Her armor is damaged, and she appears to be severely injured. A rustling sound is heard, suggesting movement nearby. The eye-patched man's face is shown in close-up, his expression a mixture of anger and caution. He instructs someone to hide, anticipating further danger. He believes they will soon be able to rejoin their soldiers. From a hidden vantage point, a pair of individuals, a blonde young man and a red-haired woman, are observed walking through the woods. The observer considers this a stroke of luck. The red-haired woman spots the blonde man and expresses surprise. The blonde man looks apprehensive, his face showing a mixture of fear and surprise as he is confronted by the red-haired woman. A figure with brown hair and an eye patch appeared, a faint smile playing on his lips as he greeted someone unseen. "Good to see you again," he said, his voice carrying a hint of something unreadable. His face loomed large, a menacing presence towering over two smaller figures below. The eye patch-wearing man's grin widened, revealing a cruel glint in his visible eye. A stark contrast to the fear etched on the faces of the two individuals who looked up at him. One of them, a young woman with fiery red hair, seemed particularly terrified. The young man with blonde hair, beside the red-haired woman, reacted defensively, his expression hardening with determination. As the eye-patch man's threat hung heavy in the air. "After killing you," he stated, his voice dripping with malice, "I'll take that delicacy behind you." He added, with a chillingly casual tone, "And before I sell you off, why don't we spend some quality time?" The red-haired woman's eyes widened in horror as she registered the threat, a silent scream escaping her lips. While the blonde young man clenched his fists, his face contorted in anger. "You have such big dreams," he retorted, his voice laced with defiance. "Who said that I'll hand her over?" He seemed to be assessing the situation, his mind racing. The shackles that bound him had been washed away by the stream, he realized. Meaning a proper defense would be impossible. The eye-patch man simply sneered, "Brat." A blonde-haired young man, his eyes wide with determination, braced himself against an unseen force. His expression was one of intense focus. A blur of motion as a sword sliced past him, narrowly missing his head. He reacted instantly. A seasoned warrior with a scarred face and an eye patch smirked, impressed by the young man's speed. "Fast, huh? But how long will you last?" he taunted. The warrior lunged, his sword a silver streak aimed at the young man's heart. But the blonde-haired youth, with surprising agility, dodged the blow, narrowly avoiding a fatal injury. The clash of steel echoed as the two locked in a fierce exchange. A whirlwind of flashing blades and desperate maneuvers. The warrior's strength and experience were evident, but the young man's speed and reflexes were a formidable counter. The young man, gritting his teeth, braced himself for another attack. A powerful blow sent the warrior reeling backward, his body impacting the ground with a heavy thud. A young woman in a red dress watched from a distance as the dust settled. A powerful blow landed, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Leaving Park Kangtae, a blonde-haired man, sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. His face contorted in agony as he struggled to catch his breath. From a distance, a woman with vibrant red hair, her eyes wide with alarm, shouted a warning, "Callie! Dodge!" Kante's eyes widened in realization as he braced himself for another attack. A blur of motion followed, a swift counterattack. Kante's body a whirlwind of motion as he evaded the blow. Landing on his knees, he muttered to himself, "But I already know how to destroy it." Another opponent, a long-limbed figure, appeared, his expression one of grim determination. Kante's face hardened, his eyes blazing with newfound resolve as he prepared for the next challenge. He clenched his fists, ready to unleash his full potential. A scarred, one-eyed man with a fierce expression gripped his sword, his knuckles white as he prepared to strike. He muttered to himself, "Guns or blades," his voice low and menacing. A blond young man, his face set in determination, ran towards him, declaring, "If I have to win with my fists, I have to move forward." The one-eyed man turned, his back to the viewer, as the blond man closed in. The one-eyed man lunged, roaring, "Death!" A young woman with vibrant red hair watched, her eyes wide with fear, whispering, "No, he's wrong." The blond man dodged the attack and countered with a powerful punch, sending the one-eyed man reeling. He followed up with a swift kick, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. Park Kangtae, his face contorted in a grimace, sweat dripping from his brow, stumbled back, his breath ragged. The exertion was clearly taking its toll. He cursed, his frustration evident. The proximity of his opponent was proving to be a significant disadvantage. A fact underscored by the desperate swing he launched, a wild, desperate attempt to create distance. But his opponent, a young man with blonde hair, remained focused, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He knew what he needed. The blonde youth's eyes burned with fierce determination. He needed the courage to face the blade before him. More than that, he needed the resolve to press forward, to overcome this challenge. And with a burst of speed, he charged, closing the distance between himself and his opponent. A blur of motion as he launched a swift attack. The older man, his face partially obscured by his eye patch, grunted in surprise as he was struck. He realized, with a mixture of anger and grudging respect, that the younger boxer was exploiting his blind spot. The blonde youth's fist connected with a powerful impact. Blood spurted from a deep wound in Park Kangtae's chest as he gasped for air, his life draining away. A blinding flash of light erupted from a powerful fist, the force of the blow echoing in the air. A brutal impact reverberated through the scene, leaving Park Kangtae coughing up blood, his body racked with pain. He tried to grab his attacker, but his strength failed him. A desperate cry escaping his lips as he fell to the ground, his body hitting the earth with a dull thud. Another blow landed, a punch connecting with his face. The sound of bone crunching echoing in the silence. As final blow landed, ending Park Kangtae's life in this world. A blinding flash of light erupted, the source unclear amidst a chaotic swirl of motion. Followed by a resounding wham, as the force of the impact reverberated through the air. Park Kangtae, a young man with blonde hair, crumpled to the ground, his face contorted in pain. He gasped, "I can't move anymore." A woman with vibrant red hair watched from a distance, a look of concern etched on her face, as Kangtae lay bleeding on the forest floor, his body near a fallen comrade. His breath ragged and shallow. The fallen man's hand lay limp near his sword, a grim reminder of his fate. The blade gleaming dully in the dim light. Kangtae's eyes burned with rage, his voice a guttural whisper, "Bastard, you. I'll kill." A gloved hand reached for a metallic object, but another hand swiftly intercepted it. A desperate cry of "no" escaped the owner of the first hand. The second hand, belonging to a woman with fiery red hair partially obscured by a blindfold, gripped a large sword with fierce determination. Her face contorted in a grimace of exertion. Rain lashed down as she stood over a young, blond man, her grip tightening on the sword. He looked up at her with wide, frightened eyes. The blond man groaned, a muffled sound barely audible above the storm. The woman brought the sword down with brutal force. A chilling declaration escaping her lips, "1,000 deaths won't be enough." Her eyes blazed with a terrifying intensity as she continued to grip the sword, her knuckles white. The blond man's fear was palpable. His thoughts echoed the unspoken question, "My lady is definitely not typical either." The woman, seemingly unburdened by her actions, spoke calmly, "I wish to rest now." After eliminating the gang leader, Park Kangtae and his fellow gang members were fortunate enough to be rescued by a passing party and escaped safely. A young woman with vibrant red hair, tied back with a large white bow, tended to Kangtae's injuries. She expressed relief, stating that he was lucky, any closer to the source of the injury, and he would have gone blind. Kangtae, despite his injuries, smiled, remarking that he looks more manly now. A moment later, an older man with graying hair and a walking stick approached, along with Kangtae, who appeared to be recovering. A large, imposing man in ornate red clothing appeared, expressing gratitude for the rescue of his daughter. Kante, however, reacted with surprise and slight offense at being thanked, considering his status as a former gang member. He simply stated that he was only doing his job. The man, seemingly flustered by Kante's response, questioned his audacity, while also noticing the approach of several guards. Someone commented on Park Kante's recent victory, praising his skill in defeating a gladiator. Intrigued by his unexpected prowess, the speaker questioned whether Kante employed any secret techniques. Kante explained his strategy, revealing that his opponents often underestimated him, letting their guard down. Despite Kante's explanation, others remained skeptical, demanding a more detailed account of his victory, especially considering the circumstances of rescuing Azalea and proving their loyalty. As a reward for their actions, the group was granted passage by carriage. The journey continued, the sun setting over the horizon as they traveled towards their destination. Their carriage, escorted by knights, made its way across the plains. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a familiar figure, Baron Aegist, and Duke Wistrai. Duke Wistrai, resplendent in his attire, stood ready to receive them. Park Kante, having died with the regret of abandoning his boxing dream, finds himself in a world where pugilist games are the norm. He is now a young man, kneeling before a regal figure in a grand palace, a line of guards standing stiffly behind him. A blond man observes Kante from a distance, his expression a mixture of curiosity and something akin to pity. He comments on Kante's resemblance to his mother. Kante, a young woman with vibrant red hair, expresses her gratitude to the regal figure, her demeanor respectful yet subtly defiant. The blond man approaches Kante, his words laced with concern as he explains that one of his servants is ill, requiring her assistance. He explains that Kante is uniquely suited for the task, unlike the other servants who are too bulky and aggressive. Kante's internal monologue reveals his immediate reaction, a quiet determination to train, a flicker of his old boxing ambition rekindled. He silently resolves to dedicate himself to training, his mind already strategizing. Later, at a lavish dinner, the conversation turns to a recent boxing match, specifically the undefeated victories of a boxer known as Aegist. The blond man, intrigued, inquires about Aegist's victories, revealing his own interest in the pugilist world. The scene ends with the blond man's curious expression, hinting at a potential connection between him and Kante's path to boxing. A celebratory dinner was underway. A young man with blond hair announced that he had recently become an official boxer. A large, jovial man with a beard chuckled, commenting that it was expected of someone from Aegis school. A young woman with vibrant red hair sat quietly, observing the scene. The conversation continued, but the red-haired woman's thoughts drifted. Her expression was one of quiet contemplation. A subtle frown creased her brow as she seemed to weigh something heavily on her mind. Leaning in close, she whispered something to the bearded man. He listened intently, his expression shifting from jovial to serious. The blond young man watched them with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The red-haired woman then gestured to the blond man, indicating he should follow her. The young man nodded, a single word escaping his lips, yes. Night had fallen. The red-haired woman and the blond young man walked through the city streets. He confessed that he had thought he would die of suffocation in the gang. She expressed her frustration, wondering why the older men couldn't just talk amongst themselves. The young man's irritation was evident. A young woman, her face pale, confided in someone unseen. She stated that she felt unwell, and that her father was determined to find her a suitable husband. Her eyes widened, expressing distress. She lamented the unfairness of being forced into marriage at such a young age. The scene shifted to a bustling marketplace. A young man with blonde hair, seemingly unconcerned, questioned why her thoughts should matter. The young woman, her expression thoughtful, sighed and responded. She seemed surprised by his dismissive attitude. A close-up showed two bright red lollipops, their glossy surfaces gleaming. The image was filled with a radiant light, emphasizing their sweetness. The blond young man presented the lollipops, explaining that they were called candy. He confidently asserted that she had never tasted anything like it before. The young woman, taking a lollipop, reflected that the only sweets she had ever known were fruits. She tasted the candy, her eyes widening in surprise. The young man asked if it was good. She nodded, a pleased smile spreading across her face as she savored the sweet treat. Park Kante, a man whose past life as a gang member ended in death, now finds himself in a world where boxing is a pugilist game. He is strikingly handsome, his blonde hair catching the light as he casually holds a lollipop, surrounded by admiring onlookers. The unspoken commentary of those around him is clear, she is a beauty for sure. His captivating presence draws attention, many eyes fixated on him. However, his gaze is elsewhere, drawn to an older woman with striking silver hair, cloaked and mysterious, who seems to be observing him intently. The thought hangs heavy in the air, she's attracting so many eyes on her. Kante's attention remains focused on the enigmatic woman. His expression shifts, a subtle frown furrowing his brow as he considers her. His internal monologue reveals his thoughts, anyways, that old lady. The old woman, her gaze unwavering, continues to study Kante. Her intense stare unsettles him. He wonders, why does she keep staring at me? The old woman approaches Kante and a young woman with vibrant red hair, who is also captivating attention. She addresses the red-haired woman, her voice raspy but oddly charming. Pretty lady, can I tell your fortune? Kante, initially annoyed by the fortune teller's attention, tries to pull the red-haired girl away, suggesting they leave. However, the young woman, whose name is Azalea, is intrigued. She responds, no, it looks fun. Azalea, captivated by the prospect, expresses her interest in getting her fortune told. Getting fortunes told sounds interesting, she says with a smile. Kante, though still hesitant, concedes, adding a playful comment, Kiki. I'll make sure to apply for a discount. The scene shifts to a view of a fortune teller's tent, a whimsical structure with snowflake patterns. Kante and Azalea approach, their curiosity piqued. Kante observes the tent, confirming their destination, so this is the tent of a fortune teller. A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a frilly white blouse and dark vest, pondered silently. Her gaze was fixed on something unseen, a furrow in her brow hinting at concern. The thought, that old lady. What is she planning, echoed in her mind. An aged fortune teller, their face etched with wrinkles and their eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity, sat before a crystal ball. Their hands hovered over the orb, radiating an almost palpable energy as they peered into its depths. The fortune teller's lips curved into a knowing smile. Ooh, it seems like your life won't be that smooth, she observed, her voice low and gravelly. It will have many ups and downs, she continued, her gaze unwavering. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a simple white shirt, listened intently. I like that. If it's the same as others, life won't be interesting. Never mind that, what of my marriage and dating fortune, he asked, a hint of impatience in his tone. The red-haired woman's eyes widened slightly. Fortune-telling sure works in all worlds, she murmured, a hint of wonder in her voice. The fortune-teller, gazing into the crystal ball, nodded slowly. Your significant other could be very close to you, but it won't be a love blessed by everyone, she stated, her voice heavy with implication. The blonde young man's eyes darted to the red-haired woman, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features. A blush crept onto her cheeks. I'll add in a reading for that boy too, how about it, the fortune-teller suggested, her gaze shifting between the two young people. The blonde young man scoffed. A killjoy, he muttered, his expression one of mild annoyance. The red-haired woman looked down, a slight smile playing on her lips. It's free, so why not, she replied softly. Park Kante, a young man with blonde hair, sat before an aged fortune-teller, her weathered face barely visible within a crystal ball. A young woman with vibrant red hair stood beside him, her expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The fortune-teller's spectral image within the orb pulsed with an ethereal light. The mystical energy swirling within the crystal ball intensifying as the fortune-teller began her reading. You came from a very far away place, the fortune-teller's voice echoed in Kante's mind, a place unimaginable by people here. Kante's eyes widened in surprise. Kante, intrigued, questioned, where does it look like? The fortune-teller, her gaze fixed on the crystal ball, responded, I have no way of knowing that. I am just saying what I see. The red-haired woman looked on, concern etched on her features. As the fortune-teller continued, describing Kante's origin, a chunk of metal that soars in the sky, a carriage without horses, a human inside a box. The images conjured by the fortune-teller's words flashed before Kante's eyes. A wave of shock washed over him as he realized the implications of her cryptic pronouncements. What? This old lady. Kante muttered, his mind reeling from the unsettling revelation. The scene opens with a television screen displaying a news report, showing a man inside a box. A voiceover describes the image as a human inside a box, prompting a reaction of disbelief from an unseen observer. Park Kante, a young man with blonde hair, jolts awake, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. He appears to be in a state of disorientation and distress. He finds himself in the presence of an old woman, her face etched with age and wisdom, who seems to be observing him intently. Kante questions her presence, his thoughts filled with uncertainty. Kante's gaze falls upon a crystal ball in the old woman's hands, he wonders if she has seen into his past. The old woman speaks, noting an unnatural aura surrounding Kante, suggesting the presence of a guardian spirit or angel. She speculates that this might explain his consistent victories. A young woman with vibrant red hair appears, scoffing at the idea of guardian spirits and dismissing it as a mere myth. However, she quietly admits to knowing about this phenomenon as well. A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a servant's attire, looked on with wide eyes as a blonde man and an elderly mage scoffed at her. The blonde man sneered, how dare a slave try to teach its master? Her head hung low, and she whispered, I'm sorry. The scene shifted to an older woman, her face etched with wrinkles, gazing into a crystal ball. Two figures stood before her, their faces obscured. The woman's voice echoed, a slave? The old woman's eyes narrowed, and she muttered, "There's no way someone with that energy could end up a slave." 3 days later, the red-haired woman sat quietly, her expression troubled. The blond man spoke, "For 3 days afterwards. And finally, the day I returned back to the slave quarters. 2 guards, clad in shining armor, sneered at the blond man. One of them scoffed, 'A scrawny brat like this is a boxer? Then my puppy must be a hunting dog.' The blond man, his back to the guards, wondered, 'Why are they picking a fight with me?' Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a world where boxing is a pugilist game. He cautiously approached 2 guards, his mind racing, wondering if he could pass through unnoticed. Their response was immediate and crude. The guards, amused by Kang-tae's question, erupted into laughter. Their taunts escalating as one of them asked if he'd ever been hit by a boxer before. Kang-tae, his face hardening, retorted that they shouldn't underestimate him. But before they could react, a commanding voice cut through the air. The guards froze, fear evident on their faces as they turned to see the source of the interruption. A high-ranking nobleman, his presence silencing the guards' aggression. The nobleman approached Kang-tae, his gaze intense. One of the guards reported Kang-tae's insolence to the nobleman, highlighting the slave's audacity. A man in a richly embroidered red coat addressed someone in shining white armor. He stated that the armored individual was a guest of his, a property of Baron Aegist. The armored figure, his face partially obscured by bandages, retorted, accusing the man of trying to sully his name. The man in red, his expression hardening, glared intensely. He then revealed that he never suspected the armored youth to be a boxer when he first saw him. The young boxer, his blonde hair neatly styled, looked surprised and slightly apprehensive. The man in red approached the young boxer, his grip tightening on the youth's shoulders. The young man visibly shivered, muttering that he was. The man in red observed the young boxer's physique, commenting that his shoulder muscles were well built. But then his expression shifted, a shadow crossing his face as he questioned what else the young man was hiding. The man's suspicion was palpable, his eyes narrowed, focusing intently on the young boxer. The young boxer, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance, remained silent, a single drop of sweat trickling down his temple. A close-up on a man's mouth, a smirk playing on his lips. His goatee is neatly trimmed, and a hint of amusement flickers in his eyes. He casually explains his love for boxing to a younger, blond man, who looks increasingly uncomfortable. The older man's words are light, but his grip on the younger man's shoulder is firm. The younger man, clearly agitated, assures the older man that he'll see him at the match. As the younger man hurries away, the older man watches him go, a knowing smile still on his face. The blond man, now alone, is left wondering what just happened. His face is etched with confusion and a hint of fear. Sweat beads on his forehead. A wide shot reveals the stark contrast between the slave and boxer quarters. Simple tents dot the landscape, a woman cooks over a fire near one of them. While other men, clearly slaves, perform hard labor, carrying logs and working on various tasks. Park Kang-tae, his thoughts racing, collapses to his knees, his hand touching the muddy ground. His mind is overwhelmed. But he finds a solution: training. Park Kang-tae, his blonde hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, strained against the bonds that held him. His muscular back, adorned with a distinctive tribal tattoo, glistened under the dim light. He hung upside down, his body taut with exertion as he struggled against his restraints. The ropes bit into his skin, leaving red marks on his already sweat-slicked flesh. With a final, desperate heave, he managed to free himself, collapsing onto the rough ground. His breath hitched in his throat, a wave of dizziness washing over him as he struggled to regain his bearings. His eyes, wide and filled with a desperate determination, scanned his surroundings. A voice, sharp and mocking, cut through the silence. "Did you have fun for 3 days in the castle?" Kang-tae, gasping for air, glared at the sneering figures looming over him. I thought that I'd die of suffocation." One of the men, his face partially obscured, commented, "Impressive. They've grown since the last time." The scene shifted to a training ground, where a group of men were engaged in intense physical training. Another man, with graying hair, observed them, stating, "Not only dormant, but also drifting boxers too." The camera focuses on a group of men, their bodies honed and powerful, engaged in various forms of rigorous physical training. Among them, Kang-tae's face is etched with a mixture of determination and apprehension. One of the men, wrapping his hands in bandages, muttered, "If we get lucky we might be able to avoid the match. The numbers could get full before us." A young boxer, his face etched with determination, questioned his instructor. "Instructor, is it really lucky for us to not be in the match?" The older, scarred instructor responded curtly, "For now, yes. It's a century too early for you to fight against the top contenders." The young boxer's frustration boiled over. "So you're telling us to rot in the training grounds? I am prepared to win against them." The instructor's eye, lined with a prominent scar, narrowed. A flicker of something unreadable crossing his features. Before he closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, the young boxer unleashed a powerful kick, connecting with his opponent, sending them sprawling. The instructor scoffed, "Brats like you all get knocked down at the preliminaries. Make me laugh." Coughing, the instructor glared at the young boxer. F*** king brat. Know your place. The scene opens with a narration box highlighting the impressive feat of a boxer achieving tens of consecutive victories. A powerful boxer, bathed in a spotlight, stands triumphantly with his fist raised high. Below him lies a defeated opponent, the aftermath of a brutal match evident. This victory implies a staggering number of defeated boxers beneath the victor. The defeated boxer, his face etched with a mixture of pain and regret, speaks, revealing that he would have killed his opponent if not for the rules of the match. 3 other men, seemingly his companions, watch with concern as he apologizes for his actions. A narration box reflects on the fragility of even the strongest individuals, highlighting how one wrong move can lead to their downfall. The defeated boxer, now visibly shaken, admits to having gotten carried away in the heat of the moment. One of the companions expresses concern for the defeated boxer, Kijo. Kijo assures them that he is fine. Suddenly, a heavy chain appears, and a narration box announces the arrival of Dolman Soger. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer-turned-gang member, now finds himself in a world where pugilism takes the form of spectacular games. His lean, muscular physique, marked by a distinctive tattoo on his arm, hints at his past life. He stands amidst a tense crowd, his expression grim, observing a looming figure. The crowd parts, revealing a colossal figure whose immense size and shadowy form fill the arena. The air crackles with anticipation. A spectator whispers that Lord Dolman, the fighter in the arena, is giving his all in this match. Kang-tae and his companions watch with a mixture of awe and apprehension as the match unfolds. Their faces reflect a palpable sense of unease. One of Kang-tae's friends questions whether Dolman is even human, given his monstrous appearance. Another adds that everyone compares Dolman to a monster from fantasy tales. The camera focuses on Lord Dolman, his face obscured by shadow, but his glowing red eyes and powerful physique are clearly visible. Chains bind his massive arms, adding to his intimidating presence. Kang-tae, witnessing this scene, is stunned into silence. He questions whether what he is seeing is even human. His face is a mask of disbelief and dawning horror as he stares at the monstrous fighter. Another spectator exclaims that Dolman looks like an ogre from a fantasy novel. Park Kang-tae, his face contorted in a mask of furious rage, glared defiantly. Chains bound his powerful frame, the metal digging into his flesh, but his eyes burned with an indomitable fire. His muscular physique, scarred and worn, spoke of a life lived on the edge. A life he now regretted. A massive fist, corded with muscle and power, clenched. The chains rattled as he flexed his hand, a silent promise of defiance. The words Ogre of Dolman hung in the air, a chilling testament to his brutal past. The scene opens with a shadowy figure, bound in chains. A voice, filled with disbelief, whispers, "That's a human." The camera focuses on the muscular torso of the chained figure, highlighting his immense strength and the heavy chains binding him. A young man with blonde hair watches, his eyes wide with fear. He exclaims, "He looks just like an ogre from fantasy books." The narration box reveals the ogre's moniker, Ogre of Dolman. The Ogre of Dolman glares, his rage palpable. His powerful physique is further emphasized by the chains that barely restrain him. A close-up on the ogre's fist, still chained, is shown with a narration box revealing an extraordinary boxer with 76 victories in just a single year. The blonde-haired young man reacts with shock, muttering, 76? 76 victories in a year. The blonde-haired young man's shock continues as another man beside him looks on in disbelief. A narration box reveals, he fought every 3 to 4 days. Another narration box adds, according to rumors, he tears the opponent's limbs with his bare hands. One of the fighters commented on how well his nickname suited him. Another fighter expressed concern about the danger of the upcoming match. The first fighter voiced his apprehension about facing the ogre in the upcoming match. An older man, seemingly a trainer, explained that even their master believed the fighter was too inexperienced for such a fight. Despite this, the trainer stated that while the chances were slim, he would personally ensure the fighter's safety. Another fighter observed that the fighter's nickname was not an exaggeration. The scene shifted to show the fighter, Callie, looking determined despite the concerns of his peers. In the background, a large, imposing figure could be seen. One of the fighters remarked that Callie was in a different league than them, highlighting his exceptional strength. Callie's expression changed to one of fear and apprehension as he looked at the ogre. His fear growing with each passing moment. And another fighter cruelly laughed, stating that Callie's fists wouldn't even reach the ogre's face. One boxer scoffed, "I bet mine would." Meanwhile, another boxer muttered to himself, "My fist won't reach his chin." Even if it does, it won't have the proper force behind it at all costs. But how? Maybe I need to get his body lowered beforehand, or tire him up beforehand, or target other parts of his body. No, my fists won't be effective enough. The first boxer exclaimed, "Crazy bastard. He's thinking about fighting against a monster?" He continued, his voice laced with a mix of awe and concern. "Sometimes I think that you." The second boxer, Callie, was shown to be sweating profusely, his expression one of grim determination. A voiceover stated, "Truly is a different breed from us." A group of men stood before a notice board, their faces obscured. The word schedule was written on the board. A voice announced, "The schedule is out. Make sure to check for its accuracy." A man with a beard and a red coat sighed, "How disheartening." Baron Joshiv Dolmant, a man of distinguished appearance with silver hair and a sharp gaze, addressed someone unseen. His expression was one of sly amusement as he extended an invitation, "Fight against you one more time." The panel then focused on his hands, elegantly adorned with rings, before revealing his full name, Baron Joshiv Dolmant. Meanwhile, in a separate scene, three men, one of whom was Baron Dolmant, discussed the recent match. One of them commented, "Well, it makes sense that everyone would want to avoid Ogre." Another chuckled, "There's always a way to turn things around." A thought bubble appeared above one of the men, expressing approval, "Good job, master. If you fell for his tricks, all of our boxers would have died." The two men, visibly relieved, exchanged worried glances. One of them, seemingly named Nixer, spoke, though his words were not shown. The other man responded curtly, "I know that much, Nixer." Nixer's thoughts then filled the panel. What lunatic would instigate a fight against a monster like that? The scene shifted to show a massive ogre, its back turned to the viewer, standing amidst a group of soldiers. Dolmant, observing the scene, muttered to himself, "I see why the ogre of Dolmant is so popular." Dolmant, addressing the other men, explained his motivations, "I wish to avenge the souls of the three losers from that match." Nixer, clearly disturbed, questioned him, "By souls, do you think he killed them?" A large, imposing figure, a man with a full blonde beard and ornate clothing, sat before a younger man with short, graying hair. He explained that three fighters had been forced to fight an ogre, a punishment seemingly ordained by the blonde man himself. The gray-haired man's face was etched with worry as he looked at the three muscular men before him. He realized that their fight against the ogre was, in essence, a death sentence. A close-up on the gray-haired man's grim expression emphasized his apprehension. The blonde man, seemingly unconcerned, addressed the gray-haired man, Nixer, reminding him of his purpose in being there, to review the upcoming match schedule. Nixer was shown the schedule. Torres would fight on the first day, Callie and Kijo on the second. The schedule also indicated an ogre fight on the first day, but thankfully not involving Nixer's group. However, the blonde man revealed that a boxer from a regional baron's estate would be facing the ogre instead. Nixer expressed relief that it wasn't his fighters facing the ogre. The scene shifts to Nixer, now sweating profusely and visibly anxious, his eyes wide with fear. He is shown in a boxing stance, his knuckles white. Park Kangtae, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His opponent, a hulking brute, lunges forward with a wild haymaker. But Kangtae effortlessly dodges the blow, his movements precise and deadly. The impact sends a tremor through the arena floor as the opponent stumbles, leaving him vulnerable. Fear contorts the opponent's face as he realizes the danger he's in. Suddenly, the arena is plunged into darkness. A monstrous figure emerges from the shadows. A towering ogre, dwarfing even Kangtae's already imposing opponent. The ogre's eyes glow menacingly. The ogre unleashes a devastating blow, its fist a blur of motion, sending Kangtae sprawling across the ring. The force of the impact cracks the very ground beneath him. Kangtae attempts to shield himself from the onslaught, but the ogre's power is overwhelming. A crushing blow sends him flying, shattering a nearby stone pillar. From the sidelines, a group of officials watch in stunned silence. One of them shouts angrily, "Ogre, you dumb ass. I told you to not break the corner posts." A figure, cloaked in shadow, offered a profuse apology, promising to make amends for some unspecified transgression. Meanwhile, a powerful-looking man, adorned in opulent garb, barked orders at someone unseen, urging them to make their presence known. Two men, confined within a cage-like structure, watched with a mixture of fear and apprehension as the events unfolded. One of them whispered that the man in question was known as the ogre. One of the captive men, his blonde hair catching the dim light, clenched his jaw, a grim determination hardening his features. The scene shifted to a pugilist arena. A muscular man, his face contorted in pain, lay on the ground, urged to rise and fight by a voice-off panel. He struggled to his feet, his powerful physique evident despite his exhaustion. The crowd roared, a wave of animosity washing over him, demanding his death. The weight of their hatred was palpable. Overwhelmed, the fighter collapsed, sweat dripping from his brow as despair consumed him. Defeated, he cried out, surrendering and begging to be released from the brutal contest. A powerful, muscular figure, his back to the viewer, stood amidst a cloud of reddish-brown dust. His physique hinted at immense strength, a testament to rigorous training. The air crackled with anticipation as he turned to face the audience. The crowd's unspoken desire hung heavy in the air. They wanted blood, a spectacle of brutal power. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity. He clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms bulging. A storm brewed within him. A raw, untamed energy threatening to explode. The word death echoed in the silence, a grim promise hanging over the arena. With a guttural roar, he unleashed a devastating blow. A blur of motion that left his opponent no chance to react. The impact echoing through the arena as blood splattered across the ground. The fight was over. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers and screams, a wave of raw emotion washing over the arena as they reveled in the brutal display of power. A young man with blonde hair watched the scene unfold, his expression a mixture of awe and unease. He spoke, his voice calm despite the chaos around him. He had witnessed death before, but never a death as gruesome as this. His fists clenched, mirroring the intensity of the fight he had just witnessed. The scene opens with a brutal display of violence. A powerful blow connects, the impact echoing in a blur of motion and crimson splatter. An observer watches, their thoughts a stark contrast to the ferocity of the fight. It's like watching a human fight a ferocious beast. A desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. Despite the grim situation, a glimmer of hope emerges. The fighter observes his opponent, a hulking ogre, and notes one crucial detail: the ogre possesses absolutely no technical skills. This realization sparks a new strategy. A determined glint appears in the fighter's eyes. There must be a way to exploit this weakness. There must be a Kali. The scene shifts to a different location. A concerned voice questions the fighter's resolve. Are you still trying to win against him? The fighter's response is hesitant, but resolute. No. I guess I won't even have to fight against the ogre. The scene shifts again, showing the fighter and his companions, bound and awaiting their fate. A stern voice cuts through the tension. Right. Failures are unacceptable for us now. The gravity of the situation is underscored. We die if we lose. The final panel shows a climactic confrontation. A powerful figure, muscles rippling with barely contained rage, stands triumphant over a fallen opponent. The air crackles with the aftermath of a devastating victory. The chapter opens with a close-up of a man's face, contorted in a silent scream. Sweat beads on his brow, and his eyes are wide with exertion. He is known as the Boar of Aegis. The narration box explains that, true to his title, Torres never backed down from a fight. And after a fierce battle, he ended the day's matches with a decisive victory. The scene shifts to a large arena. Torres stands victorious over his fallen opponent, his body glistening with sweat, a triumphant expression on his face. Torres catches his breath, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He is clearly pleased with his performance. The panel shows only his back as he prepares for the next day. The scene changes to a different location. Park Conte, shackled and seated on a stool, stares intently ahead. His expression is grim and determined. A thought bubble reveals his resolve: I'll be the one standing there tomorrow. The chapter opens with a close-up of Kali, a young man with blonde hair and intense eyes. His expression is serious, almost grim. He is clearly troubled, question marks swirl around his head, reflecting his inner turmoil. A woman with vibrant red hair, Azalea, approaches Kali. She asks him, Kali, do you fancy men by chance? Kali's response is immediate and blunt, not a chance. Did you call me to ask that question? Azalea explains, most men are too eager to exchange pleasantries with me, but you're too calm. So that's why I asked. Azalea's eyes narrow, her gaze intense as she leans closer to Kali. She continues, her voice laced with a hint of ominousness, are you not scared? The scene shifts to show Azalea and Kali walking along a path. Azalea reveals, I heard that most boxers end up killed in the first round of the match. Perhaps today might be our last day together. Kali responds defiantly, noble like you, Lady Azalea, so I have nothing to lose. Azalea, amused by his boldness, remarks, how impertinent. I suppose you'd need this much courage to be a boxer. A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a dark, frilly dress, stood defiantly. Her green eyes burned with intensity as she issued a challenge, offer your victory to me. She clutched her chest, a slight tremor in her hands betraying a hint of underlying anxiety. But her resolve remained firm. A young man with blonde hair, biting into a red apple, confidently declared, I'll definitely win, so don't worry. A large drum was struck with immense force, the sound echoing through a vast arena, signaling the commencement of a pugilist match. The arena was packed with spectators, their anticipation palpable. The camera panned across the packed arena, focusing on the boxing ring in the center. The announcer's voice boomed, "So it starts." The blonde-haired young man, Park Kang-tae, prepared himself, wrapping his hands in bandages. A grizzled older man watched him intently from the sidelines. The older man observed Kang-tae, commenting, "Second day, Kali's match." His body changed drastically. Park Kang-tae's back was to the viewer, his shoulders and back were significantly larger than before. The scene shifted to a boxing arena. Announcers excitedly described the veteran boxer, GANGSTER, boasting an impressive 21 victories and known as the Iron Wall of the Bartimian boxing team. His powerful physique was on full display. But the focus then turned to a newcomer, Kali, a newbie boxer from the Aegis boxing school, who had just achieved a stunning upset victory against this veteran. Kali's lean but muscular build was shown, contrasting with GANGSTER's bulk. A voice, clearly annoyed, cut through the cheering crowd. The speaker scoffed at Kali's appearance, deeming him too scrawny to be taken seriously. Meanwhile, a woman with vibrant red hair, watching from a distance, quietly urged Kali to win. The woman's expression shifted as she observed the match, her initial concern giving way to a more confident assessment. The results, she concluded, were already clear. A woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes watched intently as a young man, impeccably dressed in a dark jacket and bow tie, addressed her. He introduced himself, explaining that he was paying close attention to a particular champion candidate. The woman, clearly annoyed, muttered to herself about her reluctance to be there. Her annoyance deepened as she witnessed the match's outcome. She had expected a different victor, her surprise was evident in her expression. The man, seemingly unfazed by her displeasure, casually mentioned his own history of street fighting, though he quickly dismissed it as nothing to boast about when the woman reacted negatively. He then proposed a wager, confidently placing his bet on the young boxer. The woman, intrigued by his proposition, countered with a playful yet suggestive condition. Should she lose the bet, she would spend the following day with him? His delighted reaction was palpable. The woman, considering her options, mentioned a ruby necklace she had seen the previous day. The man, clearly amused, declared the situation increasingly interesting, addressing her formally as Lady Azalea. Park Kang-tae, the former boxer-turned-gang member, now found himself in a pugilist arena. A smug grin spread across his face as he watched his opponent. He thought, that was too easy. She definitely has feelings for me. He then made a bet that she would lose, confident in his own abilities. His opponent, a muscular man, was easily defeated. What an easy victory, he said, blaming his opponent's master for the mismatch. The man flexed, a sneer playing on his lips. He sighed, "Sigh, you and others. All. Do you fight with your mouth?" he challenged, his voice laced with disdain. Kante's expression hardened. Anger flared in his eyes. "Humph. A brat like you," the man scoffed, clearly underestimating his opponent. The muscular man lunged forward, ready to strike. Kang-tae, however, anticipated the move. As expected. The narration box described the formidable opponent, his muscles, as hard as metal, and a thick neck that could withstand even a powerful blow to the chin. The panel showed a close-up of the opponent's powerful physique, highlighting his muscular back and intense expression. Meanwhile, Park Kang-tae, his eyes blazing with determination, was alerted to the opponent's approach. The powerful opponent lunged forward, aiming a devastating blow at Park Kang-tae. But with surprising agility, Park Kang-tae dodged the attack, countering with a swift and precise strike of his own. The opponent, impressed by Kang-tae's evasive skills, noted that dodging must be his specialty. He then vowed to eliminate Kang-tae's escape route. Park Kang-tae braced himself for the next attack, his expression showing intense focus. He unleashed a powerful counterattack, a flurry of blows aimed at overwhelming his opponent. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer-turned-gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His powerful fist connects with his opponent, sending him reeling. The impact echoing through the arena. A smug man, presumably a wealthy patron, declares the match over, addressing a woman known as Lady Azalea about the bet. But the onlookers are stunned by what they've just witnessed. Their shocked exclamations fill the air as they question the reality of what they've seen. Kang-tae, his face grim, continues his relentless assault. A flurry of blows raining down on his opponent. The speed and power are overwhelming, leaving the opponent battered and confused. He questions what is happening, his disbelief palpable. The man from earlier, his face a mask of disbelief and terror, utters a shocked exclamation, "What is he?" Lady Azalea, witnessing Kang-tae's incredible display of skill, whispers the word impossible. Kang-tae's opponent, defeated and exhausted, stares in disbelief at his own defeat. His shock is evident as he looks at Lady Azalea, who is partially obscured in the background. A young woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes rested her chin on her hand, a look of surprise and slight confusion etched on her face. She muttered to herself, questioning the unexpected turn of events. A crowd of onlookers watched with wide eyes and open mouths, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a desperate situation. His face contorted in a grimace. He wondered if he could defeat his opponent with a single blow. Alternatively, he considered a more strategic approach. Accumulating damage to weaken his opponent's muscles before delivering the final strike. Kang-tae questioned his own endurance, unsure if he could last long enough to execute his plan. His opponent, a powerfully built man, focused on vulnerable points, the back of the neck and the liver. He roared, calling Kang-tae a brat. The opponent prepared for his counterattack. Park Kang-tae, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, glared at his opponent. Sweat beaded on his brow, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. He was a man reborn, his past life as a gang member a distant memory. He steeled his resolve. The thought echoed in his mind, I can't lose this chance. This was his second chance at life, a chance to fulfill the dream he'd abandoned. A blur of motion followed, a whirlwind of fists and feet. Kang-tae unleashed a flurry of blows, his movements precise and powerful. Landing a devastating blow that sent his opponent reeling. The impact reverberated through his opponent's body, a shockwave of energy visible as cracks appeared in his bones. A triumphant grin spread across his face. It worked, he thought, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. His opponent, a seasoned fighter, stumbled back, his eyes wide with surprise. The narration box explained, the punch amidst an array of continuous dodges and the perfect balance distribution. Another thought bubble appeared above the opponent, his hard work of muscle training is paying off. The years of dedication were finally bearing fruit. Park Kang-tae, his body glistening with sweat, strained against the intense physical exertion. His face contorted in a grimace of effort, he pushed himself beyond his limits, a desperate attempt to achieve something his former, scrawny self could only dream of. The culmination of his struggle manifested in a powerful punch, a testament to his newfound strength. It was a blow unlike any he had ever thrown before, a punch that transcended the limitations of his opponent's movement or weight. Instead, it was fueled by a raw, untamed power, a force that defied the ordinary. A strength drawn directly from the legendary boxer, Kali. The impact sent his opponent reeling, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he stumbled backward. Kang-tae pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of blows that left his opponent defenseless. The force of the blows was overwhelming, a testament to the power he now wielded. A final, devastating blow landed, sending his opponent crashing to the ground, leaving him incapacitated and defeated. The dust settled, revealing the victor standing over his fallen foe. A voice, gravelly and deep, broke the silence. You've grown, Kali. Chapter 19 begins with a command, get him. A confident voice declares, you got this, brat. A young woman with fiery red hair sits calmly in a chair, observing a concerned-looking man standing beside her. A hand, wrapped in bandages, clenches into a fist. A faint glow emanates from it. The internal monologue confirms, it's working. A muscular man grimaces in pain as cracks appear on his thick, armored muscles. His body is breaking down under the strain. The muscular man groans, ugh. A roar escapes him as he unleashes a final, desperate attack, wah. The attack is shown in motion, a blur of movement. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His opponent, a hulking brute, throws a wild punch. But Kang-tae effortlessly dodges, his movements honed from years of training. A cold sweat beaded on his opponent's brow as he recoiled from the near miss. Seizing the opportunity, Kang-tae unleashes a devastating counterattack. A blindingly fast punch that connects with his opponent's abdomen. The impact is visceral. This is not just any punch, it's a manifestation of his newfound power, taking the form of a spear of pure energy. The spear, a weapon of immense power, hurtles towards his opponent, capable of piercing through anything in its path. The spear strikes, shattering the arena floor and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A sharp spear, a testament to Kang-tae's resurrected boxing prowess. He will not let his past regrets define his future. He will become the boxer he was always meant to be. Park Kang-tae, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, unleashed a devastating blow. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air. His opponent, a seasoned fighter with a scar across his cheek, staggered back, muttering about his life. Kang-tae, fueled by the memory of his abandoned dream, roared, right here, as he prepared for another attack. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion. His fist a projectile aimed at his opponent's jaw. The impact was brutal, sending a spray of blood across Kang-tae's opponent's face. His opponent's eyes rolled back, his body collapsing under the force of the blow. A sickening thud echoing through the arena as he hit the ground. Kang-tae stood over his fallen opponent, panting, his chest heaving. A look of grim determination settled on his face as he stared at his bloodied hands. He had done it. He had finally won. Park Kante, in a world where pugilism is a spectator sport, clenched his fist, a surge of power emanating from within. The raw energy visibly crackling around his knuckles as he prepared for the match. His blonde hair was slicked back with sweat, his eyes blazing with determination. Meanwhile, a man and a woman watched from the sidelines. The man exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible," while the woman, a sly smile playing on her lips, calmly replied, "Dear." The woman, seemingly pleased with the outcome, mused to herself, "It seems that I won the bet. The necklace. I'll look forward to it." Her expression was one of confident satisfaction, a glint of mischief in her emerald eyes. The man, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, sputtered, "They fought equally." From a distance, a booming voice cut through the air, "My boxer. I invested in him very well, indeed." A large, jovial man with a full beard and luxurious red robes appeared, pointing triumphantly at the woman who was now trapped in a wooden stock. The scene shifted back to the arena. Two defeated boxers lay on the ground, while Kante stood victorious, his body bearing the marks of a hard-fought battle. He raised his triumphant fist to the cheering crowd, a testament to his unwavering resolve and newly found strength. Park Kante, his back to the viewer, stood victorious in the boxing ring. A triumphant grin stretched across his face as he realized the implications of his win. He had won against a formidable opponent. He mused, "He's offering the victory to me. He sure knows that he's indebted to me, A young woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes watched from the sidelines, her hands clasped together in joyful anticipation. A look of excited surprise crossed her features as she witnessed Kante's victory. Kante, his chest heaving slightly, raised his arms in a gesture of victory. A quiet sense of accomplishment settled over him as he declared, internally, "I did it." The weight of his past regrets seemed to lift. The crowd roared its approval, a wave of sound washing over Kante as he stood triumphant in the arena. He felt the energy of the crowd, a palpable sense of his own achievement. The scene opens on a large, empty arena. The stands are sparsely populated with spectators, their faces obscured in shadow. A single comment floats above the scene, "Good match." A muscular man with short, graying hair addresses a younger, blonde man with a triumphant grin. The audience, and nobles too, they must have enjoyed your fight. The blonde man, sweat glistening on his bare chest, beams, raising a hand in acknowledgement. But then winces, clutching at his shoulder as a sharp pain shoots through him. A pained "Guh" escapes his lips. The older man instructs him, "Soak it in water." The blonde man, now visibly exhausted, sits by a wooden bucket, his face grim. The older man observes, as expected, "You still have ways to go." He reflects, "I didn't know I was hurt. If I went any further, I would have damaged my bones." The blonde man sits in a large wooden tub, his face pale and drawn as he soaks his injured shoulder. While the older man watches, commenting, "Still a glass body, huh? But you did well. I thought you were only good at using your brains." The crowd roared its approval as Callie, a young man with determined eyes and a powerful physique, emerged victorious from his match. His opponent lay defeated, while Callie, breathless but triumphant, declared his intention to continue winning. His victory, however, was short-lived. The jarring impact of his win caused the chair of a spectator to shake violently, prompting a nearby man to complain. Callie, along with another young man with blonde hair, stood panting, their ears ringing from the intense noise of the crowd. A stern-looking older man watched them. The cacophony overwhelmed Callie. He felt a wave of panic wash over him as he struggled to breathe, his mind racing. The older man observed Callie's distress, recognizing the symptoms of a panic attack. He muttered that it wasn't surprising given Callie's past. The blonde young man, addressing Callie by the alias Mantis, calmly advised him to focus on his breathing and use his long limbs to his advantage, as he had done before. Doubt clouded Callie's mind. He questioned whether he could possibly follow the advice given. But then, with a surge of adrenaline, Callie clenched his fist, a fierce determination etched on his face. He unleashed a powerful punch, securing another victory. He collapsed to his knees, exhausted but victorious, as the blonde young man and the older man watched from the sidelines. Grinning widely, a young man with spiky green hair and a bruised eye expressed his gratitude. "I really won thanks to your advice," he exclaimed, his words brimming with excitement. A moment of self-reflection washed over him as he questioned his own strength. "Yeah, right. I'm this strong? I'm the best," he mused, a mix of disbelief and pride evident in his inner thoughts. His confidence, however, was tempered by a more cautious observation from another. "I said that as a last resort method, but he might be more talented than expected," the other commented, his tone suggesting a degree of surprise. A woman with vibrant red hair, her expression amused, spoke to someone off-panel. "Ah, you should have seen the look on his face. His face got so red like a tomato," she added, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. The young man with blonde hair, now looking pensive, posed a question. What would have you done if I lost? The young man, still contemplating the events, offered a thoughtful response. I suppose. Lady Azalea, you truly don't fear anything, do you? A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple attire, stood before a closed door. He smirked slightly, muttering to himself that he'd take any perceived slight as a compliment. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, a striking young woman with vibrant red hair and an elegant dress struck a playful pose, her expression radiating confidence. A portly man in ornate, regal clothing burst into the hall, exclaiming his surprise at finding Azalea. The blonde young man, still near the door, was informed that he had a guest. He questioned the urgency, slightly confused. As the red-haired woman, Azalea, looked on with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Azalea's expression shifted to one of dawning realization, a hint of worry clouding her features. She silently wondered what was about to happen. The blonde man learned that Azalea was the lady of the ageist family. A new character, a man with dark hair, revealed that he had found Azalea by searching for a beautiful woman with crimson hair. He then introduced himself as Valon Joseph, the second son of Earl Joseph. Valon Joseph, the second son of Earl Joseph, was introduced. He seemed confident, his demeanor suggesting a sense of superiority. Meanwhile, a young woman with crimson hair, her face partially obscured by her hand, appeared distressed. Her internal turmoil was evident in her posture and expression. The flag of Earl Joseph was shown, a symbol of his considerable power and influence among the central nobility. Valon, observing the flag, seemed to contemplate its implications. The scene shifted to a formal gathering. The young woman with crimson hair stood amidst other nobles, her father, seemingly in a hurry, nearby. She explained that her father's haste was understandable. Valon approached, a smile playing on his lips. He presented a gift to the young woman's father. A ruby necklace, fulfilling a promise. His demeanor remained affable and courteous. Valon complimented the craftsmanship of the necklace, noting its exquisite quality. He then presented it to the young woman. He further remarked that the necklace's ruby color complemented her crimson hair. The young woman received the necklace, her expression unreadable. The young woman, holding the necklace, admitted that this gift complicated matters for her. She then thanked Valon for his generosity and straightforwardness. Despite losing a bet, Valon extended an invitation to the young woman for a walk, his intentions unclear. Azalea, a young woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes, nervously explained that she had been trying to escape before the current situation. Her father, a large man with blonde hair and a full beard, listened with a concerned expression. The father chuckled, assuming his daughter was too shy to accept the proposal. He assured the unseen individual that he would prepare her immediately. He then turned to address another man, who appeared to be a stranger, and asked him to wait. Azalea, however, firmly stated her unwillingness to spend time with such a man. Her father pleaded with her, urging her to comply just this once for his sake. He continued, suggesting that the man might not be as bad as she thought. The father, with a pained expression, confessed that he simply wanted his daughter to have a better life than their current circumstances. A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a simple, elegant gown, is shown from the shoulders up. Her expression is unreadable, her gaze directed slightly away from the viewer. The woman, her face now fully visible, speaks to a stout, jovial man in ornate clothing. She declares that she will only meet with him this once, and will avoid him on his next visit. A leaf falls as the woman and the man leave the scene. The camera focuses on a young man with blonde hair, watching them go. The blonde young man observes the departing pair from a distance, a look of disdain on his face. He mutters to himself, calling the man pathetic. The blonde young man's thoughts are revealed. He observes that the man manages a boxing school but knows nothing about boxing, only seeking immediate gains. He even had to sell boxing apprenticeships to make ends meet. The blonde young man's face is shown in close-up, his eyes narrowed in thought. He concludes that the woman's confidence in her bet was no surprise, given the man's incompetence. He turns to speak to a man in a dark green suit, who looks surprised by the blonde young man's statement. The blonde young man expresses his displeasure. He then accuses the man in the green suit and the red-haired woman of plotting against him. The man in the green suit, enraged, unleashes a furious insult. The blonde young man warns the man in the green suit to consider himself lucky this time. Park Kante, a man with a haunted look in his eyes and blonde hair, absently brushed a hand across his face, lost in thought. A voice, cold and ominous, warned him, "You'll fall on the sands of the ring with no time." A shadowy figure, his face grim and determined, appeared behind Kante, his presence radiating a palpable tension. The figure, a man with dark hair and a bow tie, spoke, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Shall we go now, Lady Azalea?" Kante's eyes blazed with a sudden, fierce anger, his expression hardening into a mask of fury. Park Kante, a man with a past as a gang member and a former aspiring boxer, lay basking in the sun by a tranquil lake. His blonde hair framed a pensive expression. Nearby, a picnic was underway. A woman with vibrant red hair sat with a man in a military-style uniform, surrounded by several attendants. A concerned voice echoed, questioning the wisdom of leaving the red-haired woman alone with the man. Conte's gaze drifted towards the scene. A sudden jolt of adrenaline shot through him as he felt a sharp pain. A voice, urgent and sharp, cut through the air, "Hey, bok gangte. Dodge." Another voice, this time more annoyed, muttered, "He's so noisy." Park Kangtae, in his new life, faced his opponent in a pugilist match. He moved with a practiced grace, his fist a blur as it connected with his opponent's jaw. A sharp crack echoing through the arena. The thought crossed his mind, I just have to hit after being hit. His strategy was simple, yet effective. Kangtae's counterattack was swift and brutal. He unleashed a devastating blow, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from a fresh wound. A triumphant smirk played on Kangtae's lips. There's no one that can stand after a hit from me, he thought, his confidence soaring. His arrogance, however, proved to be his undoing. A sudden movement caught him off guard. As a figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a weapon. The attack was swift and merciless, catching Kangtae completely by surprise. Kangtae's hand, bloodied and broken, hung limply in the air. What I thought, he realized, the weight of his past mistakes settling upon him. The harsh truth dawned on him, I was arrogant. His overconfidence had blinded him to the danger. In a final, desperate attempt, Kangtae launched a powerful punch. But it was too late. He was struck down, his body collapsing under the force of the blow. The scene ended with Kangtae lying defeated, his life flashing before his eyes. Park Kangtae, a former boxer turned gang member, lay dying. His bloodied fist clenched, a testament to a life of violence born from the bitter regret of abandoning his dream. He reflected on his past, the violence a twisted compensation for his broken fist. A silent wish forming in his heart, if only he could return to a life where he could pursue his passion. His body, ravaged by violence, slumped against a cold, unforgiving wall. Death's icy grip tightened. But even in his final moments, a fierce determination burned in his eyes. He vowed, even in death. A blinding white light engulfed him. The world dissolved into a chaotic blur. And then, just as suddenly, it vanished. He gasped, his eyes wide with shock. Finding himself in a lush forest, alive and breathing. A wave of disorientation washed over him. Was it all a dream? No, it wasn't. He had been given a second chance. A profound realization settled upon him. A chance to live differently, to finally pursue his boxing dream. But the memory of his past life lingered, a stark reminder of the path he would never tread again. A woman's voice pierced the quiet of the forest, calling out his name, Callie. Park Kangtae, his blonde hair catching the dim light of the forest, stared intently at something beyond the panel's frame. His expression was one of focused attention, a hint of grim determination etched onto his features. A woman, her face streaked with sweat and fear, cried out for help. Her desperate plea hung in the air, a stark contrast to the serene forest setting. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the woods, an overturned bottle of wine lay on the ground, its dark liquid staining the earth. A voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the quiet. What are you doing? The voice continued, its owner clearly agitated, playing hard to get, huh? Do you even know how expensive that necklace was? A heated argument ensued between a man and a woman with fiery red hair. The man's anger was palpable, the woman, though clearly agitated, stood her ground. The man, enraged, shouted, "You bastard," before unleashing a swift kick. The impact sent the woman sprawling. The man's face contorted in a grimace of fury. A close-up on the man's face revealed a terrifying expression of barely contained rage. His teeth were bared, his eyes blazing with fury. Park Kangtae, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a world where pugilism takes the form of competitive games. He is seen sprinting through a forest, his blonde hair windswept, a determined look on his face. A furious expression contorting his features as he shouts, "That bastard!" He runs with incredible speed, his movements a blur as he closes the distance. Kangtae is confronted by a group of men in formal wear, who block his path. One of them sneers, "No way we're letting you get near our master. You dimwit boxer brat." The men stand firm, their faces grim, ready for a fight. Kangtae, undeterred, stares them down. Kangtae's eyes narrow, a chilling threat escaping his lips, "If you block me, you won't return with proper limbs." He clenches his fist, his knuckles white, a clear sign of his readiness for a fight. "Are you ready?" One of the men scoffs, "Fighting technique that only uses fists won't do shit in real combat." Another man steps forward, confident and arrogant. Kangtae's opponent taunts him, "Come at me, you." The man's words are cut short as Kangtae unleashes a devastating blow, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. The impact is shown in a flurry of motion lines and impact effects. Park Kang-tae, clutching his eyes in agony, cried out in pain. His anguished whisper, barely audible, spoke of his failing sight. My eyes. My. A wave of terror washed over the three men standing nearby as they witnessed Kang-tae's distress. Their faces contorted in fear, a collective "Yuwa" escaped their lips. One of the men, deciding on a course of action, announced, I'll go get us a guard. Hold him off until then. He then sprinted away. The remaining two men exchanged worried glances. Kang-tae's form began to shift, radiating an ominous red aura. He stood over the terrified men, his presence now imposing and frightening. The two remaining men stared in disbelief and terror, their eyes wide with shock and fear. A man with dark hair and a stern expression forcefully restrained a young woman with vibrant red hair. He commanded her to stay still, his grip firm. The woman struggled against his hold, but he tightened his grip, his voice hardening as he told her to stop resisting. He cursed her. With a swift, precise movement, he struck her, sending her flying back. The impact sent the woman sprawling. Another man with blonde hair watched, ready to intervene. He launched himself forward, but the dark-haired man anticipated the attack. The dark-haired man countered with a powerful kick, sending the blonde man flying. The blonde man landed hard, groaning in pain and surprise as he wondered how he was defeated so easily. The blonde man's face contorted in a grimace of fury. He angrily questioned the dark-haired man's actions. The dark-haired man confidently declared that he knew exactly what he was doing. Park Kang-tae, his face a mask of fury and frustration, sputtered incoherently. His eyes, wide with barely contained rage, darted around wildly. The remnants of a recent beating were visible on his face, adding to his already volatile appearance. He was about to demand compensation for the ruby necklace, a valuable item recently stolen from him. But the word itself, compensation, seemed to trigger a deeper, more visceral reaction in his opponent. The man's eyes narrowed, a cold glint reflecting in their depths. A sudden, brutal attack erupted. The scene blurred into a flurry of motion, a whirlwind of fists and fury. His attacker, a figure shrouded in shadow, sneered, a cruel taunt escaping his lips, you got a problem? King Slay. The attacker unleashed a brutal barrage of blows, each strike landing with bone-jarring impact. Kang-tae staggered back, his body reeling from the force of the attack. The attacker pressed his advantage, his movements swift and merciless. He pressed his attack, a cold fury in his eyes. Another brutal blow sent Kang-tae crashing to the ground. His attacker loomed over him, his face contorted in a sneer. A compensation, he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Are you serious? A sneering voice cut through the air, the words dripping with disdain. Do you think the world is yours because you're a noble? The blond young man, his face contorted in fury, roared, do you think that you can live as you wish? His fist shot forward, a blur of motion, a powerful blow that sent his opponent reeling. The impact echoed, a sharp crack that punctuated the sudden silence. A young woman with fiery red hair gasped, that, Callie. His breath hitched, a cold sweat beating on his brow as the blond young man stammered, forgive me, I was wrong. The man he had struck, now visibly injured and dripping with sweat, was helped to his feet. He spoke, his voice laced with a chilling calmness, I hope this was a good lesson for you, young master. The red-haired woman rushed to the blond young man's side, concern etched on her face. Are you okay? Do you know what you've done? Her eyes widened in horror as she whispered, he's a man of the Joseph family. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, run away. You need to get away from here. A stern-faced man in a dark suit emerged, flanked by several armored guards. He addressed the blond young man with cold fury, stay right there, you slave brat. A blond man in a simple tunic ran away from the scene, leaving behind a fallen figure. A young woman with vibrant red hair knelt beside the body, tears streaming down her face. Her anguished whisper, barely audible, was a lament, it was too late. The fallen man, his face contorted in a grimace, sputtered a desperate order. He demanded the immediate arrest of the fleeing blond man. A sharp, defiant no cut through the air, silencing the dying man's pleas. A close-up revealed a furious face, eyes wide with rage, a man screaming a chilling command, kill him. News spread like wildfire through the city, the second son of the prestigious Joseph family had been defeated by a mere slave. This shocking upset was the talk of the harvest festival, drawing whispers and gasps from the assembled nobles. The rumor's rapid spread caused immediate concern for a member of the Joseph family. He was determined to prevent their family from becoming the subject of ridicule. A young man, dressed in fine clothes, stormed through the bustling marketplace, his face a mask of grim determination. He vowed to ensure the Joseph family would never again be entangled in the treacherous world of politics. His face contorted in a grimace, sweat beading on his brow, a chilling smile played on his lips. The young man's rage was palpable. He slammed his fist on a table, a ring glinting on his finger, muttering, damn it. A large, imposing man with a thick, blonde beard sat at a large desk, his brow furrowed in deep thought. His fists clenched, knuckles white, as he grappled with a difficult decision. What should I do?" he muttered to himself, his voice barely a whisper. His thoughts turned to recent events. I thought that everything was going well, he just had to. That anger erupted into a furious outburst. That fucking Vailon Joseph. He dared to touch my daughter, he roared, his face contorted in rage. A man with short, gray hair and a stern expression stood silently behind him, his presence a stark contrast to the king's uncontrolled fury. The words "Callie is currently being held in the guard's facility" hung heavy in the air. The gray-haired man spoke, his voice calm but firm. What are you saying? Release him." The king's response was immediate and brutal. "Just think of him as dead." The gray-haired man's expression shifted, a mixture of concern and resignation etched on his face. He spoke again, his voice laced with a hint of desperation. "I'm thankful that he rescued my daughter, but if we sided with him, our entire family will end." The king, overwhelmed by his own conflicting emotions, wrung his hands in distress. His face was a mask of anguish and helplessness. The gray-haired man, Callie, stared into the darkness, a single bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The weight of his situation pressed down on him. Life of a slave. A door creaked open, revealing a young woman with vibrant red hair rushing into the room. She called out to her father. The young woman's face was a picture of distress, her eyes wide with fear and concern. Her arrival brought a new layer of complexity to the already tense situation. Lady Azalea, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to her pale complexion, confronted a large, bearded man. "Why did you come? You should have rested a little," she exclaimed, her voice laced with concern. Ignoring his words, Azalea pressed on, her urgency palpable. She insisted, "You must defend Callie. He saved me twice." Her eyes, wide with fear and determination, reflected the gravity of the situation. The man's words, "Slave or not, you must uphold your honor," echoed in the silence. Azalea's expression shifted, a chilling smile replacing her fear. They were compensated for their loyalty, but Callie, she hissed, her voice dripping with venom. The large man covered his face, clearly distressed. From the shadows, a calm voice cut through the tension. "I'll take care of that." A new, stern-faced man appeared, confronting Azalea. "You plan on throwing him away," he accused, his tone sharp and accusatory. Azalea looked distraught, her hands held by the newcomer. The man explained, "Lady Azalea, his hands are tied too." Azalea's eyes darted around, fear and desperation etched on her face. A single word escaped her lips, "Callie," a desperate plea. The scene shifted to a dimly lit prison corridor. The words "Wistry Guard Facility" appeared above a barred gate, guarded by a lone soldier. A man with a sinister grin peered from behind the bars. "So I heard that you beat up a noble," he sneered, his voice dripping with malice. The crowd roared its approval. "That's awesome. You're our hero," they chanted, their voices echoing through the prison. Park Kangtae, a young man with blonde hair and weary eyes, sat alone in his cell, the chains around his ankles a stark reminder of his recent capture. He was hailed as a hero, but the weight of his past actions pressed heavily upon him. A gruff voice cut through the silence. "Why were you locked up?" Kangtae simply replied, "Pickpocketing." He. The guard scoffed. "Ha, so nothing big." His tone shifted, turning menacing. "At most, my hands will be cut off, but you will get your neck sliced clean." Kangtae's expression darkened. A shadow fell over his face, his eyes betraying a hint of his inner turmoil. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, "Quiet down there." A heavily armored guard burst into the cell, his weapon raised. He shoved the pickpocket aside with a fierce yell. Alone again, Kangtae reflected on his past. "I threw away my chance to box again," he thought, a deep sadness settling in his heart. But then, a different emotion surfaced. He realized, "I would have regretted it my entire life if I didn't rescue her there." The scene shifted to a grand courtroom. The trial was about to begin. Park Kangtae, or Callie as he is known in this world, stood before a court of law, his blonde hair contrasting sharply with the dark, formal attire of the room. Two guards, clad in silver armor, flanked him, their spears held at the ready. A judge sat high above, observing the proceedings with an impassive gaze. The courtroom was filled with spectators, their faces a mixture of curiosity and judgment. The tension in the room was palpable. A voice, deep and resonant, boomed from the judge's bench, "The battle slave of the ageist family, Callie." The judge continued, his voice unwavering, "Do you acknowledge that you've assaulted Vailon Joseph?" The weight of the accusation hung heavy in the air. Two men, bruised and battered, sat in the witness stand, their testimony adding to the gravity of the situation. Four witnesses on top of the victim. One of them stated, his voice strained. Callie hung his head, his shoulders slumped. A barely audible groan escaped his lips. The judge's voice cut through the silence, sharp and unforgiving. You have to hang his head by the... Tear his limbs apart, the judge roared, his anger palpable. Die, you rude slave. Callie's eyes narrowed, a flicker of defiance in their depths. His hands, bound in chains, clenched into fists. They're all trash, he muttered, his voice low but filled with contempt. A woman with fiery red hair, her face contorted in anger, confronted one of the witnesses. The tension escalated further. Callie's gaze hardened. They're basically saying that Vaylon's actions towards Azalea are not excusable, he thought, a grim understanding dawning on him. The court's judgment was delivered. Battle slave Callie was sentenced to death. The judge's gavel fell, finalizing the grim sentence. Before the execution could proceed, a voice called out. A request to speak before the final verdict. The court acknowledged that Callie had committed a grave crime, but it was the harvest festival. A time when even beggars were treated kindly. The speaker, however, wasn't denying Callie's crimes. He argued that a battle slave should die as a battle slave. And pointed out that they currently had a battle slave named Ogre from Dolment, who had experience with executions. The judge confirmed the speaker's statement. A boisterous man, his face etched with a cruel amusement, declared to the unseen audience that he had staged fights between ogres and death row inmates for their entertainment. The image shifts to a pugilistic arena, the crowd roars with excitement as a hulking ogre, Callie, prepares for battle, his eyes blazing with primal fury. In a separate scene, two men in opulent attire argue. One, an older man with a stern expression, shouts in protest. The other, younger and more composed, gestures dismissively. The younger man calmly retorts that, as a battle slave boxer, fighting to the death is an honor. A blonde-haired man, his face filled with determination, requests a final match between the ogre and Callie. He anticipates the match with a mixture of apprehension and excitement. A match with the fearsome ogre. The younger man from the previous scene, Earl Joseph, explains that the match will only happen if he agrees. The scene shifts to Earl Joseph, who is observing the situation with a thoughtful expression. Earl Joseph, after a moment of contemplation, accepts the request. A man in a richly embroidered red jacket, his expression serious and calculating, observed the unfolding events. He mused that the current situation, however unpleasant, represented the best possible outcome given the circumstances. His gaze lingered on a young boxer, whose movements were so fluid and precise that they seemed almost artistic. The man watched, captivated, as the young boxer's fists blurred in a flurry of motion. A testament to his skill and training. The man's thoughts turned to the possibility of acquiring the young fighter, had things gone differently. A gavel slammed down, announcing the start of a match between the young boxer and a formidable opponent known as the Ogre of Dolment. The young boxer, seemingly unfazed, stood poised and ready, surrounded by a group of imposing figures. His opponent, the ogre, snarled a challenge, his words laced with venom. The tension escalated as the two fighters faced off, a palpable sense of anticipation hanging in the air. The match began with a brutal exchange of blows. The young boxer, despite his injuries, remained defiant. Defeated and bound, the young boxer looked up, a flicker of hope in his eyes as he wondered if the divine hand that brought him to this world truly existed. Park Kante, his body battered and bruised from his arduous climb, thought to himself that his struggle was providing amusement for unseen onlookers. He resolved to persevere, promising himself a spectacular display of resilience and strength. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Kante strained against his restraints, his determination burning bright. He would endure until the very end. Reaching the summit with nothing but his fists. Park Kante found himself in a cold, damp cell. A heavy chain, secured to the stone floor, was his only company. A heavily armored guard stood in the doorway. He spoke, his voice echoing in the dim light. "I heard you tried to protect your lady? You've got loyalty, I'll give you that, I'll cheer for you, at least." Kante sat alone, the only light a sliver piercing the darkness of his cell. A stark reminder of his current predicament. The guard's voice, barely audible, cut through the silence. "Just a little while." Kante's eyes narrowed. He was not sure what to make of the guard's words. A worried expression etched itself onto the face of one of the men, his eyes wide with concern. He questioned, "Kijo? Torres, and even the instructor?" A stern-faced man, his gaze sharp and intense, responded curtly, "You, brat. Damn it." A young man with blonde hair, his face pale and bearing signs of distress, was bound by a heavy chain around his neck. He looked on with apprehension. One of the men, his face contorted in a grimace, muttered, "Thanks for helping me out last time. F***ck, he deserved it, so why are you?" The stern-faced man continued, "At first I hated you because of how whiny you were." But his expression softened slightly as he added, "But you're a decent guy, Callie. Don't die." The stern-faced man offered the chained young man a bowl of food, saying, "Have some of this. You'll need all your strength to fight." Another man, observing the scene, explained, "As you've seen, the ogre is beyond our imagination. His only flaw is that he has no techniques whatsoever." A man with a scar across his face addressed the blond young man with a grim expression, his voice laced with concern. He wished him luck as the group prepared for an upcoming confrontation. Park Kang-tae, a man whose life took an unexpected turn after abandoning his boxing dreams, found himself chained in a dark, damp cell. A cruel smirk played on his lips. A chilling reminder of his past life as a gang member flashed before his eyes. He reflected on his death, a grim satisfaction in the thought that he would be mourned. His thoughts shifted to the present, a quiet determination hardening his gaze. He muttered to himself, finding solace in the knowledge that his death had meaning. Meanwhile, the soft click of heels echoed in a nearby hallway. A prelude to an unexpected arrival. The camera focuses on Kang-tae, still chained, his expression unreadable. A woman, Lady Azalea, appeared in the doorway, her crimson dress a stark contrast to the grim surroundings. Surprise and confusion clouded Kang-tae's features as he saw her. Lady Azalea's arrival was unexpected, her presence a mystery to Kang-tae. He questioned her motives, his voice laced with suspicion. But she remained resolute, her words revealing a loyalty that surprised him. Lady Azalea's unwavering loyalty was evident in her calm demeanor. She dismissed his concerns, focusing instead on his well-being. While Kang-tae, though grateful, remained cynical, revealing the harsh realities of his past and his current predicament. He was kidnapped by bandits and forced into a perverse situation. A young man with blonde hair, shackled by a heavy chain around his wrists, sat passively as a woman with long, dark red hair gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Her expression was soft, yet determined. "Then why don't you keep protecting me from now on?" she asked, her voice a quiet plea. The camera focused on the young man's eye, a single, intense gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions, fear, determination, and a hint of something else, something almost hopeful. He leaned in, and she kissed him softly. The chains binding him seemed to fade into the background, momentarily forgotten in the intimacy of the moment. Their lips met again, this time more urgently, a silent promise passing between them amidst the unspoken tension. The kiss ended abruptly. The woman pulled back, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and confusion. "What, did you just?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. The woman's face was partially obscured by her hair, but her shoulders shook slightly as she spoke. "I don't know," she exclaimed, her voice laced with frustration and fear. The young man, his expression equally troubled, replied, "I don't know either." She looked at him, her eyes pleading. "Promise me," she urged, her voice barely a breath. She continued, her voice low and urgent. "Swear it like last time." The final words hung heavy in the air, a desperate plea for reassurance. "Swear that you will win." Tears streamed down her face, hot and relentless, as a silent scream escaped her lips. Her eyes, wide and glistening, reflected the depth of her despair. The camera focuses on her corset, a stark contrast to the emotional turmoil visible on her face moments before. A young man with blonde hair and a cruel smirk watched her, his words dripping with a chilling indifference. "You make it difficult for me to die." Her tears continued to fall, but a faint smile touched her lips. She whispered, "Just a little more." A voice boomed, "It's time to fight, ogre." The scene shifts to a man with gray hair, his face etched with malice. He instructs, "It's an execution match, so no ropes either. Go wild. Make sure to kill him as viciously as you can. Got it?" A large, muscular man, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and rage, is shown from the perspective of the gray-haired man. The gray-haired man's face looms over him. The ogre, wounded but defiant, crawls towards a light at the end of a dark tunnel. He leaves a trail of blood as he drags himself forward, his determination unwavering despite his injuries. The final event of the festival was about to begin. A hush fell over the crowd as a lone figure stepped into the arena. The executioner, the ogre of Dolment. A towering figure of immense muscle and barely contained rage. His very presence seemed to crack the earth beneath his feet. And his opponent, the death row criminal, battle slave Callie. Park Kang-tae, shackled and guarded, stood defiant. His blonde hair and intense gaze betrayed nothing of his inner turmoil. The crowd roared, demanding justice. "Show the criminal the laws of the land. Execute him. Kill." The ogre of Dolment cracked his knuckles, a chilling sound that echoed through the stadium. A storm of raw power brewing within him. He unleashed a furious roar, a terrifying display of strength as he prepared to strike. But Callie, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle, merely muttered, "Man, how noisy." A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its form slowly materializing from the depths of an ominous void. Revealing itself as a colossal, muscular man, his imposing stature dwarfing the blonde-haired young man standing before him. The young man, seemingly unfazed, muttered to himself, "Stupidly large, too." The young man's hand reached out, tearing a piece of his coat. A gesture of defiance against the looming threat. A voice, seemingly from the sidelines, observed, with that physique, of course he doesn't need techniques. The blond young man, now shirtless, stood ready in a boxing stance, the roar of a crowd echoing in his ears. His eyes burning with determination. His powerful physique was on full display, a testament to his dedication. He moved with surprising speed and agility. His foot striking the ground with a powerful impact, sending a shockwave outwards. Sending his opponent sprawling to the ground, defeated. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His blonde hair and muscular physique are evident, even amidst the swirling dust and shadows of the fight. He throws a powerful punch. But his opponent, a hulking figure with dark hair and scarred skin, remains unfazed. A cruel smile plays on the opponent's lips, his eyes glinting with malice. Kang-tae's brow furrows in concentration as he continues his assault. He thinks, it doesn't feel like the hits are working. His punches land, but they seem to have little effect. The opponent effortlessly deflects Kang-tae's blows, his movements fluid and powerful. A fierce counterattack follows. A whirlwind of motion as the opponent unleashes a devastating blow. Dust and debris fly as the force of the impact is shown. Kang-tae is sent reeling, his body battered. He mutters, "Damn it. Just what kind of muscles are those?" Kang-tae's face is contorted in a grimace of pain and disbelief. He observes, sand dust just from a swing. The sheer power of his opponent's attack is overwhelming. His opponent, breathing heavily, growls, "You kill," his voice laced with a chilling threat. Kang-tae, despite his injuries, stands defiant. He retorts, "But this world is fair at least. You have a God-given body, but no intellect at all." Kang-tae's expression hardens. The narration box states, his physique is overwhelming. The narration box explained that to overcome their weaknesses, humans used their wisdom and created techniques. The accompanying image showed a lone human, armed with a spear, facing a massive lion. The panel depicted two men grappling on the floor, showcasing a martial arts technique. A close-up then revealed Park Kang-tae, his eyes blazing with fierce determination, ready to fight. The image focused on his powerful physique, his hands wrapped in boxing bandages, poised for action. A narration box appeared, stating that humans are a race used to fighting opponents stronger than them. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself walking a desolate path, pursued by two menacing dogs. His past life as a boxer, a dream abandoned, weighed heavily on him. He continued his trek, his bare feet kicking up dust. Until he encountered a hulking figure, scarred and imposing. The onlookers gasped, murmuring their disbelief. Among the crowd, fear and confusion reigned. Whispers of "Is he insane?" and "He's crazy" rippled through the onlookers. Two men, bound in chains, watched with a mixture of apprehension and morbid curiosity. A man in a fine coat observed Kang-tae from a distance, a smirk playing on his lips. He wondered aloud, has he given up? He dismissed Kang-tae's actions as a suicidal march, stating, he's walking to his death. The imposing figure from earlier, his face obscured, loomed over Kang-tae, a silent threat. Park Kang-tae, a powerfully built man with dark hair and an intense glare, unleashed a devastating blow. His fist, a blur of motion, left a white trail in its wake as it connected with his opponent, sending his opponent sprawling across the arena floor. The impact was clearly felt, leaving a visible mark on the opponent's body. Despite the blow, Kang-tae's opponent, a blond man with a determined expression, quickly recovered. He muttered, "Why don't you keep punching?" He retaliated with a flurry of punches, but Kang-tae effortlessly dodged each one. "You're way too slow." Kang-tae scoffed. The blond man's eyes narrowed. He thought, one mistake and I'm done for. Meanwhile, Kang-tae's speed impressed onlookers. One of them exclaimed, "What speed he has with that stature." Kang-tae's next punch was a devastating uppercut, ending the match with a swift and decisive victory. The onlookers watched in stunned silence. One of the onlookers, a man with a concerned expression, sadly commented, "Truly sad. So much potential." Another onlooker, a man in a dark coat with a serious expression, added, "He could have been the turning point of the boxers." A powerful blow landed, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. But instead of a critical hit, the blonde boxer, Park Kang-tae, found himself narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Kang-tae, agile and quick, dodged the initial attack, countering with a swift uppercut that sent a shockwave through his opponent's body. The impact was immense, the force of the blow visibly shaking his opponent. As a furious roar escaped the larger man's lips, "You fucking rat!" Kang-tae smirked, a glint in his eyes. "Yes, keep raging. It makes it easier for me to dodge." He prepared for another attack, his movements fluid and precise. With blinding speed, Kang-tae unleashed a devastating blow, connecting with his opponent's jaw, sending him reeling backward. The crowd roared, a wave of sound crashing over Park Kante as he stood in the arena. Their cheers and jeers were a blur, a chaotic symphony of anticipation. A testament to the raw power about to be unleashed. A man in the stands, his face etched with concern and excitement, observed the scene. He muttered to himself that this represented a new level of boxing technique. Another man, dressed in extravagant finery, watched from a more elevated position. His expression was one of intense anticipation. A barely contained thrill vibrating in his posture. He declared it to be a revolution in boxing. In the ring, Park Kante, muscles coiled tight, stood defiant. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity. He roared, a primal scream that echoed through the arena, demanding an end to his running. A desperate plea for a chance to finally confront his past and seize his future. His opponent, a blonde-haired man, braced himself. His eyes narrowed in concentration as he prepared to strike. A surge of energy pulsed within him, a crimson light flaring in his eyes. A prelude to a devastating blow. The air crackled with anticipation. With blinding speed, the blonde-haired man unleashed a powerful punch, a crimson streak tearing through the air, connecting with Park Kante's jaw. A guttural cry of pain escaped the boxer's lips as he staggered back. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a desperate struggle. His face contorted in a silent scream, sweat dripping from his brow as he braced for impact. A narration box explained a unique fighting technique, a powerful, unpredictable strike using the side of the fist, a move unknown in this world. Kante's opponent, a hulking figure, was about to be hit with this unusual technique. The impact was imminent. As Kante, with a smirk, prepared to unleash the Baekwan technique against his seemingly oblivious foe, the shockwaves of the blow reached a watching audience. A man in a regal outfit, aghast, exclaimed that his undefeated ogre had been defeated. Two onlookers, chained together, watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. One of the chained men, speaking in a thought bubble, reflected on Kante's past behavior, noting that this was always his style. A montage showed Kante's powerful strikes, exceeding expectations and creating opportunities. The narration continued, highlighting Kante's ability to create variables during combat. The two chained men, now grinning, seemed to find amusement in Kante's unpredictable fighting style. The commentators speculated that Kali might win, given his strategy of wearing down the ogre through accumulated fatigue and damage. Unlike his usual technique of targeting the brain or throat, Kali was employing a different strategy against the ogre. A strategy that would cause the ogre to lose oxygen in his blood after a certain amount of time. The ogre, however, showed no signs of slowing down, his rage intensified. But this was Kali's miscalculation. The ogre countered with a powerful blow. Kali was shocked by the ogre's remaining strength, exclaiming, "What a monster! You still have this much strength?" Kali, realizing he was tiring first, attempted to create distance. But the ogre's relentless assault continued. Kali knew this was a dangerous situation. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His opponent, a powerfully built man with dark hair, launched a swift, brutal kick aimed at Kante's head. The impact sending a shockwave through Kante's body. His eyes widened in surprise and pain, sweat beading on his brow as he gasped for air. He cursed, "Fuck," as he braced for another attack. The force of the blow sent Kante sprawling across the arena floor. A cloud of dust erupting around him as he slid several feet. He lay there, gasping, his body trembling from the impact. Pain shot through his chest and arms. Kante realized with a jolt that his arm would have shattered if he hadn't moved backward. He clutched his injured arm, his face contorted in pain. Despite the agony, a flicker of determination ignited within him. Park Kante, a powerfully built man with a fierce expression, stood amidst a cloud of dust. His muscles, taut and corded, spoke of immense strength and brutal power. Sweat beaded on his brow, a testament to the exertion of a recent battle. He had just finished a fight, his dark hair wildly disheveled from the intensity of the combat. A single exclamation point punctuated the scene, highlighting the suddenness of his victory. His opponent, another imposing figure, lay defeated on the ground, groaning in pain. Three other men, similarly built, watched from a distance, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and fear. One of them uttered a pained groan, "Ugh." Kante clutched his head, a pained expression twisting his features. The exertion of his victory was clearly taking its toll. One of the onlookers, a young man with blonde hair, watched Kante with a mixture of concern and curiosity. He seemed to be assessing Kante's capabilities. The blonde-haired man's thoughts were revealed. This must be his first time. A flashback showed Kante in a boxing ring, effortlessly defeating his opponents. The narration box added, prolonging the fight this much, moving this actively. Since he finished them all with one move. The blonde-haired man's thoughts continued, ogre, in the end. Someone, unseen, spoke, "You are a human too." Park Kante, a powerfully built man with a fierce expression, clutched his head in agony. His face was contorted in pain, sweat beading on his brow as he groaned in anguish. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, declared that his time was over. Kante, however, saw this as his last chance. With renewed determination, Kante, a leaner figure with blonde hair, launched himself forward, a fierce glint in his eyes. The voice observed that Kante's opponent would soon tire, providing an opening for a swift, decisive blow. Kante, seizing the opportunity, dove low, aiming for a powerful strike. Knowing this was his only chance, Kante resolved to bet everything on this final attack. He unleashed a ferocious punch, his face contorted in a grimace of effort. His opponent roared in pain as the blow connected, a shockwave radiating from the impact. The force of the blow sent Kante's opponent reeling, his body momentarily stunned. Park Kante, his face contorted in a mask of agony, writhed in pain. His opponent's attack had clearly landed with brutal force. His opponent, a powerfully built man with dark hair, grimaced, his wrist clearly injured. "My wrist is out," he groaned, his voice strained. But Kante saw an opening. His opponent's chin was exposed, and a plan formed in his mind. This was his chance. Kante moved with surprising speed, despite his own injuries. He unleashed a powerful blow, aiming directly for his opponent's vulnerable jaw. "Clench your jaw," he urged himself, his eyes blazing with determination. The impact was devastating. His opponent staggered back, his body reeling from the force of the blow. He crashed to the ground, defeated. Kante had won the round. Kante's opponent, dazed and disoriented, attempted a desperate counterattack. But it was too late. The final blow landed, ending the match. Park Kante, his blonde hair a stark contrast to his opponent's dark skin, unleashed a devastating blow. The force of the punch sent a shockwave rippling through the air, the impact echoing with a bone-jarring crack. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. But his opponent, despite the damage, remained standing. With a guttural growl, Kante's adversary lunged forward. Kante, his eyes blazing with determination, braced himself for another attack. He muttered to himself, needing just one more chance. A moment of intense focus before he countered with a powerful uppercut. The force of the blow a blinding flash of light and energy. His fist connected with his opponent's jaw, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. A gurgling sound escaped the man's lips as he collapsed, foam bubbling at the corners of his mouth, a testament to the brutal impact. Kante stood over his fallen foe, watching as the man's body shuddered violently before going still. Victory was his, but at what cost? The dust settled, leaving Kante victorious but exhausted. He had proven himself once more. Park Kante, a blonde-haired pugilist, unleashed a final, devastating blow, sending his hulking opponent sprawling to the ground. The dust settled in the arena, revealing Kante victorious over his massive opponent, the ogre, in a pugilist match before a large crowd. The crowd reacted with a mixture of shock and awe. A murmur of "ogre was defeated" rippled through the stands. Two spectators, their faces alight with excitement, openly celebrated Kante's improbable victory. Meanwhile, Kante's opponent was being led away, his arms bound in chains. The words "Kali won" echoed in the air. Despite his victory, Kante was clearly exhausted. He reflected, "If Ogre knew how to box properly, I would have lost, no questions." He continued his self-assessment, blaming his poor stamina management on his former trainer, the Baron. Kante's hand, bruised and battered, reached out, leaving a bloody imprint on the dusty ground. Park Kante's eyes, wide with a primal fear, darted around wildly. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples as he braced himself for the inevitable. His mouth gaped open in a silent scream, a reflection of the terror gripping his soul. He was utterly defenseless. As a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, the creature roared, "Monster," a guttural sound that sent shivers down Kante's spine. The monster, a hulking mass of muscle and rage, crouched low to the ground, preparing to strike. A whirlwind of dust and fury erupting from its powerful legs as it launched itself forward. A deafening roar filling the air as the monster closed in. The monster lunged, its massive fist aimed squarely at Kante's head. Kante's eyes widened in terror as he braced for the impact. But at the last moment, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. He reacted instinctively, his body moving with a speed he never knew he possessed. A blur of motion, a desperate counterattack. A brutal force of the collision sending him flying backwards, his body slamming against the hard earth. Park Kante, a man whose past life as a gang member ended in a violent death, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His blonde hair and lean physique are visible even as he's sent flying through the air by a powerful kick, the force of the blow sending him tumbling towards the ground. His opponent, a powerfully built man with dark hair and numerous scars across his torso, watches his descent with a grim satisfaction. Kante crashes to the ground, the impact jarring him. He struggles to regain his footing. A bloody cough racking his body as he spits blood onto the dusty arena floor. His face contorts in pain. 3 onlookers watch the scene unfold, their expressions a mixture of shock and concern. One of them mutters that Kante's performance is surprisingly amateurish. Despite the pain, Kante grits his teeth, muttering that the blow hurts. He rises to his feet, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. His opponent, fueled by anger, charges towards him, a furious expression on his face. The onlookers are shocked by Kante's resilience, questioning how he can still move so effectively after such a beating. Kante, eyes blazing with determination, prepares for another round, his body moving with surprising speed and agility despite his injuries. Grimacing in pain, Park Kante, sweat beading on his brow, clutched at his injured side. His breath hitched in his throat as he braced himself. A powerful blow landed squarely on his arm, the impact sending a jolt of pain through his body. Kante stumbled back, his vision blurring as he staggered. Desperately trying to regain his footing, he scrambled away from his opponent, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. His opponent, a hulking figure with a cruel smile, watched him go. The hulking figure, muscles rippling beneath his dark skin, advanced menacingly. He moved with surprising speed for his size, closing the distance between himself and the fleeing Kante. Kante felt a crushing weight on his chest as his opponent's foot came down hard. A wave of agonizing pain washed over him as he stared up at his opponent, his eyes wide with fear. Park Kante, his face contorted in a silent scream, felt the crushing weight of his past life. His regret, a bitter taste in his mouth, echoed in the hollow space where his dreams once resided. A cruel smile stretched across the face of his assailant, a monstrous grin that spoke volumes of his sadistic pleasure. The blond young man, his body battered and bruised, was lifted effortlessly into the air. Blood trickled from a fresh wound on his lip. His attacker, a hulking figure of immense strength, held him aloft with one hand, his grip tightening with each passing moment. The scene shifted, focusing on a heavy boot descending from above. The boot connected with the blond man's face, a sickening thud echoing in the silence. "You call this boxing," he thought, his voice a mere whisper against the overwhelming force. His eyes, wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief, reflected the harsh reality of his situation. The brutal impact left him gasping for air. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a brutal fight. His opponent, a hulking figure with dark hair and a muscular build, had him pinned. A guttural groan escaping his lips as he struggled against his captor's superior strength. The scene was dark and gritty, the air thick with the smell of sweat and blood. Kante's body was thrown back with a sickening crack, a scream escaping his lips as he hit the ground hard. His opponent following up with a swift kick that sent him sprawling. The impact was brutal, leaving Kante gasping for air. Despite the pain, a surge of defiance coursed through Kante. His eyes blazed with anger as he roared a defiant challenge. "Don't you dare," he shouted, his voice raw with fury. His opponent, however, remained unmoved, his expression grim. The next blow landed with devastating force, the impact causing Kante's vision to blur. A deafening roar escaping his lips as he crumpled to the ground, defeated. The fight was over. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a brutal pugilist match. His opponent, a towering ogre-like figure, easily overpowered him, sending him sprawling to the ground. The impact of the fall echoing through the arena as he slid across the dirt floor. The ogre's immense strength was undeniable. Lying defeated, Kante coughed, a trickle of blood staining his chest. Despite the pain, a flicker of determination ignited within him. A desperate act of defiance. In a surprising move, he bit off the ogre's ear, shocking the audience. He bit off the ogre's ear. "Now who's more barbaric?" the crowd roared. The ogre, enraged by this unexpected attack, loomed over Kante. "Ah! So you do bleed red." "Not green," the ogre growled, his eyes blazing with fury. The ogre, wounded and enraged, prepared for a final, devastating attack. "I will kill." He lunged forward, a terrifying roar escaping his lips. But Kante, fueled by adrenaline and a renewed sense of purpose, braced himself, ready to meet the oncoming assault. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His opponent, a powerfully built man with dark hair, lunges forward, unleashing a fierce blow. Kante, however, deftly dodges the attack and counters with a swift strike, sending a cloud of dust and grit flying from the impact. The larger man recoils, a low growl escaping his lips. Despite the ferocity of the exchange, Kante's eyes are sharp and focused. He acknowledges his opponent's strength, a grudging respect evident in his expression. "You're strong. I acknowledge it." He follows up with another powerful blow. A devastating punch that sends his opponent reeling. and crashes to the ground, his body hitting the floor with a heavy thud. The impact of the fight takes its toll on Kante. Every bone in his body creaks, his insides feeling like mush. Every bone is creaking and my insides feel like a mush. Yet, despite the physical strain, he feels no pain. A grim determination hardens his features. But it's not painful. With renewed vigor, he unleashes another fierce attack. A powerful kick that connects with his opponent's face, sending him sprawling. The match is far from over. Blood gushed from Park Kante's nose as he roared in agony, his face contorted in a mask of pain. A voiceover narration clarified the nature of the fight. It wasn't a battle between man and beast, but between two beasts. A fight between two beasts, a spectator observed, his expression grim. Kante's eyes widened in shock as he registered the implications of this statement. The crowd erupted, chanting Kali, in a frenzy of excitement as Kante's opponent was revealed. The roar of the crowd intensified as the camera panned to the arena, where the fight was about to begin. The anticipation palpable as Kante and his opponents circled each other in the boxing ring. Kante unleashed a devastating blow, connecting with his opponent's face with a sickening thud. A brutal impact sending blood spraying across the arena floor. As his opponent retaliated with a counterattack, his eyes blazing with fury. Park Kante, his face contorted in a grimace, unleashed a powerful punch, the force of the blow depicted by a burst of white energy radiating from his fist. Could he lose? His opponent, a hulking figure, staggered back from the impact. A swift uppercut sent him sprawling to the ground. His opponent, defeated, could only mutter, "Why, you win." Kante stood victorious, his breath ragged, sweat dripping from his brow, but a triumphant grin spread across his face as he surveyed the scene. He was exhausted, his body covered in cuts and bruises, but his eyes burned with a fierce determination. A triumphant roar escaped his lips as he raised his bruised fist in the air. The crowd erupted in cheers, a wave of sound washing over him. Standing amidst the roar of the crowd, Kante raised his fist in victory, his silhouette a testament to his hard-fought triumph. A man with gray hair and a neatly trimmed beard, dressed in a dark, formal outfit, stared in horror. His face contorted in a mask of disbelief as he muttered, "My ogre has." Meanwhile, two other figures reacted with wide-eyed shock and disbelief, their mouths agape in a silent scream of terror. Elsewhere, a muscular young man with blonde hair, his back adorned with scars, stood amidst a cloud of dust. He turned slowly, his expression unreadable. His eyes, however, narrowed, a flicker of determination hardening his gaze. The scene shifted to show a pair of feet in motion, quickly approaching a figure. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the air. As a cold voice announced, "The execution will proceed." The blond young man stood before a line of soldiers, their armor gleaming under the dim light. He was surrounded, his fate sealed. Sweat beaded on his brow, but his expression remained stoic. He was ready. A chuckle escaped the young man's lips. "Ha, so in the end, this is it." His face, marred by cuts and bruises, was a picture of grim acceptance. A single tear traced a path down his cheek. A dark figure, seemingly a man, hurtled downwards, creating a vortex in the milky white liquid as he fell. The impact sent a small rock flying upwards, leaving behind a crater where the figure landed. A man in a helmet grimaced, sweat beading on his brow. A group of soldiers, armed with spears, appeared, shouting in alarm, "Boo! What are you doing?" Other figures emerged from the crowd, yelling, "Let him live! Don't kill him!" The pleas for mercy echoed through the arena. As soldiers looked on, uncertain of what to do, rocks rained down from the stands. An older man, observing from afar, questioned, "What are they doing right now?" The older man's face hardened. He declared, "We have to let Kali live." He and another man exchanged worried glances. A concerned official observed the growing support for Kali, noting that eliminating him would render the harvest festival meaningless. Earl Joseph, weighing the political ramifications, decided against taking action against Kali, hoping his decision would be understood. Earl Joseph ordered Valon to leave, but Valon, seething with anger, couldn't let go of the Baron's insult. Valon vowed revenge, ensuring the Baron wouldn't live peacefully. Valon's face contorted in a grimace as he thought of Kali. Kali, bruised but victorious, stood in the arena after his match against the ogre. Park Kante, a former boxer-turned-gang member, lay in a hospital bed, his body heavily bandaged. It was a miracle he was still alive after his last fight. Observers noted his resilience, commenting on his incredible toughness despite his injuries. The extent of his injuries was readily apparent. His arms, legs, and torso were swathed in bandages, hinting at the brutal nature of his last encounter. Two men stood beside him, one older and more frail, the other younger and more imposing. The older man pleaded for Kante's life, while the younger man, cold and calculating, explained the high cost of hospitalization. The younger man, visibly frustrated, muttered about Godolph's reluctance to pay, even if he feared Earl Joseph. He then ordered GANGSTER to use a certain item to cover the costs. Lady Azalea appeared, her presence adding a layer of intrigue to the scene. She offered a beautiful, ornate pendant, questioning if it would be enough to cover Conte's medical expenses. The older man gratefully accepted the offer, assuring her that he would do his best to ensure Conte's recovery. A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a dark, Victorian-style dress, stood defiantly before an older, stern-looking man and a burly, imposing figure. Her expression was one of simmering anger as she addressed the older man, calling him a damned doctor. Meanwhile, in a hospital bed, a young man with blonde hair lay injured and bleeding profusely. His labored breathing and pained expression spoke volumes of his condition. The red-haired woman and the older man anxiously watched over him, the older man asking, "How did it go?" A moment of relief washed over them as the older man announced, "The execution is repealed. The audience did not want your death." The red-haired woman, her face softened with relief, looked down at the injured man. She told him, "You earned this victory. I'm glad that you're alive." The blonde-haired man, still weak and battered, lay in the hospital bed, his eyes closed. A faint sigh escaped his lips. As he silently reflected on his survival, whispering to himself, "At least I'm alive for now." Park Conte, a former boxer turned gang member, lay injured in a cart, his body battered and bruised. His only regret, as he drifted in and out of consciousness, was giving up his boxing dream. A hulking figure loomed over him, a cruel grin splitting his face. This was the ogre, a notorious figure known for his brutal strength. The ogre, amused, addressed Conte, questioning the origin of his mocking nickname, Ogre Slayer. Conte, barely conscious, could only hear the ogre's words, a mixture of annoyance and amusement. The ogre expressed his jealousy at Conte's seemingly effortless travel. Conte, despite his pain, retorted with a weary "don't even." He was on the verge of death, resigned to his fate. His injuries were severe, but he knew his bones would heal. As the sun set, Conte reflected on his injuries. While his ligament stretching was expected, it was his shin that caused him the most concern. He was near a campfire, attended by two figures, one of whom was the ogre. Conte focused on the pain in his shin. Conte noted the ogre's skill, acknowledging his opponent's prowess. He was grateful that GANGSTER and Azalea had intervened, preventing the ogre from abandoning him to his fate. A gruff-looking man with fiery red hair and a matching temper glared at a horse-drawn cart disappearing into the distance. His green eyes narrowed, a simmering rage evident in his expression. Meanwhile, inside the cart, a young man with light blonde hair sat silently, his face etched with grim determination. He muttered to himself, convinced that his situation wouldn't improve. The journey to Wistrai territory proved arduous, but the return to Aegis territory was peaceful. Callie and his companions arrived safely to rest. 3 months passed, and winter arrived, blanketing the Aegis territory's imposing fortress in a layer of snow. 3 months later, winter had arrived. A fist, adorned with a gold ring, slammed into a wall with explosive force. The red-haired man, his face contorted in fury, unleashed a powerful punch against the wall, shouting "3." A man with short, gray hair and a serious expression watched the outburst, muttering something under his breath. The gray-haired man's concern deepened as he observed the red-haired man's continued agitation. The gray-haired man walked away, his cane tapping against the stone floor, his thoughts heavy with concern. Park Conte, a former boxer turned gang member, now found himself leaning heavily on a wooden crutch, his gaze distant and filled with a quiet resignation. His attire, simple and worn, spoke of a life far removed from the glory days of his boxing career. The dimly lit corridor added to the somber atmosphere, hinting at a past filled with hardship and regret. He stood before a stern-looking man, his question hanging heavy in the air: could his injured leg ever be fully healed? The concern etched on his face mirrored the uncertainty in his voice. Conte, still supported by his crutch, faced a tense confrontation. The words, "they said that his bones didn't," hung in the air, a prelude to an unwelcome diagnosis. Heal properly due to being in a growth spurt. The man's face, grim and unforgiving, reflected his harsh assessment. Conte's limp was a permanent condition. A cold sweat beaded on Conte's brow as he braced himself for the inevitable. He was told to confirm the diagnosis himself. The weight of the news settled heavily upon him. Conte, his face etched with a mixture of disbelief and despair, confirmed the grim reality: his leg would never fully heal. The truth hung in the air, heavy and inescapable. His eyes widened, reflecting the dawning realization of his permanent disability. A silent scream of frustration and despair echoed in his heart. The man's cruel words cut through Conte like a knife: "It's over, over. So what if you're the Ogre Slayer? You're useless now." The harsh reality of his situation crashed down upon him. "And it's winter, but the merchants won't come by us." A sweeping aerial shot reveals a desolate, snow-covered landscape. A small, isolated building sits within a walled enclosure, suggesting a state of siege or confinement. A voice, filled with anger and frustration, cuts through the silence. We're running out of firewood and food, the speaker declares, placing the blame squarely on someone named Callie. The camera focuses on a furious, imposing figure, his face contorted in rage. He points accusingly, his words sharp and venomous. This is all because of you, Callie. It's because you got under the skin of the Joseph family. You should have been killed by the ogre back then. Callie, a young man with blonde hair, looks downcast and defeated. The weight of the accusations hangs heavy in the air. Another man, older and more composed, observes the scene. He muses, it might be impossible as a boxer, but with his skills, he's fully capable of becoming an instructor. The older man gestures towards Callie, who stands leaning on a cane, his posture reflecting his weariness and despair. The scene shifts to show the older man speaking to Callie, who is clearly in distress. Callie firmly rejects the suggestion, his voice resolute despite his exhaustion. No, I do not wish to be an instructor. The older man is taken aback by Callie's refusal, his surprise evident in his expression. Are you insane? You rejected the position of instructor, he exclaims, incredulous. A younger man, witnessing the exchange, looks on with a mixture of shock and concern. Callie, however, remains steadfast in his decision. Shut it, it's my way, he retorts, his tone defiant. Hey, stupid. The best position for a boxer after retirement is to become an instructor, the younger man argues, attempting to reason with Callie. Someone questioned Park Kante about his new position, implying that instructor Nixer saw something of himself in the young man. Kante pondered this, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wondered about the implications of this statement, his mind racing. Until the question of waiting until summer was raised. Another man, seemingly older and more experienced, scoffed, declaring the situation absurd and refusing further interference. Kante reflected on his past, lamenting his inability to continue boxing due to his injuries. He wished he had known his current situation before quitting boxing. The scene shifted to Kante's legs, showing him using a cane to walk, before cutting to a close-up of his face, where he was questioned about a past fight with an ogre, implying a significant injury sustained during that encounter. Another man, seemingly a rival or sparring partner, appeared, dismissing Kante's concerns and boasting about his own 7 victories. The rival's actions were depicted with dynamic motion lines, emphasizing his aggressive stance and confidence. The older man, seemingly a master or trainer, questioned Kante's sanity, highlighting the severity of his actions and their impact on others. Park Kante, his body still bearing the scars of his past life, glared at his tormentors. He was a former gang member, now confined to crutches after a brutal attack, but his spirit remained unbroken. He's the one who threw me away first, he spat, his voice laced with bitter resentment. One of the men, a hulking figure with a cruel grin, responded with a mocking laugh. Ha ha ha, you sure got guts. Kante reflected on the 3 months he spent bedridden, his thoughts turning to his rivals. He realized, Kijo and Torres have gone on multiple matches to gain fame. His rival's success only fueled his own burning desire to return to the ring. The sight of them, thriving in the world of pugilist games, served as a painful reminder of his abandoned dream. Sweat beaded on his brow as he clenched his jaw, his muscles tense with suppressed fury. He considered a different path, a life of peace as an instructor. But a thought bubble revealed his inner conflict. Of course, if I became an instructor, my life would become peaceful. But a surge of determination coursed through him as he gripped his crutches, his knuckles white with effort. The thought of a peaceful life felt distant, almost alien, to his restless spirit. Kante's resolve hardened. He knew what he had to do. The path to peace was not through instruction, but through the brutal, unforgiving world of pugilist combat. His gaze was fixed, his expression grim. The final panel shows the title card for the manga, Boxer Callie, solidifying Kante's commitment to his resurrected boxing dream. There's no meaning if I don't fight myself. 2 men, one with short brown hair and the other with blonde hair, stood amidst a sparse winter forest. They expressed their gratitude to a third, unseen individual, stating that they would have a warm winter thanks to his efforts. The blonde-haired man, Callie, humbly responded that he was doing it because he wanted to. He was shown pushing a cart filled with firewood. One of the men observed that Callie had grown taller and stronger since their last meeting. Callie, slightly surprised by the comment, considered the observation. He wondered if his recent activities had contributed to his physical growth. His companion, however, quickly changed the subject, reminding him that he shouldn't mention his leg injury. Callie reassured his friend, stating that his leg injury was healing. The 2 men walked away together, their friendship evident in their body language. As the day grew colder, the men prepared to head home, their task completed. Chapter 28 begins with a powerful close-up of a fist connecting with something, the impact echoing in the stark lines and motion blur. The force is undeniable. A voice, confident and assured, cuts through the scene. Calm down, I have the knowledge and experience that other boxers don't. The speaker is revealed, a young man with blonde hair, a determined set to his jaw, and a noticeable injury to his face. He leans against a prison cell door, his expression a mixture of weariness and defiance. He continues, his inner thoughts revealing a deeper frustration. I know that it's impossible for my leg to be healed with medical technology here. His teeth are gritted, a close-up emphasizing his frustration. But then, a sudden interruption. A woman with vibrant red hair appears, her voice sharp and questioning. You surprised me, why did you hit the door? The scene shifts to a dimly lit prison cell. The blonde-haired man stands awkwardly before the red-haired woman, who sits calmly on a chair. The red-haired woman smirks, her words laced with a hint of amusement. You say as if I can't be here. The blonde-haired man's internal monologue reveals his discomfort. Damn it, I can't look her in the eyes after that. Park Kangtae, a young man with blonde hair and piercing eyes, is shown in close-up. A faint blush colors his cheeks, and a slight frown furrows his brow. In the background, a faded image of a couple embracing is visible, hinting at a past relationship or a memory. The panel shifts to a woman with vibrant red hair, her lips curved into a subtle, knowing smile. Her expression is enigmatic, hinting at hidden intentions. 3 ellipses, in a speech bubble suggest unspoken words or a lingering thought. She sits at a table, her red hair cascading down her shoulders. She speaks, her words carrying a sense of finality. I came to say goodbye. Kangtae's eyes widen, his gaze intense and focused. A single thought bubble with an ellipsis suggests his surprise and uncertainty. He asks, his voice laced with concern, are you going somewhere? The territory is in a bad state now. The woman responds, her tone grave, beyond poor, even. The markets have been stopped by the Joseph family. A flag bearing the Joseph family crest is shown, emphasizing their control over the region. She continues, explaining the impact of their actions, since all the merchants that drop by are individual merchants. Living keeps increasing, let alone luxury goods, basic goods are lacking. At this rate, we won't last. Kangtae thinks to himself, I heard that it's bad, but not this bad. Kangtae's expression darkens as he contemplates the dire situation. He begins to speak, his voice filled with a mix of concern and determination. Then what can? A woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes sat in a dimly lit room, her expression resolute. If the merchants won't come, she declared, we have to make one ourselves. She continued, her voice firm and unwavering, I'll personally lead a merchant guild. A man with blonde hair, his face etched with weariness, questioned her. The master won't be joining you, he asked. The red-haired woman sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. No way, she replied, he's living like a corpse right now. He's too scared of the Earl to come out of his room. The blonde man nodded slowly, his gaze distant. Them. I learned that without power, justice won't mean a thing. He looked at the red-haired woman, a hint of something akin to pride in his eyes. She's grown. The red-haired woman's face tightened, her eyes welling up with unshed tears. My family. A bitter expression twisted her features as she silently contemplated her situation. If I had the power. The blonde man's voice cut through her thoughts, his tone laced with concern. Callie, your leg. The blonde man's face was grim as he spoke, his voice low and resolute. I chose this. I was prepared for it. The red-haired woman, Callie, leaned forward, her gaze fixed on something beyond the panel. With a merchant guild, she stated, I will be able to get more information. A young woman with vibrant red hair, adorned with a dark bow, addressed a blonde-haired man. He appeared weary, his expression etched with concern. I'll make sure that your leg is healed, she stated, her tone firm yet gentle. The blonde man, his clothes showing signs of wear and tear, responded, please, don't worry about it. His words were laced with a hint of resignation. The woman countered, you have no reason to help a slave. But he interrupted, a hand gently touching the woman's shoulder. You saved my life twice. That's good enough as a reason. The red-haired woman's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and something akin to defiance in her gaze. The blonde man's expression hardened, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air as he considered his next move. He mused, a girl barely 20 is doing that much, I can't remain here alone. His gaze turned inward, a determination hardening his features. He clenched his fist, a silent vow forming in his mind. A young man with blonde hair, carrying an axe, is approached. Someone asks him, hey, I heard that you're a boxer? He replies that he is there for rehabilitation training. And is then asked if he considers wood chopping as part of his rehabilitation. The blonde-haired man is surrounded by other laborers. He attempts to chop wood, but struggles, stating that he can't counter with his leg at all. Despite his physical limitations, he insists on continuing, knowing that stopping would render all his previous efforts meaningless. He strains to swing the axe. But his swing is awkward and ineffective. Another man laughs and offers to show him the proper technique. The other man demonstrates a powerful and precise axe swing, cleaving the wood with ease. The scene ends with a close-up of the other man's powerful swing. A grunting sound escaped Park Kante's lips as he strained with the effort. His face, contorted with exertion, showed the toll the physical labor was taking. An older man, his face partially obscured by a knit cap, stood nearby, observing Kante. He spoke, his words carrying a weight of unspoken wisdom. The key is not the power. The older man continued, gesturing towards the wood they were chopping. The power is only a small part of it. Kante's brow furrowed in contemplation. He muttered to himself, only a small part. The scene shifted to a pile of neatly stacked logs in a desolate, leafless forest. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the scene in hues of orange and purple. The axe bit deep into the wood with a sharp thwack. The axe descended again, cleaving through the log with powerful force. And finally splitting it cleanly in two. Kante wiped sweat from his brow, a slight smile playing on his lips. He spoke, a hint of exhaustion in his voice. This really uses my back and waist muscles. The older man called out from a distance, "Hey, let's get down now." Two men, dressed in simple, rugged clothing, walked through a snowy, desolate landscape. The ground was littered with tree stumps, remnants of a recent logging operation. One of the men, slightly ahead of the other, paused, a question forming on his lips. Pointing to a set of large bare footprints in the snow. "Bare footprints," he stated, his voice low. "It must have come down to hunt." The second man, older and more weathered, examined the prints carefully. "By the size of it, it looks like a younger one without its mother. TSK, it's better to be safe than sorry." He stroked his chin thoughtfully, a frown etching itself onto his face. "Let's wrap it up and leave," he decided, his tone firm. As they turned to leave, a third figure emerged from the trees. One of the men, startled, exclaimed, "I've never seen him." The other man, however, recognized him. "Ah, he's a slave from the boxing school," he explained, a hint of recognition in his voice. The conversation shifted. "Ever heard of Callie? You know the kid that fought against the ogre at Harvest Festival?" one of the men asked, his voice laced with curiosity. The other man interrupted, his eyes widening in recognition. "Ah. You mean the ogre slayer? My son went to watch that match." The older man chuckled, a confident grin spreading across his face. "With the ogre slayer, a bear won't matter," he declared, dismissing the earlier concern. The younger man, however, looked unconvinced. "Don't joke. You'd better run as soon as you see a bear." "Please, give it a rest with that nickname," he retorted, clearly exasperated. A desolate landscape unfolded, a panorama of snow-capped mountains piercing a pale sky. Below, skeletal trees clawed at the frosted earth, their branches stark against the muted light. The scene opens in Callie's humble lodging, a single candle casting long shadows across a simple wooden table. A teapot and a cup sit beside the flickering flame. Park Kante, or Callie as he is now known, sits on a bed nursing his injuries. He is bandaged and clearly in pain. The question, "Teach you techniques," floats above him in a speech bubble. He scoffs internally, thinking, the great bore of ages is asking me for techniques? He mutters to himself, "Great my ass. I'm about to pass out here. They won't leave me alone." A man with short, dark hair and a bandage on his forehead enters the room. His expression is intense, and he reaches for the cup of water on the table. He abruptly knocks the cup from the table in a sudden, uncontrolled movement, shattering it on the floor. Callie watches in surprise as the pieces fly. The man explains, "My body will do this sometimes. I'll lose control of my body and I can't see properly at times." The man approaches Callie, who looks concerned. He then throws a small rock, challenging Callie, "Try catching this rock." Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a world where pugilism takes the form of competitive games. He throws a powerful punch, landing a solid blow on his opponent, Torres. Torres staggers back, his vision blurring. The narrator speculates on the extent of Torres' injuries, considering retinal detachment, punch-drunk syndrome, or concussion. A brief informational box explains retinal detachment and punch-drunk syndrome. Torres, concerned about further injury, is warned that another blow to the head could incapacitate him. Kante, his face grim and determined, approaches Torres with a request. He asks Torres to teach him his techniques. Torres explains that by keeping his arm close to his body, he is creating a smaller defensive area. However, Torres continues, his impaired sense of distance makes it difficult to attack effectively. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a world where boxing is a pugilist game. He trains rigorously, his instructor providing guidance on proper fighting techniques. The instructor explains that while frontal attacks are effective, it's crucial to move the head and upper body to evade attacks from the sides, further emphasizing the importance of twisting the upper body during attacks to increase power and speed. He stresses the strategy of block then hit over get hit then hit. Kante, his face bruised and battered, stands before his instructor, his arms crossed protectively. The instructor observes him intently. A close-up on the instructor reveals a concerned expression, sweat beads on his brow. The instructor expresses concern, suggesting that Kante may have sustained eye or brain damage and should take a break. Kante vehemently rejects the suggestion, stating that his schedule is packed and that everyone else is injured as well. He refuses to be the only one sidelined. His frustration is palpable, his expression is one of fierce determination. Kante questions his instructor's inaction, wondering why he allows the master to continue training recklessly. He notes that the instructor, Nixer, should be the one to stop the master's recklessness. The instructor sighs, explaining that the master no longer listens to him. He reflects on the past, mentioning that the only sensible person was a lady who is now gone. A wide shot shows the training school, a grand building under a dark, ominous sky. The instructor fears that at this rate, the school and the entire territory will collapse. Footprints in the snow led through a desolate winter forest, the scene set against a backdrop of leafless trees and a sky heavy with the cold. Two men, bundled in heavy winter clothes, trudged through the snow. One commented on the harsh winter, noting that the Doran couple had apparently run away during the night. The men continued their trek, their conversation turning to the increasing complaints against them, despite their previously good reputation. One of the men wondered aloud about the whereabouts of a young man with a broken leg. The other man responded that the young man, Callie, had likely already met his quota and was probably training nearby. He expressed surprise at Callie's speed, noting that the young man was faster than he was. They decided to call Callie before leaving, assuming he was close by. A young man with blonde hair, his face partially obscured, exhaled a visible puff of air into the frigid air. Callie unleashed a powerful punch, the force of the blow shattering a large rock. With incredible speed and power, he continued his intense training regimen, his movements blurring into a whirlwind of motion. Park Kante, his face grim, let out a powerful punch, the force of it sending a small shockwave through the air. "It's rather brute," he muttered to himself, "but it works." A title card appeared, explaining the scientific principle at play, Wolff's Law. When bones are damaged, the calcium content increases to strengthen bone density. An illustration showed a bone, arrows pointing to it, highlighting the process of increased calcium density. The caption explained that if trained at the right rate of healing, the bones would become denser, creating a weapon-like physique. Kante unleashed another devastating blow, the impact creating a cloud of dust and debris. His expression was one of fierce determination. He gritted his teeth, a fierce resolve hardening his features. "I have to get stronger than before," he thought, "with just my back and waist." Kante stood before a large tree, his fists clenched, his gaze unwavering. He muttered, "No matter the cost." The camera panned down to reveal a trail of footprints in the snow, leading deeper into a snowy forest. The scene shifted to a closer view of the forest path, the snow-covered ground and bare trees emphasizing the harsh environment. A voice called out, "Callie. It's time. 'Bout to head out." Park Kante, his blonde hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, pushed himself onward, his breath ragged. He muttered, "On my way." A sudden, sharp pain ripped through him. He gasped, "A strangled you, escaping his lips." He stumbled, collapsing in the snow. Three figures emerged from the trees, their faces etched with concern. One of them cried out, "That." A dark shape emerged from the shadows, its eyes gleaming with predatory intent. A low growl vibrated through the air. The creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut with a sickening crunch. Blood splattered across the snow. The three men approached cautiously, their faces grim. One of them stated, "It's already dead." One of the men, relieved, breathed a sigh of relief. Dead. Phew. I was surprised for nothing. How unfortunate. It looks like it got done by a bear. A pack of wolf cubs emerged from the den, their eyes wide with hunger. One of the men sighed. It's unfortunate for them, but we better leave it for Mother Nature. We can barely feed ourselves." A faint whine emanated from the wolf cubs. Another whine followed, barely audible. A small, dark-furred puppy with sad eyes approached a large, imposing figure whose leg was clad in a heavy black boot. The puppy seemed lost and alone in the snowy landscape. The imposing figure, a young man with blonde hair and a worn, dark brown tunic, looked down at the puppy. He warned himself, "Don't get too attached to it." His gaze hardened, a flicker of something akin to desperation in his amber eyes. He muttered to himself, "You're desperate too, huh?" A moment of internal conflict passed before he finally conceded, "Well, I suppose it should be fine." Another young man, this one with short, dark hair, appeared, exclaiming, "It's so cute." He gently picked up the puppy, his expression one of pure delight as he playfully tickled its belly. The blonde young man cautioned him, "But you realize that you'd be in big trouble if any instructors find out, right?" The dark-haired young man, whose name is Callie, responded defensively, I've been giving it a part of my meal. It's not like I'm taking more than what's provided. Suddenly, a taller, older man with graying hair and a stern expression appeared in the doorway. He simply said, ah. The older man addressed Callie, his tone laced with disapproval, you got big-headed, Callie. A wolf cub? Do you think? A gruff, older man with graying hair and a stern expression questioned a younger, blonde man, do you think that you're a free man? The younger man, holding a small, dark-colored puppy, apologized, sorry, sir. He then muttered to himself, give it to me. I'll throw it away. The older man, however, snatched the puppy from the younger man's grasp. The younger man's internal thought was, self. He watched as the older man held the puppy aloft. The younger man's resolve hardened. I will. A sudden flash of light illuminated the scene, startling both the older and younger men. The younger man, his face grim, declared, I'll go throw it away. He started to leave, but the older man stopped him, shouting, wait. The younger man explained, it's bad to keep a dog in the school. The older man, however, countered, it's a wolf, not a dog. The younger man, holding the puppy, mused, tomorrow. Come to think of it, we're getting rid of the Great Hall, correct? What drive our master has. A man with graying hair and a scar on his face runs a hand through his hair, a thoughtful expression on his features. He muses to himself that Park Kangtae's drive and stubbornness are positive traits, albeit always directed in peculiar ways. The scene shifts to a man with blonde hair, seated in a plush armchair. He holds a wineglass, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he chuckles softly to himself. His face is now fully visible, a large, jovial man with a full beard. He clutches a small vial containing a dark red liquid. A wicked glint shines in his eyes as he whispers, anticipating success. Godolph, a man who had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol, suddenly had an epiphany. He would use popular boxing matches to network with merchants and nobles. Fortunately, he had a few promising young boxers, such as Torres, to help him achieve this goal. His reputation for training the ogre slayer at his academy also drew crowds to his free boxing matches. They discussed the possibility of inviting the Kateran boxing group as opponents, but the high cost of their appearance, including instruction fees, was a major concern. Godolph, however, declared that he would simply cover the costs by collecting emergency funds and silverware from all the houses in his territory. His advisor warned him that such a move would result in significant backlash from the populace. But Godolph dismissed the concern, stating that it was a problem for his soldiers to handle. Suddenly, a glass shattered, and Godolph was struck by a flying shard. His advisor scolded him to focus on the task at hand, emphasizing that a few losses were acceptable in the pursuit of the territory's revival. A furious blond man gesticulated wildly, his face contorted in anger. He slammed a document onto a table. Beside him, a stern-faced, gray-haired man calmly responded, ordering him to move along. His words hung in the air, a stark contrast to the blond man's outburst. 10 days later, a grand mansion stood imposingly, its entrance lined with countless luxurious carriages, each drawn by magnificent horses. The scene spoke of wealth and anticipation. Inside, the vast territory was filled with elegantly dressed guests, their chatter and laughter echoing through the halls. Among them, a large, jovial man with blonde hair and a red coat stood out. The reason for their gathering was revealed: a free boxing match, featuring a famous boxer, was the irresistible lure that had drawn them all together. The anticipation was palpable as the crowd settled into their seats, their eyes fixed on the boxing ring. Two figures stood poised in the center of the ring, ready to begin the highly anticipated match. The first blow landed with a resounding thud, the impact echoing through the silent arena. The scene opens with two boxers locked in fierce combat. One is clearly more skilled, landing powerful blows with precision. The observer notes, Kateran boxing group, they're all skilled. Two men watch the fight, one blonde and one with short, dark hair. The blonde man observes, so they're not slaves but professionals, huh? The dark-haired man sighs, TSK, we lost again. Suddenly, a new character approaches the blonde man. He asks, hey, are you the famous Callie? The blonde man, Callie, responds, not famous, but yes, I am Callie. Are you the new slave? A new character, a man with brown hair, introduces himself, Shram of the South. I am a seafarer. Callie is skeptical, seafarer? You don't look like one. Shram explains, well, the ship got wrecked and I got caught by slave traders. I'm going to earn my freedom and return back to my hometown. Callie continues, anyways, every time I ask about the strongest one here, your name keeps coming up. Shram smirks, it seems that the rumors were exaggerated. You're weaker compared to Torres, and you also limp. Shram presses further, so you won't even humor me, huh? A figure, his gait unsteady, stood before the onlookers. Doubt clouded their faces. Could this limping man truly be an ace boxer, someone on par with the legendary Torres? He was a young man with blonde hair, his expression grim. His words were a declaration of intent: "I'll crush you in no time and get my freedom back." The blonde man's hands clasped another's. He spoke, his voice filled with confidence: "I've worked ropes and sail for over 5 years. I won't lose when it comes to grip and strength." His opponent, a man with dark, curly hair, braced himself, a look of dawning apprehension on his face. A gasp escaped his lips as the pressure intensified. A sharp crack echoed as the blonde man's grip tightened. Pain contorted the dark-haired man's features. His bones felt like they were being crushed. Sweat beaded on his brow as he gritted his teeth in agony. The blonde man released his grip, a smirk playing on his lips. "Shram? You don't look so good." A low growl rumbled from the dark-haired man's throat. He watched the blonde man, his eyes narrowed in anger. Another man, with short, dark hair, approached, his voice laced with disdain: "Newbies acting like they're the hot sh*t." The dark-haired man from the earlier confrontation glared at the newcomer, his anger escalating. "You'd never say that sh*t." Park Kante, his face etched with grim determination, pondered the implications of witnessing Callie's fighting prowess. He was told that to escape his current predicament, he must pay close attention to the pugilist matches. His gaze fell upon a blonde boxer, a formidable figure whose victory was crucial to Kante's plan. Meanwhile, Kante stood ready, his back to the viewer, poised for action. The blonde boxer, sweat dripping from his brow, declared himself the strongest. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged, revealing itself to be Kante, ready to fight. The fight began with a swift, powerful blow from the blonde boxer. But Kante countered with surprising speed and precision, landing a devastating blow from an impossible distance. The blonde boxer, shocked and bleeding, muttered about Kante's recent improvement. Park Kante, a man whose past life was cut short by gang violence, now stood confident in his reborn self. He harbored no doubt that he'd surpassed his former self, a testament to his unwavering pursuit of his abandoned boxing dream. His opponent, a blonde-haired pugilist, launched a flurry of blows, each strike radiating with raw power. But Kante met the assault with unwavering resolve, his own counterattack a blur of motion. The blonde pugilist, overwhelmed by the ferocity of Kante's strikes, cried out in pain, unable to contain the onslaught any longer. A powerful impact echoed through the arena, as Kante's fist connected with his opponent's jaw, sending him reeling. Despite his victory, Kante reflected on the match. He acknowledged the opponent's reach advantage but criticized their lack of proper technique. He mused that a more strategic approach, waiting for their opponent to tire, would have been more effective. Kante stood victorious over his fallen opponent, the cheers of the crowd echoing his triumph. His mentor offered a simple but heartfelt commendation: "You did well." Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. He's urged on by the crowd, their shouts echoing with the name Torres, a moniker signifying his brutal strength. They implore him to use his signature stone fist. Kante, his body scarred but powerful, stretches his arms, preparing for the fight. His eyes gleam with a fierce determination. The match begins, and Kante finds himself once more in the familiar rhythm of combat. But a wave of self-doubt washes over him as he realizes the limitations of his pugilistic style. He reflects that at this rate, his boxing career will end before it truly begins. He acknowledges the uncertainty of his new, untested techniques, but resolves to win using his established skills for now. Readying himself for a decisive strike, Kante unleashes a powerful blow, connecting with his opponent, the impact sending a shockwave through the arena. His opponent, momentarily stunned, is left vulnerable. And Kante capitalizes on the opening, delivering a final, devastating blow that ends the match. A brutal exchange unfolds between two boxers. One, with dark hair, takes a heavy blow, but onlookers comment on his resilience, noting that he'll keep fighting no matter how many hits he takes. His opponent, a muscular figure, is impressed by his tenacity, remarking that the title bore of ageist suits him well. But a third figure, his face obscured by shadow, emerges, promising to hunt the dark-haired boxer. The dark-haired boxer, anticipating the attack, launches a swift counter-offensive. A flurry of blows exchanged in a blur of motion. His opponent, a blonde man, watches in shock as the third figure delivers a devastating blow, sending the dark-haired boxer crashing to the ground. The dark-haired boxer lies defeated, while two onlookers recognize the attacker's fighting style as the Wistry style technique, a recently popular method. Park Kante, his blonde hair slightly disheveled, beads of sweat on his brow, stared wide-eyed at something unseen. A nervous tremor ran through him as he muttered to himself that this was his first time seeing it in person. Two figures clashed in a flurry of motion, their blows a blur of speed and power. One of them, a man with blonde hair, watched intently, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A cold sweat beading on his brow as he recognized a familiar fighting style. He realized that the technique they were using avoided direct attacks to the upper body. The blonde-haired man's eyes widened in sudden understanding. He realized they were talking about him. A fist-fighting technique devised by the Duke Wesleyan boxers after the Harvest Festival, commonly known as the Wesley style. It was not a traditional knockout style, but rather one that relied on skill and evasion. The Duke's masterpiece, many believed. The blonde-haired man watched, captivated, as the fighters demonstrated the Wesley style's intricate movements. A technique so refined and effective that it was considered an inspiration to anyone with deep boxing knowledge. He recognized it instantly as Callie's style. A curse escaped the blonde-haired man's lips as he realized the implications. He felt like he was watching himself fight. Wondering who exactly he was watching. Meanwhile, another boxer asked his companion if he had heard of the Wesley style. A sneering face, contorted in a cruel smirk, dominated the panel. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent as he declared, "I knew you wouldn't know." The close-up revealed a single, intense golden eye, burning with fierce determination. A bead of sweat trickled down the character's temple, hinting at the strain of the moment. He stood before his opponent, a muscular figure with a determined expression. His fists were clenched, ready for action. A swift blow landed, the impact echoing in the sudden blur of motion, leaving the recipient reeling from the force of the attack. He stood defiant, a fierce glint in his eyes. His muscles tensed, ready to unleash another devastating blow. He declared, "Then I'll show you something fun." He gritted his teeth, his resolve unwavering. "Nothing's going to stop me now," he thought, his eyes burning with determination. With a powerful, swift motion, he launched a devastating counterattack. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer-turned-gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His opponent, a muscular man with short gray hair, circles him cautiously. Kang-tae, his face set in grim determination, stands ready, his fists clenched. Kang-tae's opponent lunges forward, a ferocious punch aimed at Kang-tae's face. But Kang-tae expertly dodges, the blow missing him by a hair's breadth. A roar of exertion escapes his opponent's lips. Seizing the opportunity, Kang-tae counters with a swift, powerful punch of his own, landing a devastating blow to his opponent's midsection. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Kang-tae's opponent stumbles back, his eyes wide with surprise. He mutters to himself, "I've never seen this before." A voice, presumably a commentator, observes, "He doesn't push back when you get off. His exposed area is the side or abdomen." Kang-tae, sweat beading on his brow, adopts a defensive stance, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The commentator continues, "However, if you approach too hastily." Kang-tae and his opponent circle each other once more, the tension palpable. Both men are poised to strike, their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. Park Kang-tae, his past life as a gang member a distant memory, found himself in a pugilist match. His opponent, a hulking figure, moved to strike, but Kang-tae was ready. He noted to himself that his opponent was slow to close his fist. Seizing the opportunity, Kang-tae dodged the clumsy blow and countered with a swift strike of his own. His eyes burned with a fierce determination, a stark contrast to the apathy he'd felt in his previous life. The impact sent his opponent reeling back. Kang-tae followed up with a powerful punch, his movements precise and deadly. His opponent, surprised by the speed and force of the attack, could only watch as Kang-tae's fist approached. He wondered aloud if Kang-tae was using some sort of technique to accelerate his punch. Kang-tae knew he had to stop his opponent's momentum. He braced himself for the impact, the force of the collision threatening to overwhelm him. But Kang-tae's resolve held firm. He countered with a devastating blow, marveling at his own innovative technique. The final blow landed, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground, defeated. Park Kang-tae, his body battered and bruised, collapsed to the ground after a brutal blow. His breath hitched in his throat, a pained groan escaping his lips. The impact echoing in the arena as dust swirled around him. His opponent, Torres, stood over him, victorious. The crowd roared its approval. Their cheers a deafening wave of sound. Among them, several men in fine clothing reacted with unrestrained glee. Despite the beating, Kang-tae remained a formidable sight, even in defeat, his strength was undeniable. "It's still a tremendous force," one of the onlookers exclaimed. Another, a blond man with sharp eyes, observed, "It was pretty similar, honestly, I was surprised." Wesley style. The blond man continued his analysis, "But I guess we didn't make the argument that footwork is part of fighting." The scene shifted to show Kang-tae's powerful punch connecting with his opponent. A blur of motion capturing the raw force of the blow. The blond man's internal monologue revealed his thoughts, "My legs barely moved." In contrast, the narration highlighted Torres's superior technique. Torres, on the other hand, had a natural center shift. Park Kang-tae, in his past life a boxer who traded his dreams for gang life, now found himself in a world where pugilism was a spectator sport. He was being taught the fundamentals of boxing, focusing on proper guard posture. And after a successful takedown in a boxing match, a rare smile touched Godolph's lips. It had been a long time since he'd felt this kind of victory. Count Joseph, seemingly amused by the match's outcome, boisterously exclaimed his disbelief that Godolph could have possibly failed. Godolph, however, explained that his success was due to the noble's pledges of support. He then expressed his hope for another opportunity like this one in the future. Baron Agist complimented the view, and Godolph, brimming with confidence, declared that he had orchestrated the noble's support, ensuring the state's survival. However, a chilling realization dawned on Godolph: there had been no contact from the VIPs sent out some time ago. And there was no reply this time either. This lack of response led Godolph to a grim conclusion. It became clear to Godolph that the noble's support had been nothing more than empty promises. They had no intention of actually helping Agist. Overwhelmed by this betrayal, Godolph let out a pained cry as he violently smashed his wineglass. A shattered bottle of dark red liquid lay on the ground, its contents splattered across the floor. The scene was punctuated by a voice, sharp and dismissive: "Wormy birds. You're only here for the free boxing match." A large, powerfully built man with blonde hair and a beard glared, sweat beading on his brow. His face was contorted in a mixture of anger and frustration. "I even got the mansion fixed." A guttural cry of "damn" escaped his lips as the man crumpled to the ground, his body collapsing in a heap. Dark, leathery wings, once spread wide, now lay broken and useless around him. His crimson blood pooled around him, staining the marble floor. His desperate plea echoed in the silence: "Alcohol. Bring the alcohol." Shit. A few weeks passed. The scene shifted to a desolate, snow-covered landscape. A small, rustic cabin stood amidst the trees, smoke curling from its chimney. A pile of logs lay nearby, partially covered in snow. Inside, a man sat by a simple wooden table, his voice laced with uncertainty. "I don't know what's going to happen to us in the future." He was a man of simple attire, wearing a knit cap, scarf, and work clothes. He sat calmly, a thoughtful expression on his face. His thoughts drifted to the past. "I may not have been good at paper management, but I was a dictator." Outside, a group of men carried large logs through the snow. The blonde-haired man from earlier appeared, his face etched with anger. He spoke, his words laced with bitterness. "It's like a mansion construction, all the wood is taken away, shedding the preciousness of a failing nobleman's life." A shadowy figure emerged from a doorway in a rustic wooden cabin, causing a man inside to tense, his hand instinctively reaching for a weapon. The figure stepped fully into view. It was a young man with blonde hair, his face partially obscured by shadow. He announced, "I'll be back from training." He exited the cabin, a small dog trotting happily at his heels. Back inside, the man watched him go, then spoke, "Why don't you take a break?" The young man, now visible, responded, "I'm doing it because I need it." The man inside the cabin observed the departing pair, commenting, "Oh, is that the old wolf then? You've grown a lot. Does it have a name?" The dog looked up expectantly. The man chuckled, "It looks more like a moxa than a wolf." He called out to the young man, "Come back here after training. Come back with me." The young man and his dog disappeared into the snowy woods. The scene opens on a dark forest, the trees silhouetted against a twilight sky. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. The path ahead obscured by dense foliage, leading to a shadowy opening that seems to glow with an inner fire. And from within the darkness, two glowing eyes pierce the gloom. A low growl rumbles through the trees. The creature moves, its form still hidden by the shadows, but its presence is undeniable. A bleak, wintry landscape unfolds, dominated by a dense forest under a heavy, gray sky. Snow dusts the ground, hinting at a recent snowfall. The scene shifts to a dynamic action sequence. A narrator's voice booms. Both Torres and Kicho have become considerably strong. The narrator continues, "These boxers here are also improving fast." A young man with blonde hair, possibly Park Kang-tae, is shown mid-action, his face etched with determination. He thinks to himself, "Will I really be able to box again? Should I have accepted the offer to become an instructor?" The young man stands alone in the forest, a pensive expression on his face. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. A small, gray dog approaches him, whimpering softly. "Lob. Lob." The young man speaks to the dog, "Be quiet, Robo. I knew what was coming." The dog whimpers, "Woof." The young man's face is shown in close-up, his expression a mixture of determination and apprehension. He is shown practicing a boxing stance, putting his weight on one leg. A thought bubble appears, although still a little uncomfortable, but I gradually got used to putting my weight on one leg. Park Kang-tae, his body a whirlwind of motion, unleashed a devastating punch. The force of the blow shattering the stone with a resounding crack. The impact sent tremors through the very earth. He stumbled back, his breath ragged, a small dog, Rovo, watching from a distance. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he clutched his injured hand. A low growl emanated from the shadows, a warning. Kante's thoughts turned inward, even trying to minimize his burden, it felt overwhelming. Rovo, sensing his master's distress, nudged his leg with a comforting woof, woof. He acknowledged Rovo's concern. I know, Rovo, something strange. It wasn't just the wind, the bushes were shaking violently. And the unsettling presence he'd felt earlier intensified, filling him with a primal fear. The chapter opens with a shadowy forest scene. A large bear, its eyes glowing ominously, emerges from the darkness. Its presence filling the air with a palpable sense of threat. A young man with blonde hair, seen from behind, stops in his tracks, his back to the bear. He mutters, unbelievable. The bear is shown again, closer now. The young man observes, commenting, it's strong, but doesn't look like an adult, rather. He continues, far from being weak, it looks agile. The young man's face is now visible, a mixture of fear and determination etched on his features. He thinks to himself, it's impossible to run away with my legs. The bear lets out a menacing growl, grrrrr. The young man is running, the bear pursuing him relentlessly. Suddenly, a small wolf-like creature appears, snarling at the young man's heels. He stops, realizing his predicament. The young man, defeated, admits, you're better than me. He then laments, damn, I should have brought an axe with me. A monstrous bear, its claws extended and teeth bared in a ferocious snarl, lunged forward. Its eyes burned with primal rage. But Park Kante, a man with a shock of blonde hair and a cruel smirk, met its assault with unwavering defiance. Ha, as if, he scoffed, his confidence unwavering despite the imminent threat. A thought flickered across his mind, if he couldn't trust his fists, what could he trust? This was more than a fight, it was a test of faith in himself. He clenched his fists, the worn bandages a testament to countless battles fought and won. Readying himself for the brutal exchange. The bear swiped with its massive claws. But Kante moved with surprising speed and agility, dodging the attack with a blur of motion. A swift counterattack followed. A powerful blow connecting with the bear's flank. Kante's foot slammed into the ground, sending tremors through the earth. He unleashed a devastating uppercut, the force of the blow visible as a blinding flash of light, sending the massive bear reeling backward. The impact sent Kante sprawling to the ground, his breath ragged. The bear, dazed but not defeated, roared in pain and fury, blood spurting from its mouth. The fight was far from over. A small, snarling wolf cub stood over a fallen, bloodied bear, its tiny jaws agape in a fierce display of aggression. The bear, wounded and surprised, braced itself for another attack. As a young man with blonde hair, clad in simple brown clothing, launched a swift, powerful punch, sending the bear reeling back with a resounding impact. The blonde young man continued his assault, unleashing a flurry of blows. Each strike precise and brutal, leaving the bear vulnerable and bleeding profusely. But the bear, enraged, retaliated with a desperate swipe. Its claws tearing into the young man's arm, drawing blood. Despite the injury, the young man pressed on, his face contorted in a grimace of determination. While in a separate scene, a man in a hooded cloak sat shivering, his arms wrapped around himself. A man, his face etched with worry, stood in the shadows, a trickle of saliva escaping his lips. He was clearly on edge, his eyes darting nervously. He gripped an axe, his knuckles white, and brought it down hard against a wooden door. A sharp crack echoing through the silence. His brow furrowed in concentration. The door creaked open, revealing a dark interior. Fear tightened his grip on the axe as he cautiously peered inside, a whispered question escaping his lips, "Who's there?" He stepped inside, axe raised, his eyes wide with apprehension. A young man with blonde hair, his body covered in cuts and bruises, stood revealed. He was clearly injured but seemed surprisingly calm. The man with the axe, his face a mask of concern, questioned the injured youth, "Why did you open the door so late?" A grim smile spreading across the young man's face as he said, "Let's eat bear stew for dinner tonight." A man, his face etched with a mixture of pain and disbelief, cradled his injured arm. Blood trickled down his forearm, staining his dark clothing. His breath hitched in his throat as he stared at the wound, a silent question hanging in the air. The source of his injury lay before him, a large bear, lifeless, its mouth agape, revealing rows of menacing teeth. A chilling stillness permeated the snowy landscape. News of the feat spread like wildfire. Callie, the man who had subdued the beast, became the subject of hushed whispers and awestruck gazes. The image of the fallen bear, a testament to his strength, cemented his legend. However, skepticism lingered. Many dismissed the tale as an exaggeration, pointing out that the bear was not fully grown and appeared rather weak. The notion of subduing such a creature with bare hands seemed preposterous to them. Yet, the loggers, witnesses to the aftermath, harbored no such doubts. Their belief in Callie's strength was unshakable. The loggers walked through a snow-covered forest, their path marked by the stark contrast of broken trees. The scene spoke volumes, confirming the rumors of Callie's incredible strength. Winter's harsh grip had finally loosened its hold. Life stirred anew in the estate, a vibrant contrast to the desolation of the recent past. A sudden announcement shattered the peaceful atmosphere. The arrival of a distinguished visitor sent a ripple of excitement through the estate. The gate creaked open, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. Dust and debris rained down from above as several large containers plummeted from an unseen height, revealing a caravan of horse-drawn wagons, laden with goods, making its way along a dusty road. A crowd of people gathered around a maid, her face alight with surprise as she exclaimed that the sacks contained salt. A young woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes anxiously asked a guard where her father was. The guard, a stern-faced man in armor, informed her that he was in the mansion, adding that it was rude of her not to come and greet him upon her return. The young woman watched from a distance as a blonde woman led a small boy, who was happily skipping along, by the hand. The boy, with a playful grin and a bandage on his nose, raised his arm in a cheerful gesture. The young woman's expression hardened, a determined glint appearing in her eyes as she adjusted her hair. A woman with long, flowing red hair, dressed in a dark, elegant outfit with frilly white accents, looked off-panel with a thoughtful expression. A speech bubble above her contained a soft wish. She hoped that a certain man was doing well. Park Conte, a man with blonde hair, knelt beside his dog, a large husky. He stroked the animal gently as a thought crossed his mind: the lady had returned. Another man approached Conte, commenting on his impressive leadership. Conte simply replied that it was great. He then informed Conte that a party was being held at the mansion. Suggesting a change of pace from the usual bear meat, he proposed a barbecue. The husky eagerly licked Conte's hand. But Conte sadly explained that he couldn't bring the dog to the mansion, promising to get its share separately. At the mansion, Conte was seen enjoying a large piece of roasted meat with other people. A roasted pig lay on a table nearby. Suddenly, someone informed Conte that the lady was calling for him. A man in a helmet looked on. The scene opens in a lavish dining hall. A blonde-haired man, his expression unreadable, observes two others seated at a large table. One of them, a woman with vibrant red hair, dabbed at her mouth with a napkin. The other, a stout man in rich red robes, was mid-bite. "Oh, you're here, Callie," the man said, acknowledging the blonde man's presence. The red-haired woman, Azalea, looked up, a sly smile playing on her lips. Her gaze lingered on Callie for a moment, a glint in her eyes. Before she spoke, her tone sharp and inquisitive: "How are your legs?" Callie, his hands bound by chains, replied, "It's still the same, but I've adapted so it's not uncomfortable." Azalea's eyes narrowed slightly. It's inevitable to not feel uncomfortable. A narration box appeared, summarizing a report. Azalea had successfully led her team thus far. Another narration box revealed that trade difficulties had arisen due to Joseph's actions of sending disruptive letters to several cities. The stout man slammed his cutlery down in anger. Damn him. He's even worse than a worthless bird. The scene opens in a lavish dining hall. A young woman with vibrant red hair and a striking crimson dress sits across from a large, imposing man with blonde hair and a beard. He exclaims in surprise, marveling at her insightful understanding of the empire's economic stability, unaffected by Count Joseph's pressure, allowing for the purchase of a large amount of goods. His astonishment grows as he reflects on her sharp intellect, a trait he finds truly remarkable in his daughter. The scene shifts to a younger man with blonde hair, his expression thoughtful. He muses to himself about the empire, a militaristic nation that reveres martial prowess. He then notes that this kingdom shares linguistic and cultural similarities with the empire. The red-haired woman, Callie, speaks, hinting at an intriguing story from the empire that she believes the blonde man will find equally captivating. This is the reason she summoned him. The scene shifts again, this time to a narration about a renowned doctor from the empire. The imperial family's chief physician, a figure known as the Divine Doctor, possesses extraordinary skills, capable of reattaching severed limbs. Callie, back in the dining hall, expresses her amazement at this feat. However, she questions the likelihood of such a high-ranking physician treating a commoner. Callie reveals that if it were her request, such a treatment might be possible. Azalea, a young woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes, stood in contemplation, a thoughtful expression etched on her face. A subtle tension emanated from her, hinting at an internal struggle. She explained to her companion, a blonde man, that she possessed influential connections within the imperial family. The empire, she continued, valued martial prowess, welcoming and providing aid to those injured in fights. Azalea then revealed her plan to take Callie with her once his upper body had sufficiently healed. The blonde man, bursting into laughter, exclaimed that Azalea was incredibly lucky. The blonde man, whose name was revealed to be Callie, cried out to his father, his legs trembling. His face contorted in pain and worry as he asked if his leg could be treated. Callie was astonished and asked Azalea if she could truly heal his leg. Azalea, with a gentle expression, pondered whether she could find a way to heal him. A confident smile spread across Azalea's face as she declared her determination to find a solution. A narration box revealed that Azalea was merely the daughter of a provincial noble. A young woman with fiery red hair clenched her fist, a determined expression etched on her face. She mused to herself that encountering someone as noble as a god was unlikely to happen easily. The narration box explained that Callie remained oblivious to the circumstances behind this encounter. The scene shifted to a tranquil landscape, a stone wall topped with sharp spikes separating a lush green valley from the viewer. Leaves fell gently from a nearby tree. A group of muscular men, seemingly bare-chested and clad in simple dark trousers, sprinted towards the wall, their movements swift and determined. Their desperate energy suggested a pressing need to reach their destination. One of them, a young man with light brown hair, limped slightly, his voice filled with hope as he asked, "Can you really fix my leg?" The focus shifted to the young man's anxious face, sweat beading on his brow as he awaited an answer. He looked over his shoulder, worry evident in his eyes as he questioned, "Who do you think will be okay this time?" An older man with graying hair and a weathered face approached, explaining that the tests for the apprenticeship were scheduled for the following day. He continued, specifying that the conversation was about the man in the distance, Takayan, and someone named Shram or something similar. Shram, a powerfully built man with dark hair, was shown running with intense determination. The narration box described him as having strong determination, and the others seemed eager to return home, willing to pay any price. A young man with blonde hair, sweat beading on his brow, sits alone, lost in thought. He mutters to himself, "Well, having motivation is good." He sits in profile, his expression unreadable, a shadow of worry clinging to his features. A nearby older man observes him, concern etched onto his face. The older man thinks, Callie seems completely lost in his own thoughts. Callie's inner voice questions, "Why do I feel so lacking in energy when I'm going to get my leg fixed?" The scene shifts to a simple room, showing a wooden door and a flickering torch. A narration box explains, even if they claim it's a god who attaches severed limbs, it's likely an exaggeration. Another narration box provides context, the medical practices here lag far behind compared to modern times. In fact, surgeries were futile even after fighting with the ogre. Callie lies in a bed, his body bandaged, his expression one of weariness. Callie sits at a table, his face etched with frustration. He thinks, if it's just a futile hope, if it can't be fixed, then I. He slams his fist on the table, his internal monologue continuing, "What should I do?" He continues to struggle internally, "Darn it. Pull yourself together." Azalea put in so much effort. Callie slams his fist on the table again, harder this time. Someone says, hey, why are you banging on the desk?" "You're." Park Kangtae, a man with blonde hair and a determined gaze, sat in his room, petting a large dog. A concerned young man with short, dark hair approached him, questioning his absence from training. He asked Kangtae why he wasn't attending his boxing training sessions. The young man explained that since there was an apprenticeship test the following day, they should rest. He added that Kangtae should also attend the rest period. Kangtae, however, was already engaged in shadow boxing, his movements fluid and powerful. The young man, surprised, asked him why he was boxing. Kangtae responded with a question of his own, seemingly confused by the inquiry. He wondered what the other was talking about. The young man continued, pointing out that Kangtae was boxing simply because he was told to. Kangtae, overwhelmed by the cuteness of his dog, exclaimed that he could die from it. He then dismissed the idea that there was no simple reason for his actions. Kangtae finally revealed that he had something he wanted to prove. The day after Park Kangtae's death, an apprenticeship test was conducted. To become an official boxer, apprentices had to compete in a match against a professional boxer and gain recognition from the coach. However, the apprenticeship test was more of a loose ceremonial event. Because only apprentices with the skills to pass even appeared in the test. Several apprehensive apprentices waited for their turn, their nervousness palpable. The apprentices then selected their opponents by drawing lots and proceeded with the match. Kijo, one of the apprentices, was called out. His opponents seemed to be conceding from the start. Kijo ridiculed his opponent with skillful footwork. It was inevitable that he would employ outboxing, widening the distance due to his body structure. Kijo's opponent, however, proved to be more skilled than expected, landing a blow. Observing the fight, someone noted that both Kijo and Torres had become stronger. The question was raised, what's the use of just throwing punches in the mountains? A powerful fist clenched, the knuckles white against the dark background. A voice, filled with quiet determination, echoed in Park Kangtae's mind, "I haven't used this fist on anyone yet." He resolved to prove his strength, regardless of his physical limitations. The thought burned within him like the fiery image that accompanied it, whether using the legs or not. "I want to prove that I'm strong." Park Kang-tae's eyes blazed with fierce determination, his clenched fist a testament to his unwavering resolve. A leg stepped forward, kicking up dust. A voice called out, sharp and commanding, "Next is Shram. Come out." Shram, a muscular man with dark hair, emerged, a look of curiosity on his face as he held a container of what appeared to be darts. Beside him stood a taller, lighter-haired man, his expression one of mild concern. Shram's powerful physique was on full display, his body marked with scars and wrapped in bandages. He seemed ready for a fight. The taller man spoke, his voice laced with a hint of challenge. "Just because your leg is a bit uncomfortable, you wouldn't be thinking of avoiding the fight, would you?" Shram's gaze hardened, his body tensing as he prepared for the upcoming match. A predatory grin spread across Shram's face as he declared, "Let's have a match." Park Kang-tae's expression mirrored Shram's intensity, his eyes burning with a fierce competitive spirit. A single word echoed in the air, "Hey." The speaker, unseen, taunted someone with a leg injury, implying they wouldn't avoid a fight due to their discomfort. The scene shifted to reveal two figures, a muscular man with dark hair and a blonde man with a determined expression. The dark-haired man's back was turned, his posture suggesting injury or discomfort. But his face, now visible, showed a predatory grin. He challenged the blonde man to a fight. The blonde man, his eyes blazing with fiery determination, accepted the challenge. "Let's have a match," he declared. Two other men watched the impending fight with concern. One of them questioned the blonde man's readiness, given his apparent injury. Despite the risks, the second man, seemingly an instructor, insisted on confirming the blonde man's condition, even if it meant disqualification. He voiced his doubts about the blonde man's ability to fight effectively with his injured leg. The dark-haired man dismissed the concern, stating that the blonde man's earlier display of injury was merely a ploy to buy time. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer-turned-gang member, now stands before us, his muscular physique a testament to his past and a hint of his future. His eyes burn with a fierce determination, reflecting his unspoken words. He wants to prove how much stronger he has become. His opponent, a blonde man with a confident smirk, seems eager for the challenge. He makes it clear that he has no intention of avoiding a fight. Meanwhile, a voice calls out, requesting a leash, adding a layer of intrigue to the scene. The two men now stand facing each other in a boxing ring, the tension palpable. The scene is set for a clash. A spectator observes Kang-tae, his gaze filled with a mixture of curiosity and assessment. He mutters to himself, "This kid." The blonde man notices something unusual about Kang-tae's fighting style, questioning the cloth wrapped around his fists. The name Shram appears, possibly a nickname or title related to Kang-tae. The blonde man observes Kang-tae's physique, commenting on his impressive abdominal muscles. Park Kang-tae, despite a leg injury, braced himself, muttering that even with his current limitations, he could still deliver strong punches. He grimaced, acknowledging to himself that his fighting style was only half-formed, far from perfect. Kang-tae unleashed a powerful blow, the force of the impact sending a shockwave through the ground. His opponent, a blonde man, barely registered the attack, his eyes narrowed in focus as he countered. The blonde man's counterattack was swift and brutal, a blur of motion, landing a heavy blow that sent Kang-tae reeling. Despite the blow, Kang-tae's determination burned bright. He gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. Gathering his strength for a desperate counterattack, Kang-tae launched himself forward, his fist a blur of motion, connecting with a powerful uppercut that sent his opponent staggering back, a pained groan escaping his lips. Two men, one with dark skin and short hair, the other bald, watched in shock as something unexpected happened. Their feet were lifted off the ground. A powerful blow landed. A man with short, dark hair, his face partially obscured, pondered the force of the impact. He wondered when his fist had become so strong. A blond young man with a determined expression landed a swift blow against his opponent, a dark-haired man who stumbled back, sending him sprawling to the ground. The impact of the blow was clearly felt. The dark-haired man, now on the ground, felt a surge of power. He marveled at his own strength, declaring that his bones felt like steel. A man watched him from above, observing the dark-haired fighter's reaction, intrigued by his resilience. The blond man, meanwhile, reflected on his own strike, noting that despite the opponent's protective clothing, the blow had landed effectively. A voice from the sidelines commented on the dark-haired man's tenacity, praising his resilience. The dark-haired man and the blond man faced off again. The blond man observed that the dark-haired man's claim of killing a bear seemed credible. The dark-haired man winced, clutching his side. He had been hit. Park Kang-tae, his legs trembling, found himself in a pugilist arena. The exertion was immense, even his legs felt numb from the strain. His opponent, a blond man with a predatory grin, watched him with amusement. "Now, who can't use their legs?" he sneered. Kang-tae gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. The pain was intense, but he refused to yield. Kang-tae's thoughts raced. Damn it! It's the opposite of what I heard. A voice cut through his internal turmoil. Hey, you idiot. Turn around and look around. What are you doing with both legs spread out? Kante finally understood. He wasn't completely paralyzed, his opponent had simply used a technique to restrict his movement. He retorted, I'm not completely unable to move like you. The blond man lunged, but Kante saw an opening. A surge of energy coursed through his leg as he countered. It was a gap. Kante unleashed a powerful punch, connecting squarely with his opponent's jaw. The force of the blow sent the blond man reeling. The impact of a powerful blow echoed through the arena. As Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, landed a devastating punch on his opponent. His muscles tensed, a fierce determination etched on his face. He grunted with exertion, his breath ragged. I'll push you like this, he roared, his voice filled with the raw energy of his past life. His opponent, a blonde-haired pugilist, staggered back. His eyes blazing with a fierce counterattacking spirit. The blonde pugilist's muscles coiled, ready to spring. He braced himself, preparing to unleash his own fury. The blonde pugilist launched a swift counterattack. A blur of motion that left Kante momentarily stunned. Ah, he muttered, surprised by the unexpected force. The blonde pugilist's fist connected with Kante's jaw. Dust and debris swirled around the fallen boxer as the match continued. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a desperate fight. He was brutally attacked, the force of the blows sending him sprawling. His body crashing against the rough earth. Dust and debris swirled around him as he lay wounded, his breath ragged. His face a mask of pain and exhaustion. He was clearly outmatched. Despite his injuries, Kante's opponent questioned his fighting style. He noted that, even with his legs injured, Kante's opponent was still formidable, known as the Ogre Slayer. Kante, seething with anger, accused the young Sunso gang of deception. He vehemently denied using such brutal force. Surrounded by two imposing members of the young Sunso gang, Kante's fury was palpable. His face contorted in a grimace of frustration and pain. One of the gang members laughed, dismissing Kante's anger. He pointed out that nobody had lied to him, and that until last year, Kante was known for his skillful tactics and strategic approach to combat. Suddenly, Kante unleashed a powerful, unexpected punch, surprising his opponents. The force of the blow sending one of the gang members reeling. The sheer power of the punch shocked even his adversaries, prompting them to question if this kind of raw power had been present in Kante all along, perhaps hidden until this moment. The revelation of this hidden strength left them stunned. Park Kante, his back to the viewer, wraps a towel around his waist. His muscular physique is clearly visible, a testament to his rigorous training. Another figure, partially obscured, observes him from the side, their expression unreadable. A stark contrast to Kante's surprise. He reflects on his unexpected transformation, admitting to himself, I didn't expect it at all. The scene shifts to show another boxer, his face partially obscured by shadow. He muses, I never thought I would change my style completely. His expression hardens as he reveals his inner thoughts. His gaze is intense, his jaw clenched. The man's powerful physique is on full display. He continues his internal monologue, I didn't know that I would use those evasion techniques altogether. Both boxers are now visible, facing each other. Kante speaks, I just changed my strategy. It's no longer avoid and strike, but somehow strike. The other boxer watches Kante intently, a hint of excitement in his eyes. He thinks, even with your legs like that, showing something new, that's stirring up my blood. The second boxer's face is now fully visible, his expression one of intense anticipation. He declares, I want to bring it out right now and see who is stronger. Kante, however, remains cautious. He thinks it wasn't just boasting about making a comeback with those legs. However, there might be an opponent who won't yield to that. Kante turns and walks away, his resolve firm. He mutters to himself, I'll think about that when the time comes. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a world where pugilism was a game. He discovered that boxing without the use of his legs was far more difficult than he had anticipated. To compensate for his lack of leg power, he resolved to focus on using his back and waist. To lessen the strain on his injured quadriceps, he pushed himself to the limit, exhausting his knees and thighs, but he realized his enhanced strength had limitations, his power had a finite number of uses. Spring arrived after a period of rest. The merchant representatives, having replenished their supplies, departed from the territory. A group of travelers, their wagons laden with goods, decided to make camp for the night. They sought rest after their journey. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in dark clothing, stood amidst the camp, a loyal canine companion at his side. The dog let out a sudden bark, its attention drawn to something unseen. A woman with reddish-brown hair approached the young man and his dog. She addressed him directly, asking if he was Callie, the lady's favorite. The woman, unimpressed by his status, commented on his appearance. She stated that she was indifferent to whether he was a slave or not, and that his social standing did not affect her feelings. She added that there was nothing wrong with becoming familiar with a face one would be seeing for a long time. A confident woman with fiery red hair, styled in a braid, introduced herself as Salivan, leader of the Salivan mercenaries. Her eyes gleamed with an almost predatory light as she declared her group's allegiance to those around her. Salivan gestured towards a group of armed men, her dark cloak billowing slightly in the night air. They stood in a rough formation, awaiting her command. These were her men, a force to be reckoned with. A blond man approached, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He'd heard the rumors circulating in the territory, and he wanted confirmation. Was it true that she had killed the bear? A smirk played on Salivan's lips as she considered his question. Her amusement was evident. One of Salivan's men urgently called out to her, requesting that she stop chatting and help set up camp. Salivan responded with a curt, but agreeable, "All right. Coming." The blond man offered to help Salivan, but she declined, noting that his legs must be uncomfortable after their journey. The scene shifted to a wide shot of the mercenary camp being set up. Men worked diligently, carrying supplies and erecting tents under the watchful eye of Salivan. Salivan approached the blond man, who appeared to be idle. She commented that he seemed to have nothing to do. A young woman with vibrant red hair and a concerned expression addressed a blond young man. She noted that everyone was worried about his injured legs, making it difficult for him to help. She continued, observing that his situation seemed like that of a vagabond. However, she couldn't leave him in such a precarious situation. She instructed him to follow her and be prepared from that moment on. He responded with a questioning pardon? The red-haired woman then invited the blond young man to join her for a meal. She offered the invitation with a subtle, knowing smile. The blond young man, clearly surprised, looked up. The pair walked away together, the red-haired woman leading the way. Meanwhile, a group of mercenaries sat around a campfire. Two of them discussed the young age of the mercenaries in their group, noting that most were teenagers or in their 20s. The red-haired woman and the blond young man continued their journey. The woman reflected on the superstition that a mercenary band wouldn't follow a woman leader, as it was considered bad luck. Despite this superstition, she admitted that she had no other choice. A group of mercenaries, including a young woman with auburn hair and a man with short, green hair, sat around a campfire, laughing heartily. One of them mused about a mercenary group in a similar situation to his own, remarking that their youth was no impediment to their employment. Later, a young woman with long, vibrant red hair approached a tent, announcing that she had brought the meal. A blond young man emerged, offering to bring her food as well, suggesting they eat together. The red-haired woman seemed hesitant, expressing some uncertainty. She insisted they eat together, her enthusiasm palpable. The blond man served the meal, a stew of some kind. As they ate, the blond man found the situation rather awkward, a sentiment that was only amplified by the silence. The red-haired woman finally spoke, addressing him as Callie. She then questioned him about his reasons for fighting. Park Kante, a former boxer now enslaved, sat alone, his gaze distant. He muttered to himself, questioning the purpose of his suffering. Was it to attain freedom? The woman with fiery red hair, seated across from him, observed him with a knowing look, stating that the desire for freedom is a common sentiment among slaves. But she countered that his situation differed from the others. He had opportunities they lacked, the chance to escape or to earn better treatment. Yet, despite these options, Kante chose to remain a boxer slave. However, the woman pointed out that he hadn't given up everything. Confused, Kante questioned why she was suddenly bringing up these things. The woman posed a stark choice: if he could only choose between his legs and freedom, which would he prefer? Kante's expression hardened, his eyes blazing with determination. He made his decision known. The woman, sensing his resolve, offered a suggestion. She proposed a deal: forego the leg treatment, and she would secure his freedom. Kante and the woman locked gazes, a silent understanding passing between them. She assured him she would persuade her father. Park Kante, his blonde hair slightly disheveled, leaned against a woman with vibrant red hair. He looked down, his expression unreadable, as she rested a comforting hand on his shoulder. He muttered that he didn't need anything. But his inner voice was far more assertive. He wanted to prove his strength by winning again and again. The red-haired woman continued, her voice firm. She valued victory above material wealth, preferring the sight of defeated opponents at her feet. Kante, his thoughts visible in a speech bubble, declared his intention to fix his legs. His face, illuminated by a fierce determination, reflected his unwavering resolve. Later, at a table, Kante's exhaustion was evident as he weakly pushed his food around with his hands. muttering that he was tired. The red-haired woman watched him with concern. As the red-haired woman slept soundly, a shadowy figure loomed in the background, observing her. The shadowy figure's hand reached out to her, and a thought bubble revealed their disdain. Dumb guy. He dismissed the thought, uttering a curt, forget it. A voice, perhaps his own inner voice, offered a counterpoint. When you have someone you love, you start valuing your life more. But then, a grim realization washed over him. He thought, once the time comes, you won't have the strength to fight anymore. A woman with auburn hair, standing beside him, asked, serious? He replied, oh, no. It's just that if his legs gave him trouble, he should just be patient. They would soon reach the free city of Korin. He questioned, free city? She explained that it was a commercial city without a hereditary ruler. It was designated as a special zone where they elected a president through a noble election. However, she added that wealthy merchants paid huge campaign funds for the election campaign. The man chuckled, well, that's a nice neighborhood. Well, that's what they say behind the scenes. The scene opens with a sweeping vista of a bustling city, its waterfront teeming with activity. A voiceover narration observes, looking at the front, it's more lively than any other city. The camera pans across the city, showcasing its unique architecture and lively atmosphere. Before focusing on a checkpoint where a guard examines documents, he mutters, you may pass. Further instructions are given. The duration of stay is 7 days. Extensions can be done at the city hall. A woman with vibrant red hair rides a horse towards the checkpoint, approaching the guard, where she is met by 2 men. One of them, blonde and casually dressed, points out a dog-like creature accompanying the woman, questioning, hey, isn't that a wolf? Wild animals are off limits. The blonde man's companion, a woman with brown hair, explains, no, this one is a dog. It's a hybrid mixed with wolf blood. The blonde man orders the dog, Robo, bark. The dog, however, remains silent. The guard observes, this is a silly thing, it can't bark. Pass. The guard's skepticism is evident as he scoffs, dog? A dog? Are you lying without even putting saliva in your mouth? The blonde man and his companion erupt in laughter. The guard, however, notices something and his expression hardens. He whispers, the ageist guys have come. A woman with fiery red hair and piercing green eyes, her expression hardened with determination, issued a curt command, tell it to the chief of the guards. A bustling port city came into view, ships bobbing gently in the harbor. Merchants bartered loudly, their voices a vibrant chorus against the backdrop of seagulls crying overhead. A lively marketplace teemed with people from all walks of life, their diverse appearances a testament to the city's cosmopolitan nature. Nearby, a woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes scrutinized a document, her expression one of intense concentration. A knight in shining armor stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the paper as well. Elsewhere, a young man with blonde hair, his face etched with weariness, inhaled deeply. The smell of the sea. It's a great place to come anytime, he mused, a hint of longing in his voice. He then added, with a sudden change of tone, I want to eat some raw fish with soju. His eyes fell upon a tattered poster, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. He muttered to himself, poster? What does it say? Park Kangtae, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a world where boxing is a popular pugilist game. He looks at a notice for the Korin boxing tournament, a flicker of his old dream igniting within him. His companion, Gua, notices his reaction and asks about the tournament. Gua explains that while entry fees are high for the tournament, the prize money is substantial for a winner. Kangtae, already aware of this, is shown a flyer advertising a prize of 8,000 gold. Kangtae, surprised and frustrated, exclaims about the flyer, revealing his reason for associating with Gua. The scene shifts to a bustling marketplace where a tense standoff is occurring between 2 groups of armed individuals. One group is dressed in more modern attire, while the other wears medieval-style armor. Among the armored soldiers, a man with a mustache approaches Azalea, one of the individuals in modern clothing, greeting her politely. The man, Leonardo, is revealed to be the captain of Korin's guards. Leonardo explains that they received a report of weapons smuggling and requests Azalea's cooperation in an investigation. Azalea is clearly displeased with this accusation. A stern-faced man with a prominent mustache spoke, his words carrying an air of authority. It must have already passed through inspection and cleared properly. He continued, his voice low and measured, as he subtly revealed a sword at his hip. If you want to end this quietly, follow me. 2 figures, a blonde man and a woman with brown hair, stood side by side, their expressions grim and determined. The scene shifted to a guard's reception room. A woman with vibrant red hair sat calmly on a couch, surrounded by several guards. The mustachioed man addressed the red-haired woman, his tone betraying a hint of weariness. To be honest, the report is false. It seems you've incurred the Joseph family's dislike quite a bit. He continued, a slight smirk playing on his lips. I received a letter instructing to detain Aegis Sandan upon arrival, for any reason. He paused, then added with a hint of amusement, there's no compulsion, but this is quite compelling, I must say. The red-haired woman, her expression unreadable, challenged him. Why didn't you just arrest me right away? The red-haired woman's gaze sharpened, her question hanging heavy in the air. What do you want? The mustachioed man's eyes gleamed with a calculating light. It's good that we can communicate well. Two armored men reacted with shock and disbelief upon hearing a sum of money mentioned. Their mouths agape, they exclaimed, 10,000 guilds? One of the armored men clenched his fist, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and disbelief. While the other, seemingly more composed, scoffed at the audacity of the offer. He muttered to himself, damn it. Does that fool think the 10,000 guilds is named after his dog? The armored men continued their discussion, one pointing out the difficulties of selling their goods locally and the risks of traveling to the Empire for a better price. Even if you sell everything you have here, it would be difficult to get a fair price for it. Traveling to the Empire is also tight. A woman with vibrant red hair, observing the scene, simply stated, I know that. The red-haired woman revealed her financial constraints, stating, the total amount of cash I have available for immediate financing is 5,000 guilds. She continued, her expression thoughtful, the remaining 5,000. A blond young man, seemingly distressed, spoke, Valon Joseph, stubbornly holding onto my ankles. He grimly concluded, this is the end for Sandan as well. I might need to find another employer, Sal Ivan. A woman with brown hair, seemingly apologetic, spoke, oh, did you overhear? I'm sorry, but these negotiations can't be resolved with a knife. A young woman with fiery brown hair, styled in a braid, leaned forward, a nervous sweat beading on her brow. Her eyes, wide and intense, held a hint of apprehension. No, I'm not interrogating you. Across from her, a young man with short, blonde hair, his expression serious and thoughtful, responded. He seemed to be considering something carefully. Talking about earlier? He continued, his gaze unwavering. Is there a separate qualification for participation? The woman, her expression shifting to one of sly amusement, replied. A smirk playing on her lips. The participation fee is 100 guilds, and you just have to get tested by an active boxer. The blond young man's eyes narrowed. What is the prize money for winning? The woman answered without hesitation, a glint of mischief in her eyes. 8,000 guilds. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the air, sharp and dismissive. Not possible. She was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Two guards, clad in metallic armor, whispered amongst themselves, their faces a mixture of apprehension and excitement. Oh, Mississippi. If Callie wins, why don't we just set up 2,000 guilds? A group of men in medieval-style armor listened intently as a woman with fiery red hair and a dark mask reported on Callie's progress. They were informed that Callie had even defeated an ogre, causing one of the men to incredulously question if they had lost their minds. The red-haired woman, seemingly unfazed by their disbelief, proposed sending someone injured to the upcoming leg tournament. Elsewhere, two individuals, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair and a man with blonde hair, overheard the conversation. The woman, with a sly grin, simply stated, that's it. The narration box revealed that the plan involved a noble girl and a slave boy. A detail that the brown-haired woman dismissed as irrelevant to a romance novel. A man in armor informed the brown-haired woman that there was no other way. He warned her that if they were detained, the powerful Joseph family would intervene. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted, as the brown-haired woman unleashed a devastating punch, striking the blonde-haired man. Azalea, a woman with vibrant red hair, sat composedly. She quietly stated her resolve. She had promised her master that she would revive her boxing career from summer onwards. A sudden, powerful fist slammed onto the table beside her, shattering a small wooden object into fragments. This upcoming tournament, she resolved, would be her comeback stage. A young man with blonde hair, his face a mask of grim determination, clenched his fist. He addressed Azalea, his voice tight with resolve, Lady Azalea. Azalea, seemingly unfazed by his intensity, sat quietly, her expression unreadable. A bead of sweat trickled down Azalea's temple as a sigh escaped her lips. She was clearly apprehensive. Azalea subtly adjusted her collar, a nervous gesture. She then spoke, her voice firm despite her inner turmoil. As long as permission was granted, she would ensure victory. Azalea pointed a finger, her gaze unwavering. She was ready. The blond young man, his expression resolute, simply stated, as always promised. The chapter opens with a close-up of Park Conte, his blonde hair partially visible beneath the hood of a dark cloak. His expression is unreadable, his gaze cast downward. A sudden interruption. A voice, filled with confusion, cuts through the silence. What? Curry? The question hangs in the air, directed at a bald man hunched over a table, quill in hand, his brow furrowed in concentration. A sharp retort follows, "No, it's Callie." The bald man, seemingly unfazed, responds, "Curry or Callie, I've got your call. Go away." He gestures dismissively, his attention clearly elsewhere. She points towards the bald man, "Callie, do you see that bald head? That guy is the boxer who takes the test." The scene shifts to a boxing ring. The bald man, now revealed to be a powerful-looking boxer, stands victorious, panting slightly but defiant. He bellows, "You little bastards, is that all you got?" He demands, "More milk." The boxer continues, flexing his muscles, "If you're not here, drink some milk or something." Ha ha ha. Kante and the auburn-haired woman watch, Kante smiling slightly, the woman looking impressed. Looks and behavior are exactly the same, she observes. A young woman with fiery orange hair, clad in a dark, medieval-style outfit, gasped dramatically, her eyes wide with shock. She stood amidst a group of onlookers, their faces etched with a mixture of concern and apprehension, as a blond, muscular man with a surprised expression stood beside her. A sudden, enraged voice cut through the air. "Hey, you bald bastard," the voice boomed, the blond man's face contorting in anger as he turned to face the unseen speaker. The unseen assailant continued his taunts, "You look like a baby, drink more." The blond man, clearly agitated, was then questioned, "What were you thinking when you did that, huh?" The blond man clenched his fists, his anger escalating. Another voice, this time closer, interrupted, "Hey, blond kid." A powerful, bald man with a menacing grin and a muscular physique emerged from the shadows. His eyes gleamed with malice. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a bewildering situation. He awoke to a disorienting scene, a murmur of confusion rising from the surrounding crowd. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers as they noticed the state of his leg. A blond man, his face etched with a grim determination, stood amidst the crowd, his leg clearly injured. The question hung heavy in the air, was his leg broken? Another man, seemingly a fellow contestant, approached, his words laced with a mixture of concern and disbelief. He pointed out the obvious, this was a place for those who could participate, not the injured. Despite the obvious impediment, Kante, undeterred, insisted on his participation. He held up a piece of paper, proof of his registration, while a large, imposing figure scoffed at his audacity. "Just get lost," the large man bellowed. The large man's disbelief was palpable. He found it unbelievable that someone so injured would dare to participate in a pugilist match. His anger simmered, a low growl rumbling in his chest as he challenged Kante. With a surge of defiance, Kante steeled his resolve. Readying himself for the upcoming match. He wrapped his hands, his movements betraying a practiced ease despite his injury. A voice cut through the hushed anticipation, "Are you really the famous ogre slayer? Are you really that Callie?" A woman with fiery red hair and piercing golden eyes spoke, her tone a mixture of curiosity and cautious respect. She expressed understanding for his hasty retreat, confident in his abilities as the legendary ogre slayer. Two men watched a woman, arms crossed, confidently seated on a bench. One of the men muttered that all the other boxer needed to do was win. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room, startling the woman and the two men. The woman gasped in surprise. In the arena, a blond boxer stood victorious over his fallen opponent. He had clearly won the match. One of the men from the previous scene watched in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He couldn't believe that someone could beat him with such a seemingly weak leg. The defeated boxer lay on the ground, defeated and gasping for air. The victorious blond boxer looked on with a serious expression, seemingly contemplating something. He turned to the audience and asked if they wanted more. A young woman with fiery brown hair, styled in a braid, beams with unrestrained joy. Her dark eyes sparkle, and her mouth is stretched wide in a triumphant grin. She wears a dark, collared tunic over a lighter blue undergarment, and a dark cloak drapes over her shoulders. "This is my first time looking at that kind of punch," she exclaims. The woman stands confidently, her expression now more calculating than celebratory. Beside her, a blond young man with a thoughtful expression observes her. He comments, "It's just because the opponent was careless, so he passed out so easily." The blond man continues, "It's also a skill to make your opponent's guard down." "You're great." The woman smiles slyly. She suggests, "I think we should come back here tomorrow afternoon." The blond man falls silent, lost in thought. A thought bubble above him reveals his internal contemplation. Looking at his aura, he doesn't look like an ordinary slave. He studies his hands, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. He holds a small, leather pouch. The woman's expression shifts to a knowing smirk. She muses, "Now I understand why that noble lady fell in love with him." Night has fallen. The blond man lies in bed, seemingly asleep. He mutters, "Today's opponent was an easy one." He continues his internal monologue, because he just believed in his size and strength alone. A flashback sequence shows the blonde man in a fierce boxing match, his face strained with effort. He is clearly outmatched, his opponent landing several blows. The word style appears above the panel, highlighting the difference in fighting techniques. He is clearly exhausted and defeated. Park Kang-tae, haunted by his abandoned boxing dream, now a deceased gang member, reflects on his limitations. He muses that if opponents exploit his reduced mobility, success will be difficult. The following afternoon, the pugilist games begin. An announcer declares that the participants will commence fighting. Among the competitors, two muscular figures stand out, their bodies glistening with sweat. Tension hangs heavy in the air. Another competitor, a younger man with short brown hair, is also visible, his face partially obscured by shadow, reflecting the intensity of the moment. A woman with vibrant red hair, watching from the sidelines, wrinkles her nose in disgust, muttering that the scene is nasty. A blonde man, clearly uncomfortable with the brutal atmosphere, questions why his companion followed him to this event. His companion, the red-haired woman, reiterates her disgust. Overwhelmed by the violence, the blonde man decides to leave immediately. The announcer calls for the participants to begin searching for their opponents. A dark wooden box sits center stage, presumably containing the match pairings. A slip of paper is drawn, revealing that the blonde man will fight the number 3 competitor. He comments that a random selection would have been simpler. A woman with fiery orange hair, dressed in a dark tunic and leather armor, explained the pugilist tournament rules to a man with short brown hair. She stated that the matches were different from what he was used to. She continued, explaining that matches would take place daily, except for the female and semifinal rounds. The woman pointed to a complex tournament bracket displayed on a nearby board. She emphasized the need to win 5 consecutive matches, highlighting the disadvantage of facing a strong opponent early on due to the accumulation of injuries. A blonde man, dressed in simple clothing, explained to the woman that this system was designed to prevent manipulation. He added that significant money was involved, with substantial prizes at stake. The brown-haired man clenched his fists, realizing the tournament was essentially a high-stakes gambling match. An announcer's voice boomed, calling for the first 2 contestants to enter the ring. 2 muscular men, numbers 1 and 2, stood facing each other in the ring, their intense gazes promising a fierce battle. The orange-haired woman watched from the sidelines, impressed by the intensity of the fighters' focus. The announcer called for contestants 3 and 4 to prepare. Park Kang-tae, a man haunted by his abandoned boxing dream, now stands poised, his fists clenched, a testament to his lingering passion. His attire, simple yet sturdy, hints at a life lived outside the refined world of pugilist games. Observing him from a distance are 2 onlookers. One, a woman with fiery red hair, her expression a mixture of curiosity and amusement, remarks on his appearance. She thinks he looks like a pugilist enthusiast. An official voice calls out instructions, pairing Kang-tae, designated as number 4 Callie, with another participant, number 3 Spirin. They are to face each other. Spirin, his opponent, extends a hand in greeting. He wishes Kang-tae good luck for the match. A gesture of sportsmanship before the contest begins. Kang-tae accepts the handshake, but his expression reveals a hidden intensity. He silently acknowledges his opponent, ready for the challenge. The red-haired woman observes Kang-tae's opponent, Spirin, speculating that he might come from a wealthy family and is here to test his fighting skills. She explains her earlier assessment, noting that Spirin's hands appear unusually smooth for a seasoned fighter. The red-haired woman dismisses Spirin as an easy opponent, expressing her annoyance with the noble's participation in the pugilist games. Her confidence is evident as she watches Kang-tae and Spirin prepare for the match. She knew it would be an easy victory for Kang-tae. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair, dressed in simple attire, addressed a group of men. She asked them, with a hint of uncertainty, if they believed in someone like her. The woman's expression shifted to a sly grin as she produced a large bag of money, her eyes gleaming with mischief. The men, a band of hardened fighters, reacted with surprise to the sudden appearance of the money. One of them questioned her actions, while another suggested it was their salary. The woman confirmed that it was half of their salary, explaining that they had trusted her with the calculations. She revealed her true intentions, to bet the money on a boxer named Callie in an upcoming tournament. She held up the bag of money, a determined glint in her eyes. The men reacted with disbelief and accusations of madness. One of the men questioned her decision to bet on a one-legged boxer. The woman confidently stated that they had never lost money following her advice, and no one had died in the past 2 years. She explained that her decision was based on instinct, and that now was the perfect time to make the bet. Park Kang-tae, his brow slick with sweat, stared at his companion with wide, anxious eyes. The other man, his face partially obscured by shadow, remained impassive, his expression unreadable. He finally agreed, a single word hanging heavy in the air. The weight of his decision settling upon his shoulders as he looked at his friend. The 3 men raised their hands in a gesture of unity, their voices filled with a newfound determination. They would survive this mercenary life, and they would start over. Kante, a relieved smile gracing his lips, felt a wave of optimism wash over him. He didn't care about the past anymore. A woman with fiery red hair and piercing golden eyes watched them from the shadows, a sly smirk playing on her lips. Her gaze was sharp, calculating. She spoke, her voice low and commanding, instructing them to return to their quarters. As the men dispersed, she remained hidden, observing their movements. A thought forming in her mind, so you guys are doing something interesting. The first match of the tournament, a 32-round competition, was about to begin. The scene was set in an arena, filled with spectators eagerly awaiting the spectacle. A wide shot showcased the arena's layout. A simple boxing ring stood in the center, surrounded by tiered seating filled with a boisterous crowd. Park Kang-tae, the protagonist, moved with surprising speed and precision, landing a powerful blow against his opponent. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the air. Kang-tae observed his opponents, a group of formidable fighters, and a thought crossed his mind: the level of competition was far higher than he had anticipated. After skillfully blocking his opponent's line of sight, Kang-tae exploited the opening, striking at his blind spot. The chapter ends with a cliffhanger, leaving the reader to wonder about the outcome of the fight. A powerful, swift punch landed squarely on the opponent's face, sending him reeling backward. The blow was a basic technique in modern boxing, yet unusual in this context. An observer noted the fighter's considerable experience. The match continued, a flurry of blows exchanged between the two combatants. Participant number 2 emerged victorious, his opponent defeated. Spectators cheered wildly, celebrating the win. Two men approached the winner, one of them clearly agitated, berating him for the amount of money he had bet on the match. Meanwhile, the winner, seemingly unfazed, retreated to a quieter area, muttering about the noise. A voice called out, announcing that it was time for the next participant, number 4, Koli. Koli, the fourth participant, emerged from a dark passageway. He stood ready, his expression unreadable. Park Kang-tae, a man whose past life ended in regret, now stood in a pugilist arena. His body, scarred and powerful, reflected a life lived on the edge. He was ready to fight, his gaze fixed on the upcoming match. The arena was simple, a square ring in the center of a dirt floor, surrounded by a small crowd. Two other boxers were already in position, awaiting the start of the match. Kang-tae approached the ring, his limp noticeable. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Concerns about Kang-tae's limp and his ability to win, or even survive, were openly voiced. Ignoring the doubts, Kang-tae focused on the task at hand. He steeled his resolve, determined to prove them wrong. His opponent, Koli, offered words of encouragement, promising not to underestimate him despite his injury. Kang-tae reflected on Sullivan's earlier advice, considering the potential consequences of striking too hard. He decided on a strategy: to win by controlled blows, focusing on precise strikes to the chin, rather than overwhelming force. The match began. Kang-tae moved with surprising speed and precision, despite his limp. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena, facing off against a formidable opponent. His opponent, a muscular man with dark hair, circles him, assessing his stance. Landing a swift, powerful blow that sends Kang-tae reeling. Blood sprays from his mouth as he stumbles back, the impact jarring him to his core. Kang-tae grits his teeth, a groan escaping his lips. He realizes he needs to prioritize his own defense. The fight is far from over. He takes a defensive stance, bracing himself for the next attack. His opponent advances, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Kang-tae expertly dodges a blow, his body moving with surprising agility despite his injuries. He counters with a powerful punch. A blur of motion as his fist connects with his opponent's jaw. The impact sends the opponent stumbling. Kang-tae feels a sharp pain in his head as his opponent lands another blow. He staggers, his vision blurring. But he refuses to give up. He pushes through the pain, his determination burning brighter than ever. Kang-tae unleashes a devastating counterattack, his fist a blur of motion. His opponent is taken aback by the ferocity of the attack. "Now your fist looks so scary," his opponent asks, surprised. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His body, honed from years of training, moves with practiced grace as he launches a powerful kick. The impact echoing through the arena. His opponent, a blonde man, watches with surprise. "Is that Wesley style?" he asks, panting. Kang-tae confirms, "Oh. You know about it? I went to Duke Wesley to learn this." The blonde man smirks, "It was my style at first, so I know it really well." A subtle shift in Kang-tae's demeanor is evident as he clenches his fist. "I'll get serious now," he mutters, a newfound determination hardening his gaze. Kang-tae unleashes a flurry of blows, a blinding speed and precision. each strike landing with bone-jarring force. The blonde man barely manages to defend himself against the onslaught. The ferocity of Kante's attack leaving him reeling. A look of dawning horror crosses his face as he feels a sharp pain. A flashback reveals a past fight between Torres and Kante's current opponent, highlighting the opponent's previous encounter with a similar fighting style. An unseen observer comments on a boxer's flawed footwork, noting that his style lacks the precision needed for optimal power transfer. The analysis continues, focusing on how the boxer's strength doesn't translate effectively into his punches, resulting in weaker blows. Because his muscles are unable to deliver sufficient impact to his opponent. A blonde boxer lands a powerful blow on his opponent, who is visibly impacted by the force of the strike. The opponent, undeterred, declares that such an attack won't work on him, and strategizes to corner his adversary. The blonde boxer prepares for a counterattack, his expression fierce and determined. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow, and declares his readiness to continue the fight. The impact of a powerful punch is shown, highlighting the force and intensity of the blow. The final panel shows a powerful, swirling energy building up, suggesting a decisive finishing move is about to be unleashed. Park Kante, his face contorted in a grimace, braced himself against an incoming blow. His opponent, a blonde man with a fierce expression, was already lunging forward. The force of the impact sending a shockwave through the air. A devastating blow landed squarely on Kante's abdomen, the air exploding from his lungs in a pained gasp. Kante doubled over, his eyes wide with pain and shock. A wave of nausea washed over him. Spittle dribbling from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to catch his breath. The impact had clearly taken its toll. He clutched at his leg, a sharp pain shooting up his body. "My leg," he gasped, his voice barely a whisper. A groan escaping his lips as he struggled to regain his footing. Despite the pain, a thought flashed through his mind, "Darn it, I should have trained my abdomen more." His opponent, eyes blazing with a predatory intensity, prepared for another attack. Park Kante, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and fury, spat out a string of curses. His breath hitched in his throat, sweat beading on his brow as he struggled against his opponent. The impact of the blow sending shockwaves through his body. His vision blurred, the world around him dissolving into a chaotic swirl of motion. A deafening roar filled the air as he was sent crashing to the ground. Kante, battered and bruised, found himself facing a formidable opponent. A muscular man with a stern expression stood before him, flanked by two equally imposing figures. The air crackled with tension. Whispers of doubt rippled through the onlookers. One of the men muttered about the seemingly insurmountable challenge ahead. A surge of anger coursed through Kante's veins as he straightened, his eyes blazing with defiance. A door burst open, revealing a new figure silhouetted against the light. He was a man of imposing stature, his expression grim. The newcomer, his face a mask of fury, unleashed a torrent of curses upon the scene. His arrival shifted the dynamics of the confrontation. Park Kante, his back to the viewer, stood in a dimly lit space. His muscular physique was visible, marked with scars and dirt. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable: how? A man with dark hair burst through a doorway, his face a mask of fury. Below, another man, his face etched with worry and pain, looked up at him. He roared, "You shameless rascal of a dog!" Two imposing figures loomed, their faces grim and unforgiving. One had a noticeable scar over his eye. Their gaze fell upon the injured man, their expressions hardening. One of them spoke, a low growl escaping his lips: "You." To a boxer. "You, child of a noble." The scarred man addressed the injured man again, his voice laced with contempt. "Do you believe there is any space for you to be lamenting about stepping on your foot?" The injured man, his face contorted in pain and shame, could only manage a weak retort: "You scoundrel." Kante, in a flashback, countered, "Yeah, I have experience worse than that, like someone throwing sand and grabbing my hand." "If you lack much experience, you must think that's cheating." Park Kante, his body bearing the scars of a life lived on the edge, sat alone, lost in thought. His gaze was distant, haunted by the memory of a dream deferred. He muttered to himself, remembering a time when he possessed the same fiery intensity now before him. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder, interrupting his reverie. A stranger appeared before him. The newcomer's face was partially obscured by shadow, but his eyes held a keen intensity. The stranger's presence startled Kante, but the stranger spoke, his voice calm yet firm. He offered to teach Kante something nice. Later, Kante and the stranger stood facing each other. The stranger challenged Kante to another fight. Kante confidently retorted that if they fought on the streets, the stranger would have already lost. He boasted that his skills were already recognized by a prominent boxer. The stranger, impressed by Kante's skills, admitted his approval. However, he also pointed out a critical flaw in Kante's fighting style. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, reflects on his past. He realizes, with a pang of regret, that he learned to fight all wrong. His quick movements were ineffective, lacking the proper body mechanics. He observes another boxer, whose technique is far superior. A seasoned trainer points out Kante's flaws, his style is unsustainable, and he needs to learn proper body movement. The trainer emphasizes the importance of using leg power to enhance his punches. Kante, eager to learn, focuses intently. The trainer demonstrates the proper footwork, emphasizing the power generated from the legs. He then shows a powerful punch, illustrating the correct technique. Kante watches, absorbing the lesson. Kante attempts to mimic the trainer's technique, asking for feedback. He feels a sharp pain in his chest, a reminder of his past life and the physical toll of his previous fighting style. Despite the pain, Kante's determination remains strong. Another person observes him, impressed by his perseverance. The scene ends with a close-up of Kante and his trainer, their hands clasped together, symbolizing their shared commitment to his boxing journey. A young man with teal hair introduced himself as Callie, correcting a mispronunciation of his name. The scene shifted to reveal Callie, his face bearing a confident smirk, his body showing signs of recent physical exertion. His opponent, seemingly unconcerned by the correction, simply stated that it didn't matter, what mattered was that Callie had won their fight. The opponent pondered the name Callie, a hint of intrigue in his expression. 2 days later, Callie's next opponents were introduced, two individuals, one with fiery red hair and the other with light brown hair, confidently predicted an easy victory for themselves. Callie, his body bruised and battered, wiped sweat from his mouth, his expression grim. His exhaustion was evident, a consequence of his previous match. The red-haired woman watched him with concern, noting his injuries. A bystander lamented Callie's continued participation in the matches, highlighting his unfortunate circumstances. A young man with blonde hair and a weary expression dismissed the agitated onlookers. He explained that their anger stemmed from losing money on a pugilist match. While a muscular woman with fiery red hair and a determined gaze stood nearby, unconcerned by the commotion. She simply stated, "I don't care." The scene shifted to a large arena where a boxing match was about to begin. A voice instructed someone to simply observe the upcoming opponent. The crowd roared their support for a fighter named Jurika, urging him to smash him. The camera focused on Jurika's powerful back, his musculature rippling, a testament to his brutal strength. The red-haired woman and her companion discussed Jurika, revealing that he was a slave from the western desert area, known for his devastating fighting style. The blonde-haired young man observed Jurika intently. He mused that if Jurika could gather such a large crowd, he might be able to gain his freedom as a boxer. The red-haired woman questioned this, wondering why Jurika wouldn't quit boxing if freedom was attainable. The final panel showed Jurika, a sinister grin spreading across his face, revealing his true nature. He enjoyed inflicting pain through his boxing matches. A heavily bruised man, his face contorted in a grimace, urged his opponent on, shouting, "Hey, man! Hit me more!" His opponent, equally battered but with a manic grin, prepared to comply. Landing a powerful blow in front of a cheering crowd. The first man braced himself, muscles tense, for the impact. A brutal strike connecting with a resounding impact, sending a shockwave through the arena. Despite the ferocity of the blow, the man laughed, shouting, "Hey!" He countered with a devastating blow of his own. A flurry of punches followed, leaving his opponent reeling and confused. "Strange. I'm sure I hit him for sure." Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now stands resurrected in a world where boxing is a pugilist game. His scarred, muscular physique speaks of a life lived on the edge, a testament to his past and a promise of his future. A question hangs heavy in the air: is this new life a gift, or a curse? His resurrected form is brutal, a reflection of his violent past, and his grin is unsettling, hinting at a dangerous resolve. His opponent, another pugilist, is battered and bleeding, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exhaustion. The fight has been brutal. Defeated and broken, the pugilist raises a hand, surrendering to Kante's superior strength and skill. But Kante shows no mercy. A brutal blow connects, sending the opponent reeling. Kante's expression is one of cold determination. He will not let his opponent surrender so easily. A spectator observes the match, commenting on the pugilist's apparent surrender. Another spectator reacts with surprise to the sudden turn of events, unaware of Kante's relentless nature. As Kante unleashes another devastating blow, his grin widening with savage glee. The match concludes with Kante, designated as number 8 Jurika, declared the victor. The scene opens on a boxing arena, where a victorious boxer raises his arms in triumph. The crowd roars its approval, their cheers echoing through the stadium. In the background, a stretcher carrying an injured fighter is carried away, a stark contrast to the celebratory atmosphere. Meanwhile, a young man with blonde hair watches the match intently, his expression unreadable. Two women, one with fiery red hair and the other with auburn hair, approach him. "What do you think?" That's your next opponent. Do you think you can win? One of them asks, her voice laced with concern. The blonde young man ponders their question. When I look at his game, I don't think I'll lose, he replies confidently. However, a flicker of doubt crosses his face, and he hesitates, trailing off mid-sentence. A beat of silence hangs in the air as he contemplates his upcoming match. His expression is one of intense focus, his brow furrowed in concentration. He dismisses his concerns, muttering, "No, never mind." The red-haired woman looks concerned, while the auburn-haired woman seems to be trying to understand his sudden change of heart. The auburn-haired woman offers her insight into the next opponent. He doesn't have much skill, but his physical ability is quite good. Despite this assessment, the blonde young man remains unconvinced. He thinks to himself, but I don't feel anything special, like Orge. However, a chilling image of a powerful, menacing figure flashes in his mind. He senses a dangerous aura emanating from his upcoming opponent, a feeling that unsettles him deeply. The quarterfinals were only 2 days away, and a palpable excitement filled the air. A large crowd had gathered, their cheers echoing. As two men watched from below, their faces alight with anticipation. One, younger, grinned widely, the other, older and more stoic, wore a grim expression. The older man urged his companion on, his voice thick with anticipation, "Take that annoying guy down and crush him." Meanwhile, in the stands, several spectators watched the upcoming match with varying degrees of interest. Among them were two women, one with fiery red hair and the other with auburn hair, both dressed in attire suggesting a certain level of status. The red-haired woman observed, "Everyone is only rooting for Jerica. It's one-sided." Her companion, the auburn-haired woman, responded calmly, "Don't worry, Mississippi Callie isn't the type to be swept away by this atmosphere." A bead of sweat trickled down the auburn-haired woman's temple as she narrowed her eyes, a grim determination hardening her features. She muttered to herself, "The opponent has a strong defense." The scarred back of a powerfully built man is shown, his shoulders and arms hinting at a life of physical exertion. 3 parallel scars mark his right shoulder, a testament to past battles. A young man with blonde hair, his face etched with determination, contemplates his strategy. He thinks to himself that it's more efficient to target a vulnerable point than to slowly wear down his opponent. He clenches his fist, his hand wrapped in worn boxing bandages, ready to strike. The scars on his shoulder are visible again, a reminder of his past. The scene shifts to a boisterous announcer, his face alight with excitement, who proclaims the start of the semifinals. The announcer dramatically reveals the upcoming match, Jerica versus Callie. The two fighters, Callie and Jerica, stand facing each other in a boxing ring, the tension palpable. Callie, the blonde-haired fighter, looks at his opponent with a mixture of apprehension and determination. Jerica, Callie's opponent, questions the matchup, thinking to himself, "He's lame, right? Are you telling me to fight this guy?" Jerica's face is a mask of arrogant confidence as he flexes his powerful muscles, a chilling smile playing on his lips. He lets out a maniacal laugh, the sound echoing the intensity of the upcoming fight. The anticipation is almost unbearable. Park Kang-tae, his hands wrapped in worn bandages, stood poised, a grim determination etched onto his face. He was ready to face his opponent. A cruel smile stretched across the other man's face as he let out a mocking key kick. The blow landed with a resounding impact, sending a shockwave through the air. Kang-tae staggered back, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he braced himself against the force of the attack. A seasoned boxer observing his opponent. Another man, watching from the sidelines, commented, "Hey, what's wrong? This guy hasn't even made a starting declaration yet." The referee, Jerica, stepped in, warning the opponent. "Jerica, that's a warning. If you do this again, it's a foul." The opponent scoffed, his anger simmering. "Get rid of the ambiguous rules," he growled. He sneered, revealing a vicious grin. "It's not a foul unless the audience criticizes." The referee signaled the start of the match. "Start." Kang-tae's expression hardened, his eyes blazing with renewed determination. He was ready to fight. A muscular man, his face contorted in a fierce grin, declared his intention to strike first. His knuckles were wrapped in white bandages, and a powerful aura emanated from him. He launched himself forward. A blur of motion as he unleashed a devastating blow. The force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air, connecting with his opponent with brutal efficiency. His opponent staggered back, blood spraying from his mouth, clearly overwhelmed by the ferocity of the attack. But he was not finished. A younger man with blonde hair, his eyes blazing with determination, countered with a swift, decisive blow, ending the fight. He declared, "It's over." The blonde-haired man mocked his defeated opponent, calling him a lame guy for losing to him. Park Kang-tae, his face contorted in a sneer, landed a blow. His opponent stumbled back, prompting a taunting declaration, "You stepped back, you coward." The fight continued, a blur of motion and impact. with Kante's opponent, a blonde man, observing his adversary's change in fighting style. He noted, he's not charging at me like earlier. Kante's opponent braced for another attack, anticipating the worst. The narration box ominously stated, gets hit in the abdomen again this time. It won't end with just an injury. The blonde man's internal monologue revealed his hesitation. I don't feel like killing someone with my fist. He quickly shifted his strategy, deciding on a different approach. He thought, I need to neutralize them first. With a fierce determination, he unleashed a powerful punch, forcing a reaction. The narration box instructed, after dodging, strike back. The impact sent a shockwave through the blonde man's body, a pained groan escaping his lips. Ugh. Park Kante, his body a whirlwind of motion, launched a powerful blow against his opponent. The force of the strike was depicted by a red blur, a testament to his raw strength. But his adversary, a hulking figure, merely chuckled, sneering, "Huh, what a waste." The words hung in the air, a cruel assessment of Kante's effort. The larger boxer watched Kante, his expression one of cold amusement. He pointed out, if you had taken that hit just now, it would have been over. A close-up on the larger boxer's face revealed a chilling smile, sweat beading on his brow. His eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity. The larger boxer unleashed a flurry of blows, a brutal display of skill and power. The slugfest the day before yesterday seems to be for this, he thought, his words a grim reflection on the fight's intensity. Each strike landing with bone-jarring impact. Kante, despite his injuries, remained defiant. Kante, his body battered but his spirit unbroken, muttered to himself, it's stronger than I thought. His gaze hardened, a grim determination settling over his features. The larger boxer, his face bloodied but triumphant, grinned. I've discarded the complacent thought of not killing now, he declared, his voice dripping with malice. Kante stood firm in the boxing ring, his body bruised but his resolve unwavering. He glared at his opponent, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. His opponent responded with a dismissive wave of his hand. Fool, I originally had that intention. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His opponent, a hulking brute, grinned, a cruel smile stretching across his face as he unleashed a devastating blow. The force of the impact sending a shockwave through Kante's leg, a searing pain radiating through his limb. Despite the agonizing pain, Kante gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. He braced himself, memories of his abandoned boxing dream fueling his resolve. And countered with a swift, powerful punch, a blur of motion that left his opponent reeling. His blonde-haired opponent, momentarily stunned, stumbled back, his eyes blazing with fury. He roared, a primal scream echoing through the arena. And unleashed a flurry of blows, a whirlwind of fists aimed at Kante's head. Kante, dodging with practiced ease, weaved through the barrage. His movements precise and deadly. He landed a blow that shattered his opponent's arm bones. The blonde-haired boxer's face contorted in agony, his body racked with pain. His eyes, once filled with rage, now reflected pure terror. A strangled gasp escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground, defeated. The match was over. A chilling smile stretched across Park Kante's face, his eyes gleaming with a dark, unsettling light. The title card for Boxer Kali appeared, signaling the start of his new journey. A close-up on a man's face, his mouth contorted in a grimace, sweat dripping from his brow. His eyes are narrowed, filled with barely contained rage. 3 speech bubbles, each containing a variation of a maniacal chuckle, float against a dark red background. The sound of sinister laughter echoes in the air. The man's face is shown again, this time in a full shot, his expression a cruel, wide grin. His eyes gleam with malicious intent as he lets out a loud, wicked laugh. The man laughs, his words dripping with sarcasm. He finds the situation utterly amusing. With surprising speed, the man throws a powerful punch, connecting with the other man's face. The impact is brutal, sending a shockwave through the air. The blonde man is sent reeling back, his face contorted in pain. He thinks he might have broken a bone. The blonde man grimaces, pain etched across his features. He stumbles back, clearly dazed. He retaliates with a desperate blow, but the other man easily blocks it, and counters with another punch, ordering him to die. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His opponent, a hulking figure with a cruel smile, is clearly more experienced. It is noted that Kante's opponent is not only strong but also has a strong support base. Kante braces himself, realizing he needs to block his opponent's powerful attack. The opponent unleashes a devastating blow, boasting of his invincibility. The impact is brutal, a flurry of motion and force. Despite the ferocity of the exchange, Kante manages to land a blow. Kante's counter sends his opponent reeling. But the opponent quickly recovers, his grin widening. The opponent retaliates with another fierce attack, catching Kante off guard. A brutal blow connects, sending a spray of blood from Kante's nose. Kante is clearly hurt, his vision blurred by the impact. He groans in pain. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His powerful fist connects with his opponent, sending a shockwave through the air. The impact echoing with the force of his past regrets. His opponent, a blond man, reels from the blow, his face contorted in pain. Kante follows up with another devastating strike, a swift kick that sends his opponent sprawling to the ground. The crowd roaring its approval as the dust settles. He stands over his fallen foe, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with renewed purpose. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers watches the fight with excitement. "Yeah, that's great, Eureka. Crush him," they cheer. Elsewhere, a young woman with vibrant red hair and a man with brown hair observe the match with apprehension. The woman bites her lip, a clear sign of her worry. The man speaks, "You look really worried, lady. Callie is not an easy guy." The woman's anxiety intensifies. "Darn it, Callie. Please win this." "My money," she exclaims, her face a picture of desperation. Park Kante's opponent scoffed, declaring his immortality. Kante, however, grimly realized it was too late to change the course of events. A cruel smile stretched across the immortal's face, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Despite the overwhelming odds, Park Kante's eyes burned with fierce determination. His knuckles, wrapped in bandages, were clenched tight, a testament to his unwavering resolve. He admitted to abandoning his carefully laid plans, choosing instead to fight with raw power. Kante resolved to unleash a devastating attack, intending to crush his opponent with all his might. He launched a powerful blow, but pleaded for a moment's respite. Despite the damage inflicted, Kante pressed his advantage, his fist a blur of motion. His opponent, however, remained defiant, certain that Kante's efforts would be futile. With a final, earth-shattering blow, Kante delivered a decisive strike, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. Park Kante's eyes, narrowed in intense focus, reflected the harsh light of the arena. His gaze was locked on his opponent, a fierce determination burning within him. His opponent, a hulking figure with a scarred torso and battered hands wrapped in bandages, let out a surprised exclamation. "What?" Kante's attack had been lightning fast, he'd already landed a blow, seizing his opponent's hand. A move so swift that even the audience hadn't registered it. "It's so fast that even the audience didn't notice it," the commentator remarked. With his opponent's hand firmly in his grasp, Kante used the momentum to throw him off balance. Kante's inner voice urged him on, just one more. He followed up with a devastating kick to the leg, crippling his opponent's mobility. Kante's face was contorted in a grimace of exertion, sweat beading on his brow. His breathing was ragged, but his eyes still burned with determination. The crowd roared, urging him to finish the fight. "Hit him." With a final, powerful blow, Kante delivered the knockout punch. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in his final moments, his life ebbing away beneath a heavy, crimson curtain. A torrent of blood gushing from his mouth, a grim testament to his violent end. His last regret, a dream left unfulfilled, echoed in the silence. But then, a blinding light engulfed him. He awoke, reborn, in a world where his boxing dreams could finally take flight. He gasped, catching his breath, his body battered but alive. Before him stood a hulking opponent, his face a mask of cruel amusement, blood still clinging to his lips. He sneered, pointing at Kante's leg. "Is that your weakness?" he jeered, his voice dripping with malice. Kante's heart pounded in his chest, this was his chance. His opponent continued, "Eureka, you're the best. Show me your spirit." The words were a challenge, a call to arms. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Kante's veins. He would not let this opportunity slip away. He would fight. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. He was ready. With a powerful stance, Kante braced himself, ready to unleash the full force of his boxing prowess. The ground trembled beneath his feet as he prepared to meet his opponent's challenge. The fight was about to begin. A grueling boxing match raged on. One fighter, his face bloodied and bruised, let out a guttural cry of exertion. His opponent, seemingly unfazed, watched him with a cold, calculating gaze. A question mark hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with anticipation. The bloodied boxer's hand, wrapped in bandages, trembled slightly as he braced himself for the next blow. Suddenly, a blonde-haired man appeared, his own body showing signs of a recent fight. He approached the bloodied boxer, offering a hand with a casual hi. A moment of unexpected camaraderie, or perhaps something more sinister, hung in the air. With a swift, brutal move, the blonde-haired man delivered a final, decisive blow, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground, unconscious and defeated. The story begins 7 years prior, in the desolate expanse of the Western Desert. A young man, Jirika, toils away in a harsh, rocky environment. He is visibly strained, his face etched with exertion. Suddenly, a large rock falls from above, narrowly missing him. The rock crashes down, narrowly missing Jirika, who is visibly shaken by the near miss. Unfortunately, Jirika is not so lucky. He is crushed by the falling rocks. 3 days later, Jirika awakens, feeling as though he has received a divine blessing. He discovers he possesses immense strength, far surpassing that of any ordinary person. And his body is miraculously free from pain, despite his recent ordeal. Park Kang-tae, his past a blur of gang violence and a boxing dream left behind, recounts his journey. He had crushed his tormentor and escaped the harsh western desert, finally arriving in Korin. His powerful physique is on full display, scars mar his body, testaments to past battles. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he proclaims his invincibility. Kang-tae's manic laughter echoes as he declares that he received a divine blessing. A sudden burst of energy surrounds him, revealing a vision of a powerful, blonde boxer, a symbol of his renewed boxing dream. The image of a shattered heart, bleeding and fractured, appears, a stark contrast to the previous image. The scene shifts to Kang-tae, lying defeated on the ground, the euphoria replaced by exhaustion and pain. He struggles to speak, his body battered and bruised. His final, barely audible words hint at immortality. Another figure approaches, tending to his wounds, the scene ending on a note of uncertainty. A gruff-looking referee, his face contorted in a shout, urged the fighters to continue the match. One boxer lay defeated on the ground, his body still, while the other, a blonde man named Koli, was declared the victor. Koli, breathing heavily, raised a triumphant fist. His body was battered, but his spirit remained unbroken. The exertion of the fight catching up to him as he collapsed to the ground, his face streaked with blood and sweat. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting Koli's name. Their joy was palpable. But one woman, watching from the sidelines, displayed a more complex reaction. Her initial excitement quickly morphed into something else. A look of dawning horror replacing the initial elation on her face as a bead of sweat trickled down her temple. News of Koli's victory spread. One person, unseen, expressed quiet happiness, while another, a woman with vibrant red hair, wept openly, her joy overwhelming. Tears streamed down her face, a mixture of relief and profound emotion. A young woman with vibrant red hair hid her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking slightly. Beside her, a man with shoulder-length brown hair and piercing golden eyes watched her with a smirk, a finger thoughtfully tracing his lip. The scene shifted to a dimly lit arena. A man with short, dark gray hair stood center stage, his expression a mixture of surprise and slight bewilderment. The crowd roared their approval, shouting, "Callie, you're the best." The cheers continued, growing louder as someone in the crowd shouted, "Ogre Slayer, Callie." The man's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape in shock. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he stared at the crowd. The next day dawned, revealing a large, imposing building. This was the group's accommodation. A young man with blonde hair, his face bruised and bandaged, stared at the building with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. He muttered to himself, what is this?" The blonde-haired man's confusion deepened as he realized the building's significance. A narration box appeared, stating, "Now everyone's realized who Callie is." Others approached him, concerned, asking, "Are your legs okay?" Park Kang-tae, now known as Callie, stared blankly ahead, his mind reeling from the sudden revelation. He was, unbelievably, the most popular pugilist. A fact driven home by the excited chatter surrounding him. Everyone knew Callie as the Ogre Slayer, a title earned during his impressive victory at the Wisley Harvest Festival. A woman with fiery red hair and a confident smirk approached him. She announced her intention to visit a doctor she knew well, leaving Callie to eat breakfast alone. Callie's match with Jirika had garnered significant attention, leading to widespread rumors identifying him as the Ogre Slayer. The scene shifted to a dark alleyway, the setting for the next encounter. Volten, a pugilist match participant, scoffed at the notion of Callie being the Ogre Slayer. He questioned how such a seemingly weak man could defeat such a formidable opponent. Volten's companions, equally dismissive, reminded him of Callie's decisive victory over Jirika. They argued that ignoring Callie's strength would be a grave mistake. A point driven home by one of Volten's associates, who pointed out Volten's own inability to defeat Jirika. Volten, now visibly concerned, pondered the implications of Callie's unexpected victory. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a deadly confrontation. He held a dagger, its blade glinting menacingly in the dim light. The point pressed against his opponent's throat. His eyes, filled with a cold fury, narrowed. "Are you underestimating me?" he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Kang-tae's opponent, his face contorted in pain and fear, could only stammer, "I am sorry." Elsewhere, another figure watched the scene unfold. His thoughts were focused on strategy. If I'm aiming to win, we have to make a perfect plan. A chilling resolve hardening his gaze. His voice, though quiet, carried an undeniable weight of authority. Let's just cut off the leg. The suggestion was met with shock and disbelief. An older man, his face etched with years of experience, stared in stunned silence. Then, a young man with blonde hair gasped, "See, cut off?" The older man calmly explained, "The protruding bones keep digging into the flesh. It's a knee, so you can just wrap it." The older man, wielding a large knife, prepared to carry out the gruesome task. He reassured the young man, now it will only hurt a little." But the young man, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and frustration, protested, "Why does this old man keep telling me to cut my leg?" He desperately explained his predicament. I have to go to a pugilist match tomorrow." Two individuals engaged in conversation. One, a young man with blonde hair, listened intently as the other, a woman with auburn hair, spoke. She mentioned a rising pugilist, known as Callie the Ogre Slayer, whose fame was growing daily. The scene shifted to a man, his leg heavily bandaged, speaking to someone off-panel. He requested medicine to ease his pain, indicating a preference to endure rather than seek alternative treatment. He was offered a simpler solution, but he declined, opting for the medicine. The person providing the medicine explained its potency, advising only 1 dose per day. A small brown paper bag was placed on a wooden table. It contained the medicine. The auburn-haired woman, having received the medicine, thanked the man and departed. The woman, Sullivan, left the old man's room. Her departure was observed by the old man. The old man's gaze followed her, a thoughtful expression on his face. Elsewhere, the blonde-haired young man walked away, his injured leg still bandaged. A hand pointed towards him from a nearby window, drawing attention to his condition. The scene showed a collection of surgical tools, hinting at the old man's expertise and experience in treating various injuries. The focus shifted back to Sullivan and the old man. Sullivan questioned the old man about the Empire's god, her expression curious and inquisitive. An elderly man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, sat deep in thought. He stroked his long, white beard, a thoughtful expression on his face. "If you said the god, I often heard about it," he mused. He continued his contemplation, his eyes distant and unfocused. "That person's name is John. Joe. Nam. What was it?" The old man's memory seemed to fail him. A younger person, their expression one of impatience, interjected, "Do you have dementia?" The next day, the finale began. A young man with blonde hair and a determined expression sat on a bench, his legs bound by a rope. He examined his legs, a small smile playing on his lips. His muscles were clearly defined, showing signs of intense training. He muttered to himself, "My legs are much better now." He continued, "Now it's easy to guard because there's only one person in the room." Two guards in gleaming armor appeared in the next panel. One of them chuckled, "You're right. We don't need to be scared that the pugilists will fight each other." The blond young man looked away, a thoughtful expression on his face. A woman with reddish-brown hair, wearing a dark cloak and a determined expression, entered the scene, followed by a large dog. She called out, "Rovo. It's been a long time." The blond young man, still slightly apprehensive, interacted with the dog. The woman observed, commenting, "I still don't believe it's a real wolf. How does it become so sweet like that around you?" The scene opens on a pair of worn, calloused feet standing on a rough stone floor. A heavy wooden door, slightly ajar, reveals a dimly lit interior. Two onlookers, their faces filled with awe, watched as Park Kangtae, the renowned ogre slayer, entered the scene. One of them excitedly exclaimed that he had known Kangtae would appear. Two more fans approached Kangtae, expressing their admiration for his last match and requesting a handshake. Kangtae, seemingly weary, simply agreed to a handshake. A small, fluffy wolf-like creature stood beside a woman in dark clothing, her expression neutral. Suddenly, the creature's demeanor shifted, revealing sharp teeth and a menacing growl. The woman, her eyes narrowed, stood protectively in front of the now aggressive wolf. A faint aura of energy crackled around her. She shouted a warning to the wolf, identified as Callie. Kangtae attempted to restrain Callie, but the wolf lunged, causing a chaotic scene. A nearby man was injured in the ensuing struggle. The chaos escalated as the injured man retaliated, throwing a knife at Kangtae. The scene ends with a flurry of motion and violence. Park Kangtae, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a desperate struggle. He lunged forward, dagger in hand, shouting at his opponents to attack them as he moved to engage them. Kangtae's focus narrowed as he dodged a swift attack from a blonde-haired opponent. He realized he needed to avoid the dagger. But the blade still grazed his arm. A sharp pain shot through him. His rage ignited, and he cursed his attacker as he retaliated. Kangtae, wounded but unyielding, continued his assault, fighting back against his attackers with fierce determination. He found himself cornered, however, with a large canine adding to his troubles. He cursed his luck and made a desperate escape with a comrade, leaving the scene behind. The blonde-haired man, concerned, asked if his companion was all right. The companion, though injured, assured him that he was fine, only his finger was hurt. The blonde-haired man, however, suspected Voltan's involvement. The injured man examined his wound, realizing that Voltan had planned this ambush. He felt a deep sense of guilt, believing this was his fault. Park Kang-tae, a man whose past life ended in regret, knelt beside a large, wounded wolf. His gaze was intense, focused on the beast's injuries. Beside him stood another man, muscular and bare-chested, his expression one of grim determination. A low wolf escaped the wolf's lips, a sound filled with pain and exhaustion. A woman with fiery red hair and determined eyes spoke, reassuringly, "It's okay. It's just slightly wounded skin." The muscular man, addressing Kang-tae, urged, "Callie, just focus on your match." The woman continued, her voice laced with unwavering support, "I bet all my money on you. Including the others' money and my money that I saved for my retirement." Kang-tae, his face set with determination, began wrapping his hands, a quiet intensity in his movements. He finished wrapping his hands, a fierce glint in his eyes as he declared, "I'll be back." The scene shifted to a bustling arena, filled with spectators anticipating the upcoming pugilist match. In the arena, Kang-tae's opponent stood ready, a look of surprise and apprehension on his face. Park Kang-tae's eyes widened in shock, his face contorted in a grimace. Sweat beaded on his brow as he stared at something unseen, a palpable sense of dread washing over him. The image of his opponent filled his vision. His breath hitched in his throat as he registered the extent of his injuries. A furious outburst escaped him, "That son of a bitch, why is he wounded?" Across the ring stood his opponent, a muscular man with a scarred face, his expression a mixture of anger and disbelief. The tension crackled between them. His opponent's gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. A dark realization settled upon him, his expression, "It's indeed your doing." Kang-tae's face was grim, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. He was ready. The referees called cut through the silence, "Start." Both fighters assumed their stances, ready for battle. Kang-tae's opponent hesitated for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. He muttered, "Wait." Kang-tae sized up his opponent, his thoughts racing. He noted his opponent's height and the condition of his leg. "He is shorter than I thought, and his leg is not in good condition. Should I try to attack him?" Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His opponent, a blonde-haired fighter, is clearly stronger, but Kang-tae observes, moreover, his defense is weak. Kang-tae's eyes gleam with a newfound strategy. He realizes, it's working. I can clearly attack him. He unleashes a powerful blow. A swift, precise strike that connects with his opponent's exposed flank, leaving the blonde fighter reeling from the unexpected impact. The blonde fighter mutters, "Vol 10." He throws another punch. A brutal uppercut that sends his opponent sprawling to the ground, ending the match with a final, decisive blow. Park Kang-tae, his face contorted in a grimace, let out a guttural cry as he unleashed a powerful punch. The force of the blow erupting in a blinding flash of light and energy as it connected with his opponent. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, leaving a trail of fiery energy in its wake. Kang-tae recoiled, his eyes wide with disbelief as he muttered, what is this?" A searing pain shot through his jaw as he staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His opponent, unfazed, calmly asked, "What's wrong? Why don't you spit it out?" Kang-tae, his vision blurring, could only let out a pained gasp. With a final, desperate heave, Kang-tae spat out two of his teeth. The impact of the blow finally taking its toll as he collapses to the ground. Park Kang-tae's eyes, wide with a mixture of agony and desperate determination, welled up with tears as he gasped for air. Blood streamed down his face, mingling with the sweat that plastered his hair to his forehead. A guttural cry of pain, "Ag," escaped his lips as the force of the blow reverberated through his body. He stumbled back, clutching his ribs, his breath ragged. Across the makeshift boxing ring, his opponent, a blond man with numerous scars crisscrossing his back, watched him with cold intensity. A single word, barely a whisper, escaped the blond man's lips, "You." The blond man's eyes burned with a fierce light as he clenched his bloody fists, his muscles tense with barely contained power. He was ready to strike again. The scene opens with a flurry of dark, splatter-like shapes against a white background, suggesting a violent impact. A muscular man, his face contorted in pain, is shown spitting blood. The intensity of the image suggests a brutal attack. He is badly injured, his body bruised and bloodied, and he weakly cries out in surrender. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts as a powerful blow is landed. The impact is shown from the perspective of the attacker. The man's face is a mask of agony as he screams in pain, his mouth open wide, tears streaming down his face. A sharp blow has clearly connected. The attacker, a blond man, is shown from below, his eyes narrowed in fierce concentration as he delivers a devastating blow. The impact sends the injured man flying backwards. And the final panel shows a close-up of the blond man's fist, poised to strike again. The scene ends with a sense of impending violence. A fierce clash erupted in the pugilist arena. The impact reverberated through the crowd as two figures collided with earth-shattering force. One, a powerfully built man with dark hair, braced himself against the blow, while his opponent, a leaner man with blonde hair, countered with a desperate flurry of punches. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the blonde-haired fighter delivered a final, devastating blow. A sickening crunch echoed through the arena, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground, defeated. The crowd gasped. A spectator, his face etched with concern, watched the fallen boxer. As a voice boomed across the arena, Kali. The blonde-haired fighter, Kali, stood over his fallen opponent, his expression grim. His body battered but his spirit unbroken. He slowly began to limp away, leaving his defeated opponent behind. A close-up on Park Kante's face, sweat beading on his brow, dirt smudging his cheeks. His eyes, though weary, held a fierce determination. He was exhausted, but far from defeated. The next day dawned, bringing with it the tournament's closing ceremony. A simple announcement declared the winner. A jovial man, impeccably dressed in a dark green coat, clasped Kante's hands warmly. His smile was wide and genuine, radiating an air of sincere congratulations. He extended an invitation, promising Kante preferential treatment should he ever return to Korin. Kante, a subtle smile playing on his lips, accepted the offer. Meanwhile, a woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes watched the exchange, a thoughtful expression on her face. Another man, dressed in more casual attire, spoke to her, commenting on Kante's strength and handing over a hefty bag of prize money. The red-haired woman's gaze lingered on Kante as he departed, her expression unreadable. Kali, a woman with fiery red hair partially obscured by a dark cloak, clutched a burlap sack close to her chest. Her hands, though hidden in shadow, conveyed a sense of protective care for the contents within. A silent testament to a job well done. The words, "You did a great job, Kali," echoed in the unspoken praise. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across a grand, stone manor house. Its many windows gleamed faintly in the fading light. A symbol of newfound wealth. Three men, their faces alight with joy, surrounded Kali. "It's really amazing. We became rich thanks to you." "You deserve the treatment," they exclaimed, their gratitude palpable. The scene shifted, revealing a flashback. One of the men, his expression pensive, recalled a time when Kali had been defeated by Jirika. Two armored figures stood before a pair of ornate doors, their faces grim. A palpable tension hung in the air. A prelude to an impending confrontation. The camera focused on a close-up of a man's face, a cruel smile stretching across his lips. A chilling expression that spoke volumes about his intentions. The words, "It's been a long time," were spoken, sharp and cold. Lady Azalea of Agest, a regal figure in full-plate armor, stood surrounded by her guards. Her presence commanded respect and authority. Two figures, clad in dark cloaks and silver helmets, stood in the shadows. Their faces, partially obscured, held expressions of grim determination. A young man with blonde hair and a determined gaze stood beside a companion with auburn hair. Their expressions were serious, hinting at an impending confrontation. The blonde young man addressed a regal-looking woman in dark robes, surrounded by guards. "Yeah, it's been a long time, Chief," he stated. The woman, her face now visible, revealed fiery red hair and piercing green eyes. A calm yet intense expression settled on her features as she replied, "I was waiting for this." Her gaze held a quiet intensity, betraying a deep-seated anticipation. A different scene unfolded, showing a painting on a wall. A voice, presumably one of the guards, commented, "I didn't expect him to win the tournament and get the money." Another guard added, "I didn't believe that lame boy is a pugilist. And he's also the ogre slayer? Ha! That's amazing." The scene shifted back to the main group. A man in shining armor addressed the woman and the blonde young man, who stood before him. The woman, seemingly unfazed, listened intently as the armored man spoke. The blonde young man received a bag of gold. "This is the 10,000 guild that I promised. So our business with you is done here," the woman stated, concluding their transaction. A man in shining armor, a neatly trimmed mustache adorning his face, questioned Lady Azalea. He seemed amused, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired why she was so quick to concede. Azalea, along with three other individuals clad in similar armor, countered that 10,000 guild was insufficient compensation. The armored man's expression shifted, a sudden realization dawning on him as he muttered Eureka. His face, now a mask of barely contained glee, revealed his displeasure at Kali's victory. The image of a snarling, monstrous face appeared behind him, emphasizing his discontent. He then turned his attention to a blonde man, his voice sharp with accusation as he demanded to know why the blonde man had not revealed his identity as the ogre slayer earlier. The blonde man, his eyes blazing with anger, vehemently denied the accusation. He dismissed it as utter nonsense. A close-up of Azalea's intense, emerald green eyes, hinting at a hidden plan. Azalea, her expression unreadable, watched as a man with light brown hair produced a small, glowing object. A close-up reveals a man's intense, worried expression. His brow is furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead, and his eyes are wide with apprehension. The man, clad in ornate armor, is shown from the chest up, his anxious expression is even more pronounced. He seems to be addressing someone off-panel. He nervously asks if they really intend to bet all the merchant's money. A young woman with fiery orange hair and wide, fearful eyes reacts with shock and disbelief to the man's question. She protests, asking why she can't do the same thing as Sullivan, implying a double standard. Another woman with long, flowing red hair calmly observes the scene. She points out that the armored man had previously opposed the bet, suggesting he was worried about the boxer's injured leg. The orange-haired woman dismisses this concern, confidently asserting that Callie, the boxer, will not lose. The red-haired woman's expression shifts to one of skepticism as she questions the orange-haired woman's unwavering faith in Callie's victory. She then presses her, asking why she opposed the bet earlier if she truly believed in Callie's win. The scene opens with a confident assertion: Callie is expected to win. A woman observes an injured man, his leg heavily bandaged. She comments that even he will break the rest of his leg. The woman questions someone, implying they gambled and followed them to gamble with their own money. Another person, seemingly intimidated, remarks that the woman is scary. A man in armor speaks to the woman, two bags of something sitting on the table between them. The woman questions if what's been offered is still not enough. Lady Azalea, a woman with vibrant red hair, sat pensively, a question hanging in the air: is this still not enough? A subordinate addressed someone unseen, simply stating, Chief. It's a huge amount, Lady Azalea. A hand reached into a burlap sack, revealing a small pile of gleaming gold coins. Lady Azalea's eyes widened in disbelief. Just that? The chief, a man with a handlebar mustache, chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. Let him in. A door creaked open, revealing a dark corridor beyond. A group of people entered the room. One of them greeted someone, saying, Nice to meet you again, Callie. Park Kante, his blonde hair a stark contrast to his grim expression, stared wide-eyed. A single word escaped his lips, a barely audible whisper: you. A sharply dressed man with neatly combed gray hair and a confident smile stood before him. His attire suggested wealth and status. He addressed Kante with a gentle, almost paternal tone: Are you taking care of yourself? The scene shifted to a grand hall, where a man in ornate armor sat slumped in a chair. The well-dressed man from before watched him with a concerned frown. He muttered, This time. A question hung heavy in the air: How can the chief guard of Korin do this? The well-dressed man's face hardened, his expression turning grim as he looked upon a sea of soldiers. A furious thought echoed in his mind: The day this news reaches my uncle. A man in armor, sweat beading on his brow, looked on with a mixture of fear and apprehension. The well-dressed man smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Ha, as expected, you're a noble. He turned his attention to Kante, his curiosity piqued. His thoughts were sharp and observant. I'm curious why someone who hurt his leg while fighting an ogre slayer came and fought here. He added, a hint of amusement in his tone, I also use an alias like you. Lorvin Karina, a man with neatly styled dark hair and a confident smile, introduced himself, stating that his real name is Lorvin Karina. He continued, adding that his uncle is the current dean of Korin. Two armored guards, their faces etched with concern, whispered amongst themselves. One of them questioned if Karina was one of the three families that founded Korin, to which the other confirmed. A group of people, including a man with a worried expression, addressed Lorvin, bidding him farewell. One of the guards, his back turned, spoke to someone off-panel, expressing his intention to bet on pugilist Callie next time. Another man, with blonde hair, curtly dismissed the guard, telling him to leave. Lorvin, reacting to the news, found the situation with the Joseph family ridiculous and decided to ask the upper members of his family for help. However, he also noted that the Joseph family might sell their goods at inflated or deflated prices, a matter he considered outside his purview. A woman with vibrant red hair expressed her gratitude to Lord Lorvin, a man with neatly styled gray hair and a distinguished air, stating that his assistance was sufficient. A narration box revealed a critical piece of information: if they could secure aid from higher authorities, specifically the Korins, Count Joseph's predicament might be resolved. However, without such intervention, he was powerless. A young man with blonde hair and a relaxed posture stood in a doorway, arms crossed, seemingly waiting. Lord Lorvin, his expression bright, approached the blonde young man, who reacted with a startled expression. The blonde young man questioned Lord Lorvin's reason for summoning him. Lord Lorvin reassured him that he could speak freely. He then revealed that he had followed the young man's pugilist matches. Lord Lorvan, leaning against a railing, assured the blonde young man that he would not be harmed further. Lord Lorvan explained that he had initially intended to purchase the young man from Lady Azalea, but she had refused the offer. The blonde young man, visibly disturbed, questioned Lord Lorvan's motives, wondering if this was a reflection of his personal preferences. One man, sharply dressed in a dark suit and bow tie, addressed another with blonde hair. He lamented that the blonde man's current situation was a waste, considering he wasn't a free person. The blonde man, however, disagreed, stating that he didn't find his status particularly bad. The blonde man's foot was shown stepping onto a razor-sharp blade. He continued, acknowledging the inherent danger of his lifestyle, likening it to walking a tightrope, but insisted that it was a life of vital importance to him. The sharply dressed man questioned the blonde man, wondering if he valued fighting more than freedom itself. The blonde man's internal monologue revealed his unwavering conviction: he would rather die than be unable to fight. The blonde man's intense focus was shown, his face grim and determined. A narration box explained that the number of guards protecting the adjust merchant was double the previous amount. The scene shifted to a caravan traveling through a forest. An older man, riding alongside a woman with vibrant red hair, commented on their substantial profits since entering imperial territory and their imminent arrival in Macedon, the empire's capital. The red-haired woman, however, seemed pensive, quietly stating that they would soon arrive. The sprawling city of Macedon, capital of the empire, filled the panel. A large public square, reminiscent of ancient Rome, bustled with activity. Citizens went about their daily lives, their movements a blur of color against the gray stone architecture. A central fountain served as a focal point, its waters sparkling under the pale sunlight. Two figures, a man and a woman, walked through the city. The man, with blonde hair, observed the well-paved roads, commenting on their quality. The woman, with shoulder-length brown hair, stood beside him, her gaze sweeping across the scene. The woman, her hand shading her eyes in a salute, noted the architectural similarities to ancient Rome. Suddenly, the blonde man's expression shifted. He spotted something in the distance, his eyes widening in alarm. "It's the Empire's troops," he exclaimed, urging his companion to clear the way. A column of Imperial soldiers marched into view, their armor gleaming under the sun. Their rhythmic footfalls echoed through the streets, a powerful display of military might. The soldiers, disciplined and imposing, continued their advance. A wagon, laden with supplies, moved slowly ahead of them, a testament to the scale of their operation. A close-up on the soldiers' spears highlighted their sharp points and the gleam of their polished surfaces. The sheer number of soldiers was overwhelming. The woman, impressed by the display, commented on the incredible nature of the Imperial troops. She then turned to the blonde man, asking if he had seen them before. The man responded that he had, revealing a flashback of a previous encounter. The scene shifted to a dark forest, where he faced a group of bandits. He recalled meeting a bandit before being hired by the woman, suggesting a connection between his past and his current situation. Park Kante, his back to the viewer, stood silhouetted against a crimson backdrop. His muscular physique was evident even from this angle, a testament to his past dedication to boxing, a dream he tragically abandoned. A sword was sheathed at his hip, a stark contrast to the gloves he once favored. A young woman with auburn hair and striking golden eyes, and a young man with blonde hair, engaged in hushed conversation. The woman mused that a divine intervention, connecting her with the crown prince, had been the reason for her survival. The blonde young man's eyes widened, his gaze intense as he whispered the word, "Prince." A guard announced, "Clear, you can go through." The gate to a formidable fortress opened, revealing a contingent of soldiers and what appeared to be a royal entourage. The auburn-haired woman, astride a horse, handed a letter to the blonde young man. She instructed him to deliver it to Prince Iskandar. The blonde young man, whose name is revealed to be Callie, received further instructions from the auburn-haired woman. She told him to meet her in her room once they reached their lodgings. The woman, still mounted, continued her journey, her gaze fixed ahead. Callie, meanwhile, found himself surrounded by soldiers carrying crates, the weight of his mission settling upon him. He approached the guards, his expression grim as he presented the letter to them. The guards examined the letter carefully before passing it on. The weight of the mission, and the potential consequences of failure, hung heavy in the air. In a dimly lit room, a young woman with vibrant red hair sat at a desk, her expression weary. A blond man, clad in simple brown robes, sat opposite her in a chair, his gaze soft yet firm. He spoke, his voice a gentle suggestion, "You'd better get some rest, lady." The woman, whose name is Callie, responded calmly, "I'll take a good rest after this, so it's fine." She continued, her voice barely a whisper, "Callie, the third Prince Iskandar is coming soon." The blond man's brow furrowed slightly in concern. He questioned, "So he's the one that you are acquainted with?" Callie nodded slowly, her gaze distant and troubled. She murmured, "Yeah, you want to fix your leg, right? That's why I came all the way here." A sense of foreboding filled the air. A voiceover stated, "From now on, whatever Iskandar does." The blonde man's eyes widened in alarm. He seemed to sense the weight of her unspoken words. Callie's voice was low and unwavering. "Whatever he says, whatever he does to me, just stay still." A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in dark attire, sat pensively in a chair. She was clearly troubled, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. "So, you want to fix your leg?" a voice asked, the words hanging in the air. She responded quietly, "That's why I came all the way here." The woman's face was partially visible, her expression grim. The narration box above her stated, "Whatever Iskandar does from now on." A blonde-haired man's intense gaze filled the panel. His eyes, wide and focused, conveyed a sense of determination. The speech bubble above him read, "Whatever you say." The red-haired woman's face was again shown, her expression hardening. She declared, "Regardless of what happens to me." The blonde man's thoughts were revealed in a speech bubble, "Stay calm. I was so absorbed in treatment that I forgot." The blonde man's face was contorted in a grimace, his mouth open in a silent scream. He muttered, "That's..." A narration box appeared, stating, "Just because you met the prince in person," followed by the blonde man's question, "What does that mean?" A narration box explained, "It is inappropriate allowing a mere slave to receive treatment from the royal family." A young man with blonde hair, his face contorted in frustration, shouted, "Miss." The word hung in the air, a testament to his agitation. A mysterious voice, seemingly disembodied, declared, "It's impossible without a price." The blonde-haired man stood before a wooden door, his gaze fixed on a red-haired woman with a bow in her hair. Tension crackled between them. A narration box revealed, "It seems Princess Condor has already arrived." The red-haired woman, adjusting her attire, seemed composed despite the tense atmosphere. The blonde man watched her, his expression unreadable. He interrupted her, saying, "Wait a minute, Mississippi." The red-haired woman's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening. She responded curtly, "Rude." From a shadowed corner, a new character, a man with dark hair, appeared, his voice laced with impatience. "What's the point of coming all the way here?" The dark-haired man continued, his words sharp and accusatory, "Wasn't boxing the only thing in your life?" The blonde-haired man, seemingly defeated, responded with a sigh, "Act in accordance with it." Park Kangtae, his blonde hair slightly disheveled, awoke with a start. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and confusion, darted around the unfamiliar surroundings. He was clearly disoriented and struggling to grasp his situation. A woman with vibrant red hair, adorned in elegant dark clothing, greeted him warmly. "Long time no see, Princess Condor," she said, her tone laced with familiarity and affection. A man, dressed in regal attire, approached. He explained, "I rushed over as soon as I heard that you had come." His words were sincere, conveying a deep sense of loyalty and longing. "Even though our meeting was brief, I have never forgotten you, not even for a moment," he added, his voice filled with emotion. The regal man's face, partially obscured by shadow, revealed a confident, almost predatory smile. Kangtae, observing the man, realized with a jolt, the Arthur is the third prince of the empire. Kangtae's gaze shifted, his expression hardening. He muttered to himself, "He has more of a demeanor like a warrior or a boxer than a noble." Prince Arthur, noticing Kangtae's intense stare, chuckled. "Ha? Are you itching for a fight, even over nothing? Your expression looks fierce." "Cancel, that's just stupid." A man, his face etched with sharp features and a hint of arrogance, addressed his companions. He pointedly identified the red-haired woman among them as Callie, a slave he had previously mentioned. Causing one of the other figures to exclaim in surprise, recognizing him as a renowned monster slayer whose reputation had spread throughout the kingdom. A regal figure, adorned in rich attire befitting a prince, instructed his attendants to prepare a welcoming space within the palace while he personally escorted the guests. Meanwhile, a blond man, his face obscured by shadow, harbored a private thought: he couldn't allow the woman destined to become his wife to remain in such a lowly place. The scene shifted, focusing on a close-up of the blond man's intense, brooding expression. His internal conflict was palpable. A transition to a later time was indicated, suggesting a shift in the narrative's focus. The blond man, now seated in a carriage, was being transported towards a grand palace, its imposing structure visible in the distance. The carriage approached the palace, revealing the vastness of its grounds and the meticulously maintained gardens surrounding it. Later, inside the palace, a conversation unfolded. The red-haired woman was informed that this was the outcome of the agreement she had made with the prince during their previous encounter. The prince, it was explained, had fallen in love at first sight with the woman, the beloved daughter of a local duke, making her his concubine. The blond man, Baron Aegist, was informed of this great success, but he remained unmoved, stating that he would reveal his own plans at a later time. Park Kangtae, his blonde hair a stark contrast to the dark interior of the train carriage, sat slumped in his seat, his gaze fixed on the floor. A heavy weight settled on his shoulders, a palpable sense of regret hanging in the air. A silent confession escaping his lips, because of me, because of my legs. His thoughts spiraled, culminating in a bitter realization, it turned out like this. The scene shifted to reveal two other figures in the carriage. A woman with auburn hair, dressed in a blue tunic and dark cloak, sat calmly, her expression unreadable. Beside her, Kangtae remained hunched over, his shoulders shaking slightly. Elsewhere, in a grand hall, a tense conversation unfolded. An advisor questioned the prince, his voice laced with concern. Prince, do you really need to take a woman from the kingdom as your concubine? The prince, regal in his attire, responded with a dismissive wave of his hand, leave such political discussions to my brother's advisor. His thoughts drifted to a woman with vibrant red hair, her intense gaze captivating him. He confessed to himself, I fell in love at first sight. The confidence that leads from the top, unyielding even in adversity, was truly beautiful. However, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, but I didn't quite like that fellow named Callie. The prince's advisor, seemingly unconcerned by the prince's romantic musings, pressed on with a practical question, well, a promise is a promise. Where is Lord Shin now? The advisor received a terse reply, Lord Shin he went to the western workshop with the first prince. A shadowy figure, partially obscured, spoke about the Sanders. A lavish meal was laid out on a table, a roasted chicken taking center stage, accompanied by a glass of wine. The scene shifted to an opulent dining hall, a smiling young man in a fine waistcoat stood prominently, surrounded by other elegantly dressed individuals. Addressing a blonde man, someone asked, Callie, since you washed properly and changed your clothes, is it worth looking at? The blonde man, Callie, responded, reflecting on his situation, being treated differently from the kingdom's slaves, it's nice that the value of a warrior is highly regarded. Callie's companions listened intently, their expressions a mix of curiosity and intrigue. The scene shifted to show Callie, seemingly agitated, stating, it wasn't the right match for me anyway. But then he paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as a woman placed a hand on his shoulder. The woman said, relax your eyes. She continued, the young lady has chosen her own path, and it's you who ignored the opportunities and signals she gave. A close-up on two men's faces. One, with dark hair, eyes narrowed in suspicion, and the other, with blonde hair, looking slightly annoyed. The dark-haired man spoke, his tone laced with distrust, you're talking like you knew everything. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair, braided on one side, calmly responded. I've been watching closely for almost 2 months. There's no way not to know. The blonde man sighed, his expression softening slightly. Now it doesn't matter. The top is going well, and Aegist's territory will also prosper. A man with short, dark hair sits on a throne, drinking from a goblet. He seems pleased with the news. The man on the throne paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He muttered to himself, come to think of it. Didn't you mention that Callie is a skilled boxer? The man on the throne, now looking slightly concerned, replied. Yes, but currently he is in a condition with an injured leg. Someone from the crowd shouts, won't you liven up the banquet? The blond man, his face set in determination, walks towards the center of attention. Park Kangtae, despite abandoning his boxing dreams to join a gang, found himself in a world where pugilist games were the norm. He stood before a prince, his words laced with a hint of defiance, I may not be a boxer, but even my subordinates know a thing or two about bare-knuckle fights. The prince, intrigued by Kangtae's confidence, proposed a match. However, a concern was raised, Prince, Callie is injured. He's not in a condition to fight. The prince dismissed the concern, pointing out Kangtae's seemingly uninjured hand. He countered with a suggestion, his hand isn't injured, right? If you're concerned, how about suggesting a toe boxing match without moving your feet? A young woman, Azalea, looked on with a mixture of apprehension and concern, her eyes wide with worry. Meanwhile, another young man, seemingly a knight, watched with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. The knight's excitement grew, his thoughts echoing, this would be fun. Even if it's barehanded, losing to a boxer is a knight's disqualification. The prince, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, urged Kangtae on, show your skills, boxer. Kangtae, his temper rising, felt the pressure of the situation and the weight of his past regrets. His internal monologue revealed a simmering anger, my temper is rising. Despite the rising tension, Kangtae's thoughts shifted to a previous event, a moment of selfless action, however, I did not save Azalea expecting a reward. He resolved to fight, his focus shifting to the present challenge. His internal monologue solidified his decision, sure, what I can do right now is. Kangtae began to wrap his hands, preparing for the upcoming fight, his determination hardening with each wrap of the bandage. Park Kangtae, a man haunted by his abandoned boxing dream, is shown. His intense gaze and clenched fist speak of a burning desire, a fierce determination etched onto his scarred body. The red background hints at the violent past he carries, a life spent in a gang that ultimately cost him his life. A dark figure stands, the words this is it stark against the crimson backdrop. The image is ominous, foreshadowing a pivotal moment. The chapter opens with Park Kang-tae, a young man with blonde hair and a lean, muscular physique, his body bearing the marks of past battles. He stands defiantly, a fiery aura surrounding him. His opponent, a man with short brown hair and a similarly imposing build, observes him with a calculating gaze. The air crackles with anticipation. The scene shifts to a formal arena. Spectators watch intently as the two men face each other. One spectator comments on Kang-tae's youth but acknowledges his discipline. The rules are simple: collapse or step back, and you lose. Kang-tae focuses, his expression hardening. He concentrates his strength into a single fist. His opponent, meanwhile, assesses his strategy, certain that any provocation will trigger an attack. From his elevated position, a regal figure commands them to simply fight. The match begins. The scene opens with a dramatic close-up. A goblet of dark red liquid hangs suspended in midair, moments before shattering on a hard surface. The crimson liquid splashes outwards, mirroring the violent energy about to unfold. A brutal clash of fists. Two muscular figures, locked in fierce combat, trade blows with explosive force. One, with blonde hair, lands a swift, powerful punch. The impact sending his opponent reeling. The force of the blow is palpable, the air itself seeming to crack under the strain. Another devastating blow follows, a whirlwind of motion too fast for the eye to fully track. The blonde-haired boxer unleashes a flurry of attacks, leaving his opponent gasping for breath, his face contorted in pain. This power at such a close distance, he thinks, marveling at the raw power of his opponent. But the blonde-haired fighter is relentless. He launches another series of strikes, his movements precise and deadly. A powerful kick connects, sending a shockwave through his opponent's body, the impact echoing in the very air. The blonde-haired fighter's face is a mask of grim determination, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. He gathers his strength, preparing for a final, decisive blow. A blinding flash of light erupts as he unleashes a devastating punch. The force of the blow is almost supernatural, a testament to his raw power and skill. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer-turned-gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His opponent, a powerfully built man, lunges forward, aiming a fierce punch at Kang-tae's face. But Kang-tae expertly counters, landing a devastating blow that sends his opponent sprawling to the ground, clutching his injured leg. A groan escapes the fallen man's lips. The crowd erupts in cheers. Wow! The slave fighter won. As expected from a pugilist, they exclaim. Kang-tae, panting slightly, reflects, all I have to do is to prove my strength. Observing from a distance, a regal figure, accompanied by a soldier in Roman-style armor, watches Kang-tae intently. He muses, normally he would just celebrate it. But his expression shifts to one of mild boredom. It's boring. He continues his internal monologue, I still didn't get the feeling that he is the ogre slayer. His eyes narrow, a glint of suspicion in their depths. There must be something. Meanwhile, a woman with fiery red hair sits on a throne, a troubled expression on her face. A master of ceremonies, dressed in opulent attire, addressed the audience. He announced the end of the day's entertainment, thanking everyone for their participation. He then requested that the audience take good care of him during the next ceremony. Leaving the stage with a woman with vibrant red hair, her face partially obscured. The scene shifted to a grand, opulent hallway, bathed in the soft light of the setting sun. A pair of feet, clad in sturdy boots, walked down the hallway, belonging to a man who confessed to himself that his romantic feelings were unrequited. He resolved to speak with Azalea. He paused, seemingly lost in thought, before looking at his reflection in a mirror, revealing his identity as Iskandar. A woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes observed the scene with a serious expression. Her gaze held a hint of suspicion, her lips pressed into a thin line. A muscular man, his face flushed, chuckled, seemingly drunk. He ran a hand through his dark hair, his gaze lingering on the red-haired woman. He laughed again, a hearty sound that echoed in the dimly lit room. Then, his expression shifted, becoming more serious. He leaned closer, a confidential tone in his voice as he began to speak. The woman's eyes narrowed as she listened intently. She appeared troubled by what she was hearing. Suggesting a drink first, a bottle of wine and a goblet appeared on the table between them. The man, seemingly the prince, inquired about a god doctor. He responded enthusiastically, praising the doctor's skills and abilities. The prince continued, revealing that the god doctor was not only a skilled physician but also a close friend of his father and the guardian of his brother, Prince Philip. Two individuals, a woman with vibrant red hair and a man whose face is not yet visible, engaged in conversation. The woman commented on an unseen man's age and inventive spirit, remarking that despite his age, he enjoyed creating new inventions. She then added that he seemed like a wonderful person. The woman's gaze intensified, her eyes widening slightly as she continued her thoughts. concluding that such a skilled inventor would easily be capable of mending a broken leg. The scene shifted to reveal a muscular man with a scar near his eye, holding a goblet of wine. He appeared to be listening intently to the red-haired woman. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. The red-haired woman's companion, a man whose face is obscured by shadow, spoke, expressing concern for her slave fighter, Callie. The woman responded, downplaying the man's concerns, stating that the situation wasn't as he perceived it, but admitting that the matter had been troubling her for some reason. The sound was followed by a violent impact, depicted by motion lines suggesting a powerful blow. The impact sent the muscular man sprawling to the ground, his head hitting the floor with a thud. The red-haired woman reacted with alarm. The woman looked on in shock as the man who had attacked him stood over him, his presence menacing. A powerful force erupted from the ground, narrowly missing a young woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes. She gasped, her eyes wide with shock and fear, uttering a desperate apology for her inability to control the surge of power. A dark-haired man, his face etched with concern and a hint of exertion, watched her with a mixture of worry and understanding. Then reassured her, telling her there was no need to be afraid. The red-haired woman, still visibly shaken, looked up at him, tears welling in her eyes. The man gently cupped her chin, his touch both comforting and reassuring. His gaze was soft, yet firm. He assured her that from now on, she would only think of him. His expression was resolute, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. The woman, her face etched with confusion and a hint of dawning understanding, whispered that she would only think of him. The question of her future hung heavy in the air. As a shadowy figure loomed behind her, its eyes glowing menacingly. The red-haired woman was clearly terrified, her fear palpable. The man's voice, barely a whisper, called out her name, Callie. Overcome with fear and desperation, Callie pleaded for help. A desperate cry pierced the air, Callie. A woman with vibrant red hair, her face contorted in a mixture of fear and anguish, let out a choked sob. A blur of motion indicated a sudden, violent impact, as something crashed through a door, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a formal white shirt, lunged forward, his attack aimed at a man in a dark shirt. The blonde man roared, "Take your hand off, you son of a bitch!" His face contorted in fury, his eyes blazing with rage. A young man with blonde hair clenched his jaw, frustration evident in his narrowed eyes. He muttered to himself, a clear sign of his irritation. He was clearly agitated, his thoughts spiraling as he questioned his unfortunate encounter. He had just run into the third prince on his way to his room. The blonde man's internal monologue reflected his annoyance at this unexpected meeting. His gaze hardened, his expression turning grim as he contemplated the situation. A muscular man with dark hair entered a room. The blonde man's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the location, Azalea's room. The blonde man's face was a mask of suspicion and unease. His thoughts were racing. A vision of Azalea, a woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes, flashed before him. Her expression was one of sly amusement. The blonde man, his face partially obscured, stood in the hallway, Azalea looming behind him. The tension between them was palpable, leaving him questioning if he had misheard something. The chapter opens with a dramatic close-up of a fierce, dark eye, the only visible feature of a shadowed figure. A voice calls out, a desperate whisper barely audible above the rising tension. A series of exclamation points punctuate the silence, each one a beat of a rapidly approaching threat. A door bursts open, revealing a chaotic scene within. Park Kangtae, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, is engaged in a brutal hand-to-hand fight. His opponent is a blonde man in a white shirt, his expression one of furious determination. The blonde man unleashes a swift, powerful blow. Kangtae is sent sprawling, the impact echoing in the stark silence of the room. Kangtae, enraged, roars a furious insult at his attacker. The blonde man, his face twisted in a snarl, responds with a defiant glare. The fight continues, a whirlwind of blows and desperate defenses, leaving Kangtae on the ground, battered but not broken. Park Kangtae, his face contorted in a snarl, glared at the woman before him. His eyes burned with a furious intensity, reflecting the turmoil within. Below him, a woman with vibrant red hair wept, her wide, terrified eyes fixed on him. Suddenly, Kangtae was thrown back violently, landing hard on the ground. The impact sent tremors through his body, but he quickly recovered, his eyes narrowed in determination. His eyes blazing with fury, the man demanded, "What the hell are you doing?" His fist a blur as it connected with the man's jaw. The force of the blow sent the man sprawling. Park Kangtae, his face contorted in disbelief and fury, roared in denial. "What do you mean? What nonsense?" His eyes, blazing with anger, fell upon a woman with vibrant red hair, who sat slumped and shaken. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as the full weight of the situation crashed down on him. His breath hitched in his throat. A surge of rage, hot and primal, consumed him. He let out a guttural cry, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. He declared, "I don't care anymore." A blond young man, his features sharp and determined, launched a swift attack, landing a blow that sent a sharp pain through Kangtae's thigh. The blond man's words echoed in the air, "His thigh." Kangtae groaned, "Ugh, it's so painful." Kangtae, fueled by a renewed resolve, unleashed a devastating counterattack. Park Kangtae, his face contorted in a grimace, stumbled back, blood splattering across his white shirt. His breath hitched in his throat, a desperate struggle evident in his eyes. He braced himself, his body coiled like a spring. Then unleashed a powerful kick, a blur of motion that sent his opponent flying across the room. The blond man crashing into a nearby bed with a resounding thud. The blond man coughed, clutching his side. Darkness swam in his vision. He muttered, barely audible, "He's strong." Kangtae stood over him, his expression grim. "I understand the rough backstory from your actions, but..." he declared, his voice a low growl, "Now I declare this woman is mine now." With a sudden, brutal movement, Kangtae launched a powerful punch, the impact echoing through the room. He then reflected, "I did that without thinking. Let's quickly end this." Park Kangtae, his face contorted in a grimace of fierce determination, glared at his opponent. His eyes burned with a renewed fire, a flicker of his long-abandoned boxing dream rekindled in this strange new world. He silently formulated his strategy, a plan forming in his mind. He would aim for a swift, decisive blow to the jaw. With a blur of motion, Kangtae launched himself forward. His opponent, caught off guard, stumbled backward, using the momentum of his charge to amplify the force of his punch. The impact echoed through the arena, a thunderous crack resonated as Kangtae's fist connected with his opponent's jaw. Kangtae's opponent, dazed but not defeated, grabbed him, his grip tightening. His opponent sneered, his eyes blazing with malice. "You should follow my rule, slave." Kangtae, struggling against the superior strength, felt a surge of fear and desperation. A question echoed in Park Kangtae's mind, a silent scream amidst the chaos of the fight, "Joint lock?" He found himself grappling with a powerfully built opponent, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. The opponent's superior strength was evident as he easily overpowered Kangtae's initial defense. A searing pain shot through Kangtae's arm as the opponent twisted his limb with brutal force. Kangtae gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination as he countered with a swift, desperate move. A blinding flash of light erupted from his fist as he unleashed a powerful blow. The impact sent shockwaves through the opponent's body. But the opponent's grip remained firm, his expression one of grim determination. Fear flickered in Kangtae's eyes as he realized the dire consequences of his continued struggle. "If this continues, my arm will break." Park Kangtae, his face marred by cuts and bruises, clenched his jaw, a storm brewing in his eyes. The remnants of his past life as a gang member still clung to him, a stark contrast to the dream he now pursued. A woman with vibrant red hair gasped, her breath hitching in her throat. Fear etched itself onto her features, her eyes wide with terror. She clutched a candelabra, her knuckles white, as a wave of panic washed over her. The scene was clearly unsettling. The woman, startled by a sudden noise, turned to see several armored figures rushing towards her, their heavy footsteps echoing through the hallway. Fear tightened its grip on her. Kangtae, observing from the shadows, muttered to himself, his mood soured by the interruption. He emerged from the darkness, his presence causing the armored figures to halt their advance, their eyes fixed on him with a mixture of apprehension and hostility. One of the soldiers, addressing a man with blonde hair, barked an order, "Just surrender, slave." A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a dark, Gothic-style dress, stared in concern at a powerfully built man kneeling before her. His face was bruised and bandaged, his body bearing the clear marks of a brutal fight. "How can you have those wounds?" she asked, her voice laced with worry. The scene shifted to reveal a regal figure, Iskandar, the first prince, standing tall and imposing before his guards. His name hung in the air, spoken with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Iskandar, first Prince Philippos, his expression unreadable, surveyed the scene before him. The injured man, sweat beading on his brow, muttered to himself, "Darn it. I can't believe he came back at a time like this." He then let out a nervous chuckle. Brother, that's because it's... "So, I should do something for you to say it yourself," the first prince stated, his voice calm but firm. The first prince extended his hand, a gesture both commanding and expectant. The injured man gasped, brother." A young woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes stared ahead, a look of utter surprise etched onto her features. "That's unexpected," she thought, the weight of the unforeseen situation settling upon her. The scene shifted to reveal a man with dark hair, his face bruised and bandaged, sitting opposite the red-haired woman. She inquired about the treatment for his injuries, noting that he had been drunk the previous night. She expressed her expectation that he would have used the situation to his advantage, but he had instead reported everything without any distortion. The man's expression was one of pained resignation. The red-haired woman sighed, her gaze cast downward. She mused that even though the situation was unusual, it was still a serious offense for a slave like Callie to assault the prince. However, she added a glimmer of hope, stating that the death penalty could be avoided. The focus shifted to the woman's hands, a faint purple glow emanating from them. A sense of quiet determination filled the air. She muttered under her breath, "You're such an idiot." As the scene transitioned to reveal Callie, the injured man, facing a group of guards and a prince. The prince, clad in regal attire, drew his sword, a furious expression on his face. "I should teach you a lesson," he declared, his voice laced with anger. The sword flashed, a blur of motion as it sliced through the air, aimed at Callie. Callie barely managed to dodge the attack, grunting in pain as he cried out, "Ack! Brother!" The prince's attack continued relentlessly. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her expression a mixture of exasperation and disbelief, vehemently scolded someone off-panel. "Shut up! I've never had a drunkard as my younger brother." Her anger escalated as she continued her tirade. "How can you just go straight to a girl's room when you're drunk? Do you think the girls wouldn't be scared with that?" Suddenly, a man wearing a bandage around his head appeared, groaning in pain as he clutched his side. He had clearly been struck. "Ack!" Meanwhile, in a separate location, a regal voice announced, "I, Philippos VII, will conduct a brief trial on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, who is on an expedition to the North region." The injured man, still wincing, watched as a shadowy figure in dark clothing strode purposefully away. A command echoing in the air, "Bring back Callie, the imprisoned pugilist." A man with dark hair and a stern expression, clad in regal attire, appeared, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Park Kangtae, or Callie as he is now known, knelt before a royal court. His worn clothes and disheveled appearance contrasted sharply with the regal attire of the king and his guards. The weight of his circumstances pressed down on him. A question hung heavy in the air. "Are you Callie, the pugilist?" a voice boomed, the inquiry carrying an undercurrent of suspicion. The speaker, a man with dark hair and piercing eyes, observed Callie with a critical gaze. His expression was one of intense scrutiny. The king, Iskandar, spoke, his voice laced with disdain. "You look longer than I thought. You're so pathetic, Iskandar." Another man, presumably Iskandar's brother, interjected, his voice sharp with frustration. "Brother, that slave fighter isn't just some incompetent kid. And I was beaten one-sidedly." Iskandar's face hardened. The mention of his defeat clearly angered him. His anger intensified as he addressed his brother. "How can you try to use the treatment of God Doctor as you desire?" Iskandar continued his tirade, his voice dripping with contempt. "And you also burst into a woman's room in the middle of the night and tried to harass her. You always do something embarrassing." The king's brother winced, clearly uncomfortable with the king's outburst. Iskandar revealed a shocking truth. And Azelia Agest, who came from the kingdom far away, made a covenant with Iskandar that doesn't follow her heart. A stern-faced man, his back to the viewer, was addressed by a woman with fiery red hair. He was accused of committing the most serious crime in the case. The man turned, his expression hardening, and swiftly struck the woman across the face with a backhand. Elsewhere, a blond young man was bound and held captive by two guards. He let out a pained gasp. The red-haired woman, now visibly shaken, confessed that it was all her fault. The blond young man watched, his face a mask of fear and apprehension, as the scene unfolded before him. Despite his injured leg, the man was praised for his bravery. The blond young man, still bound, was called a brave punk. The scene shifted to a new character, who stated that, although rushed, Iskandar had a rightful claim to something. A man, clad in dark armor and a fur-trimmed cloak, stood with his gaze fixed on something unseen. His expression was one of grim determination, a slight frown etching itself onto his strong features. He spoke, his voice carrying a dismissive tone. "Even if Azelia refused Iskandar," he declared, "it was their problem." The armored man's boots thudded heavily on the polished floor as he continued his assessment. He deemed the other party a criminal who had assaulted an innocent Iskandar. He emphasized the responsibilities that came with acting like a warrior until the end. A woman with vibrant red hair and a distressed expression gasped, her eyes wide with shock and pain. A visible injury marred her face. The armored man, his face impassive, addressed her. He asked if she had any last words. With a swift, decisive movement, the armored man brought his sword down upon a blond-haired man, the blade gleaming in the harsh light. The blade sliced through the air with deadly precision. And found its mark. The armored man watched, his eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. Bound and gagged, Park Kangtae, known as Callie, found himself trapped against a wall. His eyes widened in alarm as a powerful force bore down on him. the immense pressure threatening to crush him. He strained against his bonds, muscles bulging with the effort. But the ropes held firm. A voice echoed in his ears, a command to protect Lady Azelia Adjust until the very end. The scene shifted to reveal a tense standoff. A stern-faced man, Iskandar, stood before Kali, his dark eyes glinting with a cold determination. Behind him, a contingent of heavily armed soldiers stood at attention. A palpable sense of threat hanging heavy in the air. Iskandar's gaze was unwavering, his lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile. Emperor Philippos VII, his voice booming with authority, declared the rules of engagement. The winner would stand until the end, the loser would be deemed defeated. Iskandar, his eyes burning with intensity, reiterated the stakes. The prize was Azelia Adjust. Iskandar's gaze flickered to Kali, a hint of something akin to respect in his eyes. He knew what Iskandar wanted, Azelia Adjust. And so did Kali, the pugilist. The weight of the situation settled upon him, his fate, and the fate of Lady Adjust, hung precariously in the balance. Park Kante, his face etched with grim determination, stared ahead. His eyes, blazing with an inner fire, reflected the weight of his past regrets and the burning desire to reclaim his lost dream. The upcoming pugilist fight, a chance for redemption, was only a week away. News of his opponent, Philippos, had already reached him. Rumors painted Philippos as a cold-blooded individual, devoid of emotion. But this only fueled Kante's resolve. Two individuals, a man and a woman, discussed Philippos's unexpected actions. The man, with blonde hair, commented on the surprising fact that Philippos hadn't fled after his recent actions. The woman, with brown hair, agreed, highlighting the unusual nature of his behavior. The man confessed to feeling uneasy the previous night and, as a precaution, had sent some of his men to the woman's room. The woman playfully accused the man of being motivated by his drunken ramblings from the previous night, but he denied it. She then jokingly suggested that if she were in his position, she would have run away with the lady after knocking down the prince. The blonde man's expression shifted to one of surprise and slight fear as he and the woman looked at each other. The woman praised the blonde man's bravery, while two armored figures in the background expressed their excitement for the upcoming fight, hoping to see Iskandar defeated. Park Kante, his blonde hair slightly disheveled, found himself amidst an unsettling atmosphere. He internally questioned the casual way the princesses' names were being mentioned. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he glanced back, his expression one of apprehension. Two guards in ornate Roman-style armor approached, one of them ordering him to follow. Kante, bewildered, questioned the situation. The guards explained that they were taking him to meet the god doctor. A revelation that sent a jolt of excitement through Kante. His eyes widened, a mixture of hope and anticipation washing over him. Finally, he found himself face to face with the god doctor, a muscular man with his arms wrapped in bandages, ready for a fight. This was the culmination of his long journey. The moment he had been waiting for. The god doctor, a sinister grin spreading across his face, expressed his own anticipation. A shadowy figure loomed behind the god doctor, surrounded by a collection of knives and tools, adding a layer of suspense to the scene. Kante, his eyes narrowed in determination, stood firm. His focus was unwavering, he needed this man to fix his leg. The scene opens on a tall, imposing tower, silhouetted against the twilight sky. It stands in the midst of a tranquil landscape, a stark contrast to the imposing structure. Park Kante, a man with blonde hair and a determined expression, stands before a large, armored figure. He appears slightly apprehensive, his gaze fixed on the warrior. The armored figure, a soldier with a spear, stands before a heavy wooden door, seemingly guarding it. The soldier speaks to someone inside, announcing the arrival of Kali the pugilist. Kali, his face partially obscured by shadow, waits patiently for a response. The voice from within the room simply says, "Come in." Inside, an elderly man with white hair and glasses sits at a cluttered desk, examining various documents. He recognizes Kante immediately. He addresses Kante, referring to him as the troublemaker that someone named Philippos had mentioned earlier. Then casually inquires about Kante's recent fight with Iskandar. The doctor examines Kante's injuries, noting the scattered bone fragments and misaligned bones pressing on nerves and muscles. A thorough examination reveals the extent of the damage. Park Kante, his face contorted in pain, sat before a doctor. His leg was clearly injured, the extent of which was yet unknown. "It must hurt even to walk," the doctor observed, his tone laced with concern. "How did you survive?" The doctor, an elderly man with silver hair and spectacles, leaned forward, his gaze sharp and assessing. He asked, "When did you get hurt?" The doctor stroked his chin thoughtfully, a contemplative silence hanging in the air. Kante, his anxiety palpable, anxiously asked, "Can it be treated?" Kante's eyes widened, fear etched onto his features. He pleaded with the doctor, "God doctor, is it too late for my leg to get treated with your hands?" The doctor, surprisingly, responded with confidence, "Surprisingly, I think I can handle that." Conte looked relieved, but the doctor continued, explaining, I was thinking of giving you a temporary prescription because you'll fight Iskandar in a few days. The doctor sighed, a hint of weariness in his voice. He muttered to himself, calls me God Doctor, but actually I don't like it. He then offered a compromise, if you're okay with it, you can call me by my name. John introduced himself. An elderly man with white hair and a neatly trimmed beard sat in a wooden chair, calmly holding a pair of spectacles. The man's identity was revealed, John American. A young man with blonde hair sat in a chair, his expression one of shock and disbelief. A jolt of energy struck the young man, causing him to recoil in surprise, his eyes widening in alarm as he fell back. The young man questioned the revelation, American? A young man with blonde hair lay sprawled on the floor of a dimly lit study, surrounded by scattered papers and overturned chairs. Two guards in ornate armor stood watch nearby, their spears held at the ready. An elderly man with white hair and a long white coat sat calmly in a chair, observing the scene. Fear etched itself onto the young man's face, sweat beaded on his brow as his eyes darted around wildly. He was clearly terrified. The old man's gaze was sharp and intense as he questioned the young man, his voice laced with suspicion. John, you're American? The old man, his face a mask of urgency, barked a sharp command to the guards, everyone get out. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he shooed the guards away, leaving himself and the young man alone in the room. The old man's voice was low and thoughtful as he spoke, I searched for a long time, and nobody appeared. A glimmer of hope appeared in the old man's eyes as he continued, finally meeting like this, it must be fate. He leaned closer, his curiosity piqued. Are you? The young man revealed his true identity, my real name is John Bradley Clark. Park Conte and John spent a considerable amount of time in conversation, so engrossed that they lost track of time. John, a U.S. Army captain who had died in the Korean War of 1950, was an elite military officer specializing in surgery. After the war, he became a renowned doctor, serving the emperor with his exceptional skills and knowledge. He found Conte's arrival from Earth 60 years later quite fascinating. Conte pondered the time discrepancy, 40 years in this realm equaled 60 years on Earth. It meant a difference of roughly 20 years, a detail he would need to cross-reference with other cases. He continued to contemplate this temporal anomaly. The narration box explains that after losing consciousness and waking up, individuals transformed into different versions of themselves, excelling in specific areas. This transformation was evident in their enhanced abilities and prominent roles within their respective fields. John reminded Conte of his boxing regrets before his death, noting that his own intense longing for medicine was likely the reason for their current situation. Conte's expression reflected a mix of apprehension and contemplation as he processed this information. An older man with silver hair and glasses, dressed in a long, teal robe, sat across from a younger man with blonde hair, who was dressed in a white-collared shirt. The older man stated that now wasn't the time to discuss the younger man's trousers. The younger man, his face etched with apprehension, asked if the older man was about to perform surgery. The older man, holding a small knife, replied that he was only removing a piece of bone from between the gastrocnemius muscles. He explained that this treatment would reduce the pain, and it would be quick. The younger man, his face contorted in discomfort, asked if the older man still didn't have good anesthesia. The older man began the procedure. A sharp intake of breath escaped the younger man's lips, he winced in pain. The older man apologized for the pain, attributing it to his age and the mistakes that come with it. He then sharply told the younger man to be quiet and still. The older man discovered that the bone fragment was lodged quite deep. He carefully used tweezers to extract the fragment, and then began to stitch the wound closed. Park Conte, his leg still bearing the marks of a recent injury, felt the last vestiges of pain fade away. The foreign object, whatever it was gone. He clenched his fist, a grim determination etched on his face. With only this much pain, I can endure it. His doctor, an older man in a pristine white coat, looked on with concern. He urged Conte to avoid further fighting. The doctor explained that he needed to be in a position to support Philippus. He pleaded for Conte's understanding. The doctor, holding a small jar of ointment, explained that it was a herbal mixture. Conte, a confident smirk playing on his lips, assured the doctor that he didn't need to worry about the upcoming fight. He adjusted his collar, a steely glint in his eyes. The scene shifted to a dimly lit arena, where Conte stood before a pair of heavily armored gladiators. A tense silence hung in the air as the doctor was questioned about a slave fighter by one of the gladiators. The doctor, visibly nervous, revealed that the fighter was a friend from his hometown. A close-up on the doctor's face showed a mixture of apprehension and concern. A young man with blonde hair, Callie, stood in a grand hall, his expression unreadable. He seemed lost in thought. Another man, with dark hair and regal attire, approached Callie. He seemed to have something important to say. The dark-haired man asked Callie if he had some time, his tone polite but firm. Callie, though seemingly hesitant, felt compelled to agree, given the number of onlookers. Callie's internal monologue revealed his feelings of obligation. Surrounded by observers, he felt he couldn't refuse the request. The dark-haired man, seated across from Callie, commented on how often a certain god doctor had been calling for Callie lately. Callie quickly explained that it was simply due to his ongoing treatment. The dark-haired man paused, then revealed a startling truth: if not for the god doctor's intervention, Callie might never have been born. He might have died in his mother's womb. The dark-haired man continued, explaining that the god doctor was his benefactor, godfather, and teacher. Despite their long relationship, he admitted to knowing little about him. He expressed curiosity about the god doctor's knowledge and inventions, which seemed to originate from unknown sources, even though such matters were not typically discussed openly in his father's presence. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a white-collared shirt, listened intently. He was told he was from the same hometown as someone of importance. However, the speaker pointed out that no god doctor had left the empire in the last 20 years. The speaker continued, emphasizing that the young man was only 20 years old in this kingdom, prompting a powerful, seated figure in regal attire to demand, "Who are you, Callie?" Callie, the man in question, remained seated, his expression unreadable. He responded with a single, chilling question: "What are you?" A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a somewhat formal outfit, is shown in a dark setting. He appears pensive, a slight frown on his face. Someone off-panel remarks that he is from the same hometown as another, unnamed individual. The speaker continues, noting that, despite this shared origin, they have not seen a god doctor leave the empire in the last 20 years. The blonde young man's face is shown in close-up, sweat beads on his brow, and his eyes widen slightly. The speaker adds that he is only 20 years old in this kingdom. Suddenly, a regal-looking man with dark hair and a stern expression appears, demanding to know the blonde young man's identity. "Who are you?" "Callie." The regal man's question hangs in the air, his gaze intense. The blonde young man, Callie, is clearly unsettled by this encounter. He silently wonders, "What are you?" A few days prior, in the evening, an older man with white hair and glasses confronts Callie. He asks why Prince Philippos didn't kill him. The older man, seemingly perplexed, admits he doesn't understand the situation. Callie confirms the prince's statement was true, adding that he also made the prince bleed. An elderly man, his face etched with wisdom and worry, sat at his desk, addressing a younger man with blonde hair. He stated that the younger man was the key to the development of their civilization. He continued, explaining that he had taught the younger man everything he knew. The scene shifted to the elderly man alone, a large sword resting beside him. He mused that Philippos, the subject of their conversation, didn't wish to ascend the throne through noble title but through sheer power. He was, in essence, a republican. However, he warned that if Philippos became emperor, a bloody conflict would engulf the empire, as strength and power were synonymous with status. The panel showed Philippos, a young man with blonde hair, looking concerned as the elderly man's words were shown in a thought bubble. The elderly man continued, noting that battlefield prowess didn't guarantee leadership skills. Therefore, Philippos sought individuals willing to face danger for their beliefs. The elderly man's hand pointed emphatically as he spoke of those who challenged authority, like the young blonde man before him. He was referring to Philippos, a skilled individual. Philippos, now alone, thought to himself, rationally assessing the situation, the elderly man wasn't trying to harm him. A bead of sweat trickled down his face as he contemplated this. A conversation unfolds between two men. One, with blonde hair, sits on a plush couch, while the other, whose face is mostly obscured by shadow, stands nearby. The blonde man speaks, his words carrying a hint of uncertainty. "It's just about a pugilism." The scene continues, showing both men seated now. The shadowed man, whose dark hair is now visible, leans forward intently. His gaze fixed on the blonde man. He observes the other's demeanor, then speaks, his tone suggesting a thoughtful consideration. "Looking at your answer, I'm sure there is something." The shadowed man's expression softens slightly. He addresses the blonde man, whose name is Callie, with a gentle understanding. "I won't force you to answer, Callie." The shadowed man sighs, a subtle exhalation of weariness escaping him. His gaze drops, his shoulders slumping slightly under the weight of unspoken concerns. The shadowed man, addressing Callie again, issues a request: "Keep today's matter a secret from God Doctor. Because I want him to see me as a harmless disciple." Callie listens attentively as the shadowed man continues, offering a further condition: "However, if you change your mind and to be more honest with me, you can come to me anytime." Callie responds, his voice carrying a note of quiet resolve: "But I'll meet you when I change my mind." A subtle shift in the shadowed man's expression is visible, a hint of amusement plays on his lips, which breaks into a full-blown laugh. He declares, his voice booming with amusement, "Ha ha! I'll give you credit for that courage and audacity." Philippos, a man of imposing stature dressed in rich, dark robes, presented a book to Iskandar. He offered it as a gift, a means of persuasion. Isactor, his brow furrowed in confusion, recognized the book as the Imperial Martial Arts Technique textbook from the Ringer martial arts style. Isactor held the book, a question forming in his mind: did Philippos want him to lose? Philippos, his eyes gleaming with a knowing smile, clarified that quite the opposite was true. Iskandar was his favorite younger brother. He explained that if Iskandar won, he would also be happy, but if Iskandar's opponent won, he would owe Philippos a debt. Isactor realized, with a grimace, that he had been cleverly manipulated. Philippos turned, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Alone in his room, Iskandar muttered John's name. He reflected on Philippos's actions, concluding that he was far more cunning than he initially appeared. Iskandar stared at the textbook, his expression one of dawning realization. The text on the ancient scroll detailed a practical combat technique that accounted for various situations, especially highlighting a multitude of ground fighting techniques. Iskandar, reviewing the scroll, realized that if he hadn't been drunk, he would have been helpless against such techniques. A wave of unease washed over him, he was in serious trouble. Iskandar, frustrated, exclaimed that he knew nothing about the writing style of this place. He only knew his name and a few words he used often. He examined the script, noting its similarity to English letters, though some were different from the alphabet. Sullivan, too, was unfamiliar with the script. Sullivan apologized, suggesting that the text was likely intended for officials or aristocrats, admitting his ignorance. A woman, with a look of disgust, looked at the book with Iskandar. Iskandar considered asking John for help, but dismissed the idea. John wasn't someone he could readily ask for assistance. One man suggested to another that he ask a certain lady for help, prompting a confused "what" from the second man. He continued, pointing out that the lady hadn't been seen in days and, judging by her personality, was likely blaming herself for something. He offered to help. The lady in question, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair styled in a braid, smiled knowingly, a book held casually in her hands. Meanwhile, the man with blonde hair muttered, "Darn it." His face was etched with worry and frustration. He approached a door, a book clutched in his hand, explaining that he was only there because of the book. From inside, a voice called out, asking who was there. The blonde-haired man answered, identifying himself as Kelly. Park Kangtae, his blonde hair damp with sweat, stood before a closed door, his back to the viewer. A palpable tension hung in the air. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her eyes wide with apprehension, cautiously asked him to enter slowly. Her question, "What brings you here?" hung in the air, laced with a mixture of fear and curiosity. The woman gasped, her eyes darting to Kangtae's leg. "Callie! Your leg!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm. Kangtae, a grim expression on his face, explained that his leg injury wasn't fully healed, he'd only received treatment sufficient for the upcoming fight. His tone was matter-of-fact, betraying no hint of self-pity. The woman winced, a soft "ah" escaping her lips as she registered the gravity of his situation. Tears welled in her eyes as her joy was evident. Kangtae, touched by her reaction, subtly touched his nose, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. He then shyly requested that she read a book for him, mentioning that it contained a martial art used by Prince Iskandar. The woman, intrigued, questioned him about the book's origin, noting that Prince Filippo had given it to him and commenting on his surprisingly kind treatment of Kangtae. A young woman with vibrant red hair stared up at a blonde man, her expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. She whispered, questioning the enormity of it all. She indicated a book filled with detailed drawings, explaining that she couldn't fully grasp the information from the illustrations alone. She then politely requested his interpretation of the most crucial details. The focus shifted to the woman's face, her green eyes wide with a poignant realization. She quietly stated that until this moment, he had never once blamed her. The blonde man looked away, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed troubled by her words. He began to speak, stating that everyone makes mistakes, but the important thing is to not repeat them. He continued, reflecting on his own past, admitting that this applied to him as well, and that he hadn't lived a good life before. The woman, intrigued, leaned closer, prompting him to elaborate. He pointed back to the book, explaining a technique depicted in the illustrations, a method for initiating a fight against a distant opponent. The woman responded that it was a dirty tactic. The blonde man continued his explanation, describing the technique's effect on the opponent's psychological state, causing disgust and a reflexive wiping of their face. He then shared a personal anecdote, mentioning a past fight with Prince Iskandar and expressing his belief that the prince would never resort to such underhanded tactics. He then described another technique from the book, involving a quick back kick and takedown. Two figures grappled, their muscles straining as they engaged in a fierce physical contest. One, clearly dominant, delivered a powerful blow. Meanwhile, a woman with vibrant red hair, her gaze intense, studied a book. She muttered to herself, noting that the optimal moment to strike is immediately after the opponent is momentarily incapacitated. The woman continued reading, confirming the strategy she had just described. Initially, her intention was simply to verify information she lacked, however. The more she learned, the more her curiosity grew. She yawned, indicating her growing fatigue. The woman and a blonde man sat across from each other at a table. She expressed concern that excessive knowledge might hinder his performance in a fight. He questioned his ability to win, noting that this pugilist match was unlike any he had faced before. The blonde man, seemingly surprised, was reminded of his title, Ogre Slayer. He blushed, embarrassed by the reminder. The woman, having finished her explanation, prepared to leave. Her final thought was about the potential consequences of a loss for Callie. A woman with vibrant red hair declared her intention to become Iskandar's woman. She then questioned her own capabilities, wondering if this was all she could do. A doubt clouded her mind. Was this sacrifice for Callie? A man with blonde hair appeared, urgently pleading with her, "Don't go, Callie." He reached out to her, his desperation palpable as he whispered, "Please." His plea was met with a conflicted gaze from Callie, her expression a mixture of longing and determination. The blonde man's eyes widened, reflecting his inner turmoil as he braced himself for her decision. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, the only light source emanating from a window. Callie and the blonde man embraced near the window, silhouetted against the night sky. The scene opens on a woman with long, flowing crimson hair, her back to the viewer. She is dressed in a dark, elegant gown, the rich fabric swirling around her as she stands before a window overlooking a starlit night. A sense of quiet contemplation hangs in the air. A young man with blonde hair, his expression one of concern, questioned the grinning woman with brown hair beside him. He wondered why she was smiling so broadly. The woman, seemingly a trainer, helped the blonde-haired man wrap his hands. He seemed tense, his muscles coiled. He explained that he had returned to his room at dawn because it was the day before a match and he needed time alone to prepare. The woman seemed surprised by his explanation. And the two of them, along with two guards, approached a large, imposing gate leading to what appeared to be an arena. The woman, her expression serious, urged the blonde-haired man to win. The blonde-haired man, Callie, stood with his back to the viewer, his body tense with anticipation. His muscles rippled beneath his skin. A vast arena filled with spectators came into view. In the center, a raised platform held a throne, where a figure sat. A vast stadium filled with spectators, a sea of faces blurring into a single entity of anticipation. The air crackled with a palpable energy as three gladiators, clad in gleaming armor, stood poised for battle. Their shields, polished to a mirror sheen, reflected the expectant crowd. Meanwhile, in the royal box, a man watched the spectacle unfold. He was the third prince, Iskandar, a descendant of the god of war, his dark eyes intense and calculating. His regal attire hinting at the power he wielded. His hands rested on the arms of his ornate chair, a subtle display of control. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium, the third prince of the empire, Iskandar. Descendant of the god of war. A gladiator roared, his sword raised high, "He will beat you up." Park Kang-tae, the former boxer turned gang member, now reborn into this world of pugilistic combat, watched with a smirk. A scar on his face a testament to his violent past. The anticipation was palpable, this was his chance to reclaim his lost dream. Surrounded by his gladiatorial guard, Iskandar advanced, his presence commanding respect and fear in equal measure. A cruel smile playing on his lips as he declared, "It's such a nice day to smash someone." A large, muscular man sat at a table, his hands clasped together. His expression was one of intense concentration, his brow furrowed in thought. His gaze was fixed on something unseen, a faraway look in his eyes. A vision of a blonde-haired man, his face set in grim determination, standing defiantly amidst a sea of swords. The blonde man's powerful physique was clearly visible, his muscles taut and ready for action. In a grand arena, a regal figure stood before a throne, addressing the crowd. The winner will stand until the end, the one who loses will be regarded as defeated. He raised his fist, declaring, "This is the manifestation of the god of war. And the fight is also approved by Emperor Alexandros." The scene shifted to a muscular man, his face contorted in anger. "I don't have any choice but to crush you, Callie." Callie, the blonde-haired boxer, responded with defiance, his shirt ripped open, revealing his powerful physique. "Don't shatter easily." He stood ready, the tension palpable. Now it's a ringer, not pugilism. Park Kang-tae, the former boxer turned gang member, now found himself in a pugilist arena. He reflected on his opponent, Iskandar, a formidable figure known for his strength. The thought that Iskandar was a difficult opponent crossed his mind, but a burning determination fueled his resolve. He knew he had to win, no matter the cost. He would prove that raw strength wasn't everything. The arena was a spectacle of raw power. Surrounded by a ring of soldiers, Kang-tae and Iskandar stood poised, ready to clash. The fight began with a flurry of blows. Both fighters moved with incredible speed and precision. Iskandar landed a powerful blow, sending Kante sprawling to the ground. But Kante, despite the pain, quickly recovered. Iskandar, surprised by Kante's resilience, noted that he could now move properly. Iskandar's surprise quickly turned to grim determination. As expected, Kante was proving to be a more challenging opponent than anticipated. Iskandar unleashed a devastating blow, aiming for Kante's head. But Kante, with a burst of unexpected speed and agility, managed to evade the attack. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His blonde hair and muscular physique are evident as he unleashes a flurry of blows against an unseen opponent, each punch leaving a trail of crimson energy in its wake. The intensity of the fight is palpable, the air crackles with anticipation. Observing the fight from the sidelines is another man, his face etched with concern. He mutters to himself, noting the dangerous aura surrounding Kante. It feels like the air builds up around him. It's bad. Kante, mid-combo, is momentarily distracted. A look of confusion crosses his face as he hears something. Huh? The observer's internal monologue reveals his thoughts. Right now, it was a good chance to give a counterattack, but why did I hesitate? The scene shifts to show a close-up of Kante and a woman with reddish-brown hair. Both appear to be sweating and visibly tense. Kante's inner turmoil is laid bare. Am I afraid to go all out, because I'm afraid to lose something? The next panel shows a sudden burst of energy emanating from Kante. A powerful surge that suggests a significant shift in his fighting style. As he delivers a devastating blow to his opponent, the observer watches, his expression unreadable. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena, facing a formidable opponent. His powerful fists connect with his enemy, sending a shockwave through the air. A brutal display of strength that leaves his adversaries reeling. From the sidelines, a voice booms, a furious command to his fallen opponent to get back up and fight properly. Kante stands over his defeated foe, a grim determination etched on his face as he surveys the scene. Three armored opponents, their shields raised, cautiously approach. The blonde opponent, momentarily stunned, attempts to recover, but Kante is relentless. He launches a swift kick, the impact sending the man sprawling. Kante observes his opponent's reaction, noting his quick recovery. The blonde opponent, bruised and battered, clutches his head, momentarily disoriented. His thoughts drift to his lapse in concentration during the fight. Kante, meanwhile, prepares for the next onslaught, his focus unwavering. He takes a step forward, readying himself for the approaching armored fighters. He urges himself not to hesitate. With a burst of speed, Kante charges towards his opponents, his movements a blur. The impact of his attack is shown in a close-up of his leg connecting with his opponent, the force of the blow sending a shockwave through the ground. The chapter ends with the impact of his attack. Park Kante, his face contorted in a grimace of furious concentration, unleashed a powerful blow. His fist, wrapped in worn bandages, crackled with energy as he channeled his pent-up frustration and years of suppressed longing into the attack. The force of the impact sending his opponent sprawling across the ground. His adversary, a hulking figure with dark hair, groaned in pain, his body momentarily still. But the respite was short-lived. With a surge of adrenaline, the dark-haired man rose, his eyes blazing with defiance. He was far from defeated. A sudden flash of light erupted from his eyes, a surge of raw power emanating from within. The air crackled with energy. And with a swift, brutal kick, he countered Kante's attack. The impact sent a shockwave through the arena. Kante, caught off guard, stumbled back, his body momentarily stunned by the unexpected power. But he quickly recovered, his determination unwavering. He braced himself for the next assault. The dark-haired fighter launched another devastating blow, sending Kante flying through the air. Kante, however, managed to evade the worst of the attack, landing with a roll that absorbed some of the impact. He was bruised, but not broken. Kante, despite his injuries, found a renewed resolve. He would not give up his dream again. He would fight until the very end. Park Kante, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, unleashed a powerful blow. Blood streamed from his mouth, but his eyes burned with fierce determination. He gasped, "Is this a human's fist?" His opponent, a blond man, staggered back from the impact, grunting in pain. Kante pressed his advantage. But the blond man, his eyes narrowed in concentration, prepared to counter. He thought, if I get caught, it will be the end. His thoughts raced. No matter how hard he punched, if he gave his opponent time to recover, it would be his end. A grim determination hardening his gaze. He concluded, if that's the case. With a roar, Kante launched another devastating blow, connecting with his opponent's jaw with brutal force, sending the blond man sprawling to the ground. Kante vowed, I won't make him recover. He unleashed a flurry of punches, a relentless assault, leaving the blonde man battered and broken. Kante reflected, I thought pugilism is an incomplete fight technique that won't perfectly work. Seated upon a lavish golden throne, a regal figure with dark hair and piercing eyes sipped from a goblet. He mused, it would be difficult to secure victory even with a ringer. His gaze hardened, a flicker of skepticism in his eyes as he contemplated the idea of using a ringer. A muscular man clenched his fists, a determined glint in his eyes. The words echoed in his mind, you should do everything to win. In this empire, princes undergo rigorous training, akin to torture, and are only recognized as such if they are physically and mentally strong. For the soldiers of this empire, the royal family is the object of their loyalty, and their comrades are those who shed blood together. Iskandar is a born warrior. When facing a strong opponent, he feels more joy than fear and strives to surpass them. He reflects on this, thinking, you're just like me, Callie. The scene shifts to Callie, his eyes wide open, lying on the ground, seemingly exhausted but determined. Observing Callie, an opponent thinks, this brat, I thought he would rush in right away, but he's calmly waiting to strike. The opponent concludes, if that's the case, I only have one way, and prepares for an attack. He attacks, but Callie counters, and the opponent's leg is shown to be severely injured. Callie observes, it seems like your leg has reached its limit. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His eyes burn with fierce determination as he charges forward, a whirlwind of motion. A sinister figure watches from the sidelines, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He observes Kante's advance, a knowing glint in his eyes. It's a trap, you stupid brat, he sneers. Unaware of the danger, Kante continues his relentless assault, his muscles bulging with raw power. His face is contorted in a grimace of effort and fury. He lunges forward, aiming a devastating blow at his unsuspecting opponent, a young man with blonde hair. But the blonde-haired opponent is faster than he appears. Kante's attack is met with a counter, a shockwave of energy erupting from the impact. Kante's internal monologue reveals his fear, if this goes wrong, I'll get beaten. The force of the blow sends Kante sprawling, his body impacting the ground with a sickening thud. Blood trickles from his mouth. His blonde-haired opponent, however, is also reeling from the impact, his body visibly strained. Kante, despite his injuries, rises to his feet, his eyes blazing with renewed determination. He is battered, but not broken. The blonde-haired opponent watches, a look of grudging respect dawning on his face as Kante prepares for another attack. It went perfectly, the sinister figure from earlier whispers, pleased with the outcome of his trap. Park Kante, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion, mouth bleeding profusely, was shown in extreme close-up. His eyes, wide and white, reflected the intensity of his struggle. A desperate fury burning within him. His opponent, unseen but clearly formidable, had pushed him to the brink. But Kante refused to yield. A silent scream of defiance echoed in the unspoken tension of the panel. In a blur of motion, Kante countered his opponent's attack. He grappled with a blonde-haired man, his eyes glowing with an unnatural red light. Delivering a devastating blow that sent the blonde man sprawling to the ground, defeated. The blonde man cried out, impossible. A spectator's thought bubble appeared, shouldn't he be unconscious after that attack? Kante stood victorious, his body radiating power. He raised a fist in triumph. A surge of energy emanating from him. The sheer force of his will was palpable. With a final, earth-shattering blow, Kante sent his opponent flying, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Two armored figures, their faces grim, approached cautiously. A brutal fight was underway. Park Kante, his blonde hair a mess, took a series of punishing blows, each impact sending shockwaves through his body. Blood splattered across his face as he staggered back. His opponent, a powerfully built man with dark hair, watched him with cold satisfaction. He wondered, when did I succeed in making him fall down? Dismissing the question, the dark-haired man scoffed, well, whatever, who cares? He launched another attack. A flurry of blows aimed at finishing Kante off. The narration box explained, perhaps because of what training he receives continuously, Iskandar can break, crush, and destroy his opponent brutally. Kante was on the receiving end of this brutal display of power, his body taking the full force of the assault. He thought desperately, I need to escape. Kante, despite his injuries, fought back with surprising ferocity. His blonde hair plastered to his sweat-drenched forehead. His opponent grabbed his arm. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a brutal pugilist match. His opponent, a powerfully built man with dark hair and a determined expression, had him on the defensive. Kante's eyes widened, a mixture of fear and defiance in their depths, as his opponent relentlessly pressed the attack. The impact of each blow sent tremors through Kante's body, a stark reminder of his past life and the dream he'd abandoned. He was pinned to the ground, his opponent's grip tightening. A searing pain shot through Kante's arm as his opponent twisted it violently. The sound of cracking bone echoed in the arena. A sharp, agonizing crack punctuated the silence. Kante winced, his face contorted in pain. A guttural cry escaped his lips, a testament to the excruciating agony he endured. His vision blurred, his body screaming in protest. Kante's opponent loomed over him, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. The blonde boxer's face was a mask of pain and desperation. A threat hung heavy in the air as his opponent snarled, "I'll break you." Kante, battered and bruised, attempted a desperate scramble to his feet, his body screaming in protest at the strain. But his strength failed him. He collapsed, his body giving way under the relentless punishment. "That's..." Park Kante, his blonde hair a stark contrast to his grim expression, glared at his opponent. The memory of his self-inflicted wound from his past life flashed before his eyes. A painful reminder of the dream he'd abandoned. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion. His fist connecting with his opponent's jaw with a bone-jarring impact. A shockwave of energy rippled outwards. The force of the blow sending the man reeling backwards. A pained roar escaping his lips as he crashed to the ground. Kante's opponent, a powerfully built man with a scarred chest, struggled to his feet. Only to be met with another devastating blow. Kante's fist connected again, sending his opponent sprawling. The impact echoing through the arena. The ropes around his opponent's torso snapped, revealing a bloodied and battered body. Kante stood over his fallen foe, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with a fierce determination. He was surrounded by spectators, their faces a mixture of awe and fear. His body bruised and bleeding, but his spirit unbroken. He examined his injured hand, a grim expression settling on his face. While his opponent, groaning in pain, struggled to rise again. The fight was far from over. Park Kante, his body battered and bruised, stood defiantly amidst the chaos. The remnants of a brutal fight clinging to his clothes. His breath hitched in his chest, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. His opponent, a blond man with a bloodied face, sneered. "Now you understand what I feel, right?" Kante's adversary, equally wounded, gritted his teeth. "You persistent son of a bitch." From a distance, a voice echoed, laced with amusement. "You must be enjoying it, Iskandar?" The scene shifted to reveal a vast arena. Kante, surrounded by a circle of armed guards, faced his unseen opponent. And to make someone from the royal family go all out. A regal figure, watching from above, spoke. "Callie, you better be good as your guts are." A woman in a red dress, seemingly a spectator, watched the fight with a mixture of apprehension and fascination. She let out a soft, breathy ha. Her expression shifted to one of alarm as she adjusted her dress, a subtle tremor in her hands. Azalea Agest arrived late to an audience with a powerful figure, prompting a curt rebuke. "You're late, Azalea Agest." She offered a quick apology. Azalea's face showed a mixture of anxiety and apprehension, a bead of sweat trickled down her temple. Meanwhile, a powerfully built young man, Callie, stood ready, his muscled physique and determined expression hinting at his fighting prowess. Azalea, visibly distressed, muttered Callie's name, her voice barely a whisper, "Callie." The powerful figure spoke again, his tone sharp and direct, "Azalea Agest. I heard that Callie is a slave of your family." Azalea looked on, her expression a mixture of worry and defiance. The powerful figure continued, his voice unwavering, "If it's money, I'll give you whatever you want." His final demand hung heavy in the air, "Sell Callie to me." The powerful figure's face, partially obscured by shadow, revealed a steely gaze, while Azalea's eyes widened in shock and fear below. A regal-looking man, dressed in dark, ornate clothing, sat across from a striking woman with vibrant red hair. He proposed, "Sell Callie to me." The woman responded confidently, "I think I can handle Callie more than you." The man scoffed, "Callie is too big to be trapped in your mold." The woman, her expression shifting to apprehension, whispered, "I hope it's just a joke, Your Highness." She continued, her voice laced with a hint of self-deprecation, "I'm well aware that Callie is too good for me. However, don't you know that Callie and I are not just having a master and slave relationship?" The man smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. He mused, "One who just swung to the Iskandar's side at that time?" The woman's face softened, a determined glint in her eyes. She declared, "Whatever Callie wants. Callie wants freedom, struggle, or marriage." She concluded firmly, "I'll do whatever Callie did for me." Park Kante, a powerfully built man with a scar across his chest, stood defiantly, his muscles tense with barely contained rage. A guttural sound escaped his lips, a low growl of defiance. His opponent, unseen but clearly impressed, remarked, "You're stronger than I thought, Callie." Kante clenched his fist, his knuckles white. He muttered to himself, "Pride is a luxury for the winner." A fierce determination hardened his gaze. He vowed silently, I must win at all costs. Kante's face was contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion, blood trickled down his brow, his eyes blazing with a desperate intensity. His opponent, revealed to have blonde hair, mirrored his fierce concentration. Kante's right hand was injured, severely limiting his fighting capabilities. He grimly considered his options. I can only strike with my right hand now, should I use my teeth to attack him? His leg, also injured and bandaged, was nearing its limit. He realized, my leg is reaching its limit too. Park Kante, his body battered but his spirit unbroken, stood amidst the debris of a recent fight. A fierce determination burned in his eyes. He muttered to himself, the thought of defeating Iskandar fueling his resolve. A grim smile twisting his lips as sweat dripped from his brow. The image of his past failure, of abandoning his boxing dream, spurred him onward. His opponent, a hulking figure known as Iskandar, loomed over him, ready for the next round. Kante glared back, his defiance palpable. His resolve hardening as he recalled his past regrets. He would reclaim his lost pride, no matter the cost. He would win this fight. With a roar, Kante unleashed a flurry of blows, a whirlwind of fists and feet. Each strike imbued with the raw power of his past life as a gang member, now channeled into his boxing prowess. He poured every ounce of his being, every year spent as Kali, into this desperate fight for redemption. His life as Kali, once a source of shame, now fueled his every movement. It was a life he would not let define his end. He would prove his worth. The culmination of a life lived on the edge, now focused on a single, desperate act of self-affirmation. Park Kante, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, unleashed a brutal uppercut. His opponent, a blonde-haired man, was sent flying backwards. The force of the blow sending tremors through the air. The impact echoed with a resounding quang. A cloud of dust and debris erupted as Kante's fist connected, momentarily obscuring the scene. When the dust settled, Kante stood over his fallen opponent, his breath ragged but triumphant. He had landed a decisive blow. But the blonde man was not finished. With surprising speed, he lunged forward. A swift counterattack catching Kante off guard. A sharp intake of breath escaped Kante's lips. Kante staggered back, his body reeling from the unexpected impact. But he quickly regained his composure. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination hardening his features. With renewed vigor, Kante launched a devastating flurry of punches. Each blow landing with bone-jarring force. His opponent cried out in pain, "Gra!" Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena, his past regret fueling his present fight. He lunges forward, his blonde hair a blur, aiming a powerful blow at his opponent. The force of his punch sending a shockwave through the air. His opponent, a burly figure with dark hair, is clearly taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of the attack. He snarls, "This brat." Kante, eyes blazing with determination, focuses his energy. He thinks, it will be the end if I hit his jaw. He winds up for another devastating blow. A golden energy crackling around his fist as he unleashes it with full force. The impact is earth-shattering. A blinding flash of light erupts as Kante's fist connects with his opponent's jaw. The sheer power of the blow sending tremors through the arena. Kante, however, is not unscathed. He groans, "Ugh." Despite the pain, Kante presses his advantage. His opponent mutters, "You crazy bastard." The opponent, surprisingly, manages to block the blow with his head, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and defiance. Blood trickles down his chin. A ferocious grin spreading across his face as he prepares for a counterattack. The two lock eyes, a silent promise of brutal violence passing between them. A brutal counterattack lands, leaving Kante reeling and gasping, "Ack." The scene opens with a close-up on a muscular, scarred torso. Sweat glistens on the skin, highlighting the numerous welts and cuts marring the flesh. A young man with blonde hair, wearing only boxing wraps, is shown midair, his body contorted in a defensive posture. He's being thrown violently by an unseen opponent. His face is a mask of exertion and pain. He shouts, proclaiming himself a descendant of the god of war. The blonde boxer is slammed to the ground. His opponent, a powerfully built man with dark hair and intense eyes, looms over him, roaring his claim to be the greatest man in the empire. The dark-haired man continues his boast, revealing his name, Iskandar. Iskandar unleashes a powerful blow, sending the blonde boxer flying through the air. He crashes to the ground, the impact creating a shockwave visible as radiating lines. The blonde boxer is shown upside down, his face contorted in agony, blood streaming from his mouth. He is clearly defeated. The scene shifts to show the blonde boxer lying defeated on the ground, while Iskandar sits on his throne, observing the scene with a regal air. A woman in a red dress stands beside him. The blonde boxer is thrown away, disappearing into a dark abyss. He lands hard on the ground, defeated and alone. His thoughts are revealed, "Shit, he threw me away." Park Kang-tae lay on the ground, his body battered and bloodied. His blonde hair was matted with grime and sweat, and a faint smile played on his lips, even in death. Above him, a woman with vibrant red hair appeared, her expression a mixture of sorrow and determination. She seemed to be looking down at him from an impossible angle. She silently pleaded with him, internally begging him not to look at her with such a pained expression. The woman covered her face with her hands, overcome with grief. A single sob escaped her lips. But a flicker of resolve hardened her features. Her green eyes burned with a fierce determination. She whispered a promise, a vow to bring victory, as if speaking to the fallen boxer. A faint chuckle escaped Kang-tae's lips as he seemed to hear her words, a final, defiant laugh before his spirit departed. Kang-tae's body was then shown being carried away by a group of soldiers, his journey to the afterlife seemingly complete. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. He stands defiantly before a line of armored opponents, his muscular physique a stark contrast to their heavy gear. A testament to his years of brutal training. His opponent, a blonde-haired man, stands opposite him, seemingly less imposing but radiating an unsettling confidence. Kang-tae's powerful stance speaks volumes of his determination. He is ready to fight. The fight begins. Kang-tae lands a powerful blow, but his opponent remains standing. "Hey, Callie, do you know why I didn't fall down?" he asks, a smirk playing on his lips. The blonde man replies, "Because your head is just a decoration?" His words are laced with arrogance. Kang-tae is taken aback. "Did you just get hit on your head today?" he retorts, his expression hardening. His opponent's response is unexpected. "That's wrong. It's because I'm the descendant of the god of war." Kang-tae runs a hand through his hair, contemplating this revelation. "That's why I won't lose. I have holy blood in my body," he declares, his voice filled with newfound conviction. His face contorted in a fierce grimace, Kang-tae prepares for a final, decisive attack. The blonde man smiles, seemingly unfazed. "But today is my victory," he says, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Park Kang-tae, his body battered and bruised, collapsed to the ground, his breath ragged and shallow. A single, guttural sound escaped his lips. But even in his defeat, a glimmer of hope remained. A voice echoed in his ears, declaring, "Because the goddess of fortune has just arrived." The camera focuses on Kang-tae's chest, revealing deep wounds that crisscross his torso. Despite the pain, his eyes held a fierce determination. His opponent, a formidable figure, stood before him, equally wounded but radiating an aura of unwavering confidence. He lunged forward. Kang-tae, despite his injuries, met the attack head-on. His opponent's words echoed in the air, "It's the way of starting a fight when facing an opponent at a distance. Collect a lot of saliva in your mouth then spit it on the opponent's face. That makes the opponent physiologically disgusted and will wipe their face." A woman with vibrant red hair, observing the fight, leaned in to consult a book, her expression thoughtful. She seemed to be analyzing the fighter's strategies. Kang-tae, his face contorted in pain, muttered, "I'm wrong." His opponent's fighting style was far more ruthless than he anticipated. A grim determination hardening his features. He thought, Iskandar will do everything to win because he thinks victory is his pride. Kang-tae, gritting his teeth, unleashed a powerful counterattack, leaving his opponent reeling in shock and disbelief. A powerful fist, blurred by motion, hurtled through the air, connecting with its target with bone-jarring force. Blood sprayed from a gaping wound as Park Kang-tae recoiled. His opponent, a blonde man with numerous scars, roared in pain, his body thrown back by the impact. Kang-tae staggered, blood pouring from his mouth, his vision swimming. Pain lanced through his body. Despite the agony, a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. He heard a voice. The blonde man, his face contorted in a grimace, gasped, "I hear the goddess voice." Kang-tae, weakened but resolute, lay on the ground, his opponent standing over him. The blonde man lunged, but Kang-tae, with a surge of unexpected strength, countered, sending his opponent sprawling. The first prince of the Philippos Empire witnessed the victory. A regal figure, draped in rich, dark robes and a fur-trimmed cloak, slumped against his ornate throne. His head hung low, his shoulders bowed under the weight of unspoken burdens. News spread through the arena, Callie, the pugilist, had emerged victorious. A woman with vibrant red hair, her face streaked with tears, watched with a mixture of relief and sorrow. Her green eyes shone with unshed tears. The emperor, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and disbelief, roared his displeasure. The empire and the god of war acknowledges Callie's victory. Callie, his body scarred and bloodied, stood defiantly amidst a ring of armored soldiers. His blonde hair was matted with sweat and blood. He had won, but the cost was evident in his battered form. The emperor, his dark cloak billowing behind him, approached. The emperor's words hung heavy in the air, "Take everything, as the winner." A young man with bandages on his face and a leg cast lay in bed. The doctor observed, noting that only his leg was severely injured, a testament to his remarkable resilience. Both he and Iskandar, it seemed, possessed extraordinary toughness. While most people took a month to recover from such an injury, he had healed remarkably in just 3 days. The doctor then inquired about Iskandar's condition. He explained that the child, having endured numerous illnesses since infancy, had developed an exceptional resistance, now thriving and consuming food voraciously. A flashback showed Iskandar as a baby, wrapped in swaddling clothes, his resilience already evident even in his infancy. The young man, still in bed, asked how long it would take for his leg to heal. The doctor, examining him, noted the strength and elasticity of his muscles, attributing his rapid recovery to this inherent physical advantage. A close-up showed the impressive musculature of his legs and back. Despite this, the doctor cautioned that due to the severity of the injury, even with rehabilitation, a full recovery would likely take a year. The doctor then offered a drastic alternative: amputation and prosthetic replacement. The young man, visibly distressed, sighed, expressing his regret and sorrow at the situation. An elderly doctor, his face etched with concern, addressed a young man lying in bed. He urged the young man to remember his instructions. The young man, his blonde hair tousled, sighed wearily. He was clearly still recovering from an injury. Suddenly, the door burst open, revealing a powerfully built man who stormed into the room, his presence immediately filling the space. He moved with a forceful energy, his eyes fixed on the injured young man. The powerfully built man, his face contorted in anger, unleashed a furious shout. He addressed the young man as Callie, a clear sign of familiarity, but his tone was far from friendly. He advanced on the young man, his movements radiating aggression, demanding to know if the young man had studied a particular textbook. He implied that this textbook held the key to the young man's recent victory. The young man, seemingly unfazed, calmly revealed that he had obtained the book from Prince Philippos. The powerfully built man, seething with rage, vowed to crush his opponent, regardless of their familial relationship. But his opponent, seemingly unperturbed, mused about using this opportunity to relax his body. A powerful-looking man, his face partially obscured by bandages, confronted a kneeling figure. He voiced his concern, stating that it wasn't fair for a pugilist to fight against a ringer, then asked if the kneeling man would be satisfied with that. The kneeling figure remained silent, his head bowed low. Meanwhile, a blond man with a bandage on his forehead groaned in pain as he searched through a book on a bed. The kneeling man, now identified as Callie, received congratulations for winning the match. He was told that the other man was truly happy for his victory. Callie sat quietly, his expression unreadable, seemingly lost in thought. The blond man, still in bed, spoke of considering another way to heal his leg more quickly. Callie, observing him from the side, wondered what the blond man was planning this time. He considered the blond man's idea to be a good one, but noted that there was a problem. The problem, Callie realized, was related to the blond man's status and nationality. Foreigners were not allowed to stay in the empire for more than 3 months. Callie reflected that while this was a strong law, it was primarily due to respecting each other's territories. However, the blond man pointed out that the situation was different inside the palace due to security concerns. Unless he was a diplomatic envoy, it was illegal for a foreigner to stay for a long time. 2 men, one with a stern expression and a head wrap, the other with dark hair and intense eyes, stood amidst a dark, ominous backdrop. The first man voiced his concern about the numerous foreign guests present in the imperial palace, questioning his brother about how to handle the situation. Meanwhile, a blond man with bandages on his face sat in a chair, looking exasperated. He questioned the other 2 men, demanding to know if there was no other way to receive treatment. One of the men responded that there was a way, but the blond man pondered whether he should become a free man. The narration box explained that all foreigners who are experts in their fields are given important positions, allowing them to stay for a long time. The next panel showed 3 muscular men, a blacksmith, a swordsman, and an older, bespectacled man, highlighting the expertise of foreigners in the kingdom. The dark-haired man from the earlier scene then offered the blond man a position as a martial arts instructor. He explained that while he could offer this position, he couldn't force someone else's slave to accept it. Therefore, the blond man should become a free man. A young man with bandages on his face lay in bed. He questioned whether Azalea, the woman who had invested so much in his leg's recovery, would easily give up her investment, a slave she had worked so hard to heal. Azalea's representative, a man in dark attire, assured him that she would indeed give him something. He then questioned the young man's status as merely Azalea's slave. The man continued, explaining that Azalea would provide more than just freedom, other things were also in store for him. The young man, his face etched with determination, glared back. He was asked if he wanted to remain crippled forever. The man offered to speak on the young man's behalf, but he refused, stating that it wasn't something he wanted to say through someone else's mouth. The man then revealed that the young man, whose name is Callie, is an exceptional pugilist, surpassing even Iskandar in skill. In other words, the man proposed that Callie could become a great assassin or guard in his service. Suddenly, a woman with vibrant red hair exclaimed Callie's name. Azalea herself appeared, holding documents, accompanied by 2 guards. Park Kangtae, his blonde hair slightly disheveled, leaned heavily on a cane. His face, partially obscured by bandages, held a weary expression. He stood in a dimly lit room, a young woman with vibrant red hair standing beside him, her expression unreadable. 2 shadowy figures loomed in the background, their features hidden in darkness. 2 men in dark armor, their faces alight with smirks, watched Kangtae and the red-haired woman from a distance. "Sheesh, our business is over now. Let's get out of the way quickly," one of them said, their voices carrying a sense of relief. Kangtae, however, felt a prickling unease. A thought crossed his mind: why do I feel something strange? The scene shifted to a more opulent room. The red-haired woman, whose name is revealed to be Yuri, approached Kangtae with a concerned expression. "How is your condition?" she asked, her voice soft yet firm. Kangtae winced slightly as he replied, "I still can't move freely, but, well, I'm fine though." A heavy silence settled between them. Yuri's expression remained unreadable, while Kangtae's internal monologue revealed his anxiety. "Darn it, what should I talk about?" A sudden, sharp memory pierced through his thoughts. How could I do it that night? Yuri, observing his distress, asked gently, "Is it something that makes you embarrassed?" Kangtae's face flushed, his eyes downcast. He clenched his fists, a silent struggle evident in his posture. He finally spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "You may not trust me if I say that even with my flustered face, you're right, maybe it'll make us awkward." A young woman with vibrant red hair, her face flushed, slapped her forehead in exasperation. A single bead of sweat trickled down her temple, reflecting the turmoil within. The woman and a blonde man sat at a table. He explained that his leg injury would take at least a year to heal, making their plans to return together impossible. The woman listened intently as the blonde man continued, explaining that he needed to be a free man to receive treatment in this location. The blonde man's words were punctuated by a narration box explaining that foreigners needed a position to stay long-term, a position slaves could not obtain, even with princely intervention. A realization that settled heavily on the red-haired woman's face. The red-haired woman responded that she would prepare the necessary documents soon. The blonde man then stated that after his recovery, he would return to their shared goal, first defeating the kingdom's champion, then the empire's. He added, however, that the pugilist competition was only being held within the kingdom, not the empire. The woman, understanding this new obstacle, stated that this gave her even more reason to return. A woman with vibrant red hair, styled in a high ponytail with a bow, sat pensively. She quietly stated that he didn't have to return, continuing that Prince Philippos could do more than she could. But she firmly rejected the notion, asserting that he lacked something essential to her. A man with blonde hair, bandages on his face, and a crutch stood before her, his expression grim. He seemed agitated. He stated that it made no difference whether he was in a kingdom or an empire. His declaration continued, emphasizing that his status as a slave or a free man was irrelevant. From this point forward, he declared, he would only do what he wanted. The blonde man, still leaning on his crutch, resolutely stated that he would definitely return. The red-haired woman smiled subtly, her expression unreadable. She offered a simple congratulation on his newfound freedom. Park Kangtae, his back to the viewer, stood near a weathered wooden door. His body was partially obscured by shadows, but a leg cast in bandages were clearly visible, hinting at recent injuries. A few days later, Kangtae found himself before an imposing stone gate, the entrance to what seemed to be a fortified city. He held a document in his hand, a sense of emptiness washing over him as he reflected, "I'm a free man now, but I feel nothing." The weight of his newfound freedom felt strangely insignificant. "I really don't feel it's important to me," he mused, his expression unchanged. Kangtae, still holding the document, appeared lost in thought, his gaze distant and unfocused. A faint smile touched his lips as he reread the document, a bittersweet memory stirring within him. A woman, Sullivan, approached him, a group of soldiers standing behind her. "It was a short time, but it was an honor to have a journey together, Callie." Kangtae replied, "Me too. Thank you for everything, Sullivan." Their hands met in a brief handshake, a silent farewell. As Kangtae and Sullivan parted ways, another woman appeared, her words a gentle reminder, "Didn't you come here to meet me? Please be careful with your sore leg." A woman's voice, soft yet firm, echoed in the air. "I want to take care of you," she stated, "but you're not my slave anymore." A young woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes smiled serenely, a hint of mischief in her expression. She seemed pleased with her declaration. The woman, still smiling, began to walk away, her movements graceful and confident, leaving behind a young man with blonde hair. He called out to her, his voice filled with concern, "Please get home safely. Don't get kidnapped by bandits like before. I'll call you when I have a lot of kids with the bandit leaders." The young woman paused, a smirk playing on her lips as she turned back to him. He visibly flinched at her response. Arg. Now I am really worried. The scene shifted to a bustling street. The blond young man, leaning on a crutch, was accompanied by another individual and the red-haired woman. He anxiously called out, Rovo. A small, gray wolf-like creature trotted into view, its tongue lolling out playfully. The blond young man pleaded with the red-haired woman, please take this guy too. She responded thoughtfully, why? If I take Rovo, you'll be alone. The young man explained, if I'm busy with my treatment, no one will take care of him. There are many guys at a jest who will take care of Rovo, so please bring him with you. He then turned to the wolf, instructing it, Rovo, keep an eye on her when I'm away. You're smart, you know what I mean, right? Park Kante, or Callie as he is now known, stroked the head of a large, melancholic-looking dog. A single tear traced a path down the animal's furry cheek. A woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in elegant attire, addressed Callie. Beside her stood a man in dark clothing, a cape draped over his shoulders. We'll head off now, Callie. Callie's thoughts drifted to his time in the Empire. His stay had been far longer than anticipated. 2 years, in fact. A period of time that left no mark on the Empire's official records. The caravan wound its way along a dusty road, the setting sun casting long shadows. Callie's journey was coming to an end. As Callie departed, Emperor Filippo VII was already firmly established on the throne. 2 years prior, the former emperor abdicated his throne following the northern conquest, his strength waning. His first son, Prince Filippos, subsequently ascended to the imperial seat. Filippos, now emperor, is shown seated, a crown offered before him. He ruthlessly eliminated any opposition to his rule, regardless of their bloodline. During his reign, 4 of his 6 brothers met their demise. Prince Ortez, the second prince, who had instigated a rebellion within the royal family due to his dissatisfaction with the empire, was killed by Callie, acting on Filippo's orders. However, rumors circulated that he was slain by barbarians. A man with blonde hair, carrying a bag in what appears to be armor, walks away from a door. Someone says to him, at first, you clearly said it was just for 1 year, you stubborn brat. Park Kante, reflecting on his past, admitted to himself that he sometimes missed the innocence of his life 2 years prior. He felt weary from the constant betrayals he had endured since then. He lamented the loss of a companion, expressing a wish that they could have remained together. The weight of his regret was palpable. A companion, seemingly concerned, urged Kante to quickly find a wife and get married. Kante firmly rejected the suggestion, stating that he wouldn't marry. He had a vision for the future emperor, one not based on lineage but on merit and intellect. He emphasized that his choice of an heir would not be influenced by social standing, whether noble or commoner. His companion, seemingly accepting his decision, wished him good luck. Kante, however, paused. He presented a badge, explaining that it signified the bearer as one of the emperor's representatives. The badge was a symbol of authority, typically carried only by envoys who had received the emperor's decree. Kante's companion questioned his identity, wondering if he was merely a martial arts instructor. The scene shifted to a room filled with various bottles and equipment, suggesting a laboratory or apothecary. Someone expressed their disbelief at the subject's ability to flawlessly execute Philip's missions. An older man with gray hair and glasses reflected on the events of the previous day. He considered the previous day's experience to be terrible and vowed never to repeat it. The man's internal monologue revealed his determination to avoid such an ordeal again. Due to the advanced medical technology and the risk of anesthesia causing brain damage, the man decided to undergo surgery without anesthesia. Someone expressed curiosity about the subject's abilities and true identity. The older man, however, believed it wasn't the right time to reveal this information. He mused that revealing the truth might excite the subject rather than scare him. 3 men in uniform asked their instructor, Callie, if he was leaving. Callie explained that his disciples were in a unit directly under Philippa's shadow guard, a unit with which he shared a strong bond, making their departure regrettable. The instructor gave a parting gift to Callie, urging him to take care of himself. Callie, however, pointed out that he doesn't use swords and questioned the expense of the gift. A man, dressed in fine clothes, held a sword aloft. It was a magnificent weapon, its hilt adorned with gold. He mused that its value was equivalent to 3 months' combined salary for the 3 of them. And added that, should he have a child, he would pass down this sword as a family heirloom. A young man with dark hair and regal attire smiled warmly. Take care, Callie, he said. An older man, with silver hair and glasses, responded with a gentle, take care. 3 soldiers in uniform stood at attention, bidding farewell. Please take care on your way back home, they chorused. The man with the sword looked towards a powerful figure in the distance, a general in full armor. He explained that he couldn't say goodbye because the general was currently conquering the West. Then, turning, he declared, I'll go now, bye. The story unfolds in Arzen, a city on the western frontier, renowned for its exquisite jewelry. A bustling city square filled with people going about their daily lives. The scene is set in Arzen. The city's reputation for its jewelry is noted by a passerby. A young man with blonde hair thoughtfully considers several gemstones. He intends to purchase one as a gift for Azalea. He approaches an elderly man and inquires about where to find the finest gemstones in Arzen. The old man replies that every shop in Arzen offers top-quality gemstones. However, the young man clarifies that he seeks a truly exceptional gemstone. The young man observes the old man's quick change of words with a subtle expression of skepticism. The young man approaches a grand building, guarded by two imposing figures. One of the guards stops him, forbidding entry. A gruff voice demanded at least 2,000 guilders from a young man with blonde hair, who was carrying a bag. The young man, looking apprehensive, clutched the bag of coins, while the other man pointed aggressively at him. He then asked if he could enter now. The guard, seemingly appeased by the sight of the coins, nervously urged him to enter. The young man entered the building, where he was greeted with a formal thank you for waiting. Inside, a large hall was filled with an audience awaiting a presentation. A man stood on a stage, ready to begin. The presenter held up a ruby, explaining that it was a gemstone Mr. Quilherson had worked on. The audience watched intently as the ruby was displayed. Bids for the ruby quickly escalated, reaching 5,000 and then 10,000 guilders. Several hands shot up into the air, eager bids in a lively auction. The auctioneer announced, 25,000. The last price is 25,000. Is there more? A hand rose, offering 30,000 guild. The bidder was a man with blonde hair, a determined expression on his face. The auctioneer confirmed, 30,000. It's 30,000. It's the highest price for today's auction. The blonde-haired man's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He muttered, "What the? That's nonsense. I'm not sure he even had that much." Another hand rose from the audience, a man in a fine suit. The blonde-haired man's eyes widened in shock. The auctioneer chuckled, "Ho ho, isn't it Count Borlmer? Isn't Borlmer the richest noble in this kingdom?" Another bid was announced, 33,000 guild. Park Kangtae, a young man with fiery blonde hair, unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which sent a shockwave rippling through the air. The impact striking his opponent, a portly man with a walrus mustache, who looked on in stunned disbelief. "Is that all?" the man asked, a hint of smugness in his voice. The man's question hung in the air as the announcer declared, "There is no more?" The crowd gasped as the announcer revealed the prize, 40,000 guild. Kangtae, a determined glint in his eyes, raised his hand, claiming the prize for himself. "It'll be mine." But then, a twist. The announcer continued, 45,000 guild. Kangtae's face fell as he realized the true extent of his opponent's deception. "What?" The portly man chuckled, "I'm sorry. I'll give it to my wife. Maybe you should look for a different gift at a different place for your lover." His words were met with laughter from the surrounding onlookers. Kangtae's face contorted in a mixture of anger and frustration. He clenched his jaw, his eyes burning with fury. The prize money was meant for Azalea. Damn it! It would have been a perfect gift for Azalea, he muttered to himself, his anger simmering as he stormed off, muttering about the piggy scumbag who had cheated him. A blonde-haired man, his pack bulging with what appears to be gemstones, hurried down a cobblestone street. He muttered to himself, his gaze darting around nervously. He was being followed. His pursuer, a figure shrouded in shadow, remained unseen, but his presence was palpable. The blonde man's apprehension grew. The blonde man, however, soon found himself confronted not by a lone thief, but by a group of well-dressed men. He reconsidered his initial assessment. One of the men, stepping forward, sharply called out to the blonde man. He demanded to know where the blonde man had acquired such a large sum of money. The blonde man, seemingly unfazed, produced a small pouch from his bag. The men immediately accused him of theft, intending to retrieve the money. A nearby observer, unseen, noted the situation and the lack of weapons among the accusers. He mused that the blonde man had a good excuse for his actions. The observer, however, questioned the behavior of the group, finding it unbecoming of nobles. An observer, unseen, reflects on the current state of the empire, noting the reasons behind Philip's desire for reform. Philip, a young man with blonde hair, stands defiantly, his fists clenched, ready for a confrontation. Several burly men charge towards Philip, their faces contorted in anger. He stands ready, a smirk playing on his lips. He prepares to meet their attack head-on. A flurry of blows erupts as Philip expertly deflects and counters each attack, sending his opponents sprawling with a series of perfectly timed strikes. He considers this a perfect demonstration of his skill. Philip unleashes a powerful blow, sending a shockwave through the air. One of the men lies defeated on the ground, groaning in pain. Philip, slightly winded, admits he is not used to fighting weaker opponents. Park Kang-tae, a man with a haunted look in his eyes and a blonde crew cut, his face bearing the marks of past battles, extended his hands in a gesture of weary understanding. He spoke, his voice heavy with unspoken regret, "So, I hope you understand." Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, lay dying, his body contorted in agony. His last moments were filled with regret for abandoning his boxing dream. A cruel voice echoed above him, branding him useless. Suddenly, a blinding light engulfed him. He found himself in a new world, confronting a man in fine clothes who arrogantly declared himself a baron. With a swift, brutal blow, Kang-tae silenced the baron's boasts. Kang-tae, unfazed, revealed his knowledge of the baron's true identity as a gangster in disguise. The baron, defeated and terrified, pleaded for mercy. Kang-tae's sharp observation skills, honed from his life in the underworld, allowed him to deduce the baron's origins. He pressed his advantage, questioning the man's connection to the kingdom. A woman with blonde hair exclaimed, "Great!" Two men faced each other. One, with blonde hair, grabbed the other's collar, demanding, "So, tell me everything you know about Count Borlmarl." The blonde-haired man listened intently as the other man explained, "Count Borlmarl is just a rich man. Unlike his father, who is the treasure of this kingdom, he has neither ambition nor ability. His family is a sample of the idiom, a rich man may perish for 3 generations. The narration continued, describing Count Borlmarl, "He likes to travel." The blonde-haired man interrupted, "I don't need that kind of information." "Don't you have any important information?" "I also know that he's rich." The other man, clearly frustrated, choked out, "Ayak." "That?" He added, "Ah. He likes pugilism like other nobles in the kingdom." The blonde-haired man's eyes narrowed in thought. The scene then shifted to a lodging in Arzen. A man, seemingly wealthy judging by his surroundings, looked around the room, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, I spent more than I thought." The man continued his internal monologue, a slight frown etching itself onto his features. He reflected, "I didn't intend to bet so recklessly, just to satisfy my pride. It's all because of that mercenary brat." He sighed, a wave of resignation washing over him. "Never mind, I already bought it though. It's pretty, but I don't know who I should give it to." The man, now holding a gleaming red gemstone, examined it closely. His expression was one of mild annoyance and indecision. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. Hey! Where are you going?" The man, startled, responded curtly, "I have a business with Count Borlmarl." Another man, appearing flustered, entered the scene. He exclaimed, "Why is it so noisy? What's going on?" The first man, still holding the gemstone, was confronted by a blonde man from the previous auction. The blonde man grinned, "Oh ho, you're the guy from the auction." The blonde man continued, his tone more serious now. "Ah, you still remember me? Can we talk for a second?" The first man, clearly agitated, waved his hands dismissively. "I'm not laid back." Count, a man with blonde hair and intense eyes, leaned in, a smirk playing on his lips. He casually asked his companion, "Do you like pugilism?" His companion, a man with dark hair and a prominent mustache, looked surprised. His expression was one of disbelief. The companion responded, his voice laced with surprise, "I thought you were a mercenary, but it turns out you're a pugilist." The scene shifted to a lavishly decorated room. Count and his companion sat at a table, teacups and a teapot between them. Count responded to an unshown question, "No, I didn't come here because of the auction. But it's true that I want that gemstone. Because I know a woman who will look good with that." His companion, skeptical, countered, "I see, but 4,000 guild is all you have, right?" Count confidently replied, "If I want to sell them, I would like to sell them at 5,000 guild, so what would you do?" Count's companion considered the offer. He then proposed a counteroffer, "I'll fight under your name, 1,000 guild per match, what do you think?" Count, extending a hand, made a bold proposition, "If I lose even just for once, I'll give you all the money and give up that gemstone." Count's eyes narrowed, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He mused, "It seems a bit reckless, but I won't make a deal without ground." Park Kang-tae, even after his death, found himself in a world where his unfulfilled boxing dream could be realized, albeit in the form of pugilism. He reflected on his confidence in his pugilism skills. A skill he was now putting to the test in a brutal, public match. The crowd roared with excitement as two powerfully built pugilists clashed in a flurry of blows. Kang-tae's strategy was simple, he knew how to satisfy the cravings of the wealthy aristocrats who attended these events. Aristocrats who, shielded by the empire, had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and ease, and now craved more decadent forms of entertainment. Their desire for increasingly decadent and stimulating amusements grew, a reflection of their privileged lives and the boredom that came with it. they were free to pursue anything they wanted. A fact that was not lost on Count Borlmarl, who was observing Kante with keen interest. Borlmarl, amused by the prospect, anticipated the entertainment to come. He found the situation promising. And, after a brief moment of contemplation, decided to inquire about Kante's identity. Kante, with a confident smirk, simply replied with his name, Kali. The introduction of Kali, a name that hinted at his past and his new path, set the stage for the next chapter of his story. 2 days later. The scene shifts to a bustling pugilism tournament, a collection of tents set against a backdrop of rolling hills under a bright sun. Several individuals, dressed in varying degrees of formality, are seen approaching a large tent. Inside the tent, 2 men converse. One, with blonde hair and a jovial expression, speaks eagerly to his companion. He expresses his anticipation for the upcoming match. The blonde man's companion, a larger man with a mustache, responds nonchalantly, downplaying the significance of the event as mere entertainment. The scene abruptly shifts to a muscular, scarred man, his expression grim. He is shown in a boxing arena, the silhouettes of spectators visible in the background. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. He is about to face a formidable opponent. A fact that is quickly confirmed. The larger man from the tent shrugs off the risk, stating that even defeat would allow him to return to his fiefdom. Meanwhile, the blonde man, now shown in the arena, reflects on his long absence from pugilism matches. He stands poised and ready, his eyes fixed on his opponent, a fierce determination etched on his face. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena, his past regrets fueling his present ambition. He assesses his opponent, not as tall as his previous foe, Kicho, but possessing long limbs and well-balanced musculature. A formidable figure whose scarred body speaks volumes of his experience in the brutal world of competitive fighting. The referee signals the start of the match, a stark contrast to the quiet contemplation of the previous moments. And the fight begins with a flurry of blows. Kante's opponent throws the first punch. Kante's speed is immediately apparent as he dodges and counters with surprising agility. His opponent is impressed by his speed. But it is Kante's intense gaze that truly unsettles him. A sense of unease washes over Kante's opponent, he feels like he is being watched. A feeling that intensifies as the fight progresses. He finds this unsettling. Kante lands a powerful blow, sending his opponent to his knees. But even in defeat, the opponent's eyes hold a certain intensity. Kante reflects on the fight, noting that his opponent is shorter than Richie. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena. His death, a consequence of his past life, left him with one profound regret, abandoning his boxing dream. He muttered to himself, so he needed to get closer to his opponent. His scarred leg, a testament to his past life, ached with the effort, but his determination burned brighter. Kante's opponent, a powerfully built man with dark skin, stood before him, ready for battle. The air crackled with anticipation. The first blow landed with a resounding impact. Kante's opponent, enraged, retaliated with a furious counterattack. Kante dodged the attack with surprising agility, countering with a swift uppercut that sent his opponent reeling. The blonde-haired boxer analyzed his opponent's fighting style. He initially thought his opponent would maintain distance due to his long reach, but he realized the man was known for his powerful punch and press. His opponent roared, preparing for another attack. Kante saw his opportunity. A decisive blow landed, ending the fight. Then, it will be easy, Kante thought, his breath ragged but his spirit triumphant. Park Kante, his blonde hair a stark contrast to his dark attire, launched a devastating blow. His fist, wrapped in worn bandages, blurred into motion. The force of the impact echoing in the sharp crack of the sound effect. His opponent, a powerfully built man with a scarred face, recoiled. A gasp escaping his lips as he staggered back, his eyes wide with shock. 2 onlookers, one with blonde hair and the other with a prominent mustache, watched in stunned silence. The scarred man, his breath ragged, registered the sudden proximity of his attacker. He muttered in disbelief, he closed the distance. Kante, however, remained unyielding. His resolve hardened, he declared, I won't let you do anything. The 2 men faced each other, their expressions grim. The tension crackled in the air as they prepared for the next exchange. Connecting with his opponent's jaw with bone-jarring force. The impact sent the scarred man sprawling. Kante followed up with a brutal uppercut. He groaned in pain, his body battered and bruised. Park Kante, his body battered and bruised, knelt on the dirt. His hand, wrapped in bloodied bandages, lay limply on the ground, a stark reminder of his failed life as a gang member. But death was not the end. He found himself reborn, not in heaven, but in a vibrant arena, the roar of the crowd echoing in his ears. Transformed into a powerful pugilist, his body honed and ready for battle. His fists, once used for violence, were now instruments of athletic prowess. A triumphant roar escaped his lips as he delivered a devastating blow, the crowd erupting in a frenzy of cheers. Spectators, their faces alight with excitement, watched in awe as Kante dominated the match. Their cheers filled the arena. One man, a distinguished gentleman in a fine coat, gasped in amazement, his eyes wide with wonder. His expression shifted from awe to something more calculating, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, as he observed Kante's performance with keen interest. Kante, sensing the man's gaze, met his eyes with a confident smirk. A jovial man, his face flushed with wine, commented on the reactions of those around him, remarking that they were shocked and amazed. He expressed his satisfaction with the situation, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he finished his drink. The man then revealed his intention to make the other man his personal pugilist, but noted that he was heading back to his hometown. The other man, a blonde-haired individual, explained that he had been working as a fistfight instructor in the Empire and was now returning home. He politely requested that the man keep the jewelry safe. The jovial man, overcome with sleep, let out a loud snore as he slumped back in his chair. The blonde-haired man observed the sleeping figure, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He silently assessed the man, concluding that he was a nice person, albeit a bit dim-witted. Count Valmar, a young man with blonde hair and a determined expression, stood poised, his gaze unwavering. He pondered the chief guard's summons, a question mark forming in his mind. Why had he been called? The chief guard reassured him, explaining that they would be meeting frequently, ensuring Valmar's comfort. Valmar, now smiling, seemed relieved by the explanation, a stark contrast to the chief guard's serious demeanor. Despite the reassurance, a bead of sweat trickled down Valmar's temple as he admitted to himself that the situation was awkward. The following day, Count Valmar departed Arzen to prepare for his upcoming fistfight match. Count Valmar's journey began, his carriage traversing the landscape. The caravan, escorted by several guards on horseback, moved steadily across the terrain. A group of soldiers, led by a stern-faced man with a scar across his cheek, decided to make camp for the day. One of the soldiers, a younger man with blonde hair, looked apprehensive, his expression clearly questioning their choice of location. Here, he seemed to think, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Another soldier suggested they move to a more open area. But the scarred leader, his eyes narrowed, seemed unconvinced, waving a dismissive hand. One of the soldiers pointed out that there would be some moonlight at night and that they still had time before sunset. But the leader curtly dismissed the concerns, telling them to mind their own business. The leader argued that it was all forest regardless, suggesting it would be better to leave the next day. The blonde soldier, looking worried, seemed to concede. As the soldiers began setting up camp, the blonde soldier finally relented, muttering, "All right, if you say so." Park Kante, his blonde hair tousled, sat slumped against a tree, nursing a wound. He was unusually irritable, his thoughts were a whirlwind of self-doubt. He wondered if he had somehow offended someone, causing this unexpected hostility. Deciding on a course of action, he resolved to simply sleep for now, hoping rest would clear his head. He drifted off to sleep, a single word echoing in his subconscious, "Careful." The warning, "Be careful," was repeated, louder this time, jolting him awake. He was startled by the sudden noise, his eyes snapping open to see a figure looming over him. "Why so noisy?" he grumbled, annoyance evident in his tone. The figure revealed himself to be Count Valmar, his expression grim. Kante's surprise was palpable, he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Valmar, however, seemed unfazed by Kante's outburst. He calmly stated that he held no ill will towards him. The blow landed squarely on Kante's chest. Park Kante, his past life's regrets fueling his present, found himself in a desperate struggle. A cloaked figure lunged at him, sword raised, but Kante reacted swiftly, parrying the blow with his own blade, the impact sending a shockwave through the air, and countering with a fierce strike of his own. The force of his attack sent the cloaked assailant reeling, leaving him vulnerable. Kante moved with lethal precision, his movements honed by years of suppressed potential. Kante's expression hardened as he surveyed the scene. He thought, what just happened? A new figure emerged from the shadows, a man in fine clothing, his face contorted in a grimace. He demanded, "Why are you trying to kill me?" The man, clearly a nobleman given his attire, clutched a sword, his fear palpable. The nobleman stammered, "Is it because of the jewel? I'll give you as many as you want." Kante scoffed, "Sheesh, stupid count." A knight, his face a mask of cruel amusement, addressed a cowering man. He sneered, "It's because your nephew is old enough to inherit his stupid uncle's fortune." The man's eyes widened in disbelief and terror, his mouth gaped open in a silent scream. He could only stammer, "You, just say." The knight's uncle, a portly man in fine clothes, clutched a jewel. His voice was a choked whisper of betrayal. "How can the kid that I raised like my own kid do that?" The knight, his eyes fixed on the jewel, declared, "I'll take that jewel first." The uncle's face was a mask of fear and despair. He thought, am I going to die in the hands of the people I trusted? Suddenly, a projectile struck the knight. He cried out in pain, "Ack!" The knight stumbled, his face bloodied. He was grabbed by the hair by a figure emerging from the shadows. The figure, a man with blonde hair, sneered, "I made the reservation for that first." Park Kang-tae, the former boxer turned gang member, now found himself in a precarious situation. He surveyed his surroundings, a grim expression settling on his face. Confronted by a formidable force, 10 heavily armed guards stood before him, their armor gleaming under the dim light. His internal monologue confirmed his apprehension. He focused on a metallic gleam on his arm, a hidden weapon he hadn't considered using before. A realization dawned on him, this was a situation that demanded drastic measures. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the necessity of employing his last resort. But a wave of self-doubt washed over him. He was never trained in swordsmanship, the thought of wielding a blade filled him with trepidation. He hesitated, his hand hovering over the sword's hilt. Despite his apprehension, he knew he had no other choice. A guard lunged at Kang-tae, roaring a battle cry. The pugilist's order was clear, eliminate the intruder. Kang-tae reacted instinctively, his body moving before his mind could fully process the situation. A blinding flash of light erupted from his hand. A powerful energy coursed through his arm, propelling the sword forward with unexpected force. The blade sliced through the air, connecting with his attacker with surprising precision and power. The unexpected display of skill left both Kang-tae and the guard momentarily stunned. Count Valmar, a man whose life had been dedicated to the pursuit of power, found himself facing an unexpected opening in his opponent's defenses. His eyes, narrowed in fierce concentration, gleamed with a predatory light. He seized the opportunity, his armored fist a blur of motion as he unleashed a devastating blow. The clash of steel echoed through the air as his attack connected with the opponent's sword. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the opponent's body, shattering their weapon and leaving them momentarily stunned. Valmar's metallic knuckles, reinforced with an unknown technology, had proven superior. Valmar, sensing his advantage, pressed his attack. He loomed over his fallen foe, his voice a low growl as he posed a stark question, "Do you want to live?" His opponent, a young man named Park Kang-tae, lay bleeding on the ground, his breath ragged. Despite his injuries, a flicker of defiance remained in his eyes. Valmar's question hung in the air, a challenge and a lifeline offered simultaneously. Kang-tae, despite his pain, mustered a defiant response, "Of course." Valmar's expression shifted subtly. A flicker of surprise crossed his features as he muttered to himself, "If it's that kid." He then issued a new command, his voice regaining its steely edge, "Then, break through there." Kang-tae, fueled by a desperate will to survive, focused his remaining strength, channeling it into a powerful surge of energy. He lunged forward, his sword a silver streak. The effort proved too much for Valmar, who recoiled in surprise as Kang-tae's attack landed. Valmar's face contorted in disbelief as he gasped, I can't do that." Park Kang-tae, even in death, carried the weight of his abandoned boxing dream. Now, reborn into a world of pugilistic games, he found himself in a brutal brawl, his fists a blur as he unleashed a flurry of blows against two heavily armored opponents. A grim determination etched on his face. From a distance, a blonde-haired man watched, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He muttered to himself, needing to eliminate these men if his own plans were to succeed. The blonde man, it turned out, was no mere observer. He charged into the fray, sword drawn, facing a larger group of armed opponents. He knew that handling the situation alone would be difficult. He roared a challenge, his voice cutting through the air, urging them to fight if they wished to survive. His face was a mask of grim resolve. The blonde man, Valmar, moved with surprising speed and agility, his sword a deadly extension of his will. His movements were precise and economical, each strike aimed to maximize impact. A testament to his skill and training. From a shadowed alcove, a voice urged him onward. Count Valmar, the man in the shadows, gritted his teeth, urging his champion to persevere. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. A lone blonde-haired swordsman stood his ground, outnumbered by a throng of armed opponents. He assessed the situation, a grim realization dawning on him, the sheer number of enemies made it nearly impossible to overcome them all. He urged them, his voice sharp and urgent, to move if they valued their lives. A desperate plea echoing in the tense silence. Sweat beaded on his brow, reflecting the strain of the imminent battle. Meanwhile, a portly man with a mustache watched from afar, his face a mask of fear and apprehension. The narration box described Count Borlmarl's life as remarkably smooth and obstacle-free. A life of comfort and ease, provided by the legacy of his ancestors. The scene shifted to show Count Borlmarl himself, a man of imposing stature and confident demeanor, standing on a grand, well-maintained pathway. A crude wooden mannequin stood, a single word scrawled on a piece of paper affixed to its head, "Dad." The narration box below stated a stark truth: he had never achieved anything through his own efforts. Callie's words pierced his heart, a man who had lived like that for so long. He reacted, his hand instinctively reaching for the sword at his side. A barely audible gasp escaping his lips. As he roared in pain, the impact of the attack sending tremors through his body. The man, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, was clearly struggling against the force of the attack. Another man, watching from the sidelines, shouted at his comrades to stop him. The second man moved swiftly, his sword aimed at the attacker. A fierce clash of steel followed, the impact sending sparks flying as the two swords met. The first man, momentarily stunned, stumbled back, his eyes wide with shock. Terror seized Count Boromir. His eyes widened, his mouth agape in a silent scream, as a wave of intense pain washed over him. His right arm, it was gone. A searing agony shot through his shoulder, leaving him gasping for breath. A desperate cry escaping his lips as he called out for help, "Count Boromir." A strangled, pained groan was all that followed. Callie's sword lay discarded on the ground, the battle's intensity still lingering in the air. The aftermath of the swift, decisive strike evident in the scattered particles of dust and the stillness that followed. Count Boromir, his face contorted in agony, could only manage a choked plea for help, "You ugh." A desperate whisper barely audible above the pounding of his own heart, Please save me." "Callie." Callie, his expression grim but determined, grasped the Count's arm, his strength evident in the way he held him. A grim realization dawning on him as he saw the approaching soldiers: if we're late, he'll bleed to death. Surrounded by enemies, Park Kangtae, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, urged his companion to escape. He knew they were outmatched. Meanwhile, two heavily armed soldiers prepared to fire upon them, their faces grim and determined. One barked orders to his comrade, ensuring they wouldn't miss their target. An arrow, propelled with immense force, shot towards Kangtae and his companion. The projectile streaking across the sky, a deadly missile aimed at their hearts. Kangtae reacted instantly, shielding his companion from the incoming attack as the arrow pierced through the air. The arrow narrowly missing its mark, but the impact sent tremors through Kangtae's body. Pain shot through his eyes. Another volley of arrows followed, raining down upon them. Kangtae, despite his injury, managed to deflect some of the projectiles with a swift movement, his blonde hair whipping around his face. With a desperate lunge, Kangtae grabbed one of the arrows and with a powerful throw, hurled it back at his attackers, the arrow whistling through the air. Two figures, one with a bow, stared in disbelief as a blond man, sweat beading on his brow, collapsed to the ground. His eyes were wide with shock, reflecting the intensity of the moment. The blond man's labored breathing and strained expression spoke volumes of his exertion. He was clearly overwhelmed. One of the men, his face etched with urgency, barked orders at his companion. He urged them to pursue the fleeing figures without delay. They immediately sprang into action, their movements sharp and determined as they gave chase. In the ensuing chase, a figure was tackled to the ground, the impact sending a shockwave through the earth, leaving a trail of dust and debris in its wake. 3 days later, the blond man and another, cloaked figure found themselves in a desolate desert landscape. The caption "Western Desert" appeared below. The blond man, his face creased with frustration, expressed his disbelief at the sudden change in the terrain. He couldn't believe the surrounding area had transformed overnight. His companion explained that they had chosen the desert route to avoid pursuit, intending to enter the kingdom through this less traveled path. A map revealed their current location and their intended destination, the kingdom, with the city of Arzen marked as the place they were fleeing. A sense of unease washed over Callie. Something felt profoundly wrong. As he stood beside Lord Boromir, a seasoned desert tribesman, his face etched with worry. Boromir, irritated, offered Callie a jeweled amulet. "You can have the jewelry now. If you keep whining, I'll leave you, seriously." Callie's frustration simmered. He clenched his jaw, his eyes blazing with suppressed anger. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he struggled to maintain his composure. A sudden, sharp sound pierced the air. 4 horsemen, desert raiders, appeared on the horizon, their swords glinting menacingly in the sun, galloping towards them at full speed. Boromir's voice, sharp with alarm, cut through the rising tension. "Desert tribesmen. They are coming towards us. Lord Boromir, let's go to the other side." He urged Callie to move, his words laced with panic. "Callie! Behind!" The desert raiders charged, their swords flashing, intent on violence. Park Kangtae, his face etched with a mixture of apprehension and determination, found himself and his companion, a burly man with a weathered face, surrounded by a group of desert nomads. The nomads, clad in simple white robes and mounted on sturdy horses, formed a semicircle around them, their gazes sharp and unwavering. Their expressions were inscrutable, a silent tension hanging heavy in the air. Kangtae's companion, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion, whispered something unintelligible. Later, they were led into a tent, where a lavish spread of roasted meats and vegetables awaited them. Kante, his hands bound, eyed the feast with suspicion. A nomad, his face friendly but his eyes sharp, gestured towards the food. "You want us to eat?" he asked, his tone laced with a subtle undercurrent of something else. Kante's companion, his mind racing, voiced his suspicion. "So, you'll eat us later, so that now you're trying to fatten us?" The desert tribe are rumored to be cannibals. His voice was barely a whisper, but the fear was palpable. Ignoring the unsettling thought, Kante began to eat, his hunger overriding his apprehension. His companion, however, remained hesitant. Suddenly, Kante stopped, a piece of meat halfway to his mouth. "Ha? What is that?" he muttered, his eyes fixed on something in the distance. A large, imposing wooden statue stood outside the tent. "It looks like a wooden sculpture," Kante's companion observed, his voice still laced with unease. "Khan," the nomad exclaimed, pointing towards the statue. "Is that Khan?" Kante's companion whispered, his eyes widening in disbelief. The nomad explained that he didn't know what Khan was, but that his people worship something called Khan. As he spoke, two more massive wooden figures emerged from behind the tent, their presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. A narrator's voice solemnly described the scene. That strange phenomenon had spread throughout the village. A few days prior, a young man with blonde hair grimaced, his stomach churning at the thought of eating again. He stared at a roasted chicken, his expression a mixture of hunger and apprehension. His internal monologue revealed his fear that eating would cause his stomach to explode. He lamented his situation to a man bringing him food, expressing his weariness with his current life. The man looked on with concern, while another man in the background displayed a similar expression of worry. Another man, his arm bandaged, offered a stoic response: "Let's endure it. There are many who have lived without both arms." The blonde-haired man's companion added, "Not everyone is as strong as you." The blonde-haired man countered, "But I wasn't born strong, and no one becomes strong as soon as they are born. Did you know that even the emperor of the empire almost died in his mother's womb?" He continued, "Whether emperor or slave, everyone is born with clenched fists." Two imposing figures, wielding baseball bats, stood silhouetted against a dark, ominous backdrop. Their presence exuded menace. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in what appeared to be a simple tunic, watched them with wide, frightened eyes. His mouth formed a silent gasp of disbelief. One of the figures swung his bat, striking the young man with brutal force, sending him sprawling to the ground. The young man, clutching his side, gasped, a dawning horror in his eyes as he realized the truth. Another blow landed, the impact sending a shockwave through the young man's body. He cried out in pain, his face contorted in agony. A desperate plea escaped his lips as he saw another figure approaching, a man with a mustache, his face etched with fear. He called out a name: Callie. The young man fell to the ground, unconscious. The impact of the blows had taken their toll. The two figures dragged the unconscious young man away, leaving a trail of dust and destruction in their wake. They marched across a desolate landscape, the blond young man carried between them, towards a dark, imposing structure in the distance. The man with the mustache, still conscious, looked around in confusion and fear, wondering where they were being taken. He heard a name repeated: Dekan. Four cloaked figures knelt before a dark cave entrance, their arms raised in supplication. A desperate plea escaped their lips: "Your own." Meanwhile, two men, bound and helpless, were left at the water's edge. One of them, a man with a mustache, strained against his bonds, his face contorted in silent anguish. A desperate shout escaping him as he saw the cloaked figures approaching: "Hey! What are you guys doing?" Terror seized him as he realized the gravity of the situation. A guttural sound echoed from the cave, a chilling noise that sent shivers down the bound man's spine. A strangled gasp escaped his lips: "Haik?" His companion, a blonde-haired man, stirred, his friend's desperate pleas jolting him awake. Callie! Wake up!" The blonde man, Callie, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze drifting towards the cave. He heard a strange sound emanating from within. A sound that filled him with a sense of foreboding. The bound man, eyes wide with fear, muttered to himself, "Now." A grim determination hardening his features. "It's only up to me." Beads of sweat glistened on his brow as Park Kante's eyes darted nervously. His thick mustache seemed to quiver with the intensity of his apprehension. A stark reminder of the life he'd left behind and the dream he'd abandoned. The weight of his past pressed heavily upon him. Park Kante, or Callie as he is now known, awoke with a gasp, disoriented and confused. His head throbbed, and he struggled to recall where he was. A gruff voice cut through the haze of his confusion, announcing his awakening. Another man, Count Borelmer, also bound and disoriented, questioned what had happened. He explained that while Callie was unconscious, they had been captured and tied up, and that there were monsters living in a nearby cave. Callie, startled by the revelation, demanded clarification about these monsters. as a pair of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness behind them, confirming the presence of a creature lurking nearby. A cold sweat beaded on Callie's brow as he realized the gravity of their situation. Boilmer concluded that they were likely sacrifices for Dekhan, a figure the desert tribes had spoken of. The sun began to rise over a desolate landscape. A blond man, Count Boilmarl, and a shadowy figure stood amidst the ruins, the Count observing the scene with a thoughtful expression. He mused that perhaps their meal would have to wait, as the food was too cold. He explained that they should wait for the sun to warm them first. A sudden exclamation escaping him as he recognized something. The shadowy figure, his face partially obscured, groaned in pain, his mouth bleeding. His expression was one of intense discomfort. Count Boilmarl, turning away from the suffering figure, reflected that he felt a sense of accomplishment for the first time in his life. With a sudden burst of energy, the Count began to struggle against his bonds. But the shadowy figure warned him that untying his ropes now would immediately alert their captors. The shadowy figure urged the Count to flee, emphasizing that he didn't deserve to die in such a place. The Count, despite his gratitude, was still bound. He thanked Count Boilmarl for his help. Park Kante, or Callie as he is now known, found himself in a dark, unfamiliar place. Dust motes danced in the dim light as he braced himself. A monstrous hand descended from above, its massive fingers looming over him, revealing a hulking gorilla-like creature, its eyes burning with primal rage. Fear clenched Callie's heart. A voice, filled with urgency, cut through the silence. Someone yelled for Callie to run. But before Callie could react, a burly man with a mustache appeared, scoffing at the notion of running. "What nonsense is that?" he exclaimed. The man quickly bound Callie's hands with rope, his expression one of disbelief and anger. He struggled against the bonds, but dismissed the threat as insignificant. "It's just a monkey," he scoffed. A sudden flurry of movement. The scene shifts to a close-up of Callie's face, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. A bound man, his face contorted in fear, urged another to flee. "Run," he shouted, "the difference in power is too great." The fleeing man, blond and muscular, grimaced, sweat beading on his brow. He thought, comparing the approaching threat to his own strength, "I think the difference will be like me and an ogre." The blond man, however, quickly dismissed his apprehension. "All right, it's just a monkey. Except it's bigger and has long fangs." The creature before him was a hulking, primate-like beast with menacing fangs and glowing red eyes. The beast lunged, its roar echoing through the desolate landscape. But the blond man met its attack head-on. "Come here, you monkey bitch." He unleashed a powerful blow, sending the beast reeling back. The impact of the blow sent a shockwave through the air, momentarily stunning the creature. The blond man, however, found himself thrown back by the force of his own attack. Realizing with a grimace that the creature's reach was far greater than he anticipated. "Its range is longer than I thought." Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a pugilist arena, facing a hulking, ape-like creature. He unleashes a swift, powerful blow. The force of the impact sending the creature reeling backward, its eyes wide with surprise. Kante, seizing the opportunity, launches himself forward, delivering a devastating uppercut that connects with the creature's jaw. The impact sending a shockwave through the arena. The creature roars in pain and fury, its eyes blazing with rage. Kante, however, is unimpressed. He thinks to himself, "I put all my weight on this hit, and this monkey barely got a nosebleed?" Undeterred, Kante prepares for another attack, his expression grim. Park Kante, his body racked with pain, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal attack. A shadowy figure emerged from a cave, its movements swift and deadly, striking with precision. The impact sending him sprawling to the ground, the force of the blow leaving him breathless and disoriented. He landed amidst a pile of bones, the chilling sight a grim reminder of his surroundings. His eyes widened in pain and disbelief as he struggled to catch his breath. A cold sweat beading on his brow as he registered the bone piercing his side. He realized his dire situation. "I really don't have any chance to win this over, and now the bone is piercing my body." Kante knew his options were limited. "If I just take it out, I'll die from bleeding first." Despite the pain and his critical condition, a surge of defiance coursed through him. He glared at the approaching figure, his voice filled with bitter determination. "Let's attack one more time. Come here, you monkey, bitch." With a surge of adrenaline, he moved, despite the pain. Advancing towards his attacker, his resolve unwavering despite the bone still embedded in his flesh. Observing his opponent's reaction. "Now this monkey is not attacking me because I'm holding this bone as a weapon. It's quite intelligent." Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a desperate fight for survival. His opponent, a hulking beast-like creature, loomed before him. He knew that prolonging the battle would only put him at a greater disadvantage. And the creature unleashed a powerful blow, its immense strength evident in the sheer force of the attack. Kante, however, was ready. He reacted swiftly, his movements honed from years of boxing training, even if he had abandoned the sport. Dodging the blow with practiced ease and countering with a fierce strike of his own. His weapon, a bone-like blade, whistled through the air. A blur of motion as he aimed for a vital point. The impact was brutal, sending a shockwave through the creature's body. Kante, however, felt a surge of pain. This time, the creature's attack had found its mark. But he refused to yield. With a roar, the creature lunged again. A brutal exchange leaving both combatants battered and bruised. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a brutal pugilist arena. His past life of violence and regret is far behind him, replaced by the raw intensity of the fight before him. A hulking gorilla-like opponent lunges forward, aiming a devastating blow at Kante's head. The impact sends Kante reeling, a pained cry escaping his lips as he stumbles back, blood trickling from a fresh wound. Despite the brutal attack, a flicker of defiance ignites within Kante. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his features. He clenches his fist, readying himself for a counterattack. The air crackles with anticipation as he prepares to unleash his fury. Kante's counterblow connects, sending his opponent staggering back. A nearby spectator gasps, whispering the name Kali. The scene shifts to reveal another man watching the fight unfold, his face etched with a mixture of shock and awe. He marvels at Kante's resilience, questioning how he seems to grow stronger with each passing blow. Park Kante, a man haunted by his abandoned boxing dream, now found himself in a brutal pugilist match against a hulking, gorilla-like opponent. The beast landed a powerful blow, sending Kante sprawling. But Kante, fueled by his lingering regret, refused to yield. He absorbed the blow, his body screaming in protest. And retaliated with a fierce counterattack. His fist connected with the creature's jaw, sending a shockwave through the arena. The force of the blow sending the gorilla-like opponent reeling backward. Kante followed up with a relentless barrage of punches, each strike more powerful than the last. But the beast proved surprisingly resilient, its blows continuing to land with brutal force. Kante stumbled, his vision blurring. He found himself on the ground, his opponent looming over him. The beast grabbed a thick rope and prepared to finish him off. Kante, however, managed to grab the rope first, using it to his advantage. He realized his opponent's blind spot was directly in front of him. Damn it, in front, he thought, a grim determination hardening his gaze. Park Kante, a man haunted by his abandoned boxing dream, now a hardened gang member, found himself in a brutal confrontation. His opponent, a hulking figure shrouded in shadow, lunged forward, landing a swift, powerful blow that sent a shockwave of crimson energy rippling through the air. The impact connecting with Kante's jaw with bone-jarring force. Blood erupted from his mouth as he staggered back. Despite the brutal blow, a flicker of defiance ignited in Kante's eyes. He was far from defeated. Bound by thick ropes, Kante found himself facing a new opponent, a massive, enraged gorilla-like creature. Its eyes burned with primal fury. It swung a heavy chain, aiming to crush him, countering with a lightning-fast kick that sent the beast reeling. Kante, using his ropes as leverage, launched himself forward. His movements precise and deadly. Despite his injuries, Kante's fighting spirit burned brighter than ever. The ropes, once a constraint, became tools in his brutal dance of survival. A monstrous gorilla-like creature, bound by thick ropes, glared with bloodshot eyes. Its bared teeth were stained crimson, and a trickle of blood ran down its snout. Park Kante, blonde hair windswept, launched a powerful attack against the beast. He swung a heavy object, aiming for the creature's head. A nearby man watched in horror, his eyes wide with fear. The impact sent a shockwave through the air. As creature roared in pain as Kante's attack connected, sending splinters of wood flying. The gorilla retaliated with brutal force, its massive fist connecting with Kante's body, sending him reeling back, injured but defiant. Kante, battered but unbowed, countered with a desperate blow, aiming for the creature's neck. The force of the impact was enough to break the ropes binding the beast. Kante, bruised and bleeding, stared defiantly at his opponent, his own injuries a testament to the ferocity of the fight. A deep gash was visible on his arm. Park Kante, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, sweat dripping from his brow, strained against his opponent. He roared in pain and fury, his body trembling with the effort. As his opponent's brutal attack continued. With a surge of adrenaline, Kante countered, his fist connecting with a powerful blow, sending his opponent reeling back. Kante unleashed a devastating uppercut, a crimson burst of energy erupting from the impact. The force of the blow sending his opponent flying. The hulking beast crashed to the ground, its body shuddering from the blow, its lifeblood staining the earth. Kante, breathing heavily, stood over his fallen foe, his victory hard-won but undeniable. He had proven himself once more. Park Kangtae, or Kali as he is now known, lay bound and unconscious beneath the scorching desert sun. His ragged breathing was barely audible. A young man with blonde hair, his face etched with concern, peered down at him from the mouth of a cave. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice filled with worry. Kali, still dazed, mumbled, "Do I look fine?" The young man, showing surprising strength, began to untie the thick ropes binding Kali. Once free, Kali looked up at his rescuer, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I can't believe you came back after beating that monster," exclaimed the older man, his face a mixture of awe and relief. The young man, whose name is revealed to be Jinho, urged Kali to wake up. Kali slowly came to, his body aching, his mind still foggy from the battle. He knelt, gasping for breath, the weight of his recent ordeal heavy upon him. Jinho, despite his own exhaustion, carefully helped Kali to his feet. As they began to leave, Jinho's face contorted in pain, his body visibly strained from the effort of carrying the still weak Kali. They paused, noticing a large army approaching in the distance. Jinho wondered aloud if they were assassins or a desert tribe, the sheer number of them alarming. The sight of a large army's banner left both men speechless, the implications of this sudden appearance heavy in the air. Jensen Boralmarl, Lord of Boralmarl County, desperately tried to escape, muttering to himself that he needed to get away quickly. He was being pursued by a contingent of soldiers from the Empire's Western Conquest Army. They demanded he identify himself. Boralmarl, visibly shaken, revealed his identity. The soldiers reacted with surprise and confusion, one of them questioning his appearance. Another soldier noticed that Boralmarl was missing an arm. A third soldier chided his comrade for laughing at the Lord's misfortune. The soldiers addressed Boralmarl formally as Count Jensen Boralmarl as they escorted him towards a waiting horse. As Boralmarl was being mounted, one of the soldiers spoke to Iskandar, the leader of the Western Conquest Army, mentioning rumors of a beast worshipped by barbarians in the area. He asked if Iskandar had seen it. Iskandar, the army leader, revealed himself, his name echoing in the air. Iskandar's arrival caused a stir. Boralmarl, still being escorted, seemed surprised and muttered to himself. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared at Kali, seemingly injured and carried by Boralmarl. Iskandar noticed him. Iskandar was taken aback by Kali's presence, questioning his unexpected appearance. News of a recent battle reached a military encampment. A voice, filled with frustrated disbelief, exclaimed about Kali, a young boxer, having defeated the god of the barbarians first. It should have been him, a powerful warrior, who achieved this feat. The scene shifts to inside a tent, where a muscular man, his face contorted in anger, is speaking to a subordinate. The subordinate nervously asks if his lord knows Kali. The warrior stands over a wounded man, his rage palpable. Two other men, one in a robe and another in a waiter's uniform, look on anxiously. Kali, his face a mask of grim determination, grits his teeth. A single word escapes him, "Damn it." He explodes into a flurry of motion, unleashing a powerful blow, landing a devastating strike on his opponent. The onlookers watch in stunned silence. Despite the severity of the injury, the army physician confidently declares that the wounded man will not die, attributing his resilience to Kali's own monstrous strength. The wounded man, eyes blazing with intensity, calls out to Kali. Kali's face is shown, contorted in a silent scream of exertion. A muscular, dark-haired man in golden armor unleashed a powerful blow against a blonde, bandaged man, sending him sprawling. The blonde man cried out in pain. The dark-haired man roared, his voice filled with fury, "This son of a bitch! I treat you with all my heart." The blonde man, winded and struggling to catch his breath, weakly protested, I just treat him." Two onlookers watched in shock as the dark-haired man stood over the blonde man, his expression grim. The dark-haired man turned his gaze to someone approaching, questioning, "Why are you here?" The blonde man, still on the ground, muttered to himself, "So I didn't see it wrong." He then explained to the approaching man, "I said I'm going to conquer the western desert. And I never heard you're leaving the empire without saying goodbye to me." The approaching man, clearly angered, retorted, "What would I say goodbye to such a muscle-brained person like you?" A third man, witnessing the scene, exclaimed in horror, "This son of a bitch! How can he behave like that towards the Grand Duke?" Count Boralmarl, recovering in his bed, listened to his visitor's proposal. Bandages covered his wounds, a testament to a recent struggle. He was told that they would begin again as soon as his wounds healed. But the Count hesitated, his expression clouding with apprehension. He confessed his fear of returning, revealing that his own nephew had attempted to kill him. Despite his fear, a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. He expressed his desire to hear what his nephew had to say, directly. The Count's resolve hardened. He voiced his strong desire to confront his nephew face to face. Count Boralmarl, his face grim, agreed to see his ungrateful nephew. He would confront the young man who had attempted to take his life. Under the cloak of night, Bagan Borelmarl, the Count's nephew, scaled the walls of Borelmarl Castle. His movements were swift and silent, betraying a practiced skill. Bagan entered his uncle's chambers, finding the Count asleep. He addressed the sleeping man as Borelmarl Jr. The Count awoke with a gasp, startled by his nephew's presence. Confusion and alarm were etched on his face. As Bagan stood over him, arms crossed, his expression cold and unforgiving. He called his uncle an ungrateful brat. A voice, cold and accusatory, cuts through the darkness. It's a comment on the man's surprisingly peaceful slumber, considering his recent attempt on his uncle's life. The man's eyes snap open, wide with terror as he is suddenly grabbed by the throat. His face contorts in a silent scream. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he struggles for breath. His captor casually mentions the time it took to find him. A chilling question hangs in the air: should they finish this quickly? The man's captor, a figure with blonde hair and a malevolent glint in his eye, tightens his grip. Tears stream down the victim's face as he is choked, his silent pleas lost in the suffocating darkness. Park Kangtae, also known as Borelmarl Jr., lay sprawled on a bed, his mouth slightly agape, a trail of saliva glistening on his chin. He was clearly asleep, his breathing heavy and uneven. He awoke with a gasp, his eyes wide with alarm as he struggled to sit up. A man with blonde hair and a stern expression stood over him, arms crossed. The blonde man, his uncle, addressed him with a chilling accusation: he was sleeping soundly after attempting his uncle's murder. Kangtae's eyes widened in terror as his uncle's hand reached for him. A grip tightening around his throat, cutting off his panicked breaths. His face contorted in silent agony. The uncle's cold gaze intensified as he leaned closer, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He proposed a swift end to Kangtae's life. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from below, shattering the floor beneath Kangtae and his uncle. Kangtae looked up in shock. His uncle, momentarily stunned, was alerted to the presence of several guards surrounding them. He urged Kangtae to look around, highlighting their dire situation. Park Kangtae, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a desperate situation. A knife pressed against his throat, he pleaded with his captor, "It's not too late to let me go." His captor, a blonde man with a cruel smirk, retorted, "Do you need money? Tell me how much you want." The blonde man's expression shifted. A sudden surge of anger contorting his features. His eyes narrowed, radiating fury. He tightened his grip on Kangtae, his rage escalating as two guards appeared behind him, spears at the ready. Kangtae, sensing imminent danger, desperately pleaded, "No. Don't open." His captor, however, remained unmoved, coldly asking, "Borelmarl Jr., left arm or right arm?" Terror consumed Kangtae as he realized the horrifying implications. A sharp crack echoed through the room as his arm was broken. A scream of "Aack" tore from his lips. The blonde man pressed his advantage, threatening, "If you don't open the door, I'll break his other arm." With a groan of rusty metal, the heavy door creaked open, revealing a dark, ominous interior. Park Kangtae, his face contorted in agony, gasped for air, sweat beading on his brow. His body trembled with the exertion of his struggle. A figure emerged from the shadows, a portly man with a walrus mustache and a stern expression. He was Count Borelmarl, and he looked down at Kangtae with a mixture of concern and authority. "Uncle." Kangtae managed to wheeze. Count Borelmarl stood defiantly before a group of armed guards, his voice ringing out. "Put down your weapons. Anyone who lays a hand on my friend will be executed." One of the guards, his face etched with disbelief, whispered to his comrade, "Is he really Count Borelmarl? Who would have thought Count Borelmarl could say something like that?" The guards, still hesitant, exchanged nervous glances. Another guard muttered, "I always thought he was just a timid person." Suddenly, a young man with dark hair stepped forward, interrupting the tense silence. "Don't listen to him. I'm the Count now," he shouted. Borelmarl roared back, "Shut up, Bagan." Bagan's defiance enraged Borelmarl. "How dare you try to assassinate me? And you're pretending to be Count now?" Bagan, undeterred, declared to the assembled guards, "I announce it before everyone here." He then drew his sword, preparing for battle. The blade flashed, striking the ground with a resounding clang. Borelmarl, seeing his chance, stepped forward. "I, Jensen Borelmarl, will duel with Bagan Borelmarl." Borelmarl continued, "And the winner of this duel will become the Count of Borelmarl." Kangtae, watching the unfolding events, felt a surge of anxiety. "If that happens while my arm is like this..." A young man, his face partially obscured, cried out to an unseen figure, "Uncle! This... Now my right arm is..." He clutched his right side, his face contorted in pain. An older man with a large mustache, observing the scene, exclaimed, "He doesn't have a right arm?" The young man, his body trembling, responded, "I also don't have a right arm. Isn't it fair now?" His face was etched with a mixture of pain and grim determination. A large sword lay beside him, reflecting the intensity of the moment. A sinister smile crept across his lips. The older man, his eyes narrowed in anger, stated, "So you really wanted to kill me, nephew?" The older man's expression hardened, his body radiating a palpable aura of power. He drew his own sword, preparing for battle. The young man, surprised by his uncle's sudden shift in demeanor, could only stammer, "Wh what?" Park Kang-tae, his face etched with desperation, whispered a single word, "Uncle." His voice trembled as he confessed, "Is not afraid to die anymore?" A sword flashed, a blur of steel slicing through the air. The impact echoed as a man, tears streaming down his face, cried out, I was wrong. Please spare me." The guards arrived swiftly, their commander barking orders, "Guard, drag this sinner to prison." They dragged the defeated man away. Another box added, Count Borlmer regained his original position and executed the traitors. A few days later, a new scene unfolded. A man on horseback grumbled, "Damn it, it's an embarrassing nickname." Park Kang-tae, the former boxer turned gang member, now found himself in a world where boxing was a pugilist game. He reflected on a recent event, muttering to himself that he'd almost forgotten something. A small, hastily made trinket he'd prepared. A stout man with a handlebar mustache, likely a wealthy patron of the pugilist games, presented the trinket, hoping Kang-tae liked it. Kang-tae, however, cautioned the man not to regret his payment later, implying the payment was for a match that had already taken place. He reassured the man that he'd already been paid enough. Kang-tae held the trinket, a symbol of his past life and a reminder of his new path. With that settled, Kang-tae mounted his horse and rode away, leaving the man behind. A final farewell, "Goodbye, Callie," echoed in the air as he departed. The scene shifted to the Aegis mansion, a place of mystery and intrigue. Inside, a woman with vibrant red hair watched from a window, her expression unreadable. Autumn leaves fell outside, mirroring a sense of change and perhaps melancholy. She seemed to be expecting someone, her gaze fixed on something beyond the window. The scene focused on her hand, resting on the windowpane, as if waiting. A woman, presumably the same one, decided to allow the visitor entry. She then invited him in, addressing him formally as Lord Jethro. An unseen individual addressed Baron Agest, commenting on the passage of time and complimenting his enduring beauty. The next panel introduced Jethro, the merchant group leader of Jethro Merchant. Inside his mansion, Baron Agest and a woman with vibrant red hair sat across a small table, teacups between them. The conversation continued, with Baron Agest expressing concern over the difficult times for farmers and the negative public sentiment. And the woman, addressing Jethro, described his humble origins and remarkable rise to power as a merchant. She then noted his reputation for causing the misfortune of others, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. The woman, still suspicious, demanded to know Jethro's reason for his visit. Jethro revealed his intention to collect a debt of 30,000 guild, a loan from last winter. He explained that he had planned to wait until autumn, but his current financial situation necessitated an earlier collection. The woman, hearing the sum of 30,000 guild, showed a look of contemplation. A shrewd-looking man, his face partially obscured by shadow, grinned. He informed his client that with interest, the initial sum had grown to 35,000 guild, though he'd actually been owed 40,000 but offered a discount. A young woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes scoffed internally. She questioned the absurdity of 5,000 guild and interest accumulating over only half a year. 2 years prior, upon Azalea's return from a merchant trip, her father, Gadolf, lay sick and bedridden, his condition worsened by his drinking and poor financial management. He had passed away, leaving behind a substantial debt. Despite the money earned from her merchant trip and other sources, Azalea found the debt remained stubbornly high. She was further burdened by outstanding loans from various merchants and families. Azalea pleaded with Lord Jethro for an extension, explaining her inability to repay the debt immediately, requesting a delay until autumn. Jethro, a burly man with a jovial expression, proposed an alternative: she could sell him the pugilists from her training center. Azalea's face hardened. Even selling all her pugilists wouldn't cover the debt, and selling them would mean losing her only source of income, leaving her family destitute. Jethro's final statement highlighted her dire situation: she lacked funds and was unwilling to part with her pugilists, leaving her with few options. A gruff-looking man, his face contorted in anger, demanded an explanation. His eyes burned with intensity as he barked, "What exactly are you trying to do?" He continued, his tone laced with a hint of exasperation, suggesting a course of action. "For the sake of your people, shouldn't you give your all and solve those problems?" The camera focused on a close-up of the man's furious expression, then shifted to a woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes, her gaze unwavering and defiant. Inside a lavish room, the red-haired woman sat across from a man in a worn coat. She sharply instructed, "I am having an important conversation, don't let anyone in." A man in simple attire quietly entered the room. He explained, I was going to wait outside at first, but when I heard what happened outside, I couldn't do that, Mississippi. The woman, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern, looked up at him. The red-haired woman, still seated, stated firmly, I'm talking to your master about something important right now. Park Kante, a former boxer turned gang member, now finds himself in a world where pugilism is a spectator sport. He sits across from a woman with fiery red hair, her expression unreadable, as someone comments on his appearance, noting that he looks like a promising pugilist. The red-haired woman, Callie, is questioned about the debt of the man seated beside her. A blonde man, seemingly impatient, demands to know the amount. Callie reveals that the debt is 35,000 guild. The man with the debt looks on with a smug expression, seemingly unfazed by the large sum. The blonde man produces a bag of coins. He is about to pay the debt. With a swift movement, he throws a handful of coins at the man, revealing a significantly smaller amount than expected. Only 4,000 guild are thrown, leaving the indebted man stunned and the blonde man standing triumphantly. The blonde man, seemingly unconcerned, suggests that the remaining 5,000 guild can be used for the man's treatment. A gruff-looking man, his face contorted in a grimace, was violently thrown backward. A heavy sack, seemingly full of coins, burst open, scattering gold guild across the floor. The coins glittering as they tumbled. A young man with blonde hair watched in astonishment, his eyes wide as he exclaimed that it was 40,000 guild. The blonde young man stood over the fallen man, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. The older man groaned in pain, his body still strewn across the floor. The blonde young man, still smirking, informed the injured man that he could use 5,000 guild of the winnings for medical treatment. The older man, lying upside down, questioned the amount of 40,000 guild. A large pot, overflowing with gold coins, sat before Park Kante. The coins shimmered under the light, their collective value a staggering 40,000 guild. Several hands reached into the pot, swiftly grabbing handfuls of the glittering coins. A sudden movement startled Kante, as a blur of motion indicated someone approaching him from behind. A woman with fiery red hair and a man with blonde hair stood beside him, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern. Kante, clutching a heavy bag of coins, grinned widely. Of course, I'll use it wisely, he declared, his eyes gleaming with avarice. The blonde man's jaw dropped. What kind of mindset is that, he muttered, incredulous. The red-haired woman, seemingly exasperated, spoke. Then the money problem is solved, right? Kante bowed deeply, his earlier greed momentarily forgotten. Of course, Baroness. I'm sorry for my rudeness earlier. He handed a piece of paper to the Baroness. This is your receipt. The Baroness took the receipt and examined it carefully. She then looked up at Kante, a thoughtful expression on her face. Your name is Callie? Why do I feel like I've heard that name many times? A blonde-haired man, his features sharp and confident, sat in a richly appointed room. He spoke, his words carrying an air of assuredness, it's the name of the person who will be the champion of the next tournament, so remember that. He pointed a finger, emphasizing his statement. As a gruff-looking man with dark hair and a military-style cap appeared in the doorway. He scoffed, "Humph. Yeah, I believe you can be a champion looking at your confidence." The blonde man sat at a table, a steaming cup of tea before him. He calmly stated, I'll make sure to pay back your 40,000 guild. He took a sip of his tea, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. As a woman with vibrant red hair entered the room, she addressed the blonde man, honestly. I thought you wouldn't be coming back again here, Callie. Callie responded, I'm a bit late. But have I ever broken a promise? The red-haired woman smiled, of course, never. A close-up on Callie's eye revealed a flicker of something intense, perhaps a hidden determination. The scene opens with a conversation between two individuals. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a simple tunic, sits across from a woman with vibrant red hair, elegantly attired. He informs her that she has recently become a baroness. He then reveals that shortly after returning from a merchant trip, his father passed away. Instead of sadness, however, he felt bewildered by the reality that confronted him, a mountain of debt left behind by his deceased father. He was preoccupied with paying off this inheritance. The woman inquires about his activities over the past 2 years. He explains that he has been working for someone named Filippos. She then asks if his return is due to a prior promise. He replies that he is leaving because this place offers nothing he desires. The woman, understanding his unspoken desires, states that she knows he seeks neither wealth nor fame. But she emphasizes that he won't find what he truly seeks in this place. She then asks if he is still skilled in fist pugilism. He confidently replies that he doesn't consider himself bad at it. Based on his skill, she advises him to leave a jest and declares him a free man, leaving the blonde-haired man to ponder the meaning of his newfound freedom. A blonde-haired man, dressed in a dark red vest over a white shirt, sat on an ornate chair, a cup in his hands. He stated firmly, I mean exactly what I said. As the lord of a jest, I won't accept you here. His face contorted in anger, the blond man's eyes widened. Why are you asking me? I hoped you wouldn't return. A woman with vibrant red hair, styled in a braid, and wearing a dark red dress, stood with her arms crossed, a look of disapproval on her face. She was clearly displeased by the blond man's presence. The blond man stood, his expression grim. He seemed resolute in his decision. The red-haired woman spoke, her voice sharp, Do you have another man in mind? The blond man clenched his fist, his response curt, That's not it. The woman's voice hardened. So now you don't want to get involved with a slave? The red-haired woman's anger flared, her face reddening further. The red-haired woman stated, I am the one who must take responsibility for a jest. I can't commit to a future with someone who has nothing. Park Kang-tae, his blonde hair slightly disheveled, sat across from a woman with fiery red hair. His face was etched with a mixture of frustration and confusion. Why did you say that 2 years ago? He demanded, the question hanging heavy in the air. The woman, calm and composed, sipped her tea. I was still young 2 years ago, she replied, her voice soft yet firm. A thoughtful pause followed before she added, Now, I'm facing reality. Kang-tae looked away, a sigh escaping his lips. His shoulders slumped slightly. However, you can take as much rest as you want here, the woman offered, her tone softening with empathy. She continued, her words gentle but firm, You can reunite with your old friends. Kang-tae remained silent, his gaze fixed on something unseen. His expression was unreadable. The woman's voice, filled with a hint of sadness, echoed in the quiet room, I'm sorry, Callie. The red-haired woman leaned forward, her voice low and comforting. You don't need to be held back in my family anymore, she whispered, her words laced with genuine concern. Her hand gently rested on his shoulder, a silent gesture of support. Park Kang-tae, the former boxer-turned-gang member, now found himself in a world where pugilism was a spectator sport. A single, frustrated word escaped his lips. Fuck. He was the proclaimed champion of the upcoming pugilism tournament, a fact that weighed heavily on his mind. Later, at a tavern, a burly man approached Kang-tae, recognizing him from earlier. The man, clearly hostile, informed Kang-tae that he had no money, and then proceeded to taunt him about his recent misfortunes with Baroness Agresti. He ended his tirade by calling Kang-tae a drowned rat. Undeterred, the man continued, stating that he'd heard many things about Kang-tae. Before the man could finish his sentence, Kang-tae reacted swiftly, launching a lightning-fast attack that sent the man sprawling to the ground. Who demanded to know what was happening. The man, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and surprise, glared at Kang-tae. His expression shifted, a sinister smile spreading across his face. A gruff-looking man, seemingly the bartender, observed a younger man sitting at the bar. He mused to himself that he may have bothered the younger man too much. And then, with a flourish, announced his intention to buy the younger man drinks. The younger man, with blonde hair and a brooding expression, internally reflected on his outburst. He resolved to control his emotions, reminding himself that he wasn't a barbarian. He then apologized for his earlier display of anger, noting that as a pugilist, he should be better at managing his temper. The bartender seemed to agree, pointing out the inherent volatility of pugilists. The scene shifted, focusing on a dark background with a single thought bubble appearing, This is the era of pugilists. A poster or scroll was then shown, featuring a powerful, muscular figure. The caption identified him as Ogre Slayer, Callie. The poster continued, detailing Callie's impressive feat, defeating Dorman's ogre and winning the Korean fist fighting tournament despite a leg injury. The bartender, observing the poster, excitedly commented that many people would want to see Callie fight again after a 2-year absence. His eyes gleaming with avarice, the bartender concluded that Callie's return would generate a significant amount of money. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in fine clothes, nervously approached a burly man in a cap. He hesitantly asked for the man's name, to which the older man, identifying himself as Jethro, the leader of the Jethro merchant group, responded. The young man, his face etched with worry, explained that he needed information about the Agest barony. He detailed how the situation had worsened since Azalea Agest became baroness 2 years prior, severing ties with other families. The only way to stabilize the shaky barony, he continued, was to marry Azalea to someone from a prominent family whose lineage could not be traced back to another family. A solution complicated by the baron's death. The young man further explained that since Azalea repeatedly rejected marriage proposals and avoided social gatherings, all the young lords had turned their backs on her. He then asked if there had been any pressure or threats from Joseph's family. Jethro responded that Joseph's family had lost interest in Agest, leaving the barony facing inevitable decline, both financially and politically. He added that Agest had accumulated a debt exceeding 300,000 guilds, tied up with high-interest loans, and the debt relations were complex. The image showed a depiction of the immense debt burden weighing heavily on Azalea, who was shown lying under a pile of money bags. A young man with blonde hair, his brow furrowed in concentration, stood beside a gruff-looking older man. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, betraying his inner tension. The older man, tongue lolling out slightly, seemed unconcerned. He explained that the current situation was all because of the previous baron, Get Alpha Jest. The renowned, intelligent baroness had been forced into hiding from society. The blonde young man, offering a reassuring smile, stated that he would remain there for a while, offering assistance if needed. The young man continued, reasoning that the claim of the baroness refusing to be with him due to his slave background was a lie. If that were true, he argued, there would be no reason for her to reject marriage proposals. His thoughts drifted to Azalea. The blonde young man's expression hardened. He questioned what secrets she was hiding. The scene opens with a long shot of a grand, imposing building, reminiscent of a European-style palace, set against a picturesque sunset. The building is surrounded by a high wall topped with spikes. Two young men, Park Kante and his friend, are shown running, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Their energy palpable. They approach a third individual, a blonde man with a confident demeanor, who greets them warmly. A close-up on the blonde man's eyes reveals a hint of something else beneath the surface. A man with short, graying hair and a weathered face stands confidently, his hands resting on his hips. He carries a walking stick, suggesting a past injury. The blonde man, his expression now one of surprise, waves his hand in greeting. A close-up on the blonde man's attire reveals a simple yet sturdy outfit, suitable for travel and physical activity, suggesting a journey undertaken. The gray-haired man approaches, observing the blonde man. The gray-haired man speaks, noting the blonde man's healed leg. The gray-haired man expresses his envy at the blonde man's youthful vigor and ability to be active, contrasting it with his own physical limitations due to age and injury. The panel focuses on the arm of a man, his physique noticeably different from what it once was. A narration box reveals that this is instructor Nixar, who has lost a significant amount of muscle mass and gained white hair. A series of fragmented images flash across the page, showing a younger, more muscular Nixar, alongside glimpses of other individuals, possibly his past students or associates. The overall impression is one of a life lived intensely, now fading into memory. A young man with blonde hair, Callie, observes Nixar. He reflects on the instructor's kindness since his arrival. Callie inquires about the whereabouts of Kicho and Torres. Nixar explains that Kicho is at the lodging, while Torres is away for a match. The image shifts to Torres, a powerful boxer, whose face is filled with determination. A narration box explains that with 67 wins, he is close to paying off his debt. Callie wonders aloud if Torres will leave just once his debt is settled. Nixar responds that he believes Torres will stay, given his loyalty. Callie admits that he has been away for a while. Callie's expression shifts to one of apprehension as he looks up at Nixar. Nixar notices something about Callie's eye, expressing his surprise. A boxer, his face partially obscured by sunglasses, smirked. Despite the loss of his eye, he felt a sense of triumph. His opponent had suffered a far greater defeat. The narrator observes that the boxer's blindness is a significant disadvantage, especially considering his reliance on long-distance attacks, making his signature style of fighting incredibly difficult to execute. The scene shifts to a brutal boxing match. One fighter, battered and bruised, is clearly losing. The panel shows a dark forest, setting the scene for the next part of the story. A young man with blonde hair, Rovio, calls out in alarm. His expression shifts to one of intense focus as a large wolf emerges from the shadows. The wolf snarls, revealing its sharp teeth. Rovio's fear gives way to a smile as he approaches the wolf, seemingly unafraid. He is then shown with 3 wolf pups in a cave, suggesting a bond between him and the wolves. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a dark red tunic and breeches, stumbled upon a den of wolf cubs. His eyes widened in surprise, a gasp escaping his lips as he whispered, "Wolf cubs?" He knelt, gently observing the pups. A thought struck him, "So this is the reason you didn't come back to live in the training center anymore." One of the cubs nuzzled against his hand. He smiled softly. Another voice, seemingly from within his mind, questioned, "So he has a family to take care of? Did you want to show me this?" The blonde young man's expression turned pensive. He looked down at the cubs, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He murmured, This might be our last." A close-up on his eye revealed a flash of intense, white light, suggesting a sudden, powerful energy surge. He recoiled slightly, surprised by the sudden energy. He muttered, "No way." His face showed a mixture of disbelief and concern. He abruptly stood, his expression hardening into determination. He began to run, a desperate urgency in his movements. "Why didn't I?" He was interrupted by a voice calling from a distance, "Well, didn't I say it's not possible?" The blond young man arrived at a large gate, guarded by 2 soldiers. It was night. A voice, presumably one of the guards, stated, "It's too late at night now." A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a dark, ornate vest, stopped a baroness, his face etched with urgency. He needed to speak with her. But a knight in shining armor, his face grim, interrupted. He reminded the young man of his lowly status as a slave fighter, regardless of his proximity to the baroness. The young man, clearly ashamed, mumbled an apology. Suddenly, the young man exploded into motion. A blur of fists and speed. He unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving the knight reeling and shocked. His name, it seemed, was Callie. Callie raced towards a large, imposing door, his movements a whirlwind of determination. He was searching for someone who had been hidden for half a year. A strange story, indeed. And Callie realized he should have noticed something was amiss much sooner. He burst through the door, his fist clenched tight, knuckles bloody. Only to find an empty room. His target was nowhere to be found. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a desperate flight down a grand staircase. His pursuers were close behind, their shadowy forms stretching long and menacing in the dim light. A desperate cry echoing behind him, Azalea. The scene shifted abruptly. Sunlight streamed through a window, illuminating a quiet, child's room. A gentle rocking sound filling the air, the rhythmic creak of a mobile above a crib. A woman with vibrant red hair, her expression serene yet intense, looked down at the sleeping infant. She spoke, her voice soft yet firm. "Callie, I know you're a quick-witted person." The woman, Azalea, cradled the baby close, a mixture of protectiveness and determination in her eyes. Back in the dimly lit hallway, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Azalea's worried husband, his face etched with concern. A sense of dread hanging heavy in the air. A hand, scarred and worn, reached out, fingers splayed as if grasping at something just beyond reach. A tiny hand, impossibly small, reached back, its grip surprisingly strong, clutching the larger one with surprising strength. That day. It was the moment when his world changed. The young man, with his blonde hair and piercing gaze, recalled the scene with a mixture of awe and wonder. A young woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes gazed up at a blonde man, her expression a mixture of apprehension and longing. His features were etched with worry as he looked down at her. Below, a tender scene unfolded, the same pair embraced in a passionate kiss, their faces close together. The red-haired woman, her hair flowing freely, turned away from the window, her back to the viewer. The scene was bathed in a soft, bluish light. A close-up showed a hand gently tending to a small wound on a forearm. The injury was minor, but the care was tender. Two hands clasped together, forming a heart shape. The scene was warm and intimate. A single word, "my kid," floated in a speech bubble above. The blond man held a baby, a boy, and revealed that he named him Soren, after his grandfather. The woman asked why he hadn't mentioned it earlier. He explained that he hadn't wanted to tell her, fearing it might change her. A woman with fiery red hair, cradling an infant, confronts a muscular blond man. She questions him sharply, her concern evident in her expression. The blond man, in turn, asks if he can take responsibility for the child. The blond man vehemently protests her suggestion, insisting that no matter what, the child is still his. She counters by suggesting he quit pugilism and take over the estate. The blond man clenches his fist, his resolve hardening. He declares his inability to quit fist fighting. He explains his refusal to tell his child that his father died in a pugilist match, leaving the woman in the room with him and the child. He states that he has always won in his pugilist matches. Despite his past victories, the blond man is shown severely injured and defeated in a pugilist match. He acknowledges his reckless fighting style, pushing himself to the brink of death. The woman expresses concern that he might die before his child grows up. Azalea, a woman with vibrant red hair and striking green eyes, cradled a baby in her arms. A troubled expression clouded her features as she silently questioned herself, grappling with the uncertainty of what to tell the child. A young man with blonde hair, his face etched with worry, posed a serious question. His brow furrowed, and his eyes reflected deep concern. He responded, his voice low and strained, claiming victory in a recent contest, though his demeanor suggested otherwise. Azalea's eyes, sharp and intense, were the focus. Her gaze held a depth of emotion, hinting at a complex internal struggle. A proposition was made: if he abandoned his pugilistic pursuits, a marriage into nobility awaited him. The blond young man's hesitation was noted, he was deemed unique in his reluctance to accept such an advantageous offer. She had concealed her pregnancy from everyone. The chapter opens with the emblem of a prestigious organization, its significance yet to be revealed. A narration box then appears, stating that someone forgot about their fief. A close-up on a man's intense gaze reveals his worry. He explains that they've had a bad year, burdened by debt, and the citizens are on the verge of revolt. The scene shifts to a brutal pugilist match. One fighter, his face contorted in pain, is on the defensive. His opponent asks if he has time to think about anything else. The fight continues, a blur of motion and powerful blows. One fighter, Kicho, is shown delivering a swift counterattack. His opponent notes that Kicho's sense of distance has improved since their last encounter. The action intensifies as Kicho unleashes a flurry of punches, his opponent barely able to defend himself. Kicho suggests they continue the fight. A narration box indicates that this scene takes place an hour earlier. The scene shifts to two men discussing Kicho's pugilism career. One suggests Kicho should retire, citing his recent injury and close victory. The other man reveals that he's previously asked Kicho to retire or become an instructor, but Kicho refused, wanting to fight more. The chapter ends with a close-up on Kicho's determined face, his eyes filled with a fierce resolve. Park Kang-tae, a former boxer turned gang member, found himself in a pugilist arena, a world where boxing was a spectator sport. He moved with a practiced grace, his body a coiled spring of controlled power, readying himself for a fight. The air crackled with anticipation as he braced for impact, landing a swift, powerful blow against his opponent. The force of the strike sent a shockwave through the arena. Another opponent, a man with green hair and sunglasses, flinched, sweat beading on his brow as he braced for the inevitable. Kang-tae's opponent, visibly shaken, urged him to quit. The words hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the brutal exchange that had just transpired. Kang-tae's opponent, his face contorted in disbelief, questioned Kang-tae's words, his voice filled with incredulity. The green-haired pugilist's anger flared, his body tense with barely controlled rage. Kang-tae's opponent, despite his injuries, argued that even with hurt feet, one can still fight, emphasizing the shared determination between them. Park Kang-tae, a man haunted by his past, now finds himself in a world where pugilism is a spectacle. He acknowledges his opponent's superior skill, muttering to himself that the other pugilist is a genius while he is merely mediocre. A self-deprecating comment laced with a hint of nervous energy. His brow furrows, and a bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he worries about the physical strain of emulating his opponent's fighting style. His opponent, Kicho, a man with a weathered face and an eye patch, interrupts Kang-tae's internal monologue. Kicho's question cuts through the air: why does Kang-tae strive to be a free man? Kicho's question hangs in the air, prompting Kang-tae to reveal the reason behind his relentless pursuit of freedom. He's been seeing a woman who works at the training center for quite some time. All he wants is to share quiet moments with her, gazing at the stars at night. He confesses to himself that he truly likes her. Under the vast night sky, Kang-tae and Kicho sit together, a shooting star streaking across the heavens. Kang-tae reflects on the woman's kindness, appreciating that she likes him despite his enslaved status. But a harsh reality dawns on him: a slave cannot marry a free woman. This realization fuels Kang-tae's determination. He clenches his fist, his resolve hardening. He needs to become a free man as soon as possible. Kicho, observing Kang-tae's sudden shift in demeanor, playfully teases him, suggesting that he too has problems with women. Kang-tae, flustered, denies it. Kicho, a one-eyed man in simple clothing, looked at his companion with a questioning gaze. He asked the blonde-haired man, Callie, what could possibly be more important than life itself. Callie, his expression resolute, responded that he would rather die than give up on her. A flashback sequence showed Kicho's past. He lacked the strong determination needed to succeed. A realization dawned on him: the need to be a pugilist, or at least to be strong. Kicho's current self, still speaking to Callie, revealed his desire to prove something to someone. Callie, understanding his friend's unspoken desire, simply stated that Kicho wanted to be with someone. In the Agresti mansion's workroom, a red-haired woman, seemingly distressed, reviewed documents at her desk. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she reread the papers. Her worry deepened as she continued to read. Callie appeared, concerned, asking what had happened. A blond man, clad in a simple tunic, stood before a woman with fiery red hair, seated behind a large wooden desk. He declared, "I'm busy right now." The woman's eyes, wide and filled with a mixture of surprise and apprehension, widened further. As the blond man continued, his jaw clenched, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He gritted out, "I'll become the baron of a jest." The blond man's expression shifted to one of fierce determination. He declared, "Pugilist Callie, I mean." A triumphant grin spreading across his face as he clenched his fists. He roared, "Now, I'll become the damn baron of a jest." The red-haired woman's face was etched with concern. She thought, I didn't like Callie, who was always strong, changing. Her thoughts continued, a hint of sadness in her expression. She mused, I didn't want to hold back your feet that were moving forward. The blond man, now shown with bandages on his face, stood in a dimly lit hallway. He quietly stated, "So, I hoped you would come back." His words hung heavy in the air. The red-haired woman looked on, her expression a mixture of surprise and something akin to understanding. The blond man, his face contorted in a shout, continued his declaration of intent. A woman's voice echoed in Park Conte's mind, a silent wish carrying the weight of hope. I kept hoping that you'll continue being the pugilist Callie. The image showed only a woman's long, braided red hair, adorned with a blue ribbon, suggesting a moment of intimacy. Another voice, this time filled with admiration, resonated within Conte's thoughts. I like the way he threw everything that is really important to him to prove that. The scene shifted to a victorious Conte, his back to the viewer, arm raised in triumph before a cheering crowd. He had proven himself. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she embraced Conte. Her whispered confession, a testament to their connection, he really likes me. News of Conte and Azalea's marriage spread rapidly, reaching beyond their fiefdom to the kingdom itself. The union, however, was met with mixed reactions. While some nobles and lords offered their support, many others cursed him. The marriage of a slave and a noble was unprecedented. It was viewed as a challenge, a rebellion against the established aristocratic order. Count Joseph, a man of imposing stature and silver hair, sat in his opulent chair, a thoughtful expression etched on his face. He held a piece of parchment, his gaze distant as he mused. So, you are still alive, a jest. A few days passed. A jest, now looking weary, examined a list. He muttered to himself, Callie, this is the list of pugilists who will be participating in this friendly pugilism match. A jest continued his review, a frown deepening on his brow. Turning to a younger man with blonde hair, he asked, Torres, when will he be back? Torres, concerned, responded, he won't make it in a week. I believe he won't be able to join this match. There is no veteran except Kicho. This is not good. The blonde man, Torres, ran a hand through his hair, worry etched on his features as he considered the implications of Callie's absence. A jest sighed, honestly, I don't think about winning this time. And also, friendship won't make money. I know that, but still we should somehow work on this. A grim realization washed over a jest as he spoke, the famine is continuing, and there is nothing we can do about it, so now the citizens are on the verge of an uproar. The panel showed a group of angry citizens, their faces contorted in frustration and anger. A jest continued, besides, there are many people who don't like that I became a lord from a slave. He slammed his fist on the table, emphasizing his next words, this is my first job as Baron a jest. If we lose this, we will also lose people's trust. Torres's face was grim, his eyes narrowed in determination as he contemplated the dire consequences of failure. Park Conte, a man whose face was a mask of grim determination, clenched his jaw. His blonde hair seemed to bristle with barely contained energy. Definitely win this, he vowed, the words a silent promise echoing in his mind. His eyes, narrowed and intense, focused on some unseen point in the distance. He muttered to himself, the urgency palpable, we can't waste time. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. He hadn't expected the 3-year cycle of the league to be upon them already. Confident voices declared their certainty of victory. A blond man, his face etched with determination, passionately asserted their impending triumph. A request was made to add Kicho to the list. One man observed that Kicho was too stubborn to resist, and that there was no better pugilist than Kicho, so they would pay him the full price for this match. A man, addressing someone named Callie, acknowledged their closeness to Kicho, but explained that freeing Kicho was impossible right now, given their current unfavorable circumstances. The man continued, addressing Callie again, warning him about the consequences of his actions. Callie, upon hearing this, reacted with a surprised question. The man reminded Callie that he had quit pugilism, suggesting they forget about it. A voiceover stated that there is no precedent for a noble participating in a pugilism match. However, the pugilist the citizens most want to see is revealed to be someone named Callie. A man holds a pendant, realizing he hasn't given it to its intended recipient yet. He decides to sell it immediately for cash. However, he considers the more serious issue of tangled and twisted debt relationships, deeming it too overwhelming to handle carelessly. Elsewhere, a need for a competent treasurer is voiced. A blond man in a red coat walks confidently through a crowd of onlookers. News spread throughout the land, Baron Agest, the new ruler, had assumed his position. Two men, their faces etched with concern, whispered amongst themselves as Baron Agest walked away, his back turned to them. One of them voicing his discontent. He'd rather have spent more time with Gadolf. Agest reflected on his own feelings, acknowledging that he was more like Iskandar than Filippo's. Later, in a private moment, Agest confided in another man, expressing his disdain for the political machinations of his new role. But ultimately concluding that it didn't matter, he could always rely on someone like Filippo's to support him. The scene shifted to a tavern, its sign depicting a beer mug. Agest entered the tavern, where he was greeted by Jethro, the merchant leader. Jethro, surprised to see the Baron, offered a polite greeting. Jethro, ever the pragmatist, immediately inquired if there was anything he could do for the Baron. A young Baron, clad in a rich crimson coat, approached a grizzled merchant, requesting aid. He explained his predicament, needing funds, but the merchant, Jethro, bluntly refused, citing his own financial constraints and lack of interest in the Baron's ascension. Jethro, however, had a different proposition. A sudden, violent outburst. He lunged forward, seemingly ready to attack. The Baron, unfazed, calmly interrupted Jethro's attack, his expression hardening. Despite his fear, the Baron calmly suggested they continue their conversation. Jethro, still visibly shaken, agreed to continue discussing business. The Baron, maintaining his composure, pressed Jethro further, suggesting a more lucrative proposition. Jethro, seemingly resigned, awaited the Baron's offer. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a woman with fiery red hair watched the events unfold, questioning Jethro's actions. A young man with blonde hair and sharp eyes glared, his expression one of barely contained anger. He spat out the words, "treasurer." He held a large piece of meat with a fork, his brow furrowed in thought. He mused to himself that he had little knowledge of economics and that managing it as a baron would be difficult. But he didn't like Jethro, he admitted silently. The man was involved in all sorts of nefarious activities. A woman with vibrant red hair scolded him for eating with his hands. Despite this, he insisted that they needed to assess the situation and take action. He then added, in a cynical tone, that there could be no integrity in politics anyway. The scene shifted to a dark forest, where the blonde man recalled his time working for Filippo's. The process of achieving his ideals had been dirty and ugly. He didn't even hesitate to assassinate dangerous individuals. Back at the table, the blonde man continued his internal monologue, explaining that he hated that aspect of his past work. When his term ended, he quickly left the empire, but now he would need to do the same thing again. The red-haired woman simply responded, "Understood. I'll leave everything to you. It's unusual to hand over all the power of the family to the son-in-law unless he is superior in intellect, physicality, or appearance." A close-up reveals a woman with fiery red hair, her green eyes wide with a mix of determination and weariness. Her expression is one of quiet contemplation as she reflects on her current situation. A serene landscape unfolds, a vast blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. The scene is peaceful, a stark contrast to the internal turmoil of the previous panel. The scene shifts to a picturesque countryside setting. A family, a man, a woman, and a young child, enjoys a picnic on a grassy knoll overlooking a grand manor house. The atmosphere is idyllic and heartwarming. Days later, the man, with blonde hair, playfully tosses the child in the air, a smile of pure joy on his face. The woman, with her vibrant red hair, watches them with a tender smile. The scene is filled with warmth and affection. The woman speaks, her voice laced with quiet pride, observing the man's dedication to their new life. Two men are engaged in conversation. One, a burly figure with a weathered face, expresses his admiration for the blonde man's unwavering work ethic, noting his consistent effort since his past struggles. The blonde man and the burly man stand outside, a serious expression on the blonde man's face as he contemplates a significant difference. The blonde man's eyes narrow, his thoughts intense as he reflects on the contrast between his past and present. A scene of intense physical training unfolds. Several men, their bodies glistening with sweat, engage in strenuous exercises, carrying heavy logs. Among them, a young man with dark hair and determined eyes participates with focused intensity. Two men faced each other, their bodies tense, poised for a fight. One, with a leaner build, launched a swift punch. Meanwhile, a spectator observed the scene, noting the lack of happiness on one of the fighters' faces. He didn't look happy at all. For days later, a man reached for a towel, his hand damp with sweat. His muscular physique, marked with scars, was a testament to his dedication. He was Park Kang-tae, a man reborn in a world of pugilist games, his past life a distant memory. However, his thoughts turned to the changes that came with his new status. Since becoming a baron, he questioned his purpose in this new world. Park Kang-tae's face was etched with a deep frown, his eyes filled with introspection. He was grappling with his identity and purpose. The question of his purpose hung heavy in the air, as a hand reached out to him, seemingly offering guidance or perhaps, a challenge. A swirling vortex of dust and light particles filled the void, a chaotic dance against a backdrop of deep shadows. Count Dorman, a figure of imposing stature, arrived at a grand manor. Two maids stood stiffly to the side as a woman with vibrant red hair greeted him, extending a welcoming hand. "Welcome, Count Dorman," she stated. Inside, a heavy footfall echoed through the silent halls. A man's face, etched with tension and beads of sweat, was shown in close-up. He muttered, "Damn it." His expression shifted to one of disbelief and awe as he exclaimed, "He really became baron." The baron, a man of considerable age with a mischievous grin, responded, "So the famous pugilist is a baron now. It's great." The baron winced, adding, "Ayak." The baron continued, "I handpicked the pugilist for this match myself." He added, "Although they may not be as strong as the ogre." Three figures sat around a dark wooden table, sipping tea. One was a blonde man with a relaxed expression, another a red-haired woman with a subtle frown, and the third, an older man with a grizzled face and a thoughtful expression. The older man observed his companions, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Each of them are quite formidable, he mused, his eyes lingering on the blonde man. The blonde man seemed oblivious, but the red-haired woman's gaze sharpened slightly. The older man continued his assessment, his thoughts turning to a particular pugilist. Ogre, since then, his fighting spirit has completely disappeared, he stated, his voice low and grave. The image of a large, muscular man filled his mind, his face etched with despair. He looked utterly defeated. He has become mentally broken, the older man concluded, a deep sigh escaping his lips. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. He knew the match was fast approaching. You will hold the match as scheduled in 3 days, right? He asked the blonde man, his tone firm but laced with a hint of uncertainty. The blonde man nodded curtly, his expression grim. The arena would be ready by then. I think with his body, he can still fight actively. The older man muttered, his gaze fixed on the blonde man. A flicker of determination crossed his face. He was willing to take a risk. Just in case, he added, his voice barely a whisper. His eyes narrowed, a plan forming in his mind. He was prepared to intervene if necessary. Are you going to fight too? He asked the blonde man, his voice low and serious. The blonde man's expression was unreadable, his gaze fixed on the floor. The red-haired woman watched them both intently. No, I'm quitting pugilism, the blonde man declared, a surprising statement that shocked the older man. He looked utterly resolute in his decision. The older man chuckled, a sound that held both amusement and a hint of disappointment. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Nobles shouldn't be fistfighting with slave fighters, he said, his voice laced with sarcasm. His gaze shifted to the door, a new figure emerging into view. A man, weathered and worn, observed a group of pugilists. He dismissed them with a dismissive wave of his hand. Except for one, a figure known as the blind mantis Kicho, whose presence commanded attention. A cruel smile played on the man's lips. A chilling expression that spoke volumes about his confidence. He felt a sense of relief. A grim satisfaction at the prospect of easily overcoming his opponents. With a confident gesture, he declared his intention to utterly destroy them. The scene opens with a wide shot of a bustling pugilist arena. Spectators fill the tiered seating surrounding a central boxing ring, its ropes taut and ready for action. The air crackles with anticipation. Outside the arena, a bread vendor shouts to the crowd, urging them to form an orderly line. The line is chaotic, people jostle and push, their hunger evident. One man complains about being shoved. A kind woman, perhaps a volunteer, distributes loaves of bread to the needy, offering a moment of calm amidst the chaos. She gives a loaf to a young boy, who beams with gratitude. Meanwhile, a man clutches his remaining money, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and disbelief. His money is vanishing before his eyes. The man's money continues to disappear, leaving him increasingly frantic. He cries out in despair, his voice laced with desperation. His face contorts in a mask of rage as he realizes the extent of his loss. Money, he declares, is as vital to him as blood. The man confronts Baron Agest, a blond man in fine clothing, demanding the return of his stolen money. The Baron calmly questions the man's intentions, implying he is not easily deceived. The man, enraged, reveals his connection to Count Boromir, a powerful figure, as a final attempt to intimidate the Baron. A gruff-looking man with a beard and a prominent necklace extended a hand, his expression hard to read. He uttered a curt demand, "It better be true." A younger man with blonde hair, dressed in a flamboyant red jacket, let out a nervous chuckle as he looked on, clearly apprehensive. Behind him, a burly figure with a dark expression glowered. A spectator in the crowd let out a quiet ah, then mused aloud about the wealth of the boxer, judging by the scale of the match. Two men sat together, eating, and discussed Callie's rise to power, noting the change in his behavior since he was a fighting slave. One of them commented that he seemed to no longer care about them. Another man, watching a boxer prepare, encouraged him, wishing him well and urging him to return safely. The boxer, Sharam, responded with a determined yes, as he prepared himself for the upcoming match. The scene shifted to the arena where three figures sat on thrones, overlooking the excited crowd below. The anticipation for the match was palpable. A hand, adorned with a gold cuff, shot upward, a gesture of command amidst a flurry of motion lines suggesting rapid movement. The owner of the hand, a blond man in a richly embroidered red jacket, opened his mouth wide, a silent scream frozen on his face. As two muscular figures clashed in a pugilist arena. The crowd roared, their cheers echoing the intensity of the fight. One of the fighters, Sharam, braced himself, his expression grim as he prepared for another round of blows. The words fight and Shiram, crush them all, echoed in the air, urging him on. Meanwhile, the blond man's thoughts turned to a more strategic matter. We need something to relieve the anger of the people before the harvest season. His gaze hardened. We must win this match. The determination in his eyes mirrored the fierce intensity of the ongoing fight below. Sharam launched a powerful punch. A blur of motion connecting with his opponent. The impact echoing through the arena as the two fighters continued their brutal exchange. Back in the stands, the blond man's brow furrowed in concern. He muttered to himself, did this place change while I was staying in the Empire? The scene opens with two figures locked in fierce combat. One, with dark hair and a determined expression, lands a powerful blow. The other, lighter-haired, stumbles back, clearly impacted by the force of the strike. The technical aspects of their fighting styles are highlighted, with a focus on precise movements and calculated strikes. One of the fighters reflects on the rapid progress of his training, suggesting that his current environment has accelerated his development. The intensity of the fight escalates. A flurry of blows is exchanged, each impact punctuated by dramatic visual effects. The dark-haired fighter takes a brutal hit to the face. Blood splattering across his cheek as he grits his teeth in pain. A crowd of onlookers roars their encouragement, urging the dark-haired fighter's opponent to finish him off. Their shouts are filled with malice and a thirst for violence. Despite the pain and the hostile crowd, the dark-haired fighter's resolve remains unbroken. He prepares for a counterattack, his eyes burning with defiance. He unleashes a powerful counterpunch, the force of which sends his opponent reeling. The opponent, surprised by the sudden shift in momentum, is thrown off balance. The dark-haired fighter seizes the opportunity, delivering a final, devastating blow that leaves his opponent incapacitated. The impact is shown in a dramatic close-up, emphasizing the raw power and skill of the dark-haired fighter's technique. Park Kang-tae, the former boxer-turned-gang member, found himself in a pugilist arena, his past regret fueling his present fight. He watched his opponent, a blur of motion, landing a punch so fast that even the audience missed it. A stark realization dawned on him, his opponent was far more agile than he'd anticipated. The fight continued, a brutal exchange of blows. Kang-tae, despite his initial surprise, fought back with surprising ferocity, landing several powerful punches of his own. The impact of each blow echoed through the arena. From the sidelines, a spectator, his face partially obscured by an eye patch, watched with a mixture of surprise and concern. He seemed to recognize Kang-tae's fighting style. Meanwhile, another spectator, a man in fine clothing, observed the fight with a critical eye. He muttered to himself, expressing concern over Kang-tae's aggressive approach, warning that such reckless abandon would lead to exhaustion and defeat. But his opponent began to gain the upper hand. Gasping for air, Kang-tae felt his strength waning. His opponent, seizing the opportunity, delivered a final, decisive blow. "Stupid brat, your turn is over," he sneered. Park Kang-tae, his face bloodied, braced himself against a brutal blow from his opponent. The impact sent a jolt through his body. But he retaliated with a fierce counterpunch, his fist a blur of motion, landing a devastating blow that sent his adversary reeling. He wondered if he could withstand another such hit. Kang-tae's opponent, visibly shaken, scoffed, "Do you think I'd get hit by such a weak punch?" He unleashed another attack, a swift strike aimed at Kang-tae's neck. But Kang-tae, anticipating the move, dodged with practiced ease and countered with a powerful blow that sent his opponent crashing to the ground. The force of the impact shook the arena. Despite his opponent's inability to fight back, Kang-tae continued his assault, his relentless blows pounding into his fallen foe. A brutal display of power that left the audience stunned. Even though his opponent is already unable to fight, he doesn't stop attacking. From the sidelines, Baron Dorman watched, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "So you really want to crush us to the core, Baron Dorman?" Park Kang-tae lay sprawled on the ground, his body battered and bruised. Blood stained the dirt beneath him, a stark testament to the brutal fight he had just endured. His breath hitched in his chest, each ragged gasp a testament to his failing strength. His opponent, victorious and gloating, raised a triumphant fist. "How can you lose like that? Just die," he roared, his voice echoing through the arena. The victor stood over his fallen foe, sneering. "What a disgrace," he spat, his contempt palpable. Meanwhile, a man in a richly embroidered coat watched from the sidelines, his face contorted in a strange mixture of amusement and apology. "This is it. I'm sorry about this," he exclaimed, his voice laced with a hint of forced cheerfulness. He turned to another man, his words softening slightly. "But our kids sometimes act rough. That's something that can happen during a match." The other man, observing the scene, nodded slowly. As expected of a former pugilist, clear and decisive. The blonde pugilist, however, was not so impressed. He muttered to himself, "The difference of the level is too much." His gaze shifted to the ongoing fight. Everyone is still clumsy except for Kicho. The scene shifted to a brutal exchange between Kicho and another fighter. Kicho's superior skill was evident as he easily overpowered his opponent. He shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips. I knew a week is not enough to prepare. Park Kante, his breath ragged, stood over his fallen opponent. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his eyes darted around, reflecting a deep-seated fear. The previous fight had left its mark, blood stained his opponent's body. From the sidelines, another boxer observed Kante's distress. He muttered to himself, his voice laced with disdain, damn it, he's already scared. Despite his fear, Kante continued to fight. The narration box stated, in the second match as well, Dorman's boxer skillfully unfolds. The match continued, a flurry of blows exchanged between Kante and his opponent. A powerful punch landed, sending Kante reeling. The impact echoing through the arena as he staggered back. The crowd erupted in jeers and insults. Hey, you trash! Your Baron is a famous boxer and how can you lose like that? Their anger intensified, if you can't win, just die. Meanwhile, a wealthy spectator calmly sipped wine, observing the scene with detached amusement. He mused, I've won 2 matches, I think this is my victory. He turned to a young woman with fiery red hair, asking, was Kicho your last pugilist? The woman, seemingly troubled, remained silent, her gaze cast downward. Callie, a young woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes, was visibly shaken. A dark, ominous energy swirled around her. A palpable aura of raw power emanating from her. Her expression was one of intense fear and barely contained rage. A calm voice cut through the tension. Calm down, Callie, it urged, the words a soothing balm against the storm brewing within her. An older man, his face etched with lines of experience and a hint of amusement, observed the scene. Kicho the Mantis. He was a fierce one, he mused, a glint in his eye. He took a slow sip of wine, his gaze unwavering. However, I believe he wouldn't stand a chance against my pugilist. He continued, a hint of pride in his voice, the guy coming out this time is one of my top pugilists. The man's words were followed by the dramatic entrance of a powerfully built fighter, his muscles rippling beneath his simple attire. Sharon. A one-eyed pugilist, Kichu, stood ready in the arena, a crowd roaring its anticipation. Kichu. I will only wait for you. His opponent, however, seemed less confident. We already lost the match. Kicho, a man with a determined expression and blonde hair, weighed the situation. His thoughts turned to the importance of public opinion, this time, they had to win. This crucial match pitted 2 formidable opponents against each other, a stern-faced, muscular man and a younger, intense fighter with a noticeable scar above his eye.